was on that second shot from the woods that they placed Rory's ball.
Full-blown cheating.
Well, because he didn't see the shot.
Right.
Well, that was always the accusation of Tiger at where did he win his PGA when he pulled it left on 18.
My memory's not as good as yours.
I forget,
Valhalla or
I think
something.
it might have been Valhalla.
Yeah.
Where he pulled it so left on 18, and like they said, like a fan just ran it out there because there's no chance that could happen.
Yeah.
And also think about it, they missed Rory's chip in on 17 on Saturday because they were
Actually, that was Friday, wasn't it?
Friday because they were showing. I forget what they were showing, but they missed the chip in.
But at least they were moving pictures. On Amazon Prime, it turned to a blue screen that said in huge capital letters, technical difficulties.
Yeah, then you got to follow along on your phone. That's your only recourse.
Yeah, but
what are you watching on your phone?
No,
you're just saying
you're following
just following the game.
Score.
Yeah, just a box score.
You're not watching like
It's not the
video.
same though, because you want to see it.
I know it's not the same. I mean, it's a huge gap.
I can't find a statement from Amazon.
They just want it to go away.
It could have been like a DNS attack. You know, they always say that from like I don't know, competitor. You know, could have hired a bunch of hackers.
YouTube TV is attacking them.
Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah. The streaming wars, they're getting ramped
But
up.
that would have been awful if it was out during the final, few seconds, and you didn't see the end.
But it was out for a significant portion of the overtime.
Yeah, no, just saying. It
was trifling.
That's bad.
It's terrible.
But the Blazers and Hornets advance.
Doesn't bode well for the future.
Phone number, if you want to get in touch with us throughout the show, 1-800-636-1067. As I mentioned, we got Bo Bishop, host of Bishop and Friends on 97.1 The Fan in Columbus. Paul Tabone, president of baseball ops for the Nationals, jumps on at 9, and our pal T-Perk in studio 9:45. That's all right here on the Junkies. Welcome back. Junkies come to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980. Let's get to the Junkies sports page, brought to you by Open Road.
Open Road Distilling Company. Whiskeys are now available at ABC stores in Northern Virginia. You can choose from their smooth and flavorful Eagle Eye Rye, rich and complex Maple Old Fashioned, or the bold and robust Independence Bourbon. Whether you're enjoying sipping neat or mixed in a cocktail, Open Road Distilling has the perfect spirit for you. All right, Cake. So I wasn't here yesterday, and obviously the Flyers win in a shootout on Monday was
It
Oh,
was
a killer.
distressing.
It was a
Sucks.
killer.
Yeah.
So that eliminated the Caps and the Blue Jackets. But they played last night in the final regular season game. The Caps season is over.
Let me give a clap to Caps Nation for traveling to Columbus. Really good turnout in the stands.
Was it?
Caps-wise, a lot of Caps fans in that building for what could potentially be Ovie's final game as a Washington Capital. We don't know what he's going to do.
Well, the thing that
during the
struck me
offseason.
about the end of that game, well, in the locker room scene, was just his face, just
Yeah.
seeing his reaction.
Like, he also threw in a Zin, right? Did you guys see that? Like they showed him, first thing he
saw the
did,
clip.
he had the tin in his hand, throws one in.
Did he?
Somebody called it a lip pillow. That made me laugh on
Yeah.
Twitter. But yeah, he just looked exhausted.
He looked exhausted.
Looked
but
exhausted at the end.
I couldn't
They made
tell
him-
if he looked unhappy or sad or just pondering life. I couldn't tell.
I think it was a big combo of
his
all those
his
things.
eyes. It was just his eyes.
Yeah.
Well, they
And
did a bunch
there
of features.
was a bunch of stuff going through his head.
Right.
You saw like where they brought like the sick kids or whatever. Did you see some
Oh
of
my
that
God,
stuff?
that feature that they did on ESPN,
Yeah.
it's definitely a tearjerker about
Yeah.
like lives that Ovie has impacted
Yeah.
while he's been playing here.
Yeah.
And they bring out like the mom of a kid who passed away from cancer.
Yeah.
And, like somebody who he granted somebody else's Make-A-Wish.
Yeah, yeah.
On
They
the
had, like, a
ice.
bunch of 'em
Just
out
like
there.
a boo-hoo fest.
And
But it
even
shows
Ovie was
you
like, wow, that was tough.
how many lives he touched and impacted.
Yeah.
And that was just a small little fraction of it.
And I guess I didn't see it. I saw clips of it, but I saw some live of just Oshie. I told Cakes, Oshie's a TV star.
Yeah.
He is an
Well, he was-
absolute TV star.
I knew that when I watched him watch the Olympics.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He was so good during the Olympics.
he is spectacular.
He really
did
is.
He did, I guess, a sit down with Ovie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Plus,
Ovie
he can give you like behind the scenes.
For
Like,
sure.
He played with him for 10 years.
Oh,
yeah,
yeah.
great anecdotes of being with the big guy and,
Yeah.
the Subway sandwich that he likes to get, I guess, at the gas station
You said
before.
health is going to be a factor in your decision of whether you come back next year at game 82. How's the body feeling right now?
Feels good, pretty good, obviously. But how was when you talked about it yesterday, and it's going to be not an easy decision. Sometimes you want it, sometimes you're not. So we'll think.
And whenever you do step away, what do you think you're going to miss most?
I didn't step away yet, so we'll figure it out. You tell me.
Boy, dude, you're going to miss it all. You're going to miss it all. All right.
So the vibes were good, and they
thought they
tried
were good
they
vibes.
tried to get Ovie like an empty netter at the end of the game, and he had a
Yeah.
shot on goal, but the puck didn't quite settle on his stick, so he just missed with about 20, 25 seconds left in the game. But
Yeah.
hopefully people watched. I know a lot of people went to the game to hope maybe see his last game in person, so there was definitely Caps representation there. Now, on the other side, we have audio of the Columbus Blue
Yeah,
Jackets
I gotta hear this.
head coach Rick Bowness.
Yeah, I'm just
who
learning
was
about this.
Super Rick by his team's effort. And I don't think it was just from last night. I'm guessing the frustration had mounted
sure.
up until the point where they were eliminated from the playoffs. But the Jackets' performance against the Caps last night,
Now, hold on.
unacceptable.
Before you
to
play
him.
it, I have a question.
I believe the Blue Jackets lost. Didn't they lose like 9 of the last 11?
That I don't know.
All right, so they must have been
finished.
swooning.
They
obviously missed the
obviously were.
playoffs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How long? Hockey coaches they churn those out pretty quickly.
I don't know how long Bonus has been there.
Are you familiar with him?
I've
Is he-
heard his name. He's been in hockey forever.
He's a long-time hockey
Yeah,
guy.
yeah.
All right, because these comments, the way you're describing them, they're almost irrecoverable.
Just listen to the emotion in this
Yeah.
dude's voice. He almost starts crying. We have the audio right here.
Rick, you've been a part of a lot of games and a lot of seasons. Have you ever been part of something that's as frustrating as this has been down the stretch?
No. And all you got to do is look at the stat sheet. 3 hits, 23 giveaways. Like, I don't know if I'm back, but but if I'm back, I'm changing this culture. These guys, they don't care. Losing is not important enough to them. It doesn't bother them. Like, how can you go out and play like that? Should have done this about a month ago. But this is why we are where we are. This is why we're out of the playoffs. That kind of effort. Losing, you have to hate losing. I don't care if it's a meaningless game. I don't care. Show up and compete. 3 hits, 23 giveaways. What else you want to know?
Oh man, the Caps broke that dude's spirit, or his team's lack of effort.
I think his team did.
Yeah, I think it was a combination of the two. But wow, you rarely hear that sort of emotion in a presser. It's usually very buttoned up.
He did sound like he was going to cry.
He sounded like he was about to break down at the beginning of it. I felt
so
bad
apparently
for the guy.
Bonus was retired. He was the coach of the Winnipeg Jets.
Okay.
He was retired, and then he came out of retirement to replace Dean Evison.
When?
In January of this year.
Yeah.
So he's only been there a few months.
He's only been there a few months.
So he's probably like, you know what? I can't believe I came out of retirement, just doing whatever I want to coach these losers who aren't giving any effort. Now, like you said, it was a meaningless game, but what he saw on the ice clearly upset him.
Yeah. So he
it
won't
sounds
be back.
like
he won't be back.
Probably not, but it sounds like he's
lost under him.
He's kind of reacting to the way they played since March 22nd.
Right.
Yeah.
Where they won 3 games since March 22nd.
Yeah.
So they're 3-10.
I mean, those are personal shots.
Yeah.
You
He basically said,
don't
you guys,
care.
You don't care. Losing doesn't affect you.
Wow.
Well, those numbers are pretty amazing with the hits and the takeaways.
Yeah, I don't know what a normal number is, but 3 sounds very low.
3 sounds
3
like
hits.
Not a lot.
I mean,
At
Ovie
least
sometimes
10
has
on average,
5 in a game himself.
Yeah. I mean, that sounds ridiculous.
That's called laying down and checking out and getting ready for your
so
trip.
you're literally skating
once the
around for
season's
60
over.
minutes.
Yeah.
If you had 3 hits?
3 hits. That is a paltry amount.
Wow.
I mean, I would love to know what's the average number of hits in an NHL game.
I would guess it's probably 15 to 20 per team.
Yeah.
Somewhere in that neighborhood.
Right.
I mean, I don't
That's
know that,
crazy.
but it has to be double digits.
How much of the game did you watch?
I was playing poker, so I was distracted for the first 2 periods, but
Yeah.
I had a short run, so then I watched the 3rd period up in my hotel room.
Could you tell that Columbus didn't really care?
It just
They look slow?
It looked like the Caps were more into the game than Columbus was.
Huh.
I didn't realize the hit disparity until I heard the guys.
I mean, you never hear coaches just cry like that about how bad a team is.
The average is around 22.
Oh, so over 20. Okay.
Yeah.
They were just 19 hits short.
Yeah.
That's unbelievable.
Here's John Walton on the final call with Ovie, who had a chance for an empty netter at the end.
And it's forced back in by Columbus with 5 seconds left, and a puck cleared away back to center, and that's going to do it. Good morning, good afternoon, and good night, Columbus. The Capitals head to the offseason on a winning note. The game-winning goal from Jacob Chychrun. Final score, Washington 2 and Columbus 1. And is this the last that we will see Alex Ovechkin in a Washington uniform? He high-fives with his teammates after he would do it at any other game. He waves, he claps to the fans, and he heads down the tunnel, perhaps for the final time.
And I know it's a very small side note, especially with all the Ovie news, but the addition of Jacob Chychrun via trade, was that 1.5 years ago? What an ad.
Yeah.
He had 26 goals this year. I think it led all NHL defensemen. I mean, that guy's a stud.
Good player, yeah. Right.
Stud.
I think I've kind of flipped, and I've got nothing to base this on, but it was just watching his reaction in the locker room.
Yeah.
Something told me he's done.
Oh, you think he's done now?
It just looked like he checked out.
Mm-hmm.
No, I don't think he's done.
Yeah,
I think ESPN treated it that way.
I didn't think so until I saw his face.
Yeah.
I just think he needs a little bit of time away from the game to gather himself.
Like I said, I got nothing to base it on besides just watching him in the locker room.
My vibe is coming back. Maybe that's just me being
my vibe is coming back.
over an Ovie stand, and I want him to come back so badly, but
my vibe is he feels good. He loves hockey. Why not run it back?
He loves the youngins they brought in.
Yeah.
That you have to be optimistic about. This
Hey, look,
team's
hope
future.
I'm wrong. I just my vibe is flipped 180.
I hope you're wrong too.
I flipped too. I went from he's retiring to he's coming back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He should get his endorsement. That
So
Ovie.
Ricky Bonus was not happy.
Bonus. If I were him, I'd go back to the retired life.
8 milligrams for 8.
Yeah, he should have his own certain blend. I like that, Valdez. I like the way you're thinking.
Yeah.
Let's huddle after the show. Let's have a meeting.
Man. It's just a bummer that they're not going to the playoffs.
It's pretty depressing.
We don't usually see this. You know,
I know.
they're usually either at the top, top 2 or 3 seeds,
yeah,
or they squeak in. But it's rare that they just don't make the playoffs.
It seems so trivial. The whole way you weren't here, but GP kind of outlined it. And others did. They were like 2-10 or whatever in shootouts or whatever.
Yeah,
they were better in shootouts. They're in the playoffs.
Yeah, because they get an extra point or two. They're in.
Yeah, I mean, them being just almost historically awful in shootouts is the reason why.
Right.
They had more, or they were right up there with regular season wins.
Yeah.
Regular whatever.
Regulation
wins. So it's not like they were terrible.
No.
What they were actually terrible at was a trivial little detail.
Yeah.
But it came back to haunt them. And by the way, they've been
terrible
at it for a few years.
And that's how the Flyers got into the playoffs in the shootout.
And by the way, here's a quote from Ovie, which leads you to believe that he's at least considering coming back. Quote, "We try to win. We try to finish the season on a good note, and I hope it's not my last game. I don't know what's going to happen. We'll see."
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I hope it's not my last game.
That's a big one.
Yeah.
That's a big
And
clue.
that's a pretty important quote.
That's a big clue.
So we'll see. Hopefully, keep your fingers crossed if you want another season of the Grade 8 here
Sounds
in
like
DC.
to me, he's got to convince the old lady. He's got to convince the old lady.
I mean, I'm guessing he can probably make that happen.
I'm sure he can.
Yeah, well, we'll
I
find
think he's
out.
coming back, Cakes. That's a great quote.
So that's the money quote right there.
That's your money shot.
I hope it's not my last game.
Yeah.
It's hard to come away from that one.
If you hope it's not if you hope it's not your last game, you can make it
You're
not your last
totally in
game.
charge.
You know
Yeah.
what I'm saying?
Right.
Yeah, let us know.
Maybe he doesn't feel
It's not your last game.
Maybe he doesn't feel like the Caps have been so just let him be. Maybe he's not convinced they want him back yet. Maybe he has to sit down with the organization and have that conversation.
Yeah.
Because they've been so hey, you just do you, and we're
Yeah.
not going to pressure you one way or the other. Maybe he wants to just hear from them. Yeah, we really do want you back, which I'm sure they would say.
I would assume that
Yeah.
Ted and the front office are going to say, if you want to come back, you're welcomed with open arms.
Yeah.
Please come back for another year.
You got to define the roles and everything. I could see there being a lot of
That's
little,
fine. They can work
lot
with
of
that.
little things.
Yep.
All right, so the Nats are now 8-9. They've played 11 road games. They're 7-4 away from Nats Park.
I was watching your boy Miklas. He did okay.
Michaelis, yeah, he was okay. I mean, he didn't
He got
start.
through it. He didn't blow it.
CJ Abrams is the story. He's hit another home run. He's
Yeah,
got
I saw
6.
that.
Yeah,
He's got 6. Most home runs by a shortstop right now in Major League Baseball.
yeah, he's having a really good start. But they win 5-4, and they're 8-9, 7-4 on the road. I mean, near 500.
I mean,
And
I think it's incredible what they're doing.
A tough start with the schedule. I mean, it's some really tough teams that are playing on the road.
Have you read the stuff about, and we can talk to Paul Tabone about this at 9 o'clock, about the hitters being more prepared now? They're basically getting homework
Yeah.
done for them to prep them for games, which apparently they weren't getting, at least to this level of analytics and what to expect. I mean, I don't know the exact details, but they're just all saying they're way more prepared.
I think the communication for some reason is just better this year with these younger guys than it has been over the past few.
Maybe the old school guys.
Yep.
Yeah, just different way.
Yep.
I think also just that whole technology that they brought in. How could that not make you more prepared? Where you get to, see the hand coming out of the pitcher with it's basically like a video
Connect.
game. Yeah.
The Traject, I think it is. The
yeah, that's
Traject
it.
machine,
Yeah,
yeah.
I mean that's a huge
Look, if it's
benefit.
technology that's on the cutting edge they didn't have before, of course they're going to be more prepared
Yeah.
Yeah.
for what they're facing on a daily basis.
Crazy they didn't have that in
They
years
did the
past.
opener bid again, too.
Yeah.
PJ Poulin, then they brought Michaelis in.
Yeah.
So today, this is the third game of the series, or tonight, sorry. It'll be Jake Irvin against Mason Montgomery. Montgomery used to pitch for the Devil Rays, and now he pitches for the Pirates. So that game's at 6:40. So Nats trying to get to 500 tonight against the Pirates, and then they have the fourth game of the series tomorrow. So I don't know. I'm just a little bit pumped that they're winning some of these games, especially close games. I know the bullpen has been an issue, but the schedule's been really, really difficult. So I'm impressed with 8-9.
Here's the article from the Washington Post. I guess it was 4 days ago. One afternoon this week, 4 hours before first pitch, Nationals catcher K-Bear Ruiz sat at his locker in solitude as players around him rushed in and out or chatted amongst each other, pencil and paper in hand, and an iPad open in front of him. He had homework to do, and he had to get it done before class, which in his case is a daily pregame hitters meeting. He might get called on after all, and he had to be prepared to give a thorough answer to the room. Writing it down, he said, not only forces him to slow down as he studies, but helps him process the information too. The Nationals' new coaching staff, led by hitting coach Matt Borgschult, has made preparation a key word this season. While this is typical for a lot of teams across the league, the Nationals didn't have the same focus on pregame work under their previous staff. Now staffers want players to arrive at the ballpark already familiar with that day's starting pitcher and ready to explain to the group how they plan to approach him.
Mm-hmm.
So they're just preparing more.
Yeah, and I think a lot of it has to do with just the communication between the manager and the coaching staff with the players, with these younger guys.
It's kind of a pain in the ass. The guys got to go home and do homework. They got to think. They got to come to the park.
Homework sucks.
They got to think about.
Even if somebody's kind of doing it for you, it still sucks. Nobody wants homework.
Right, but it sounds like, they got to come in kind of and be ready to explain what their approach is going to be that day.
Yeah. Last but not least, former Michigan football coach Sharon Moore has been sentenced to 18 months probation, so he avoids jail time when he confronted the former staffer that he had that relationship with last year, and he was arrested in December.
I still am not clear on what happened with all that. Like, I thought for sure, he was the villain, and obviously he is if he attacks a woman or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
But it also later you're hearing that she was like blackmailing him and trying to just get him in trouble too. Like, she was really bitter. Like, it goes both ways, I think.
Well, I'm sure it was a very contentious relationship, but he went into her house and threatened her with a knife.
Of course.
So that's.
But I think she kind of went out of her way to expose everything and kind of blow up his spot.
I'm sure it went both ways. Yeah, but he avoids jail time. He gets 18 months probation.
1-800-636-1067 is the number you want to get in touch with the Junkies. Be right back.
I felt like a little bit of a clown yesterday. I participated in an ambassador event at MGM National Harbor. A different poker series came in, the Run Good Poker Series. And I was invited to be one of the ambassador bounties in the event.
I saw somebody
pictures.
tweet that your picture you look like a badass in it. And I was like, yeah, it's a good picture
I
of
did a
you.
wacky little photo shoot like with the people that were there, and then I was like, I'm gonna go grab dinner because I thought the tournament started at 6:45. That was in my brain. This is at like almost 6 p.m. Go downstairs, go get my dinner, starting to eat my silly Hong Kong noodles or whatever I ordered, and my big giant beer. And I get a text from my guy Adam. He's like, "Hey man, cards are in the air. What are you doing?" I'm like, "It starts at 6:45, right? You're goofing on me." He's like, "No. It started at 6:15. They announced that you're in the field, and your seat was empty." He's like, "Why don't you grab your food and come on up?" I was like, "Oh." Then I was in a tizzy.
You're flustered.
I just dumped my food, did go back to the place and get my second beer, went back up to the poker room, and then I got promptly bounced, probably a level and a half in.
That's pretty
So
cool.
these things happen sometimes.
Yeah.
Sometimes these
That's
things
pretty
happen.
quick, though.
Oh, it was with the quickness. Ace King versus Kings and Jacks. No ace. Dunzo.
Yeah.
Straight to the cash game. Then I played a little bit there. I was like, I'm going to watch Ovie's the last period.
Right.
Went to the room, bypassed the last beer. I showed a little bit of discipline, a tad, because I knew I'd feel like butt if I had that last beer. And then watched Ovie, went to bed.
Let me ask you a question, though.
Yeah.
Is it what's the phrase they always talk about in poker about playing it to the best? What's the phrase?
Optimal?
Yeah, is it
Game theory optimal?
Yeah, is it game theory optimal? Whatever strategy? Because I know when I was playing, I don't think it was in the early level. Let's say even you had aces.
Yeah,
to get it all in an early level because it's such small. It's not the time yet.
I'm sure it was an optimal play.
Yeah,
And it
okay.
didn't appear to be an optimal play when I flipped over Ace King and I'm facing Jacks and Kings.
Right.
So
But you were on tilt because you were rushing your dinner and everything.
I'd gotten over it by that point. I just made a hasty
In other
decision.
words, if you were in the World Series of Poker
Oh, I
and you
never
were in
would have made that move.
a 3-day thing, you're not going to do that.
No, definitely
In
not
the
doing
early
that.
rounds, you're going to say, okay,
Right.
you have that pot.
But I was like, I can maybe scoop 2 bounties here, and I kind of like my hand. Ace King's pretty good. It's not great. It's pretty good.
yeah.
So I just took a chance.
Who
took
are
a
the
shot.
other? Who are the other ambassadors? Are they just poker
I mean,
studs?
you're not going to know their names.
Right, but they're just poker studs. I
Yeah.
just described, not the names.
Yes.
That's what they are.
Yeah.
So there's poker studs and then cakes.
Poker
Correct.
studs.
Yeah, pretty much.
Out of towner poker studs?
Yeah, from out of town.
Yeah.
Coming in for a quick series here at MGM National
Are
Harbor.
they
So it
guys
was a
that-
quick stay for me.
Men and women that have done well, like on the national stage,
Yeah.
type thing. Mm-hmm. And you recognized a few of them,
I recognize at least 1 or 2 players, yes.
right?
So it was a good event. I just
That's
wish
very
I had
cool.
stuck around a little bit longer.
Right,
I wasn't able to.
right. That's
I
all
was
right.
Bounced with the quickness.
So, is there another? Is there
And I'd throw away my dinner. 80% of my dinner. too.
are you not allowed
geez.
to bring the food?
I
into
did. I could have, but it was soup. I had to balance my beers.
Oh, yeah.
I prioritized
Priorities.
alcohol over food.
So you didn't finish your meal.
I did not. I maybe had 2 dumplings and a little bit of the broth and
That was
maybe 10% of the noodles. And the rest of it went straight in the trash.
Right.
Trash. But I did drink my Sapporos. They're big ones too, 22 ounces.
Nice.
They were good.
You're back on the late night beer bandwagon.
They were good. JP, I'm always on the late beer bandwagon if I don't have to drive
Gotcha.
the next morning, especially, or that evening.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Hey, so yesterday, end of the show, we were talking about Rory McIlroy's
Try that again.
Rory McIlroy's
Okay.
sleep routine
Yes,
and his
way
regimen.
different than yours.
Way different.
Yeah.
And he uses Whoop to monitor.
Yeah.
Is that what it's called? Whoop.
Yeah, you think he's up late watching Amazon crash because he needs to see LaMelo Ball shoot like 2 for 15 from 3-point land? No chance.
My
He's
daughter
16.
uses Whoop.
He's sleeping.
Coop
Well,
uses Whoop.
Apparently, the next frontier
Yeah.
of health data
Yes.
Yeah.
is toilet tech.
Oh, really?
Check your duties.
Yes.
This is Valdez's. This is his time to shine.
All right.
So
How do you
here
do
it is.
that?
The average person spends 416 days of their life in the bathroom. And the latest trend
Really?
in digital health
I
wants
take
to make
over
sure
for me. I'm
that
definitely
time
over.
isn't
I gotta be
going
more than
down
that.
the drain. Get it? So developers say monitoring waste over time can reveal patterns of dehydration, food sensitivities, and digestive issues, and even flag chronic conditions like diabetes or kidney disease.
Yeah.
The CEO of Kohler Health says this is a new frontier.
Oh, okay, hold on. How much is this space-age toilet going to cost me? Right? Because the toilet monitoring everything. Is it going like right to your phone?
I don't need another thing to stress out about. It's stressed out enough. I don't need another data
it's like
point.
it's like a device.
A device that attaches
Where do you put it?
to your toilet?
Well,
Yes.
there's some.
Okay.
Some that will clip to the toilet rim.
Okay.
It kind of catches everything.
There's an app called Throne, a smart toilet health tracker.
Right.
Which monitors both number 1 and number 2.
Right.
You know what? I'm with EB. I don't need that.
I got enough stuff to worry about.
I got my latest cholesterol numbers, and they weren't great. I don't need numbers from my toilet.
Yeah.
It's the last thing I need, actually.
It'll give you your gut health
It
score.
can be, but I don't want to know everything.
Your hydration score.
I don't want to know everything
I know
possible.
my hydration score is low. I'm just drinking coffee and dehydrating myself every day.
You could worry yourself into a tizzy about every number. I can only handle
I think
so
this would be
much.
the last thing I would do. Everything in our life is turned into a subscription and a monthly fee. Can I at least take a duty without being charged
Just in
for
peace.
it?
Can
So
I
they
play
actually
word-
want a monthly
can I
fee
play words
associated
with
with it?
Oh, yeah, of
Can
course.
I
Yeah,
lose
like
some
Loop,
words with friends on
Loop is a
toilet?
monthly fee that you
Yeah,
gotta pay.
yeah.
So this is a monthly fee as well.
I used to wear
thanks.
I used to wear the Fitbit thing, and I would wake up and I would see actually how slow my heart rate, which I think was good.
Yeah.
While I was sleeping, it just scared me.
How slow it was.
No, it's
Yeah.
good. If you got a resting heart rate of like in the 50s,
Well,
it's pretty
That's
good.
when it
It'd
should be
like when I'm
resting.
sleeping even lower.
Yeah.
And I stopped monitoring it. It made me scared.
Yeah.
Because it was like sometimes it would be like in the 40s.
Yeah, but you'd rather it be that than it like be.
I didn't know. It
in
just
the
sounded
90s.
like it just sounded bad. So I was like, I stopped wearing it.
Okay.
Too scary. I don't want to know.
Some of these
I
things,
just
can't you
want to
just
donk off.
can't you just eyeball these things? Like
Yeah, I eyeball mine.
here's what it says. So they monitor hydration, urine color and concentration. You can eyeball that.
Yeah.
Flow health. You know that your stream is either strong
Do you
or
think-
nubs.
When I went to the doctor last week, when I presented my urine sample, I looked at it and said, I'm dehydrated. That wasn't the yellowest, but it wasn't the shade that I wanted when I put it in the little door.
I don't even
and
have to
slammed it
look
shut.
at mine. I'm so dehydrated, but from being outside and from sauna use and any exercise, that I will just be sitting there, and all of a sudden this will happen.
you turn into Tua after he gets hit.
I just cramp up. I get cramps, and I just I have to. That's what I know.
By the way, is it bad?
Really?
Is it?
Oh, yeah.
I did this past weekend. I took a cup of hot coffee into the sauna and drank it while I was in the sauna. That's probably bad for you, right?
insanity.
Lunacy.
That's insanity.
I did that.
It's like smoking during your cancer surgery.
It was kind of weird, but I did it
Yeah.
Why did you do that?
because
You
I
wanted
came in from
caffeine.
playing tennis and I went in to do sauna and they had a delicious coffee spread
You couldn't
in
turn
the
it
front of the
down.
club. I said, well, I have to have a cup of coffee. And then I brought it into the locker room and I said, well, if I leave it out here for 15
gonna
minutes,
get cold.
it's going to get cold. So
Yeah.
I brought it into the sauna and slugged it
No, it's
down
insanity.
while I was
That's crazy.
sweating my balls off.
That's
insanity.
I don't know how you do that,
Yeah.
bro.
I mean, it's like literally
just
the
built
worst thing you
different.
can do.
I- you are.
built
built
different.
different,
You
baby.
are.
I don't know what to tell you.
I had 3 Gatorades.
yeah.
I had a water boy in the morning,
And you
I
still cramped.
Gatorade.
because I did sauna, hot tub, golf, heat,
Gatorade.
all that in like a
You did?
24-hour
You?
period, and I also took some creatine gummies.
Yeah.
And they're not great because they're gummies, but creatine dehydrates the crap out of me. I've been taking a little of that lately.
Yeah, but the 3 Gatorades shouldn't. I mean, you should have been fine.
Yeah, I'm not.
Hey,
Not fine.
Valdez, speaking of gummies, I think I've finally come to a realization. Haribo is not the gold standard. The gold standard, I believe the brand name is Albanese, Albanese.
Yeah.
They've overtaken Haribo, in my opinion. And I consider
They're
you
really
a gummy
soft.
expert. They're the softest.
Yeah.
They're so good.
I like them chewy though.
Well, then,
nom, just doing
They're
that
totally
nonstop.
different.
Probably
The
the brand
Albanese
for
is
you.
totally
they're
different.
so good.
Yeah,
I can do
very
both.
Where
but
did you
I think I
get
prefer.
Where'd you get the Albanese? You got them recently?
My mother-in-law gave me just the biggest bag ever in my Easter basket, along with my wife. She gave me and my wife a joint Easter basket
How
for
old are
Easter.
you?
I'm 55, but you think I'm not? I don't put my hand in and just go, just take big handfuls and eat them. It's a
Relative-
big bag, dude. It's like this big.
relative to that conversation, it's about age. I was talking to a buddy of mine who's actually 60, and then I'm 56 or 55. I don't know the context of this, but I slept a little better last night, so I was dreaming, and the only thing I remember is at one point I was 31 years old. And I
You're
felt
a young
silly.
That's a great age.
You're
Felt
spry.
silly. Of course. I was 31 years old. It's like basically half my age.
That was definitely a dream.
Yeah.
Oh,
100% of my dream. I don't know the context of. I don't really remember.
Yeah, you
stuff,
can't remember.
But I
You just remember you were 31.
I was 31. And I
Not
was like,
30, not 32,
I'm still
31.
31. I'm still young and silly.
Yeah.
I remember thinking that during my dream. It was a great dream. Then I woke up, reality. Yeah.
What did you do though in the dream?
I'm telling you, I don't remember. I don't remember. I just remember referencing myself as 31 and still being young. You know what I think it is? I play golf with a guy who's like 66. All my colleagues or
Are
whatever.
you the young buck in the golf force?
Yeah, he says you're young, dude. Like you're
It's kind of
you know
like me
what
in
I'm
the
saying?
tennis circle. I'm the
Yeah. It's inevitable as you get older.
Are you
hang out
guys
with
the
older
young
guys.
blood at Norbeck?
might be.
Say again?
They're clearly young.
I'm saying you guys are the young blood at Norbeck.
No. There's definitely a younger
There
crowd
are
of cool.
tiers.
There's a young
Right.
crowd, a cool
But
crowd.
in
But
the
I hang
older-
out with the oldsters.
In the older tier, we're the young.
Yeah, in the
we're the
old
younger.
tier, I'm the younger.
The younger set.
Yes.
Got you.
100%.
We're the young old guys.
All
Yeah,
right, got to
exactly.
take a break. Some big news yesterday in that Mike Vrabel, Diana Rossini scandal.
Oh,
We'll
it's
give you
big.
the latest and talk about Mike Vrabel next here on the Junkies.
It's your boy Bish swinging to golfdom for the new Titleist Scotty Cameron Phantom putters. The new Phantom putters are precisely engineered to deliver softer feel, sharper distance control, and total confidence over every single putt. Find your favorite Phantom today by testing out the new diverse neck configurations and tour-proven shaping. Golfdom by Worldwide Golf, trusted by golfers since 1982, home to the legendary 90-day 100% satisfaction guarantee. Golfdom, get there.
The Washington Nationals defeat the Pittsburgh Pirates 5-4. What a night for C.J. Abrams, 3 for 4, homer double, and 2 RBI.
Connor Griffin, the pitch. Swinging a long drive to right. Way back, going down the line, and this one is gone. Goodbye. Another home run for C.J. Abrams. That's 2 and 2 nights here at PNC Park.
The Nats have won 4 of the last 5. The call on the Fan. Jake Irvin against Mason Montgomery tonight, 6:40 on the Fan. Capital season ends with a 2-1 win over Columbus. Alex Ovechkin an assist on the go-ahead goal in what perhaps may be his last NHL game.
I can hear them cheering for me and scream one more year, so that's important to, it shows lots of respect. So, yeah, thanks for that support.
The NBA play-in game, Charlotte defeated Miami 127-126 in OT. Portland over Phoenix 114-110. Denny Avdia with 41. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Byron Kerr on the Fan.
Welcome back. Chucky's coming to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV. In Richmond, appreciate you checking us out on 910 The Fan or 105.1 FM. And you can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network. 2026, we are celebrating 30 years of the Junkies, presented by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank, proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. I'm John Paul Flame, joined by Jason Bishop. John Oville, we call him Cakes, and Eric Bickle. That is the foursome. And today, Tony Perkins from NBC4 is joining us later in the program, and they're going to do a piece on our 30th anniversary. And so we are theoretically dressed up. Cakes looks like he went to his guy and got his beard shaped up.
This is a homemade job at MGM yesterday. I did some self-care.
Okay.
Self-maintenance.
I saw in the text chain you said your dome is clean.
Yeah.
Let me see. Take the hat off.
Did you do that yesterday too?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
All right.
Yeah,
So
looks
good.
I can do it on my own, but I'm lazy sometimes. A lot of the times. And I like somebody else to do it. Feel pampered a little bit.
Yeah.
But I did it myself.
Yeah.
But EB is in a little bit of a state of panic in that he wants to take his hat off, or he thinks that they may ask him to take his hat off.
I'll reject it because I just will because I'm not prepared.
But here's what we're going to try and do.
I need a haircut.
You need a haircut. Can we get a mobile barber in studio to cut EB's hair?
Yeah.
We'll give you plugs. And you cut EB's hair so that it looks nice and tight for the piece on NBC4.
I don't have any cash, but I could Venmo tip you. I don't know, $10.
I've got cash.
I'm not going crazy.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
I'm sure.
By the way, I don't need a fancy guy. Believe me, the barber I go to, he cuts my hair in about 4 minutes. It's a land speed record.
You just need a quickie.
He just goes. Bzz, 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 bzz.
So clippers, do you use do you just
I
tell
don't know
them
the
two?
numbers.
Oh, you
I'm
don't
not
even
the
know the
I don't know
numbers.
the jargon. I just go to. I've been going for 20 years. I just cut it short. I hate haircuts.
Mine's tight to 1.5, so you're probably like a 3 or a 4, maybe. I don't know. I never really see your hair.
Exactly, because I wear hats all the time. And no, when I get my hair cut tight, I like it.
When you get
it's
home,
about like yours.
Do you wear a hat at home?
Yeah. Maybe sometimes when I'm sitting on the couch, I might take it off and put it on the couch, but I kind of do.
Hats
Can we
on.
see your hair? Yeah, you don't want a buzz cut like JP's
Say again?
got. You don't want a buzz cut like JP's
No,
got.
when I get it, it's pretty short. It's very similar to that. You guys just never see it. When I get my hair cut, it's pretty.
Yeah, because you're always wearing hats.
Yeah.
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 All right.
Yeah. So like if I go to church or go out to dinner, you don't wear a hat. So
So we need a barber. 1-800-636-1067. Now, Jason, you're just going to keep your hat on, right?
Keep the hat on, yeah. I'm actually getting my hair cut today at
Are you getting it?
1:30.
Yeah.
But I go to my girl down in Leesburg, and I need it washed, and I can't just have a barber come in.
I can't wait till it's a huge issue.
What do you mean?
Well, I'm not going to take my hat off.
Yeah.
I'm not going to be on Channel 4 with a mop head.
Who did we
I'm not
have
doing
on
that.
Table Manners?
They can deal with it.
That was
Arakpo.
If they would have said that previously, I would have taken a shower this morning and washed my hair.
Yeah, we had Brian Arakpo for Table Manners. We're doing the show from the Palm, and I mean that was a huge setup, and the producers and the director were talking to him for about 15 minutes trying to get his hat to come
20
off.
years ago, whatever, 10 years ago, whenever he starts, they don't like you wearing hats here, but they've gotten used to it.
There, man?
Yeah,
Just kind of light around it.
Come on, JP. I'm not going to take my hat off. Get me off the wall. Get me off Kelsey's wall. The Brian Arakpo fathead.
The best I would do it backwards, but that looks arty.
Yeah, they're not good.
At my age, also sometimes I drive around in my car with my hat backwards. I don't think I really want to be on Channel 4 with my hat backwards.
1-800-636-1067.
But I'll
We're
just keep
calling
going.
all barbers.
We're going to be outside. We're going to be on the rooftop.
They want to do mine. I'm happy to have that done too.
Your hair looks fine.
You
What
don't
are you
I
talking
know,
about?
but there's nothing better than the clippers. I love that, just chilling and then what? Like if I was rich, I would get a haircut every week.
Sure.
If I could snap my fingers, I'd never get a haircut ever again. I'd have it permanently, whatever it should be, and never grow. I want my hair to never grow.
I'm
Hair
with you.
growing.
If I could keep my hair this
You
length,
should see my Reggie
none-
right now.
Oh, no. I'd rather not.
I don't want to think about
the
that.
barber's not going to take care of that. You got to take care of that.
You get a
on
little
your own.
bonus?
Yeah, extra tip.
I was actually doing an Epsom salt bath, soaking my my old bones and muscles. And Dee walked in, and I just said, "It's ridiculous."
Look at me. Look at me right
Said, my
What
Reggie
did she say?
It's ridiculous right now.
Did you say my Reggie?
Yeah, what did
I
she,
don't know how to say it on the air.
Did she know the lingo?
how did you describe it?
Yeah, she didn't even care. It didn't even phase her.
Didn't even register.
Didn't even register. But I mean, it honestly right now it is at Valdez level.
Hey, I'll do a Reggie off again with you.
No, I would lose. Right now, mine's like it's an unbelievable. It's the world's
It's
largest.
a Heisman
Reggie.
Trophy winner.
It's the world's largest Reggie.
Hey, we have a question for you. Does the carpet match the drapes?
Horrible question. That's a horrible question.
Not as
Prominent.
not as prominently, but very sprinkled in. Very
It's
sprinkled
common.
in.
It's
Oh,
yeah.
dude, that's been that way for
Salt
a long
and pepper.
time.
Yeah, your Reggie's got some silver fox
George
in it.
Clooney Reggie.
It's a silver fox. I don't know. Whatever. Salt and pepper. It's a
Yeah,
salt and pepper. More
Old
salt.
Reggie Bush.
More salt than pepper.
More salt than pepper.
More salt than pepper. But by the way, my wife thinks that dark. Can you see a little bit of dark?
There's a darker patch of gray.
Right?
What? Yes.
Yeah, I'm telling you.
You're still doing the alkaline bit?
I just drink it when I wake up in the morning. It looks weird. Like I actually think the color looks weird, but I'm just doing an experiment. Out of boredom, I'm doing an experiment. It doesn't bring back your original color, but it does darken it a little
You know
bit.
who else did an experiment? Dr. Frankenstein. It didn't turn out so well.
I don't know the legend of Frankenstein.
You don't know what Dr. Frankenstein did?
No idea.
How about he built a person out of spare parts and reanimated the person, and he started killing people.
Okay.
That's the story.
First I've heard of it.
That's the first you've heard of the.
I don't know the story of Frankenstein. I know there's like a guy with like bolts coming out of
That
his
is
neck.
that's Frankenstein.
But
yes.
I know that's Frankenstein, but I don't know.
Technically, it's not Frankenstein. It's Frankenstein's monster.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Frankenstein is the doctor.
Oh really? I would have
Yes.
said that's Frankenstein.
Well,
if you would have
that's-
shown me
that's
the guy
common-
with the bolt,
that's a common.
I would have said that's Frankenstein.
That's a common misnomer. Yeah.
Show me the doc. Show me. I'd love this during a commercial break. Show me the doctor. The guy that
During the
created
commercial break,
Frankenstein.
show us your Reggie.
Huh?
Shows during the commercial break, shows your Reggie.
You want to see it?
Drab kind of does.
It is
Yeah,
outrageous.
Drab is asking about it.
It is. I'm telling you, it's outrageous.
It's probably scarier than Frankenstein's monster.
Didn't you used to do some sort of hack routine with?
I know, but I've been doing so many. I do it in a certain shower. When I sauna, I go into the shower downstairs, and I don't have my Bic razor where I hack away.
Like sugar cane.
Yeah, like sugar cane.
That's your famous line.
Yeah, I take it like sugar cane. I just hack away.
Like a machete?
Like a
machete.
scythe.
Yeah. But when I shower down there, or if I take like a bath in the jacuzzi, I'm not going to take care of my Reggie. So I'm very rarely right now in my shower with my razor.
Let's go to the phones. 1-800-636-1067. Calling out barbers. If you're a barber who can show up here to 1015 Half Street, EB needs a haircut.
We were supposed to go to jacuzzi.
And
preferably before 9 o'clock.
And a Reggie trim. Yeah. Can you imagine going into your barber and they've got the little, menu of what
the
things
itemized.
cost? It's like men's haircut,
Right.
haircut and shave, Reggie trim.
Beard.
Reggie
Hey, that could be
trim.
like a niche business.
You could do that.
Yeah,
Well,
a Reggie
it's
stylist.
relaxing.
Reggie stylist.
Yeah, that is quite a niche.
Do you think Reggie Bush has ever heard from one person that we often refer to that area as the Reggie Bush?
How would Reggie Bush run in
I don't know,
circles?
just some random listener somehow is associated with Reggie Bush?
I'm going to guess
I don't think it's
no.
reached mainstream
The
yet.
answer to that is no.
Let's go to Rob in Potomac. Rob, what's up, buddy?
How you guys doing?
Hey, great. How are you?
What's up?
I'm doing well. So I've been going to this barber out in Potomac Village fan for years. He's unbelievable, right next to the Safeway. But I'm just calling, long-time listener, EB, you are one of the funniest people I've ever listened to.
All
this
right.
conversation
Thank you.
is unreal.
The Reggie Bush, that's getting you.
I want to let you know that, EB, you're a funny guy.
All right. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. Sometimes that might be true. Why? What is striking you as funny?
It's just all this. I'm driving to Chevy Chase Club right now, just laughing and going to a meeting, and just this Reggie Bush comments are just. I'm just.
Well, thank you.
Chuckling the whole
Appreciate
way.
it. It's a nice club over there. You're not going to go. What do they do with that hockey rink in the summer?
Parking lot.
Oh, it's just a parking lot.
Oh, extra parking.
Clueless. I didn't
Always
even know
good.
that. I got you. All right.
Keep
Thank
it
you,
up, guys. Keep it up.
Thank you, Rob. Appreciate it. Yeah. If there's a barber who wants to come around, and I don't know the jargon. Does every guy? Do you know the jargon?
For what?
Or you just go in there and get a full shave?
Yeah.
But but I'm also not that. I don't care that much. But I know a guy like JP will say, I want a number 1 on a here and a number 2 on a here. I don't know that stuff. I just go, just give me a normal haircut.
Yeah.
Keep it short.
Yeah.
That's what I
Just
said.
make it look good.
I said, give me a normal
That's
haircut.
basically all I said.
Keep it short. But I know guys are very. I want a 1 here. I want a 2 here. I want a 3.5 here. I don't want a Z over here. No, I don't do that.
No, I don't do that. I just say either a 1.5 or a 2. If I feel like going short, 1.5.
No, mine on the side is usually like your side, believe it or not, and in the back, the top probably a
You
little.
won't get
bit
your
lower.
eyebrows manicured like Vanilla Ice back
They
in the
always
90s.
ask me. They always ask. I don't get it manicured, but
You won't get like the three little
no
slits in your.
But I do get wild eyebrow hair.
It's something you have to really keep a
I
handle
get
on as you get
wild,
older.
But that hasn't turned gray.
My eyebrows?
Yeah.
I'm telling you, my Reggie's salt and pepper.
Are your eyebrows salt and pepper?
I don't know.
Not really.
They're mostly dark.
Yeah. My chest hair is salt and pepper. What else do you want to know?
Do a lot of grooming and hair talk.
What else you want to
in this
know?
segment.
That's about it.
Yeah.
Well, Diana Rossini resigned yesterday from The Athletic.
Yeah.
So, you can interpret whatever happened. I'm a big believer in Occam's razor. Like, it's pretty obvious what happened. And
Occam's razor. When have you ever used Occam's razor?
JP likes to use it all.
brought
the
it
time.
up.
He
It's
likes
just
to use it.
That
all
just
the time.
means it's the obvious.
Yeah.
The
thing.
simplest
He likes to use it
explanation
a lot.
is usually
Okay, here's what I'm
razor.
saying. This. I don't even care what happened. I don't know. Diana's been a good friend of the show for a long time.
Yeah.
And I, in particular, was close to her about 10 years or so ago. And she was covering a team, and she would share a lot of nuggets with me. And I know this. That girl works hard. And I just feel bad. I do. I just feel bad for the whole situation.
Why hasn't Vrabel talked about this?
He just wants it to go away.
Well, eventually he's going to have to talk about it.
Yeah.
He's going to at the NFL draft.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to.
But he's
going to be asked.
He's going to have a
probably-
very
Yeah.
carefully crafted statement.
Oh,
like
yes,
he's going to
gonna
downplay it. He's going to
Yeah.
say, like everything was taken out of context.
We're just friends.
I'll say this.
Right.
I think a lot of people, listen, I have no idea what happened between him. No idea. I don't think anybody does. You could assume because the pictures aren't great.
Well, that's an idea.
Well, I don't have a conclusive idea what happened. But I do know this.
I have an idea what happened.
You might.
Pretty good idea.
I think I kind of know what happened.
That's fair. If you want to jump to that conclusion, you didn't see it.
No, I'm just going by the pictures that I've seen.
But I'm saying this, and I don't want to be someone that actually defends her. That girl works hard, and it's a shame that this all happened. It's just a shame because I know this, and she doesn't get everything right. Nobody does. That girl put a lot of time, and that girl worked long hours.
Here's the question. So
I'm sure she did.
She resigns, and she was maybe forced to resign. They're doing an investigation, whatever. Should Mike Vrabel have to resign?
Well, I'm
like, so the double standard here.
Some people are calling for it. Some people are calling for at least a 1-year suspension.
If you start having, let's just assume what you think happened is true. Should everybody resign from their jobs if that happens? Like, I don't think
I threw out the question. I'm not saying that he should.
Yeah. I would say
I don't know that Diana had to resign.
Well, there was definitely pressure.
She
I'm
might
sure
have gotten
she was pressured to resign.
Her boss probably said
I don't think she
either
did that
resign.
of her own volition.
I'm guessing her boss said either resign or we're going to fire you.
Well, I think the way that if you read between the lines, her contract was up in June.
Right.
So she only had 2 more months on it, and they might not have re-signed her because of all of this.
Yeah.
So she's just like, I'm just getting out now. Why answer all your questions? I don't want to answer your questions. I think it's invasive. So that's the way I read it, potentially.
Here's the other thing, that if they are having a relationship, how stupid are you? Use common sense. Why are you out in public, even though it's a resort? Why are you out in public?
I don't understand.
In a hot tub. What are you doing?
And embracing on a rooftop when nobody else is around.
Have you been in
Your fingers,
I mean, there's cameras everywhere.
I don't know.
I mean, what are you doing?
I don't know.
Unless they're just really good friends.
But what I read, it was a pretty exclusive private resort.
I don't care. There's cameras everywhere. There's cameras at the freaking White House.
Right.
Yeah, but you didn't.
I mean, come on.
Again, I'm gonna defend her because I don't know better.
Yeah.
You didn't. It's not like they were making out. They were in a hot tub together. That is true.
But it's where the
worst
story's
picture is
going to
the one
go.
with the hands.
Right.
I get it. I'm not a stupid person, but it's not like they were making
You
out.
know where the story's going to go.
Yes,
You know what I mean?
It's at a minimum really bad optics.
Unless there were 3 or 4 other people in the hot tub or in the pool.
Right.
Hanging out with them. That's different. But when you're by yourself, what are you doing? Use your head.
Well,
you're going to get caught.
They claim that they were there as part of a group, but it's hard to find the rest of the group in some of the pictures.
They're not in those pictures.
So
provide any hiking photo.
I haven't seen one.
Like,
yeah, I haven't seen one.
I thought Cowherd said it well on why Vrabel maybe hasn't been fired, because with Diana it's a ethical issue, right? With Vrabel it's strictly moral. For both of them it's moral, but with Diana it's an ethical thing where professionally compromised.
Right.
And
yeah, like the Athletic, they can't have one of their lead NFL reporters look like she's compromised, and that's what it looks like from those pictures.
Yeah.
Like, if she's doing that with every NFL head coach that she gets scooped from,
we haven't seen
the one
pictures.
I've seen is with Mike Vrabel.
With Vrabel, right?
So
she's not doing that with every NFL coach she gets scoops from.
Right. So that's a problem that she's doing it with Mike Vrabel.
That's the assumption.
Was she really making that number, that salary that we saw in the text?
Oh, I don't
It's
doubt
a
that.
big salary.
That's a big one. That's a big one.
I don't doubt that at all.
I
she left ESPN for that. And she was doing a pretty good job. She was right there with Schefter.
Yeah.
I mean, she was up there when she was at ESPN. Listen, I haven't had interaction with her since the last time she was on the show, which I don't know, might have been a couple years ago.
Yeah.
A couple years. But I just know that years ago, she used to give me tips or she, whatever, what's going on, something about, with the skins or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
So I just feel bad. But whatever.
I mean, she'll get another job.
I don't know. She'll have to do she might do her own thing.
Yeah.
She's a big brand.
I mean, she'll be fine, but
do her own podcast or something.
Just looks terrible.
Yeah.
I think what Drab says that Cowherd said makes sense. That, your reporting job, if you're crossing a line, you're not being professional, is different than a guy who's just creeping. Like, you're not gonna fire coaches, generally speaking, unless there's some harassment, like the, Udoka situation with the Boston Celtics.
Right, there's like workplace harassment.
Right,
It's different.
right.
Yeah.
If they started firing people in sports or in any walk of life that were having illicit affairs potentially, you'd lose half your workforce at some point.
That's probably true. But also, Vrabel's boss was in an Asian spa and
Right.
got busted.
Right. Yeah.
I mean, there is no moral code in
Right.
New England. You got the 80-year-old banging the 25-year-old.
You think he's going to bring the hammer down on Mike Vrabel for being in a photo with somebody holding hands?
And do we really think he's going to address this at the draft?
If he,
I saw a report.
he'll
well, that's
say
when he
very
has to
little.
talk.
That's the
He'll
next
say
time he's
very
going
That's
to
just
talk.
the next time he's going to talk.
He'll say very
Well, yeah,
little.
I mean, reporters will ask
I mean,
him
he
about
knows
it.
he's got to talk about
He'll
it.
say very little. He's not going to. I doubt he admits to anything.
If you want to chime in, 1-800-636-1067 is the number. Remember, we still are looking for a barber to cut EB's hair here in D.C. before 9 o'clock. We're the Junkies, coming right back.
All right, guys. Surfside iced tea and lemonade plus vodka is your go-to drink this golf season. It's light, refreshing, made with real vodka, zero bubbles. That's right, no carbonation, no bubbles, no troubles. Try the new half and half variety pack, including flavors like raspberry half and half, in stores now. Cheers to hitting the fairway. Cheers to Surfside. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly.
Welcome back. Junkies coming to you live on 106.7 The Fan. Big day here in D.C., not only because the Junkies are going to be interviewed for their 30th anniversary by Tony Perkins for a piece. That's big. But the Commanders logo apparently is going to be revealed in the new helmets and the new uniforms. There are some people that believe that they know what it's going to look like and that there was a leak. And I don't know. It's pretty underwhelming if you buy into the picture of the sweatshirt, if you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
I've retweeted it at Junks Radio. This leak came out by somebody that follows uniforms. I'm forgetting his name right now. And we have it on our Facebook page too, facebook.com/thejunks. And it's the W and it's a spear going through it.
Right.
You're not loving it?
And it looks like it was done in 10 seconds.
To me, it looks like AI slop. It looks like ChatGPT slop, Canva slop. Yeah.
I'm going to guess that the actual logo that comes out at 10 a.m. is going to look markedly better than whatever AI slop that you're referencing.
Yeah, I'll say this. I do think that there is a more, I'm not going to say 3D, but that's like a very like 2D image, right, on that sweatshirt. I don't know how else to describe it. I wish I could articulate it better. I saw another image where it almost looked like it was a patch. You know, it had some texture to it, and it had like white and yellow, and the spear was a little bit more defined. That looked a little better, but by and large, I think that look is stupid.
10 a.m. can't get here quick enough because I just need to see the real McCoy.
I
don't want to see everybody's artist renderings or the new uniform setups and the primary word marks and the secondary. Stop with it already.
The thing is with the image that JP retweeted.
The W, and then they had the spears crossed.
Yeah, that was like a weird alternate emblem or something that they're doing. That one sucked too. That was it came out of the same ChatGPT computer.
So the original tweet,
in my opinion,
and if you want to chime in, 1-800-636-1067. If you've seen this, the original tweet came from somebody named Andrew DeFrank. He said, according to Reddit, @homage posted and deleted this about an hour ago. So it was on Reddit, and then that guy Cohen, Zach Cohen, the uniform guy, said, I can confirm this will be a new Commander's alternate logo to be unveiled tomorrow with the new burgundy jersey and updated black uniform. So if it is very underwhelming.
But don't Commanders fans / Skins fans who want the name back and the old logo and all that, don't they at least want the spear? Don't they want something that correlates with Redskins?
I think you're going to get the spear in some iteration. I feel like it's going to be a black helmet, maybe not the glossy black helmet, like a matte black helmet with the spear.
What if it was?
Is my guess on the helmet.
I was going to say, what if it didn't have the W, just the spear? Like
that's what I think is happening.
Much better.
That would be pretty cool.
Very simple. That's the thing that's throwing me. The spear looks terrible. That's a terrible spear. in that two-dimensional image that we're seeing on the burgundy sweatshirt. The problem I have is that every like diehard fan that puts out some imagery of what they think the helmet or uniform should be is better than what we've seen the team put out.
Right.
Every fan that puts out their version, every artist that we have, is better than this AI slop that we appear to be getting.
But that's not from the team. That's just
that's
like computer generated.
That's very similar to what the team just put out a month ago. Mm-hmm. What was that, an emblem or whatever they called that thing? The alternate... Did they call it an alternate logo? Whatever
shield?
That was. That shield thing. That
the alt
thing,
logo? Yeah, I think that's what they called it.
That thing is terrible. I don't know how people can't agree. That thing blows. It's just... It's not great.
But what do you want?
I don't know. Anything that any of these diehard fans have come up with. Look at what Zabin retweeted. Zabin inadvertently retweeted a fan's rendering of what he thinks it could be.
Mm-hmm.
Those things all look outstanding.
Looked a lot better.
Outstanding.
If it's this
slop.
Basic one that is on the sweatshirt, it is an absolute whiff.
Yeah, you can't have that. Can't whiff on this. Especially because Josh Harris keeps hyping it up like we got stuff up our sleeve, don't want to reveal too much. Like,
yeah,
it should be something that I think will get the fan base excited, whatever it winds up being.
But to your question, Jason, I don't think it has to be a spear, but they seem to be leaning into the spear. Remember Darryl Green doing the bit with the spear last year? They're trying to drum it up.
Yeah. Yes, they're working to incorporate it into their rebrand.
Now the question, here's a tweet from Ben Schwarmer, who tweets us, what does the spear have to do with the commander?
Well, a commander in an ancient culture maybe uses a spear as a weapon.
Yeah, I think you can talk your way out of that.
They definitely use spears as weapons.
And also, it's an obvious reference to the heritage of the franchise.
You can spin it either way.
Yeah,
you can spin it.
That doesn't bother me. I like the spear. I don't have a problem with the spear. I have a problem with that dumb, simple spear and then just sticking it through a W. Like, it just doesn't look great.
But maybe it's not that. Maybe that's not what it's going to be.
My guess is it's probably not that dissimilar.
Yeah, it might be. You're right. But we'll see. We'll see at 10 o'clock.
I mean, wouldn't the spear fit the Greco-Roman architecture of the new stadium perfectly?
Yes, it should.
Yeah. I have no problem incorporating the spear. Spear's great. It's just that spear going through that W and that plane of font or whatever, it just looks so simple.
It
needs some tweaking.
Slop jalop.
Yeah, right? It literally looks like something you just tapped into Grok.
Yeah.
And you know,
like make me a new logo,
like
Grok.
a free AI service with some ads in it.
I refuse to believe that's the logo. I can't. I mean,
it angers people.
But think about what they just put out a month ago. It's right in line with it. It's just as simple, just as boring, just as unimaginative, just as uncreative. What did they call that thing? A logo or an emblem? It was like their
Crest?
alternate.
Yeah, I think it was
Shield.
alt logo.
Their alternate shield, whatever the hell that thing was. That thing sucked.
You're not a fan. Clearly.
Not a fan. You just got to be honest. I love this team.
There it is. You don't love that.
No,
I have it up on my screen right now.
That's AI slop.
Yeah, and this is just probably some dork in his basement that came up with it, and it's getting traction now.
No, because that was put out by the team.
This is officially by the team.
Yes! That's what I'm telling you, Cakes. The team issued that.
Then, if this is officially put out by the team, then you may be seeing that in a more prominent role in about 2 hours and 30 minutes.
That was put out by a team. I'm guessing somebody's sending me a.
But again, this could be a workshop, like an early.
No. The team said that's their alternate crest word. That's already been done. That's a given. That's official.
So you're saying.
That's official.
This is locked in going forward as an official.
He doesn't understand it. What don't you understand? We talked about it.
That's been on their website for months.
That is
That's
official.
Right. I have seen it.
That's official AI slop.
Well,
and that's what that W with the spear looks like.
If that is what is on the new helmet, I'm officially not a fan.
What are they calling that? What are they calling that? That thing.
That's a
symbol, logo. I don't know.
Or something? What are they calling that thing before? It's got the two spears, the W, and it looks like a Coliseum around it and the two stars.
This is an alternate logo.
Alternate logo.
This is an alternate logo that they're using.
That alternate logo in theory would be good with those elements, but that just looks like computer generated.
This cannot be the helmet. You know what this could be? This could be on your shoulder.
Yeah.
That could be a shoulder like design.
It shouldn't be.
That can't be the helmet.
It's not the helmet. No chance it's the helmet. It's their alternate logo, whatever.
Yeah.
It might be on a shoulder or something. It's still terrible. It's too simple. It's too just auto-generated. And that's what that W with the spear that's being leaked as potentially part of the unveiling at 10, that's what that looks like to me too.
Now, when Zabin tweeted
some fans rendering or something.
The fans renderings, he said something to the effect of, I'm paraphrasing, this organization is hitting it another home run, hitting it out of the park.
And he later
again,
backtracked.
Compared to the past. Here's my question, just setting this up.
Yeah.
Do you have faith that this organization will get it right?
Yes.
So you think that this is not the
I have
logo?
no reason to believe
fumble it.
otherwise, other than no. Actually, I have no reason to believe one way or the other. Although leaning towards botching it because they botched the alternate logo.
Okay, because previous regime, Today Show, We Are the Commanders, total debacle.
it's not going to be that.
Varsity Jackets had the Super Bowl dates wrong.
It's impossible for it to be anywhere near that bad.
Okay,
because that was catastrophic.
You can't be as bad as that. That's
no.
It's hard. You can. I think they're going to get it right. I think they're going to get it right.
That was a masterclass in how not to rebrand your product.
The priority is honoring our past and then looking to the future, right? Updating, but not forgetting about our heritage, who we are, and honoring that. And so we have a bunch of things up our sleeve.
But the problem is not everybody's going to love it, and not everyone's going to hate it.
There's going to be
Bickle might love it, and Cakes might hate it. Yes.
I'm going to tell you exactly what I think about it. It's tomorrow morning. That's going to be the lead story tomorrow morning.
Whatever comes out, people are going to be on both sides.
Totally.
People hate the W, as Zabin calls it, the taco holder.
It does look like a taco holder. It's a great nickname for it. I don't love it. I've kind of gotten used to it. I don't love it.
I've kind of gotten used to it. I think to me it's a C.
Yes, it's meh.
It's a C.
It's right down the middle. It's not terrible, and it's certainly not great.
Just use one. We have some diehard fans that are really artistic that have come up with some great designs.
Well, if you look at the shield or crest or whatever you want to call it, the arrow at the end of the spear, it's not just block yellow, which on this sweatshirt it is.
Mm-hmm.
Just that little touch makes it look better.
It's just the simplest. It just looks. But
Maria tweets us, says need some feathers on the spear.
Yeah, it needs a lot more detail. It's brutal. But hopefully that's not it. Hopefully we're just big to do about nothing and just going to unveil something amazing. A 10 out of 10. I think the stadium to me looks like a 10 out of 10.
1-800-636-1067 is the number if you're going to chime in. We're the Junkies. Be right back.
Remember, you can kick off summer with the Junks live from the Starboard in Dewey Beach Friday, May 22nd. That is the beginning of Memorial Day weekend, starting at 6 a.m. Gets going early, doesn't slow down all day. BMitch and Finlay take over at 10 a.m. It's presented by Main Street Bank, so get ready for a Junks road trip.
Do we know where
Beach,
we're
Delaware.
staying yet?
Not yet.
That's being worked on.
We still don't know that.
Staying in Dewey Beach.
We're gonna somewhere in Dewey.
Yes, it seems to be the case.
I was told we're going to know by today. That's what Drabby said. I don't know.
Do you have any updates on Barber for Mr. Bickle? Has anybody?
I don't think anybody's reached out.
Somebody tweeted and said they got a guy who could come tomorrow. So, we need him today.
Time is of the essence.
I did get a text from our friend Heather, who's one of the producers over at Channel 4, and she said we can make the hat work.
Got it.
All right, good.
Yeah.
I was going to say, I would take my hat off if you took your hat off.
I'm not going to take my hat. The only way I would take my hat off is
the hair's going to look terrible.
I would have to take
and
a
I'll
shower.
get joned on.
I'd have to take a shower downstairs, and I'd have to put gel to keep it together.
Take a shower?
Well, I could put my head in the shower.
Oh, yeah.
But no, I'm just going to wear the hat.
All right, but the producer said we're all good on that.
Heather from Channel 4 said the producer will be able to make that hat work.
All right, good.
Talking about the potential new logo for the Commanders at 10 o'clock, we will learn if what we saw yesterday was legit. There's a guy who's a uniform guy who claims that this is going to be...
No, he's saying it's the alt logo.
The new alt logo.
Whatever that means. God only knows what they're going to show today. No idea.
Josh Harris says he's got tricks up his sleeve.
I think they're going to show a black helmet with a spear without the W logo.
That would be great.
What color is the spear? Yellow or gold or
I just
whatever?
need the spear to have some dimension to it, to have some
life.
That
look
freaking
threatening.
simple, just yellow burgundy thing is awful.
Let's go to the phones. 1-800-636-1067. Do you think they're going to hit a home run, or is it going to be?
The only evidence I have so far is they botched the crest.
If
whatever
that team, if they released it on their website, they've buried it because I don't find it anywhere at this point.
That is way better. That's way better.
That's fine. It's okay. The one with the 1932 and the
You've seen
logo.
the uniform and stuff. It's better.
It's okay.
Okay. Let's go to Rob. Rob, what's up?
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hello.
I think it looks okay. I don't really, I just kind of wish they go back to. I just want them to go back to as close as the Super Bowl uniforms as they can, just to make me think I'm not watching the expansion team. I think you're not going to choose any logo, any name that everybody's going to like. So I'm not even that pressed about it. But I'm not even that excited about the stadium, to be honest with you. I'm a lifelong 46.
You're not?
I'm a
You don't
lifelong
think it's going to
fan.
be pretty high end?
I think it will be, but here's the deal. It's going to be indoor. You're going to be forced to ride the metro. I'm not waiting in a 12-story garage. It's a bad stadium, and I just wish it'll be more like a normal stadium, outdoor parking, and not have to force to take the metro outdoor. But as far as the uniforms, I just want them to go back too close as the uniforms they used to have.
I think that you'll be satisfied. I'm pretty sure that the basic color schemes and all of that, other than the black, which I think most people have embraced the black, even though it's not traditional.
It's pretty cool
I think
alternate
most
uniform.
people have embraced the black. I think the uniform itself, I think will be fine.
It's hard to screw it up if you really lean into the Super
retro.
Bowl era.
Right.
If you lean into that, then you're probably going to be okay.
Yeah, I think it'll be cool. All right, thank you, Rob. Appreciate it, buddy.
All right, no problem.
Yeah, 800-636-1067. Again, it's not fair to criticize something that hasn't been released yet.
Right.
So, this is just based on speculation and it's building, and, they're going to make this announcement in about 2 hours.
We think it's a leak. But look, the previous regime was so bad. Remember the helicopters could see what was happening beforehand?
Yeah.
The day before the
They
announcement?
didn't cover up the windows to the merch shop at the stadium.
Everything
And
about it was
the
so
news
bad.
copter flew over, and you saw Commanders emblazoned all over the walls.
And just the presentation of it couldn't have been worse. Just with Jason and Doug just saying we're the Commanders.
Yeah.
Again, you have 8th grade lacrosse teams that put out better hype videos.
Well,
It was laughably bad.
Craig Melvin. It was just embarrassing.
And I guess that's what today will be, right? It's going to be a hype video. It's going to be a video.
Well,
I don't believe it's a press conference.
I don't believe so.
Right. Right?
It might just be. I mean, I think the Falcons just did an unveiling on Instagram of their designs.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
So it's just gonna be a straight video reveal. That's what
video
we're
or
getting.
pictures. I don't believe it's a press conference.
Okay.
I thought I listened to some guys talking about it yesterday, and I don't believe it's a press conference.
They didn't even have good mannequins on the Today Show. It was terrible.
Well, I mean, this is the same group that put the Sean Taylor installation in, and it looked like he was put together with wire coat hangers.
Yeah.
It was awful.
Yeah, it was very weird.
What would be funny is if in the video after they released it, they did add Craig Melvin's laugh.
I was just thinking the same thing, Jason.
Add that at the end.
It would be it would be so genius if they mocked the Today Show thing with an unveiling.
Melvin
I love Craig.
I know, but you hammer him every time.
But it's just funny.
He was put in an impossible situation.
Impossible.
The two people in front of him that had nothing. They gave him nothing, and he's just trying to fill air. He didn't know what to do.
I just think he would still laugh about it.
He got dragged down into the muck.
Yeah,
it was
he did.
impossible. He was in freaking quicksand with everybody else on that set.
But if they did like a reenactment of it and then had kind of the same background
Would be
and
fun.
they were spoofing it almost like it was SNL,
That would be pretty funny.
that would be creative and hysterical.
It's a great
And kind of a
bit.
jab at the previous regime.
It looks like the new uniform reveal is going to happen on their path to the draft, which I believe is on commanders.com.
So when they actually
a video
today at 10.
That's the way I'm
That's
receiving
what I my impression was it was going to be a video. But you never know until it happens. All right, let's go to Andre, Temple Hills. Andre, what's up, buddy? You're on with the Junkies.
Hey, good morning, Junks. How you doing today?
Hey, doing great. How are you?
Hey, not bad, not bad. So if you got season tickets, you got a special pass today at 11 a.m. to get folks dibs at the team store to buy in New Jersey. So I called off work. I'm excited about it. I'm going to get one.
That's dedication right there.
That is dedication.
That's dedicated
Andre,
man.
what do you do for a living, my friend?
IT, cybersecurity.
So you're just like, dude, I have to have this jersey at 10 a.m.
Somebody's system's getting attacked today, so you
my
can get the
boss,
new jersey.
He knows I'm a big fan. He knows I'm all for it. I got a feeling we're going back to the old spiel, the old school look. So, I'm there. I'm
Have you seen some of the leaked images, allegedly from the team, not from the fans that are coming out with these great designs, but the kind of the simple things that have come out allegedly that from the team?
I saw something last night, and it's okay. I think that logo is okay, but I got a feeling that the actual reveal is going to be better than this. Josh Harris, he hasn't missed yet, so I'm excited to see what's going to happen. I know
He kind of missed
you're
on
pumped.
the crest or whatever that thing is a month ago. That thing they missed on.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, but I know this right here, they're going to get it right for sure.
So you don't think you're going to be disappointed? You don't think you're going to be
He thinks
disappointed?
he's going to be money.
All right, you're
All
going
right,
to
Andre,
Nope,
God bless you, man.
nope,
Thanks
not
for
at all.
calling.
Yeah.
All right.
Playing hooky from work to get new commander swag.
Who knew that a grown-ass
Team shop.
professional would do that?
Well, there's probably a lot of them.
There's
You think he's not
probably
going to
tons of
bump
guys
into
like that.
Tailgate Ted buying new gear at 11 a.m.?
Here's
Out
the
the
thing.
stadium?
That's tailgate shtick.
So that sweatshirt with the alternate logo, I'm just reading about this guy, Zach Cohen, who released it. He's previously confirmed NFL uniform leaks with the Titans and the Falcons.
And he
so
got
he's
him
hit
right?
before.
Yeah.
He's
And
with
he's saying
FanDuel.
it's an alt logo. He's not saying it's the logo. So give him that.
Right.
I doubt he's just making it up. He seems to be associated with FanDuel.
Yes.
He's got 20,000 followers. Been around for a while. I don't know. Does it say? Been around for 11
I
years.
think it qualifies him as a uniform leak expert.
He might be.
He may be.
He might be. So
It's kind of
anyway,
his thing.
coming up, 10 o'clock.
Coming up on the show a little bit later, we've got Bo Bishop, host of Bishop and Friends on 97.1 The Fan in Columbus. He's going to join us at 8:25. Paul Tabone, president of baseball operations for the Washington Nationals. He will join us at 9. Nationals coming off another win as C.J. Abrams hit his 6th home run last night. That's all right here on the Junkies.
All right, guys. NBA fans, listen up. You can enter FanDuel's Play-In Palooza for a chance to win a share of $2 million in bonus bets every day of the Play-In tournament. All you have to do is place a live bet using your Play-In Palooza token. Then you'll automatically be entered for a chance to win a share of $2 million in bonus bets. So don't just watch the NBA Play-In tournament from the sidelines. Visit FanDuel.com/local to get in on the action. That's FanDuel.com/local. Don't forget to enter FanDuel's Play-In Palooza for a chance to win a share of $2 million in bonus bets. Play your game with FanDuel, an official sportsbook partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 106.7 The Fan. You must be 18 and over. Present in D.C. No purchase necessary. Opt-in required. Limit one entry. Profit boost issued as non-withdrawable profit boost token. Prizes issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Gambling problem? Call, text 1-800-GAMBLER.
The Nationals stay on a roll, defeating the Pittsburgh Pirates 5-4. The hero C.J. Abrams 3 for 4 with an HR double and 2 RBI. Brady House got it going early.
Keller fires. Swinging a line drive up the middle and a base hit into center field for Brady House. James Wood will score. Garcia to second. And the Nationals score in the first inning again tonight. It's 1-0.
Mitchell Parker, 2 innings of scoreless relief for the win. The call on the Fan. Jake Irvin against Mason Montgomery tonight, 6:40 on the Fan. Capitals season ends with a 2-1 win over Columbus. Perhaps the final game in the NHL for Alex Ovechkin. He had an assist. What is next for number 8?
Right now we're going to have meetings. Then I'm going to stay a little bit in DC. I don't know when we're going to fly. Probably May. Fly back to back home, obviously with my family, and going from there.
NBA play-in games. Charlotte over Miami, 127-126 in OT. Portland beat Phoenix on the road, 114-110. Denny Avdia, 41. From the Crop Metcalf, 5 Stars Sports Desk, Byron Curl, the Fed.
Welcome back. Junkies come to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV. 910 The Fan, 105.1 FM in Richmond. You can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network. We're celebrating 30 years of the Junkies all year long, presented by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. It's Bishcakes, EB, and JP. I did see that the Commanders did the Top Golf bit last night.
I know. I actually think it's a good bit. It doesn't bother me at all. I know they meet with all them all individually at other times or whatever, but get all the guys together, see the group dynamic, have some fun with it, and, yeah, why not? And maybe you can get a little side time with some guys and just,
it's an informal settings, kind of casual.
I actually think it's a great bit.
Yeah. Bunch of the Ohio State guys were there. We're going to have Bo Bishop, host of Bishop and Friends on 97.1 The Fan in Columbus, joining us in about 20 minutes. We can get his insight on some of the players from Ohio State who may be drafted by the Washington Commanders with that number 7 pick. Next week, we are 8 days away from the NFL draft. So
man, I wish it would just get
more
here.
And more. Also, Paul Tabone is going to join us coming up at 9 o'clock, the president of baseball operations for the Washington Nationals. But let's open up the entertainment page right now. Shake it up.
All right, boys. Of course, the entertainment page is driven by BMW Fairfax, DC's only BMW Center of Excellence Award winner for the ultimate buying experience and your ultimate driving machine. Get over to BMW Fairfax. Ask for my girl Miriam. She's the general manager. Of course, you can check out their entire selection of certified pre-owned and brand new vehicles right there on their website, bmwfairfax.com. All right, boys. I always get a kick out of this. Trying to pronounce that dude's name, Clavicular.
I think you got it.
All right. He's the looks maxer. Him and that other guy. God, what's the other guy's name? The guy where they put androgenic. The guy they pulled the wig off his hat.
What a horrible society we're living in. We're living in the worst of times.
These are these young guys that are getting these, I guess, these little surgeries, and they're getting their jaws hooked up and everything, and they claims they're looks maxing. They're becoming popular streamers. I don't know what they do. They just run around and holler at chicks and do drugs.
I hate them.
And apparently,
They're the worst.
Clavicular was live streaming in Miami just yesterday at a bar at around 5 o'clock when he just started kind of like repeating the same things. And he basically...
he's glitching?
He was glitching.
Oh, no.
And he basically was overdosing. No. And somebody asked him if he wanted an Addy, if he wanted another Adderall. They could see that like he went from talking normally to within just a few minutes just basically being...
Maybe I can blame this on their overdose.
A little
overdosed.
a little cross-country flight going on, little video shoot action. I
Yeah,
heard.
you were on
Probably
Addy there.
a little bit wrong.
I overdosed on something.
What did that dum-dum say?
Well, he was just saying, holy S, I'm trying my best, but I'm effing destroyed right now. And then he kind of kept repeating himself. And then one of the guys asked him, when did you last take blue, whatever that is? So the pink is that 2C, right?
That's the stuff that Stefan Diggs allegedly had on the boat with all those women.
Right.
What is
a few
that?
months back.
What is that? What is it
Like
mixed
a
with?
synthetic cocaine or something,
Yeah, I
right?
think
Isn't
that's
it supposed
right.
to be that? It's supposedly, I saw somebody report that they were at the Coachella, and the one guy said, I've never seen so much Molly and 2C as he saw at Coachella. So I guess all these young people, they're into all that stuff. Who knows?
2C, also known as pink cocaine.
Pink cocaine. Right.
So-
So what is blue? Look up what
I don't-
blue
I can
is
look
in
it
terms
up.
of drugs.
By the way, the main ingredients in 2C, ketamine and MDMA.
Right.
Although coke, methamphetamine, oxycodone, caffeine, and various cathinones, I don't know what that is, are found in it as well.
So the looks maxing guy, clavicular, he was actually getting interviewed by 60 Minutes this week. And he
For just
walked
being as
off
popular as he is?
because the guy asked him if he was an incel.
I don't understand how these guys are popular.
He walked off.
I don't get
Apparently
it.
He walked
blue
off his
means-
interview.
Blue
Is that heroin?
is oxycodone, whatever oxycodone is. I mean, I know it's like a heavy painkiller.
Opiate.
Yeah,
I
I
mean,
guess it's an opiate.
You wouldn't want to be asked if you're
Tiger's
an
got a
incel.
lot of
Like
it.
being asked if you're an incel is not it's not a good term.
It's not a
compliment.
No, it's certainly
I'm
not.
not quite sure I know exactly what that means if you're an incel.
Involuntary celibate, and you generally have like real anger issues towards women.
Oh, it means you're voluntarily celibate?
Involuntary celibate, incel,
Oh, because, okay, no one will give you the buns.
basically, yeah.
I just picture like online guys
Sounds like,
who get no buns.
Most of us in college.
Yeah, I was an incel for long stretches of college, but I wasn't angry and like trying to be violent towards women. Like there's a difference.
No. Okay.
I was just striking out left and right.
Right.
Yeah.
And I get
drunk
the
most
looks
of the time.
maxing can be extreme, but don't we all looks max? You want to get a barber here?
Okay.
That's looks maxing.
To an
He got
extent-
his head shaved.
no,
looks
no,
maxing.
maxing,
It's
no.
way different. These guys are like taking claw hammers to their jaws to make their jaws look more prominent. Like there are
I'm doing
varying
basic
levels of
grooming.
it. Yeah,
It's a haircut.
That's not looks max.
Haircut is not looks maxing.
I didn't want to look like a vagrant on with Tony Perkins today, so I had to shave and
difference.
make myself presentable.
Looks maxing is making your entire life's existence about your look.
You're watching the 60 Minutes interview?
Yeah, with clavicular.
Yeah.
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 Oh my God. Can't believe 60 Minutes wasted
Yeah,
time with this
60
guy.
minutes fallen so far.
I mean, what? They don't
that
have anything else to talk
they're
about?
interviewing
is-
clavicular.
Well,
The
they're probably
prob-
doing a larger piece about incels and looks maxing and influencers.
The problem is that these kids are super pop. These streamers
I know.
are like some of the most popular people in the world.
Have you ever heard of Architectural Digest, the videos?
Yes.
Where they go through these homes in L.A. or New York?
No, but I know Architectural Digest.
Yeah.
Sure.
A lot of these people are just influencers.
Right.
And they've got $20 million homes.
Yeah.
I watched.
It blows me away.
They're rich.
EB, you
I
love.
know, it blows me away.
You love docs. I watched the documentary called Inside the Manosphere or something like that. Mm-hmm. And there's some guy named HS Tiki Taki he's just walking the streets and people are like mobbing him.
Well, it's like you guys showed me the guy I had never seen him before. The black guy that's dancing when he has his food.
Oh, he's
or
the
whatever.
worst.
The guy's got 2 million followers.
He's terrible.
2 million.
His content is awful, but
Yeah.
he's got 2 million followers somehow.
Yeah. I don't know.
I don't understand it.
All right, Cakes, I have some, let me see, some names here of people that are going to be inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame.
There's one name that stands above all the others on that list for your boy.
Let me see here.
It's a pretty important one.
Let me see. I'm looking through here. The
Well,
ones that-
Oasis is going in.
Well, they're going in. They should be
So
in.
the names I see are Luther Vandross, Phil Collins, Billy Idol, Iron Maiden.
There's the one. That's the big one.
Joy Division / New
New
Order.
Order.
So is
Yep.
that what New Order used to be before?
I guess, yeah.
Okay. Oasis.
It's
I never
actually
know how to pronounce his name. Is it Sade?
Sade, yeah.
Sade.
Yeah.
Again, Luther, Wu-Tang Clan.
Wu-Tang. I mean,
Just call it the Music Hall
It's a
of Fame.
pretty good list.
the Cream's one of the best rap songs of all time.
That's a great song. I like it. I don't have any problems with any of these. I mean, Phil Collins for sure.
Iron Maiden way overdue, and they've been a band together for 50 years, still touring, still popular, still selling out stadiums and arenas around the world.
It doesn't bother you that all these non-rock acts get in.
I'm used to that. It's just like you said. It's a music hall of fame. It's not
a
just
music hall
not
of fame.
exclusively
They call it rock and roll, but that's just
fine.
short for music.
I've come to terms with it.
I'm
Music
surprised Phil Collins wasn't in already.
That
Crazy,
seems
right?
like he should have already been in.
And Idol.
And Billy Idol. All well deserved.
I would say all these are deserved,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
I don't have a problem with any. Do you have a problem with any of these?
Nope.
Yeah.
I mean, what has Sade done?
I don't know.
I guess she was
was
a couple
iconic
hits.
in her
Smooth
time.
Operator was silly back
Yeah,
in the
she
day.
had some
It's a
big
great
hits.
song. I mean, I don't know if she's Hall of Fame worthy, but I guess she's in.
Maybe you could have the biggest beef with her as far as there's like longevity or something, or a ton of hits. Dave Chappelle is teasing Cakes. He's
teasing Cakes.
No, Cakes. He might commit to another rendition of the Chappelle Show. He had, I guess, for a long period of time, they kept asking him, and he said, no, not doing it again. But he admitted that recently, over the past few weeks, he's been considering it. Of course, at the peak of his powers, like before, he's had a resurgence here in the last 5-10 years. I'd say most people kind of think he's like at the top of the comedy game right now, right? He was like on the come back in the early 2000s when he walked away from a $50 million deal for that Chappelle Show. Remember? He kind of disappeared for a while. I don't know where he went. Did he go to
He
Africa
lives in
or something?
Ohio
He lives in like Cleveland or something, right?
I think it's outside of Cleveland. I'm not sure exactly where he lives, but he definitely his roots are in Ohio.
Now they say it'll be a different approach. It won't be. I guess before they did a lot of pushing the envelope. Obviously, I mean we all did in the early 2000s. A lot of socially irresponsible sketches, which we could relate to, Cakes. So they'll have to take a different approach. It's also going to be without several key players, including former Junkies guest Charlie Murphy, who unfortunately passed away, I don't know, maybe 10 years or so ago. He's not around anymore, and he was a big influence on the show. So,
was that Eddie's younger brother? Or
I think older.
Older brother?
I think older brother, I think.
Yeah, I think you're right.
So, you know how we always claim like we really don't win anything? I definitely don't win anything. I mean, Cakes wins. Cakes constantly gets like, I don't know, lucky seats or whatever he gets. He wins stuff.
I win lucky tables all the time.
Lucky tables.
I mean,
you win stuff.
It's few and far between.
I don't win
I manage
anything.
a few high hands here and there, but it's nothing untoward.
There's an art collector who's just like an amateur art enthusiast.
Okay.
Who tried his luck when he entered a charity auction where he bought a $117 raffle ticket for a Picasso.
Nuh-uh.
And he won it.
He won a Picasso.
He won a Picasso.
What's that worth?
They're saying $1 million. So maybe it's one of his nubs.
Well, I mean, it's fine. He turned $117 into roughly $1 million.
Yeah.
It's a pretty good return on
Sell that
investment.
blicky.
Would you do
ASAP.
that? Would you, if you were at a charity dinner and you know what, you were feeling in the giving spirit,
Right.
You were
Spend
gonna-
$117
you were going to donate a little bit of money. Would you do that?
Probably not.
That's better than like I don't
Probably
know.
not, but
A lot of
if
the
it
other
was
stuff you get.
$25, yeah. 117, not sure about that.
Too pricey.
It's a little
It's
pricey.
a chance to win a Picasso, dude.
I
And then
know,
if
but-
you win the Picasso,
Well, I never win anything, so I knew I wouldn't win.
I know I wouldn't win either. Would you?
Unless it was an anti-tanking
would you keep
NBA
the
parlay.
Picasso,
Yeah.
or would you?
Would I what?
Would you keep it?
No.
Oh, he'd sell it with
Yeah,
the
but
quickness.
Don't you think you keep it for at least 5 years? Hope you don't die.
Well, I would talk
and then you sell it?
I would talk to an expert and
Talk to an
ask them,
art appraiser.
and
Somebody
ask them
never
what,
talked to
what you
before in
should
your
do.
life.
If they say keep it for 3 years, it's going to triple, then yeah, I would keep it.
I'd be worried about a house fire. That's what I would. I would legitimately
I would just be worried about dying.
that I'd keep the Picasso.
Yeah.
And hopefully it goes spikes in value, but then it burns down in a house fire.
Well, just keep the Picasso close to your fire ladder.
Well, that wouldn't protect it from burning down.
How do people
I guess
do
I could
that?
grab
But you'd
it. I would
be the
grab
one-
it and go out of the
Yes.
house. Now the problem is, what if I'm overcome by smoke? What are you going to do? Smoke inhalation. It's over. Picasso burns up in the fire.
I honestly,
Tragic.
If my house was on fire, there's nothing I really care about in my house, other than pictures and stuff.
You care about
Yeah.
getting
And most of
yourself
that's
out.
digitized. Yeah.
All
Like,
you care about is getting out.
There's nothing of even my, baseball card collection, which was in
Oh,
the
yeah,
era
nice.
where there's made 9 zillion
Oh,
cards.
Caps ring. I am a Stanley Cup champion. Caps. Now, if I
Right.
had the time to do it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to kill myself for that dumb ring. I mean, I like wearing it once in a blue moon.
I'm not going back in for it. Yeah. But if I had time.
That's your greatest possession?
Greatest material possession?
Material possession, right.
Yes. I don't even think it's particularly close. If
I don't
something's
know.
inside my house, inside
That
my
you would
dwelling.
care about? Would I really care if it melted in a fire? I guess I would be a little bit bummed.
I'd be a little bit distraught.
I don't think I'd be distraught, but I'd be a little bummed.
I would be distraught.
I would try to.
My signed
give me the
Cal
cash.
Ripken jersey downstairs. Framed, signed Cal Ripken jersey.
Need to grab
You
it on the
would
way
run
out.
in a fire to go get it.
Probably. And my Steve Young jersey.
That's a lot of stuff to
Are
carry.
you serious?
I'd probably run in to get those.
You would actually be distraught if that stuff burned up.
Yeah.
Because you would get insurance, hopefully. If your house is insured, right? Wouldn't you
Yeah,
get
I know. I
insurance?
mean, but
I'd rather
I
just
probably
have the
couldn't.
money.
But he signed it for me. He signed it right there.
I know. I got a signed Cal Ripken
not Steve
bat.
Young. Not Steve Young, but Cal.
Okay.
He's not dead. He can sign it for you again.
Well,
We got a
that's true.
signed Cal bat right there.
That's true.
Yeah, I don't know where mine is.
Why do we have a framed Keyshawn George jersey that's not signed? Why is it not signed? I don't understand.
Talk to the Wizards.
I mean, this needs to be rectified.
Yeah, they gotta-
Break the glass, have them sign it, put a new pane of glass in there.
Right.
Simple.
I was thinking that Miami Ray Lewis jersey I have.
The tent you have, you mean?
Yeah.
Isn't it huge?
It's huge.
Yeah.
I need Ray to sign that.
You need Ray to sign it. How are you going to make that happen?
I don't know.
Gotta get him
We
on the
gotta
show.
Figure that out. We
Okay.
gotta figure that out.
I'm
I need
going
Ray
to
to
let
sign
you
that.
figure that out.
That jersey.
Right
is
after you have the barber
hot.
come in and cut your hair in the next 40 minutes.
I don't think we're finding one. It doesn't sound like it. We got one for
I
tomorrow,
think
but
that
that's not
ship
good
might
enough.
have sailed.
Yeah.
Coming up next, Bo Bishop, host of Bishop and Friends on 97.1 The Fan in Columbus. We'll get some skinny on Sonny Styles and Carnell Tate and more here on The Junkies.
Welcome back to the show. Let's head out to the Rude Gas Hotline. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. Say good morning to Bo Bishop, host of Bishop and Friends on 97.1 The Fan in Columbus. Bo, thanks for the time, man. We appreciate it.
My pleasure. Sounds like all my guys were there recently, huh?
Yeah, they were.
I think so.
Hitting drivers and wedges.
I like it.
There you go. That'll help.
Yeah.
Well, I think it's a good bit. Get the guys in there, sit down, just kind of see how they handle things. Man, what a spot to be in. Ohio State just cranking out these prospects. When was the last time a school had this many potential top 10 picks, though?
Oh my gosh, boy, that's a Mel Kiper question. My hunch would be, early 2000s Miami maybe had this many. The last time Ohio State had a run like this, probably the 15 team coming out of the 14 season when they won the national championship with Zeke Elliott and Joey Bosa and all those guys. Not sure how many first rounders they had, but I think they had 14 kids drafted. So they've been in this world. I kind of coined them NFLU really since Urban got here in the early 2010s, where they just recruit really at a really high level. They develop even better, and they get them ready for the league. And so we're kind of used to this. Not 4 top 10 guys. That's obviously abnormal, but we're used to several guys in the first round. It's just kind of the way they've done it here for the last several years.
All right, so of all the guys that are the 4 guys in particular that we're talking about at the top of it, right? Reese, Tate, Caleb Downs, and who else am I forgetting? And Sonny Styles.
Yeah.
Which of those guys? Now, you guys are just used to signing 5 stars all the time. That's what happens at Ohio State. But which of these guys, when they showed up on campus, the kind of the opinion was, I mean, he's 100% going to play on Sunday, maybe more than the others.
I mean, it would be Sonny Styles. So Sonny Styles, his dad Lorenzo played linebacker for Ohio State in the 90s, and there were whispers around town when he was like a middle schooler about how special he was. If you want to have some fun, go to YouTube and type in Sonny Styles basketball. Because he played on one of the best AAU teams around, and if you just watch, it's just a dunk fest is what he is. It was like Lob City, and he just dunked all the time. And his junior year, he didn't play his senior year of high school, either sport. He enrolled early at Ohio State, but his junior year of high school, his team won the state basketball championship and the state football championship in Division I. And in the state basketball final, on the floor were 2 Mr. Ohio basketballs, and he was the best player on the court. And I just went, I don't know what you do with him. I have no idea where they were going to play him. Is he a safety? Is he a tight end? Is he a defensive end? And my buddy James Laurinaitis got a hold of him, made him a linebacker, and the rest is kind of history. But he was one of those guys that you heard whispers about him from the time he was probably 12, 13 years old.
And the cool thing about him is he played, a bit at safety, and he could, if he's drafted here in Washington at 7, Durante Jones, the new defensive coordinator, he majored in being Brian Flores' lieutenant who ran his secondary. Like, Styles can be used all over the lineup. He doesn't just have to be a linebacker. He can be a pass rusher, too. Can even drop into coverage. Like, he's just a freak athlete.
He's a total freak athlete. You saw that at the Combine. And then he's really incredibly intelligent as a football player. He really has the answers to the test. I remember when Laurinaitis got a hold of him and really convinced him to be a linebacker. And it took some convincing because obviously these kids know where the money is. And he really convinced him and coached him up as kind of a hybrid, someone who could blitz, someone who could cover tight ends, someone who could even drop over if they went to a 3 safety look. So he really did a lot of those things at Ohio State. And then last year with Matt Patricia, it was just kind of a masterclass of defense. And they even found more ways to use him. So, yeah, to me, like, him and Caleb are like the no-brainer safest guy ever. Like, I would be stunned if those 2 guys aren't 10-year NFL pros, multiple Pro Bowl type appearance guys. I'd be shocked if those 2 weren't.
Bo, kind of compare Reese and Styles and their style of play.
Well, Reese is basically Micah Parsons light. Yeah. Is what you're going to get with him. So he's going to come off the edge 1,000 miles an hour. Yeah. He's going to come across.
Need that? Yeah. Right.
Right. Yeah, you want that. Everybody wants that. So, I mean, he might be the overall most talented player in this whole draft. He came out of nowhere last year. There were whispers locally that he was going to be special, and then he lived up to all of it. He did taper off as the season went along a little bit, and I'm not sure exactly what happened there, but he was shot out of a cannon in the Texas game. And with these Buckeye guys, what I tend to do is how did they play? Obviously, talent doesn't equate very often for Ohio State. So how'd you do against Texas? How'd you do against Penn State? How'd you do against Michigan? How'd you do against Indiana, Miami? And Reese shined in most of those games. But he is a get after the quarterback dude. Incredible twitch, incredible athleticism, great kid. like foundational guy, will do all the right things off the field and on. One thing about this, like with NIL, you don't have to worry about how they're going to respond to money. All these guys are millionaires when you draft them now.
Yeah, I was going to ask you, just out of curiosity, what was the 2026 or 25
budget
into 26 NIL number for Ohio State? Was it 30
I
million?
would imagine I'd imagine it'd be somewhere around 40 probably
million.
by the time all is said and done. And that's pretty much the norm. I think, the Texases, the Texas Tech, the big schools are all around that number.
Yeah.
A big deal was made of Ohio State when they won the national title in 25 that they had like a $20 million roster. And I remember thinking, number one, so what?
Yeah.
I mean, it's legal now. And then number two, like, yeah, that's what it's going to cost now to kind of contend at that level, and it's going to only keep going up and up. So I would imagine last year they were around 40. I mean, Jeremiah is probably 6.5 on his own.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let's talk a little about Carnell Tate, because obviously he hasn't been the top guy there yet, but we know the kind of receivers that Ohio State produces. There's a little projection going on. Some people are knocking a guy for maybe being a couple hundredths of a second shy of 4.4,
Yeah.
which seems insane to me. The guy obviously can move certainly well enough to play the position at a high level. What kind of ceiling do you think he has?
Well, for full disclosure, I work for the Cleveland Browns too, and I am praying they take him at 6 and just don't worry about it. Like, so
Right.
I hope he goes at 6, but all Carnell Tate does is catch every ball that's thrown his way always. I mean, that's the best thing I can tell you about him. If the ball gets to his hands, he catches it. He's an incredible route runner. Yeah, I mean, that wins. So he catches the ball that comes to him. He's got decent size. I keep comparing him to T. Higgins a little bit, and similarities in the 40 times and maybe some of the concern there. On this idea of not being the number one receiver at Ohio State, I mean, the guys that he was behind were Jeremiah Smith and Emeka Ibuka. And Jackson Smith and Jigba was never the number one receiver here. He missed his final season here because of injury. So he was never the number one receiver at Ohio State either, and that's worked out okay. So the reality is they just have a ton of talent at that position that they've recruited, and he benefited from that. And so this notion that somehow he can't be a one in the NFL because he wasn't at Ohio State, I think is a little silly.
Is he always a guy who people just assumed he was the next, Ohio State wide receiver that would play on Sundays, or did this kind of develop late?
Yeah, he was an IMG kid recruit out of high school. They don't take them unless they're on that level. So,
right.
But he wasn't like Jeremiah, and it wasn't like Garrett, like how Garrett Wilson was, or probably the way, trying to think of another guy they had in there, like Mech was a really high-rated guy coming out of high school. So he wasn't quite on that level in terms of like number one overall receiver in the country type guy, but he was certainly highly coveted. I mean, if you could play high school at IMG, then you're on a certain level, and he did that.
So Caleb Downs is a guy who everybody just kind of says the same thing. Like, you talk to him, and right away he's going to be the leader of your defense like day one. Like, everybody says that. He has those kind of qualities. He has that kind of brain. He has that kind of acumen, etc. Tell us some more, because when I hear that, I go, well, how is a defensive-oriented staff going to pass on him?
Yeah, great question. I don't know how you would. I think he's the safest. I mean, him and Sonny. I don't see any scenario where Caleb Downs isn't like a 10-year player. Matt Patricia compared him a little bit to Troy Polamalu in terms of the way that he would use him. He doesn't have the size of another guy you guys drafted really high in Sean Taylor. He doesn't have that size. He doesn't maybe have that quick twitch. I'll tell you this, guys. The best, this is what I would tell for like the fans curious about what Caleb Downs is all about. The best thing I could tell you to do is to watch the All-22 if you can get access to it. Because when he first got here, I kept saying, I don't see him as much as I need to around the ball. And a buddy of mine said, go ahead, check this out, watch the All-22. And what you see on the All-22 is he has the answers to the test. He is a step closer to the play than anybody else on the defense almost every single snap. I've never seen him out of place. I've never seen him not have the answers to the test. Cerebral is all get out. Obviously played his freshman year at Alabama. He played for 3 different defensive coordinators in college, at Alabama, then 2 at Ohio State, and no drop-off at all. He had the answers to the test every single season. And so he was here in Columbus for about a month, and it was immediately known like he was going to be one of the captains of the team as a sophomore. And that was a veteran-laden team that won the national championship 2 years ago, but his force of nature is just that strong.
All right, so let's put you kind of on the spot here.
And I'm a little mock.
Well, just how about in this sense, if you let's say all these guys are available, and it doesn't matter the Browns or the Commanders, Skins, whatever.
So just the Ohio State guys.
We all have both teams have a lot of needs. We can take any of these guys, they would fit. I want your ranking of who would go 1, 2, 3, or 4 for you.
You guys have heard that phrase valedictorian of summer school, right? This is the opposite of that.
Yeah.
So this is like 6 kids, magna cum laude, summa cum laude.
Right.
I would probably, if you're position agnostic, I would probably go down in terms of non-bust, safest.
Yes.
This guy's a dude. I would probably go Downs, Styles, Reese, Tate. But I would also tell you that I would be shocked if all 4 aren't very, very good in the NFL.
Who do the Browns fans want at 6?
They want Tate, man.
Yeah.
They got to have a weapon. They got to have somebody to throw the ball to.
And
And
it's
they
an Ohio
don't have
kid,
a lot of that.
Like, you know,
Is
from
Yeah.
Ohio
Well, who do
State
you want
or
throwing to
Cleveland.
him?
yeah, is Deshaun going to start? Who's going to start?
Oh my! Are you guys entrapping me?
Yeah, kind of.
I just tell you, I think it'll. I would be shocked. I think it'll be Deshaun and Shedeur, obviously, but I would not be shocked if Deshaun Watson started the season.
Are they just out on Gabriel?
I don't know that they're out on him. I think Dylan Gabriel was drafted to kind of be like the backup, like the long-term backup, because when you're committing so much money financially to the position in terms of Deshaun Watson, you kind of need to have a guy there. So I think he was kind of drafted to be, kind of a Colt McCoy, Case Keenum type was kind of the intent there. I don't think they viewed him in the draft process as, a potential franchise quarterback. And then Shedeur was a lottery ticket. I mean, the talent is pretty good, but there was obviously a reason to where he fell. And so it was kind of like a lottery ticket situation with him. So I think they just view Dylan as more of a long-term backup, and then Shedeur potentially higher ceiling, and then obviously a little bit of a lower floor there too. So my hunch is that's the way that they probably view that.
We're joined by Bo Bishop, host of Bishop and Friends on 97.1 The Fan in Columbus. So just going to pivot to the NHL for just a bit. So hopefully it wasn't Ovie's last game last night in Columbus, but a side note was Ricky Bowness being super pissed at the Blue Jackets for basically just mailing in the final game of the season. I mean, a press conference for the ages last night.
All-timer for Bones.
Yeah.
And they need it. I mean, they fired Dean Evison and, with about 2 months left in the season, and got rid of him and brought in Bonus to kind of right the ship a little bit. And he did. There was a time they were one of the best teams in the NHL, one of the hottest teams. And then it all fell apart in the last 2 weeks. And quite frankly, I think that they deserved it. I mean, guys, that franchise has been around for 25 years. They've made the playoffs 6 times. Their crowning achievement never is anything more than the 8. Their crowning achievement is that they beat Tampa once in an 8-1 game series. That's it. That's the biggest accomplishment of the franchise. And they act like they're going down High Street with Lord Stanley's Cup, and they won one series. So they need it. They need a culture. They needed to get punched in the mouth, and I hope he sticks around. I loved it. I love the Ovie stuff too. I was hoping he'd get to pot one at the end there, and I hope it's not the end for him. But I think his first game was against the Blue Jackets too, wasn't it?
Yep.
I want to think it was. Yeah,
Scored
so a little
twice
bit of
on him.
synergy there.
Scored 2 goals against your boys to start his career.
Well, I don't need to be both Browns and Blue Jackets, fellas. Like we can,
that's a lot.
We can get back to the teams that win a lot.
That's a lot to deal with. That's a lot of baggage for you to carry around.
Hey, Bo, I was looking at your Twitter description, and you lead off with man of leisure, and one of the guys here, EB, likes to say he's an expert in leisure. Give me your top 3 leisure activities.
Very good. I like this.
Well, I like sipping. I like sipping a lot.
Okay.
You like sipping something in the evening.
Like are you a bourbon guy? Yeah. Is that it? Sipping bourbon?
I like a little bourbon. I like a little tequila.
Okay.
If it's done right. I actually have I'm part of a line of whiskey out here, fellas. I can be happy to send a little whiskey warrior guys' way.
I like
turn it down.
Please do. Yeah, please.
So number 1, sipping.
That.
Sipping is good.
That's
a
right.
Good start.
Sipping is good. I like a long walk in nature that's accompanied by golf clubs.
Okay.
I like that.
Golf.
I'm not so big for like a matchup. I don't need to match. I'm not big into like playing for the most important. I'm not playing the Ryder Cup, but I like a long walk in nature with a golf club.
All right.
And then I got to tell you, boys, just take the top down and just let your hair blow and get a little drive in you.
Convertible. Okay.
Driver. All right.
Sure. Get out there and live, boys.
Okay. Yeah. That's a solid list.
That really is, actually. Especially the whiskey.
I do what I can.
Yeah.
Well, we'll send some your way.
All right. Well, thanks for joining us. Maybe we'll talk after the draft and see.
It's a very good
see
chance.
what Buckeye comes here to watch.
There's a very good chance we're drafting one of these guys.
Yep.
Yeah.
Very good chance.
Feels like it, right?
Yeah.
Kind of feels like it.
All right. Thank you, Bo. Really appreciate it.
My pleasure, guys. Take care.
Yep. You too.
Although you could draft the Golden Dome.
Could, yeah. That would be good too.
Man.
Yep.
That'd be a hit.
I tell you, all those guys. For some reason, I'll take all those guys. I can't complain if they get any of the Ohio State guys or Love. You're not going to hear one complaint from this guy right here.
At least not until they play.
Then immediately.
Yeah, then you're going to kill him.
I'll say he's a bust, or
Right.
I'll slam him.
Then he turns into Jamin Davis.
Let's hope
and
that
they're
doesn't
going to
happen.
kill him.
No, you can't have that.
1-800-636-1067 is the number. Coming up at 9 o'clock, Paul Tabone, the president of baseball operations for the Washington Nationals, joins us here on the Junkies.
Picture your retirement for a minute. What do you see? Maybe it's finally booking that dream trip to Europe you've been putting off, or buying season tickets so you never miss a game, or maybe it's spoiling the grandkids every chance you get. Whatever your vision looks like, one thing is certain. No two retirement plans are the same. That's why at Trajan Wealth, spelled TRAJAN Wealth.com, their fiduciary advisors take time to understand your unique goals. They're going to build a strategy designed around your lifestyle, your comfort level with risk, and your timeline. And here's the best part. Trajan Wealth keeps you focused on the big picture, not the daily headlines, because markets shift, laws change, inflation happens, but your dreams shouldn't have to. It's never too early or too late to get a plan in place. So call Trajan Wealth today, 202-929-6600. That's 202-929-6600, or visit TRAJANwealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth LLC, SEC registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Actual client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
The advances in science and medicine are amazing. You see more and more of these longevity doctors say, if you follow these regimens, you're going to live till 120.
Okay, yeah.
What we don't necessarily think about is these same scientists, or maybe different scientists, are looking into do it with dogs.
Okay.
And 3 of us here now are dog owners.
True.
How much would you pay if you could extend your dog's life a year?
By 1 year.
Ooh.
So Winnie lives to be 12 instead of 11. I'm just throwing numbers. I have no idea. I don't know. It's a great question. I think part of it depends on what your dog's quality of life is like.
Correct.
At that point in
But
their
if
life.
you knew it the whole time, like there's a startup company in San Francisco. They're developing a daily chewable pill for older dogs that they hope will extend the dog's lifespan by at least a year.
Yeah,
I thought it was going to be more than that. It was going to way double their lifespan.
I mean, maybe eventually that would happen.
Just right away, it's just a year? 11 years instead of 10? 12?
That's 10%.
Yeah,
but like Cake said,
thought it was
if
way more than
they're struggling to walk,
then it's
or they're
Yeah, but what
struggling
if
to
you're
get up-
starting it when they're like it's a vitamin? Essentially treating it like a vitamin.
Well, I mean, dogs take vitamin. I give my dogs vitamins.
That's something really that you give somebody at the end of their
Is
life.
it covered by my pet insurance? Because then if it's covered by pet insurance, it's wellness, then I'm of course I'm all in.
Yeah.
They're developing it right
Okay,
now, so it's not
I
covered
understand.
right now.
I don't know how much I'd pay.
If you could
I have
increase
no
your
idea.
dog's lifespan by 10%,
I'd probably pay $1,000 for that.
$100 a month?
Yeah, I
Nah,
think that's
I wouldn't.
too much.
It's
It's
too
too
much.
pricey.
Yeah.
Are you going to die with all your money?
Yes.
No, believe me, someone will have it.
Yeah, somebody's going to have it.
But it's just hard to watch my dog now walk around the block.
Yeah.
Because I can tell that because she's got arthritic hips and it just bothers her, and I can tell she's in pain. I don't know how she gets up and down the stairs. I don't know how she does it.
How old is Luca?
She's 12. She comes up my stairs, jumps in our bed, and then obviously she's got to go down the stairs in the morning to go eat.
Right.
I don't know how she does it.
Sounds like
If
she's
you
struggling.
if you saw her walk around the block, you go, "Oh my gosh, is she 20?"
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know. It's another year probably would be even worse.
But if Luca was healthy at 12, let's say 12 years old.
You mean like bouncing around and
healthy.
running around? Yeah.
And somebody gave you a pill and said it's going to be $100.
And she'll stay like
A
that for
month.
another year.
Yes. And you instead of
Oh,
dying
so
at,
if
instead
she
of dying at 13, she could die at 14.
If she was,
I don't
if
know
she
how
was
long.
bouncing around like a 3-year-old dog at age 12, then yeah, I would do it.
Yeah,
but
you would
that's
take it.
That's just not how it works.
The way I read this story's been out for a while, right? We just haven't talked about it on air. It's
I
my
just saw it
understanding.
today.
I thought it was something that was going to dramatically expand their lives, and it was just going to be like part of their normal routine, not just salvage some limping ass dog and give him an extra couple months.
Right.
No, they're trying to
I thought
they're trying to
expand
develop
their
it for
lifespan.
older dogs. So it's not like last second when it's too late.
No, just
let's
make-
say
this will make dogs live longer,
yes.
like part of their healthy diet or whatever.
Correct.
Right. Not just salvage some dog that's barely hanging
But
in.
they're shooting for 10%. To me, like if you had an extra 10% in your life, that's significant. I mean, right now, 10% of your life is 5.5 years.
Can this company stop doing it for dogs and do it for humans?
Well, he's
they are.
He's saying they are, but
Okay. Well, then let's accelerate it for humans and let's go easier.
I mean,
on the
just think of
dogs.
all of the development just the last 5 years. The whole Ozempic thing for
but
all
there's-
these people that have lost hundreds of pounds.
yeah.
Yeah, but I think our life expectancy has actually gone down. Even
Yeah,
all
we're not-
the medical advancements.
we're not living to 120.
We're not living longer.
Hey,
Not right
you know
now.
What? You know what?
In this country.
I might die
Correct.
today.
In other countries, it's going up.
I can't be
this
concerned
country
about
is what
that.
I'm talking about.
Because I might die from the tree pollen today. Tree pollen's gonna be very high. I might not make it through the interview on the rooftop.
Our country is
Today
just
might be the end.
unhealthy. I hate these tweets, and I see them a lot. They're definitely clickbait, where they say, "What do you see here?"
Mm-hmm.
It's open ended.
Okay.
and it was a picture of a beach in Poland.
Okay.
And what I saw was everybody there was no big fatties. That was the big difference to me.
Yeah.
Well, definitely people say
Well, we're
like,
the fattest country.
Definitely our food supply is not great.
Yeah, but our food's good. That makes us fat. It's good.
I don't know. Like people,
Well,
go
we
to Europe,
overeat.
their food's good too, and they say you could pig out there.
I
They don't have all the extra
They
stuff.
don't have the extra stuff.
I threw away my dinner yesterday, 80% of it.
Why?
Because I was stupid.
Why do we live in a country where we're not supposed to be eating carbs and all that stuff? There's all this awareness, more gyms
No, you
than
can
any
eat
other
carbs.
country.
But we're still
and then
fat.
you go to Italy and they're eating carbs all the time. And
Because
they're
they're
thin.
healthier.
Because it's
They're
a healthier carb.
carbs. Yeah, they don't have all the crap.
When I went to
they're
Italy-
saying if you wear Lululemon, you're gonna die.
Yeah.
Really?
Why? The microplastics?
Yes, they're getting sued
Now these
because of all
distraught.
the toxins in the freaking. And by the way, every girl in the country's wearing Lululemon.
Yeah.
Right by their sillies.
We can't ban yoga pants.
No, then
I read an
Just destroy the
associated
planet.
quote with that lawsuit, right? Where they're I mean, who knows? I mean, Lululemon's probably doing anything different than any other manufacturer is. Where the guy says 99% of this country is wearing clothes that's basically killing you. 99%. We're all wearing clothes loaded with toxins. Loaded with them.
well, what else are we
What
going to wear?
else are we gonna wear?
I mean, what else are we going to do?
I don't know.
Hey, let's
I don't
strip
know.
naked. Let's strip naked, Eric.
I don't know what to do.
Where are you supposed to get the toxinless clothes?
I don't know. Then I read something yesterday. We all
China.
know you're not supposed to sleep next to your phone, right? I get it. You shouldn't sleep right next to your phone. That sounds like a bad idea.
Sleep right
How,
next
what
to
do
it
you mean
every night.
right next to it? How close?
I don't know. I think a lot of us do.
Like 3-4
The
feet?
standard person I know, normal humans, have a nightstand. They put their phone, they plug it in.
Yeah.
It's the single worst thing you could do.
My phone
they
is-
say it increases your chances of brain tumors by 640%.
Well, my
And then
phone
I
is
thought,
closer to me
Well,
than my wife.
how's
So
it?
hold on. Then I thought about this. Hold on.
Where'd they
We
come
gotta-
up with that study, though?
I don't know. I literally saw
Why
this.
sleeping next to it?
Because you're there for 8 hours. You're just there for 8 hours.
Just
but
penetrating your brain.
Yeah, but the other 16 hours, it's
my
right next
point.
to you,
Well,
too.
That's my point, too. When you charge it in your car, you're charging it right here. It's so different right here. I'm charging it.
Yeah,
brain
yeah.
tumor.
It's right here.
Brain tumor. I mean, everywhere I go, I charge my phone.
I'd
Yeah,
like to
'cause
see
you're-
how they came
you're
up
on a
with that.
They
constant
come
quest
up
for
with
power.
They
the
studied
EMF
people
radiation that
that had brain tumors, and then they studied their habits
They
as to where.
suppress all that stuff because they want us to keep buying it. But the point is, what else are you going to do?
Hey,
you got to charge your phone.
You know what's more likely to kill me? The 3/4 of a bag of combos that I ate right before I went to bed last night. That's what's more likely to kill me than the dumb radiation from the phone. And it was a big bag, too. Full disclosure. I had a hard time stopping.
Literally everything we
Okay?
do kills us. The clothes we put on, the
food we eat.
electronics we use, and
Yeah.
the food we
The
eat.
drinks, everything.
kills you.
But if you took a pill
just be
that
walking
would
around
extend your
naked.
life for 10%, you would take it.
Yeah, but it might.
But you might not
depends
pay
what the
for it for
side
your
effects-
dog.
Yeah, but that 10% is going to be the hurting part of your life. Like if you live to 95 instead of 90, the 90 to 95 stretch is not great.
You see Gary
Generally
Player?
not great.
Gary Player looks pretty
Okay,
good.
he's a clear outlier.
Okay.
You know what? Go into a nursing home and round
Jack
a bunch
didn't look so
90,
great.
90 to 95-year-olds.
Understood.
there
Yeah,
aren't
and
a
Jack's
bunch of
not
Gary
90s.
Players
You know
in
what?
there.
That's on them. Gary Player was he's there for a reason.
still did his
he's
little
not
kick.
just a genetic freak.
Yeah.
He grinds.
he works
His clothes
Guy
don't
does
have
a million
toxins.
push-ups, huh?
His clothes don't have
I
toxins.
bet they do. You think he's buying toxic-free clothes somehow. He's the only guy on the planet.
It's just distressing, actually.
If you think about it. I tend not to think about it.
Right. And then now they want to
We know
analyze
you
your
think
poop.
about like 3 things.
Yeah. Poker, terrorism, and fill in the
money.
blank.
And money. Stock
I
market.
touch dirty poker chips all the time. If that doesn't kill me, nothing is going to kill me. I'm
You have an immune
impervious.
system. That's why you're okay with that.
If I can touch poker chips, which every clown on the planet is touching their face, then touching the poker chips, and I'm touching them, handling them, I'm going to be okay. I'm going to survive. I'm going to make it through the Lululemon pants that are too tight on my flat butt. I'm going to be good.
You should make your butt
I'm
look
going to
better.
survive, okay?
Supposed to make your butt look like
Maybe I
snack.
should buy it
And I'm
there.
not going to worry about a brain tumor until I get a brain tumor.
Yeah, then
So
you're going to worry
this
about
phone,
it.
This phone's
I
going
knock on some wood.
This phone's going to stay here. I'm sure I'll get one, but this phone's going to stay right here.
Yeah.
For the
I just wouldn't.
rest of my
I
life.
wouldn't use it as my pillow. That's all I'm saying.
Coming up next, Paul Tabone, president of baseball ops for the Washington Nationals, here on the Junkies.
This update brought to you by Reynolds Empower Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. CJ Abrams is legit. The Nationals beat the Pirates 5-4. He was 3 for 4 with an HR double and 2 RBIs. Got it all going early on for the Nats.
Here's Keller's pitch. Swinging a line drive into center field. That'll fall for a hit in front of Cruz, and the Nationals lead it 3-0.
The Nats have won 4 of 5. The call on the fan. Tonight, Jake Irvin against Mason Montgomery. Capitals season ends with a 2-1 win over Columbus. Alex Ovechkin an assist on the go-ahead goal in what perhaps could be his last NHL game. He talks about that final point.
It's pretty cool. We tried to win. We tried to finish a season on a good note, and I hope it's not my last game. I don't know how I said what's going to happen, so we'll see.
NBA play-in game. Charlotte over Miami, 127-126 in overtime. Portland beat Phoenix 114-110. Denny Avdia 41. From the Crop Metcalf 5-star Sports Desk, I'm Byron Kerr on The Fan.
That's why I called him Luke. Yeah. Welcome back. Chucky's coming to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV. 910 The Fan, 105.1 FM in Richmond. And you can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network all year long, celebrating 30 years of the Junkies. Presented by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank, proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com. Learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. Spish, Cakes, Evie, and JP. Pack final hour. Tony Perkins is joining us later this hour. NBC4 going to be doing a piece on the Junkies.
Very good.
As we celebrate 30 years. Mm-hmm. But joining us right now, like he does every Wednesday at this time, is the president of baseball operations for the Washington Nationals, Paul Tabone. Good morning.
What's up, fellas? How you guys doing?
Paul.
Hey, earlier we were talking about, there was an article in the Washington Post about the hitters' approaches. And you don't necessarily need to talk about the past, but they're saying there's all this information that the batters get and homework being done. And can you kind of fill us in on what, like, let's say I'm in your lineup today. What would I get as I show up to the park?
Yeah, no, I think you hit the nail on the head. Like, for us, it's not about what's taken place in the past. Honestly, we have no clue. Around, they walk into the box exceptionally clear-minded on what they're trying to do. So we're trying to help the players have that clear-mindedness. And one way to do it, I think, is just to make sure they know pitcher tendencies, know like specific zones to look for pitches in, because the quality of the stuff in the major leagues is so good nowadays that if you try and cover every pitch type and every location on the plate, you're really going to struggle. So the best that I've seen do a good job eliminating either certain parts of the zone or pitch types or whatever it might be, so that they can have success when they get their pitch.
Would I receive like an iPad with like a montage of the pitchers I'm going to face?
You know what? We'll present to the group on Borgie. Matt Borg-Schulte does a great job presenting to the group, and it's not just the hitting guys too. It's Corey will present, and our bench coach MJ will chat, and like I said, they're filling the players in on tendencies and what our team approach is going to be that day. But then it's got to be tailored individually. So we also have the guys fill out their own approach plans, and it's just kind of a way to keep them tethered to what they're trying to do in the game, because oftentimes you can think about your approach pregame and then you get into the game and all the emotion and the fan noise and all that, you can get away from it. And for us, this is just a simple way to keep them tethered to it.
So, Paul, after a slow start, James Wood, he is clearly coming into focus. He's 8th in the league in home runs with 5. He's tied for 8th. He's got 14 RBI. That's tied for 13th. And his OPS, 13th as well. So April's been much kinder to James Wood than late March.
Yeah, he's been great. He's been great offensively. I think we joked about it the last call, but he's out there robbing homers. He's running the bases great. He's been awesome, and I'm sure you guys sense it too. Just when you're watching his ABs, there's a level of calmness to him that is the James that we know. And even when he's striking out like the other night. He struck out looking on a pitch that just clipped the outside corner, and there's no real anxiety. It's kind of just like tip your cap and go back to the dugout, knowing that at some point he's going to get one centered and he's going to do damage on it.
Mm-hmm. Hey, Paul, I keep saying this over and over, and you might disagree with me, but it's just sort of a general feeling I have. And again, we're older than you, right? I think I could
by
be
a lot.
Slightly.
I could be. We could all be Paul's dad. Yeah. Okay, so we had.
Kind of could.
I can remember, I think it was like the Tigers one year, where they came out of the gates like on fire, out of nowhere. No one's picking the Tigers. I'm not saying they were going to pick last or whatever, but they got off to like a 30-5 start or something, and it just carried them, right? They didn't necessarily have the best talent. It just kind of the momentum of the season. They believe in themselves, whatever that X factor is. And I'm not saying that's happening with the Nats, right? We're right around 500. But maybe if we finished like at 500, that'd be pretty remarkable considering what the expectations are. Do you believe in that kind of thing? That like that kind of thing can happen? It could probably go either way too. Like if you start out like the O's did the 1 year, 0-21 or whatever, doesn't necessarily set yourself up for greatness. But can the momentum of a start one way or the other really, even though it's only 17, 18 games in, really kind of set the tone for the season as a whole?
Yeah, absolutely. But you hit on it. It's such a long season. You got to sustain it, right? But it was funny. I was actually on the MLB Network. Was it yesterday or the day before? And Brian Kenny posed a question like, "Hey, when can you guys be 500?" And I walked back in. I forget what I said, but I walked back into the clubhouse, and the coaching staff and the players were like, 500? Like, what the hell are you talking about, 500? And so the point is, like, I don't think we should put a ceiling on what we can achieve. And I said it, I think, the last time we talked, but, we want teams to feel it when they play us. And I think I mentioned Philly, like, even though we lost 2 out of 3 against them, I think they felt it like, dang, thank gosh, those guys are getting out of town. And Milwaukee, after that 3-game series, I know that broke our way and we swept them, but they felt it. Like you could see Pat Murphy's quotes at the end. It's like, man, these guys are coming, and we just want to sustain that over the course of the season. And if we do, I think, like we always say, the scoreboard will take care of itself.
Well, all right. So we talked about Woody. Let's talk about CJ. He is the month of April is only halfway through, but he's hitting 405. Now, he's had months like this a couple of years ago. I was just kind of checking his game log. He had months of, 380, 350. So he can get hot in a 25 to 30-day stretch. But, man, Paul, he is killing it. 405. He's 17 for 42 with 6 bombs in the month of April. What is he seeing?
Yeah, CJ has been awesome. We can't let his head get too big. Hopefully he doesn't hear this. But he's walking more than he ever has in his career. His K rate's right there with the lowest K rate he's had in the season. And the separator for him has been him. He's just damaging balls. You guys saw it again last night. He's getting to more power, far and away more power than he has at any point in his career. So the good thing is that some of the underlying stuff, right? Like it looks really good, and that he is. His swing decisions have been way better than any other year in his career. And that stuff, I think, usually holds. And in CJ's case, I think there's a chance that he's able to build upon it as the year progresses. So, and it's not just offensively, too. Like, I know he's had a misplay here and there, but he's played great D. He's run the bases great. He's been an awesome teammate. Like, the work he's put in has been amazing. So he's been like everything we could have asked for and more.
And what about Jacob Young with, he's hitting 270-ish.
Couple homers.
Couple home runs. I mean, historically, he's a number 9 hitter, but he's moved up in the order a little bit. What's he seeing differently this year?
Yeah, JY, he's done 2 things really, really well. Like he's swinging at really good pitches, like I just talked about with CJ. But then I think the quote-unquote unlock for him has been he's gotten off the ground. And I'm going to say he's gotten off the ground. He's hitting less ground balls. And he's not a guy that has to be the dude that's going to hit choppers and run them out because he can run, right? Mm-hmm. We're seeing it. He has the strength to drive balls in the gaps, and you referenced him going deep the other night. He went deep to right at Wrigley, as I'm sure you guys saw. So we think that there is this much better offensive player in there relative to past years, and I think he did a really good job making some of these adjustments in the off season, and then he's carried it over the season. And the irony is, I think what he's been known for is his defense, but everyone's talking about his offense this year, and the defense is still what we know it to be. So that's an exciting combination of tools there.
Is Varland the number one closer now, or are he and Beater kind of going to alternate in that role?
Yeah, we'll be bouncing back and forth from guys, I'm sure, just depending on what the best matchups are. I know this is a part of the game that's a little bit different in years past, but if we think that there is kind of like last night, right? Like we thought there was a really good pocket for Beater in the eighth, facing some really good hitters in the middle of the lineup. We went Clayton in the eighth because it was a really high leverage situation, and then we had Gus come in for the bottom of the order and O'Neill Cruz and Nick York to end the game. So we're going to mix and match, and really what we want to do is just put the players in the best positions where they can succeed. And to us, that's not just rolling the same guy out in the ninth inning every day.
I was saying earlier that you guys have played 11 road games out of your 17, so you haven't been here very long. But, man, the schedule, the fact that you guys are 8-9 with the schedule you opened up with is pretty impressive with all the teams you had to face at Wrigley, in Philly, Dodgers here, at Milwaukee, sweeping them. That was huge. Obviously, the Pirates having to face Skeens in the first game of that series, not easy. I think it's pretty impressive to be 8-9 after this 17-game schedule.
Yeah, I think you always think about the tough ones that we lost. You know what I mean? Like There was just a couple brutal ones, especially at home.
Oh yeah, you had three. You should have 3 or 4 more wins. Yeah.
Yeah, that's like it eats at us, but at the same time, like we were talking about earlier, the season's so long. You know what I mean? Like over 160 games, we're going to find out who we are. So, but you hit it. Like our schedule is front loaded with some really tough teams. So. If we can get through this and play well, and then just continue to play well as we get into the series with obviously end this series, but then the series with San Francisco and then Atlanta, and then I think we go Mets, White Sox. Hopefully we can do some damage and be on the winning side of 500.
I think you have a 16-day stretch without a day off. Does that
16,
sound right?
I thought it was 17. I think
maybe it's 17. Yeah.
Yeah, we gotta be smart about how we're using our pitchers during this stretch, because you're right, it's a long stretch.
Speaking of pitchers, Foster Griffin has been, I think, a pleasant surprise. I was reading he added a bunch of pitches in the offseason. Talk about what Foster Griffin has brought to the rotation.
Yeah, Foster's been he's been great. So he was over in Japan for a number of years, as I'm sure you guys know, and I think when he went over there, he added a number of pitches, and I think he just really found himself as a pitcher, to be honest. He, as you guys probably know, former first-round pick by Kansas City. He got up to the big leagues, I think in 2020, 2022 with Kansas City and Toronto, I think, and then he ultimately left to Japan and threw great out there. And I think it's tougher to predict like what a guy is going to be like when he comes from Japan to the States, playing in that league. But we really liked what Foster had to show, and so far it's translated. And the cool thing is, I think if you ask Foster, he's like, man, I'm not really I haven't hit my groove yet. So he's throwing tomorrow, and we're excited to see him continue to build upon these starts that he's had to date.
Paul, how often do guys go to Japan and then come back to the majors? Because a lot of times it's like these guys go at the end of their career, like play out the string in Japan, but to resurface and be effective, like how often does that happen?
You know what? Every once in a while, we have a couple of them. Miles did it, actually. People forget this. Like before he was an all-star in St. Louis, Miles went over there, Michaelis, and I think it was for 3 years, and pitched really well. They came back and pitched great for St. Louis for all those years. So it happens. there have been some big ones over the years, but you know what? Like when you're going over there, I think like you're going over there. Everyone's going over there with the mindset to get back, but only a fraction of them get back to the big leagues and have significant success in the big leagues. So it's rare, but when it happens, it's really fun.
Talking to Paul Tabone, president of baseball operations for the Washington Nationals. So today's a big day because it's tax day, right?
Mm-hmm.
Has Paul Tabone ever done his own taxes?
Ooh, I'm gonna say yes.
I have, but not anymore. I don't trust myself enough on the tax code to do it myself anymore. So,
when was the last time you did it?
Oh gosh, probably a couple years out of college, I would think.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's been a bit.
Yeah.
I need someone else to blame if not done right.
Yeah, leave it to the experts. There are experts.
None of us do it. I'm just curious.
No, most people don't do
I
that.
was cleaning out, Paul. I was cleaning out my office yesterday just because it was just clutter. It was a clutter box, and I had tax returns from 1998 in one of my drawers.
You don't need those.
Can I throw those away?
Yes, you can. I'd shred them,
I think
but
they'll be good.
you
I'll
can
be good
get
there.
rid of them.
Yeah. Oh yeah, shred them.
Yeah.
I'll probably just ball it up and throw them. All right. So real quick before we let you go, talk about tonight. You got Jake going. I think Pittsburgh's going to open with one of their relievers, Mason Montgomery. But just talk about this matchup. What do you expect from Jake?
Yeah, Jake. Jake is obviously the last start wasn't how he wanted it to go, but we're really excited about some of the adjustments that Jake has made. So we're excited to see how he comes out today. This lineup is tough on righties. You see it like with O'Neal Cruz and Lau and Brian Reynolds is a switch hitter, but Horowitz, like you have to run through this gamut of guys that are pretty tough on righties. But Jake has a unique ability, I think, to get in on lefties and work the ball around to have success. So we're excited about him tonight, and hopefully we're coming out of it with another W.
Yeah, Ryan O'Hearn too. He's hitting the ball lefty in the lineup.
Yeah, O'Hearn, I left out.
Yeah,
right. Yep,
he's good. All right, hey Paul, good luck tonight and early game tomorrow, 12:35 first pitch. We'll talk to you next week, bro. Keep winning.
Yeah, I appreciate it, guys. Thanks for having me on.
Thanks, Paul.
His income level a little higher on his next taxes.
Yeah, I would think so. He's getting a bump.
He got a nice bump.
Good for him.
A bumpy bump.
All right, a little bit later, Tony Perkins, co-anchor on NBC4, is going to join us in studio. When we come back, let's get back into what we expect at 10 o'clock. By the way, the president of the Washington Commanders, Mark Klaus, will join BMitch and Finlay at 10:30. So you want to keep it here on The Fan.
All right, guys, NBA fans, listen up. You can enter FanDuel's Play-In Palooza for a chance to win a share of $2 million in bonus bets every day of the Play-In tournament. All you have to do is place a live bet using your Play-In Palooza token. Then you'll automatically be entered for a chance to win a share of $2 million in bonus bets. So don't just watch the NBA Play-In tournament from the sidelines. Visit FanDuel.com/local to get in on the action. That's FanDuel.com/local. And don't forget to enter FanDuel's Play-In Palooza for a chance to win a share of $2 million in bonus bets. Play your game with FanDuel, the official sportsbook partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 106.7 The Fan. You must be 18 and over. Present in D.C. No purchase necessary. Opt-in required. Limit one entry. Profit boost issued as non-withdrawable profit boost token. Prizes issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets which expire 7 days after receipt. Gambling problem? Call, text 1-800-GAMBLER.
I hope Tony Perkins and his crew brought a makeup person because I gave myself a slight nick yesterday.
Did you?
When I was shaving my dome. It's right here. You see it? It's very small.
They probably didn't.
It's minor.
That's small.
But if anybody has some cover up,
You gotta go find a
if
chick.
you have any makeup, just let me know. Like maybe
Heather's here. She
Yeah,
might
maybe
have
Heather
something.
can take care of
she
me.
can hook you up.
Yeah, that'd be good.
Hey, it is tax day.
Yeah.
You can get some deals at places.
Okay, let me hear.
For example, Wendy's.
All right.
If you make at least a $5 purchase on the app,
That's easy.
Oh.
you get
The app part's
six.
gonna be the hard part.
Yeah, that's
You get 6 nuggets for free.
I mean, that's rock
So you-
solid deal.
So you can't go through the drive-through and get the hookup. You got to be on the
Oh,
app.
you can use the app.
Well,
at
you
the
can use the
drive-thru.
app in the drive-through.
Yeah.
Yeah. Maybe I'll do that today.
Usually, when I go to McDonald's, the first thing they ask is, "Are you using the mobile app?" No.
Yeah, why do they
Usually my
They
question.
always ask that.
Because
Yeah,
if
they
you've
do.
ordered on the app, then you just give them the code.
Yeah, and they just hand you the
and then
food.
the food's just ready. It's
Okay.
probably better to
So
do
I-
it on the app, but I generally don't.
So I had an emergency. I had a little right. I'm trying to eat by a certain window, etc. And so I had to get something, and I was out in Virginia. I dropped off my daughter at volleyball. So I went to my go-to. I went to McDonald's, but I also had to use the bathroom.
Okay.
So I did the unthinkable. I
This
went.
tracks. All this tracks.
I went inside. Okay.
Yeah.
So I went inside, but I had a slight panic. I used the bathroom, and then I just got what I often get is just the 2 cheeseburger meal. It's simple for me.
Okay.
I actually what I do is I just pinch the
Hamburger.
meat with the pickles and I just eat it without the buns. For some reason, that's an easy one. I just pinch the meat, eat it without the buns, and then I devour the fries. So it's like weird. Like I don't eat the bread, but
you eat
I eat all the
potatoes.
fries, right? And then whatever. I have a panic because I go. They want you to punch everything in on the board.
Yeah, the
They-
kiosk.
They don't really want. I just want to tell the person what I want, but I figure out how to use the board. It didn't print out a receipt. So then I was in a panic.
that's a problem.
I had no receipt.
Yeah.
How are they going to know it's my food?
Yeah, receipts are important.
There's no receipt.
Yeah.
Didn't ask me for a receipt. I guess decided on its own you don't need a receipt. Didn't ask me for my name. It just said 2 cheeseburger meal. Like later, so I stepped up and I took
could
it.
have gotten burned by that yesterday because I ordered my food and I told the person who was at the cashier, I said, I'm going to have 2 beers, but I want one now and I want one to go. But I don't want the one to go to get warm. So I'm going to go eat and I'm going to come back and get my second beer. I should have followed up. She said, "Do you want your receipt?" I said, "No," but I should have said
yes.
I should have said
Could have got burned.
Should have said that, and I also should have said, "Are you going to be here in about 15 minutes?" to make sure that she knew
That
what
was
was
a
doing.
very
I was-
terrible decision.
I was
Did you
all
tell her,
about
just
that.
remember this dome with the nick?
Yeah, I mean, just remember me. Okay, there's not many guys.
What
in
kind
here.
of beer did you get?
Sapporo?
Sapporo.
Yeah, because I was eating.
Oh, that's right. You were at
having
the.
It was a Asian establishment.
Right,
They
right.
offered Asian Japanese beer, so I took advantage.
I love sushi.
So they probably didn't track your Hakeem Nick joke.
No, no, she did not.
When I
She
first
couldn't care less.
When I first got my first real job, if you could call it that, after college, right? When I worked at the Research Institute, a woman that I became very good friends with, she introduced me to sushi when I was 22 years old. Okay, so I've loved sushi ever since. I saw a video last year of all the little microorganisms that can potentially be in there. I'm out on sushi. I'm out on sushi.
You know what you're in
I
on?
love sushi.
You're in on scare tactics.
Yeah, you are.
I saw all these white little worms.
You're in on panic.
Yeah.
He's
in the
afraid of
freaking
his
tuna.
He's afraid of his clothes.
They could
tuna.
be. They could be in the cheeseburger
They
you're
probably are. Okay, but I haven't seen those pictures yet. I saw the little white worms. I'm out on sushi.
I highly doubt
Oh,
that.
no, I saw a
eating.
video.
You're never going to eat sushi again.
I saw a
I'm
video.
telling you, dude, I've been a devotee. I've spent a lot
When
of
did
money
you see
on
this
sushi
video?
Within the last 6 months.
You
Yeah,
haven't
but
had
sure.
sushi in 6 months.
You're also a McDonald's devotee.
Not sure
and
that I have.
There,
I
you
think
can
you
see scare videos of things
haven't.
found in
I
McDonald's
saw a
food.
scare video 2 months ago about the dangers of biting your nails, bacteria that put it
Right.
in your mouth. I was like, whoa, I better stop biting my nails. You know what I was doing 3 days later? Biting my nails again.
All right, well,
Still
you don't have
back
the
on
discipline.
it.
You
Here's
don't
what
have
I'd
the
say
discipline
about
this guy.
biting nails.
Yeah.
You're an adult.
Stop biting
That's
your
the
nails.
way I look
My-
at it.
my
It has
dad-
nothing
used
to
To
do
understand-
with whether it's safe or not. You're an adult.
When I was a younger adult, okay, a much younger adult, my dad would say, "You're an adult. Stop biting your nails like a little kid."
Clip your freaking nails.
I tend to do that sometimes.
Was it like a nervous habit, or do you actually think they're too long? You need to clip.
Can I tell you-
bite
No,
them?
it's a nervous habit, and maybe I'm just emotionally stunted.
Can I tell you a hilarious story of why I don't buy my nails anymore? My nails are harder than my teeth.
That's
sad. Yeah.
Dude, I was chewing on a nail, and all of a sudden, I was peeling off front tooth. It was the most disturbing. I thought I was dying. I was like, well, I got to be dying.
You know what? Hey,
Gotta be dying.
Valdez, to bring this back, Dr. Frankenstein would not use your teeth on his monster.
No.
It's real functioning teeth.
I'm going to the dentist today. Not my dentist, but my oral surgeon, and not Dr. Walker. I'm going to my oral surgeon who extracts my teeth.
How many dentists do you have?
3.
He has a team.
I have a team, Cakes. I'm going.
Are they all in the same office?
No.
No way.
I'm going to see my oral surgeon that extracts teeth. I'm going in today.
Why?
Because this nubber
You got another
fell
issue?
apart and my bridge collapsed, and I have to pull out what's left of the nubber.
He does have the worst teeth. If he gets to 75, he probably won't. He's going to have the worst teeth in the world.
Jason,
yes, he already might.
We had a beautiful family dinner at the club the other day. Okay, it was my family. My son wasn't there, but my girls, my wife. It was my buddy Adam's family,
right?
And it was Glenn's family,
all sitting together.
We had like 13 of us. Beautiful family dinner. I ordered my favorite go-to, the pork porterhouse.
Right.
Okay, I love that.
Probably
meal.
worms in it.
No.
Toxins.
I didn't have Jason.
Yeah.
I currently don't have enough teeth to chew that efficiently.
Yeah, he does.
I have all these front teeth, but the back molars, they're missing. I'm sitting there
I will say
going,
this.
laborious.
I think you're the one dentist which he doesn't have. It's an offshoot. He doesn't have an orthodontist. Your teeth have they maintained being straight?
Yeah.
You had braces forever.
Well, I mean, orthodontist is generally when you're younger.
Yeah, but sometimes the teeth will go back.
Yeah,
like
they can shift.
My
I've
teeth
seen
are just
friends.
soft.
I've seen friends who have terrible teeth that had braces as kids.
You have the Columbus Blue Jackets of teeth.
Well, yeah, I was gonna think of give me a notoriously soft player, like somebody won't go over the middle. So, I don't know. It's just like,
Ricky Waters.
Ricky Waters.
Yeah,
For
yeah.
who? For what? With his little gator arms.
Right.
Won't extend.
No. Anyway, I don't know how that became about me.
Well, good luck.
Biting your
Good luck
nails.
today at the oral surgeon.
Well, we were going to talk about the helmet stuff. So Mark Klaus is going to be here in an hour.
Okay.
Right? I think he's
in
Is he in studio? I might have misinterpreted.
I think
but-
so. Yeah.
Okay,
But he's
good.
definitely going to be
He's
on
making the rounds today.
BMitch and Finlay show.
Yeah.
In studio. We had that discussion earlier about what is potentially a leak of the new alternate logo. Do you think that one is going to be what we're going to see, part of the equation?
It's going to be part of it, but it could be something that's just like on a shoulder
Is that the
pad.
guy who's nailed the other teams?
Yes.
Yeah.
I think that's, again,
he knows something.
Alternate, yeah, I'm sure that'll be incorporated, but that's just going to be something like on a corner of something somewhere.
Hey, is
I don't think that's gonna
NBC4
be
Doesn't mean it's gonna be on the
primary
helmet.
Is NBC4 going to be cool with us staring at our phones to see the Commanders' uniform release at 10 a.m.? I hope they are.
Yeah.
Because there's going to be some of that.
Well, I think it's
in about 25 minutes.
we're not
Just
going to be
letting you
on
know.
live.
Is it gonna
It's
happen?
taped. We'll have plenty of time.
Are they saying it's coming down right at 10?
10 a.m.
You
sharp,
say 10,
baby.
and it better be
10
10.
a.m. Boom.
Yeah.
Giving you the goods.
I've never seen somebody more fired up for
I love uniform tweaks and reveals and
Say,
revamps.
I
You know
hate
this.
I hate what that little two-dimensional image. We did it for 3 hours. I hate it. But I do think when they show like the jersey and the helmets and stuff on the whole, I think it'll be fine. Especially if it's a throwback. I think it's going to be great. I think it'll be good.
And we all know it's going to be better than 2-2-22 because the bar for that rebrand is on the floor.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's impossible
It'll
not
be
to
better
be
than
better
that.
than that.
Although I'm in the minority, I didn't hate those jerseys. They didn't harken back to the Redskins.
They grew on you.
I didn't hate them at the moment. I thought they were, they were different.
Yeah.
This group, this fan base wants it to be all about the Redskins, so it wants it to be just like it was in '82.
The older fans do, yeah.
Well, I think even I'm maybe not younger. You're right, but the loud minority, maybe they want it to be all about the old school Super Bowl era, and I think they're going to give it
what
to
the
them
Mike
for the
Mars
most
of
part.
the world want.
He doesn't care.
He doesn't care, but
He didn't.
I mean, he's a younger fan.
But even though the colors were off, even though people didn't like the name, I didn't hate the uniforms because it wasn't the Redskins uniform.
Here's what we are hoping for deep down. that Mark Klaus, when he comes in with BMitch and Finlay at 10:30 live in studio, that he's got a big cardboard box about yay big and
He's
about
not
this
gonna.
tall.
What, of gear?
He's not going to be
filled with
disappointed.
New Commander swag for these guys and those guys.
Yeah.
Is what you're hoping that happens.
You know, earlier we said,
I don't believe it's happening.
You know, earlier we said, what are the three things Cakes thinks about? It's like poker.
Yeah.
And Jason immediately went to money.
Yeah.
So during the break, I was just confirming, it was commercial break, and wanted to mention that Klaus was going to be on with BMitch and Finlay. And I thought he was the team president, but I just wanted to confirm what his title was. So I said, Cakes, I don't know if Jason was in the room. Cakes, I said, Cakes, is he the president? What is his title? And he's like, president of football, team president. What is his title? And he goes, I don't know, but I bet his net worth is $35 million.
Yeah,
And he immediately goes to thinking about
he
net
shorted
worth.
him. He shorted him.
I said he's rich because he used to be the CEO of Campbell's
Campbell's.
Soup. You ever hear that?
Yeah.
You ever hear that brand?
He's a food guy.
Like $55 million is his net worth. So I undersold him by, I don't know, a scant $25 million. I do love getting in people's pockets and guessing what their net worth is. It is, some would say, a flaw of mine. I don't know if it's a redeeming
Klaus
characteristic.
went to West Point.
Well, he played hoops for them.
Yeah,
He's an accomplished guy.
He's an accomplished dude, smart dude.
Right.
Probably very cool.
The Commanders are in capable hands with him.
But it's just funny
as
that that's
president.
immediately what Cakes went
It's
to.
the first thing I go to, JP.
Then he confirmed he is team president.
Yes,
but got the net worth first.
Well, the plan is 10 o'clock on the website, right? That's how they're going to
Yes,
release it.
believe so.
Release a video, or maybe there'll be some sort of unveiling.
All right, coming up next, our pal Tony Perkins is going to join us in studio. NBC4 kind enough to be doing a piece on our 30th anniversary. Tony's been great to the show for like 20 years, so we'll have him join us for a little bit here on the Junkies.
All right, Red Wing, the legacy footwear brand that has set the global standard for purpose-built boots since 1905, is expanding beyond shoes for the first time. Known for its unmatched quality, fit, and durability on the job site, Red Wing is now taking that same craftsmanship with a new work apparel line. Our friends at Red Wing hooked up the Junks with hoodies, long sleeve shirts, graphic tees. I love my hoodie. It's silly. Brand new boots. Both are comfortable to wear in studio during this show when I'm working around the house or just out and about. Visit redwing.com/apparel today to see the new collection.
Very happy to be joined in studio by Tony Perkins, co-anchor on NBC4. He's here with his crew to do a nice fluff piece on the Junk's 30th anniversary.
Wait. They said fluff piece. This is a deep investigative.
It's a hard-hitting journalism.
Get every piece of dirt we can get.
I'm out.
No, we've known Tony for a long time. The amazing thing is he still listens to our show almost every day.
Yes, I do.
He'll send me texts from time to time.
Way to go, Tony.
And
at least there's one of them.
But I'm amazed that Tony's still getting up in the morning. Like, we still get up in the morning. He gets up at 1:45 sometimes.
1:45.
That hurts my heart just to think about that number. That's crazy.
Most mornings I get up at 2:15, but that's insane.
He sleeps in at 2:15.
Right, yes, that's a sleep
that's
in.
killing you, right?
I know.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to live a shorter life.
Oh, I absolutely. I told
way
JP.
to bring the mood down, EB.
But I do know this.
You're going to die. We're going to die. Sooner.
Would you rather do 11 p or 4:30 a?
See, I've always been a morning guy, so I like mornings. I don't like the getting up. And literally, I'm not kidding. When I wake up, I waste 5 to 6 minutes just sitting on the edge of the bed,
pondering life,
shaking my head.
You
Like,
look-
why am I
You
doing
look like
this? Yeah.
Ovie when he was done with his game
Yes,
last night.
exactly.
You look like you got that 1,000-yard stare. Just like, am I going to get through today somehow? How am I gonna
Pondering
do this?
life.
You know what I did, though, Tony? Now, listen, again, we get up at 4:30.
Yeah.
Okay, that's early.
Yes, it is.
2 o'clock.
4:07.
beyond
By the
it.
way, 4:07.
Okay, he gets up even
Every
earlier.
minute counts.
Yeah.
So we feel your pain, not to your extent, but we feel it. The other day, for the first time ever, I did an ice facial when I woke up.
When you woke up?
When I woke up, yeah, because I had a terrible headache
Just
with
to
sinus.
wake your ass
and
up?
You see some of these influencers do. They get like a bowl
Yeah,
of
yeah.
ice. You
Yeah.
just put your face in there. I did like because I'll never do a cold plunge.
Right.
I tried it one time. I'm too wimpy.
Yeah.
But I could do it with my face. I did 4 10-second plunges.
Really?
It woke me right up. Allegedly, it's supposed to be good for your skin. I don't know. I did it once. But
You look good.
thank you. Have you ever tried it?
I have not tried it. I would, but I don't have any. I don't have time to waste, and not that it's a waste, but
You don't have any time.
Every minute is, aside from my 6 minutes of what am I doing?
Yeah.
Getting dressed, getting in the shower, and getting out
And
of the
then
house.
hauling ass together. Yeah, I get it. Right.
But
See, the whole shower
I mean,
in the
he's-
morning is a thing that we're anti, except for JP.
But I mean, he's got to put a
JP
suit
doesn't.
on.
Right.
I understand he needs to do it. He's on
look
TV
decent.
every day. We're on TV every day, but
Yeah,
we're
I
not
gotta
taking
tell
it
you,
very
I'm gonna
seriously.
be completely honest with
Okay.
you. I showered last night. Did not shower this morning.
That's okay. You know, I mean, listen. I sweat sometimes when I
Yeah.
sleep, so I got to shower.
Well, you also got to put
I
a suit
might
on.
too.
Do you ever? do you ever just wear sweatpants underneath? and
No, no.
Just have the suit and tie because that's all we can see.
No, because those days are over. You know, they've got us up walking around, standing in front of this
Oh, yeah.
monitor. And
Well,
that
that's true,
thing,
that's
and-
true.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In the old days, the guys that wear sweats or shorts.
Yeah.
Not anymore.
Not anymore, right?
Everybody does the Jordans though. I notice you're still old school. You got the regular
Well,
kind of.
this is because.
Oh, these are like more like walking.
Yeah, these are walking
but-
shoes, but it's because I came right here. If I'd had time, I would have changed into more casual gear.
But when you're on air, do you do that?
No, I don't. But
I haven't gotten used to that. Like guys
I
in
haven't
suits
either.
with the Jordans.
I haven't. It looks good on some people. I
Yeah,
don't
yeah.
think that I can pull it off.
I'm
not
there might be
cool
something
enough.
To that. Yeah, there might be something to that.
He's not too far from me. He's in Reston. We got to hang out a little bit.
I would love to do that.
A little Friday
listen,
happy hour.
You guys are friends. I think I say this every time I come on. You're friends, but I'm also a fan. I do listen every morning. I am texting, half the time when EB doesn't know something or, you're talking about the, like when you're doing the entertainment page.
Yeah.
I'm like, it's Britney Spears.
He's not goofing. He actually listens.
I'm trying to send the answer in.
These idiots don't know anything either. Believe me.
We just make fun of him, though. That is awesome, though.
But I'm, you guys, the reason I'm here is because we're going to shoot a piece on you guys.
Yep.
30 years is, first of all, 30 years of friendship is extraordinary.
Well, I don't know if we're friends. Co-workers.
Maybe 20 years
Colleagues.
of friendship.
Right.
I don't know if you read this. Look at the last comment that T Perk sent me during the show.
During the show? Jason and the gay porn convo. Hysterical.
Wow.
Oh, yes. Yes.
What? Remind me.
You were talking about.
I don't remember that.
It had something to do with, for a certain amount of money, you would consider it.
I do remember.
Yeah, no, everybody's got a price. Everybody's got a price.
Those are the highbrow topics we discuss on the Junkies.
Risque content for NBC4.
Yeah.
Sorry, guys.
You won't find us doing that on the Sunday morning show.
Yeah, sorry.
I mean, sometimes it's about the Commanders. I'm just perusing my texts.
This portion may have to be edited, but that's fine. That's the magic of
No,
TV.
that was I had to go way back. That was like in September.
So we're gonna do the bit here,
Yeah.
and then we're gonna tape it on the rooftop, and then
Yes.
just for our listeners to know, I learned this term today. I think we all did. It's HFR,
HFR,
which means
hold for release.
which means
So-
when nothing's going on.
No,
throw
no.
this out.
It doesn't mean that, because here's what we're anticipating. We're going to get a lot of good stuff with you guys. We got to figure out, is this going to be one piece, two pieces, something on the air, something
Multiple.
on socials?
Wow.
Yes, because this is a big deal, 30 years.
Hey, you want
So
good content?
Yes.
Film EB right near the edge of the top of the building. That's great content. Scared of heights. Sweating. He'll sweat right through his golf outfit.
You guys don't understand. Don't tempt me, because guys that are scared of heights, they're
he'll-
scared
yeah.
because they're afraid they're gonna leap.
Well, if he does leap, you better get it on camera. Okay?
Well, you know what? If that happens, it airs today.
Maybe part 2 or 3.
Tom Yamas will be
we could
top
get T-Perk to join us in Dewey Beach.
Ooh.
you should.
That'll be a fun video.
Oh, is this?
We're doing our live
part of
show.
the
It's
deal.
our,
on the
30
Starboard.
it's our beach bash down in Dewey. at the
Now, do you
Starboard.
all get like a condo and stay together?
We don't know yet.
We still don't know.
We might be sleeping in our cars.
Apparently, according to the producers, it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter where we're staying.
There's a lot of cost cutting. Yeah, we might be sleeping in our cars.
I know
be.
producers like that. Trust me.
You know what? A tent on the beach.
Apparently, it's a minor detail. It doesn't matter where we're
The weather's
staying.
going to be good.
Right. Doesn't matter. Your family's coming.
You're
you got
getting
friends
hammered
coming,
anyway.
you got
Right.
people flying in from Florida. It doesn't matter.
I would love to do that. That would be wonderful.
Yeah, we'll do that.
Any chance?
Might
to-
want to leave the cameras at home, though. I could. These shows could go off the rails.
Well, and then if it's a tent on the beach, then there's no shower situation.
we'd be okay with that.
You're right.
Yeah, there's not going to be
I'm not sure I'd be
You
okay
might
with
not
that.
be, but we'd be fine.
So we should say, we always talk about some of the success stories off of our show, and it kind of correlates. But you came and did our show 20 plus years ago, I think it was. Well, maybe it's not that far back. And you kind of discovered Kevin McCarthy on our show.
Yeah.
And then he's just blown up beyond all of us at this point.
You guys discovered him, but he was an intern at the time,
Yes.
I believe. You had him doing a crazy bit. I know he doesn't like to talk about it anymore.
But he was doing movie reviews as well.
Yes. And he, to his credit,
Did he come
said
up to you?
He came up to me and he
Yeah.
said, "Hey, I do the movie reviews on the show. I'm really into movies. Do you think you guys would ever need a movie reviewer?" I used to do movie reviews with a comedian named Chris Paul.
Yeah.
And that
Yeah,
went away.
Chris.
We had someone else who wasn't working out, and I said, "Well, oddly enough, we're going to be looking for somebody. Come by the station, send me your tape."
What a good person you are to even
Yeah.
think of that. Because listen, all I did was belittle the kid. I mean, all I did was belittle him, and I don't tell him, "You're gracious." You say it's all Kevin. He
Right.
did it. I say no, it's all us. He has no life, no life without the junk.
Thanks to all of us. But he took the ball and ran with it. Now the celebrities love him. He's a big star.
Living out there.
He's really
Living
good
in
at
Beverly
it.
Good for
Hills.
him.
He's
Good for
really
him.
good. I'm just waiting for him. He's going to be like hosting an award show or something.
He will be.
I'm just going to
Absolutely.
look up there, and all of a sudden he's going to be hosting something like the
You're right.
Blockbuster Awards or something.
Do you think the Commanders
Blockbuster
That doesn't
Awards.
even exist.
Do you think the Commanders are going to hit a home run? Because this is about 6 minutes from
Yes.
now. We're going to find out.
I think they will. I think they've gotten most things right since Josh Harris took over. I think they'll get this right. I suspect it's going to be a nod to the past.
Very good.
All right.
Should remind people, Mark Klaus, the team president, who's worth how much?
$54.7 million.
There you go. He's going to be on with BMitch and Finlay. That's coming up at 10:30. We'll be all over it tomorrow. We're the Junkies. BMitch and Finlay coming up next here on The Fan. What up, everybody? The Commanders have new uniforms. Give me an air horn, Jeffrey. We're going back to basics, and the basics are beautiful, baby. Listen, man, I think everybody knew what was coming. After they rolled out the Super Bowl era last year.
I don't think everybody knew though, Jay.
Well, I think the big
I think
surprise
a lot of people
are
didn't
the
know
black
because a lot of people
uniforms.
want to just make their own mindsets instead of paying attention to what's going on.
I think there's a number of things, right? I think the black uniforms with the spear on the helmet are the headliner. I think they've completely changed the black uniforms from looking like the Steelers. Now they're black, burgundy, and gold. Like,
Yep.
it all makes sense.
Yes.
And I think the return to the classic burgundy, the classic white. I also love the attention to detail, Brian. I love getting the stripes back on the pants.
How about on the helmet?
The stripes back on the helmet.
How about the face mask?
The gold face mask back on the helmet. And the return to the glossy helmet, away from that weird glittery
I
matte.
think the matted thing was there. You know why? To try and hide that it wasn't the color it was supposed to be. That's what I think it was.
Listen, man, I think the new organization runs things well, runs things airtight. There maybe was a T-shirt leak last night. All the stuff you see last night going around social media. I said this on television yesterday, right at my last hit on NBC is right before 7 o'clock. So it's like 6:58 p.m. I said, for everybody that sees uniform leaks on the internet tonight, reminder, they're probably fake.
Oh, yeah.
And by and large, they were.
They were. I saw some stuff and I was dying laughing. It had a distinct and had a kind of mysterious little view. And I'm like, these people just like the stuff with Bill at the signing. Have you asses not seen those white uniforms for the last 3-4 years when guys go to signings?
Right.
That's what the promoter of the signing does. They get those things made and they do it. That had nothing to do with what the team does.
I think, all right, so let's start from the beginning. The Commanders told us on April 15th at 10 a.m. they would unveil new uniforms, behold the burgundy and gold. They did just that. They were able to keep this from leaking. It all has been released now. You can see it on all the Commanders' social media outlets. The Super Bowl era uniforms that they returned last year, I believe they wore them for 3 games. Those will now be the full-time home uniforms. That's the primary uniform. They will wear the burgundy and gold, the white. It is, I think what they have achieved, it is the uniform you wore, the uniform I grew up watching.
Yep.
And they've modernized it, but they've also developed consistency across all of the uniforms. They've gone back to the classic burgundies with the white pants on the road. The pants all have the stripe down the side. I remember, I want to say it was Doc Walker, but I don't want to be incorrect in case I heard this from somebody else. But I remember somebody saying, without the stripe, they just look like pajamas.
Yeah.
I'm really happy to see the stripe on there. I love now, one of the absolute worst parts of the previous uniforms, there was zero consistency. It was like a grab bag of what things looked like.
Multiple colors.
Yeah. Multiple fonts. The numbers were all different. Just be consistent. Have a consistent, iconic look like the franchise had for so many years. And now you've got that. You've got the block lettering, the block numbers. The numbers are now on the shoulders. And then the blacks are where you've had the big step, right? And by adding the spear to the helmet, adding the stripes to the helmet, I think the black uniforms have gone from what are the, like, I didn't not like the blacks before, but they didn't feel at all.
It felt like I was in Pennsylvania.
Right. It looked like Steelers.
But when my eyes hit these, I was like, those are fire right there.
Totally.
Because, yes, it has black, but you know what? It makes the burgundy and gold stand out even more. And I think when you start thinking about this team, one Doc Walker's been saying burgundy and gold since about 1990-91. And I think that right there hits and sticks. Because when you think about the team of the past, people always were discussing the burgundy and gold.
Right.
We went to red and maroon and every other color, but we didn't go burgundy and gold. Now it's back to burgundy and gold.
Totally, man. And I think, will people complain? Sure. people still not love the W? Sure. When you look at the burgundy uniform, and the Commanders have done a hell of a job of releasing all sorts of, you can see this on a lot of their social media, right? Like whatever it is you're trying to look for, it's out there. If you look at the uniforms from the front, it looks like the old uniforms.
But it also looks like the way they got everything set up, it's a focus.
Totally.
More in tune focus.
I think they nailed it. With the home and the road uniform, the classic white, the classic burgundy, they had the template. Just go back to what worked. You know what I mean? They threw, what is that phrase? They threw the baby out with the bathwater when they did this rebrand. Now they're just going back to the classics. And I think by introducing the spear to the helmet on the black uniform, that's supposed to be an alternate. It's supposed to look a little different.
Totally.
Down the road, could the spear become more prominent, more involved? Sure, maybe. But I think if you're a Commanders fan, if you're a fan of the burgundy and gold, if you're a fan of this organization and this operation, just be happy they got it right.
Keep the focus on. Let's say that, listen, instead of worrying about what could be, let's worry about what is right now and have that focus on how things have transferred, what transpired, what they've done, and give that some thought. Because I think we gotten to a point where every time something happens, we think about what's coming next. Hell, I don't care about next. I care about next season. I care about the draft coming up next week.
Right.
Because I want to see the people that are going to be in the uniforms now. When you look at those uniforms, you remember the pride, you remember the winning, you remember the things they've done. Now I want the people inside the uniform to have the same type of drive inside of them. That makes a difference.
Totally, dude. I think, listen, at 10:30, Mark Klaus, Commanders team president, is going to join us in studio. Well, I'm really excited to talk to Mark about the journey to get where they are now, because as soon as Josh Harris bought the team, they talked about wanting to return to what was, right? And I do believe it's a minority of people. I think it's a very vocal minority, but like the name is not coming back, period. The logo's not coming back to the helmet. Maybe over time there's some way, especially at a new stadium, you can have like I don't know what you would call like what do you call like a statue on a wall? A
statue, an honor wall, something like that.
I think there's a way to incorporate it, right? And to do it tastefully, to honor the family and the tribes that it came from, but to also not offend others. Like there's a proper way to do that. And frankly, I trust this group to figure that out. If you are one of the, whatever that is, 5%, 10%, 15%, that is like just going to be mad no matter what because they're not the Redskins anymore, today's not your day.
You know what, though?
Today's just
but
not
Jay,
your day.
Eventually, he who is spending the money on the team makes the decisions. And you get to a point where in life, if you want to please everybody, you're pleasing nobody.
Right.
You got to get to the point where what your vision is, that is what you put out there. What you have set out your focus groups and whatever to see what's the best overall. Somebody's going to be pissed off all the time. And you can't worry about pleasing every little Tom, Dick, and Harry in the damn world. I think that gets to a point, and people want to look at that as, no, those who try to please everybody, that's weakness. Those who say, this is how I'm going to do it. I looked at it, and this is the way that it goes, and more people going to like this than anything, and you move forward. Because that vocal minority, sometimes you got to just bulldoze them and keep moving.
And I think if you're a fan of this team, this organization over the years, and you look at them, it looks right. Like it feels right. And I think one further step is the blacks. They're calling them the Hail Raiser now. And I don't always love that we have to like have like a corporate tie-in, whatever. I kind of think the Hail Raiser is a cool last name. And I think the black uniform, one, by getting burgundy and gold back on there, it ties it to the team. The previous three uniforms were such an odd amalgamation of different colors and different fonts, and the black had the W on the front of it. Like, you know what the key phrase in the word uniformity is? Uniform. Like, make it look the same. It's a uniform, right?
Yep.
And I think they nailed it. I really think there's a cool look. I love adding the spear. I think you'll continue to see the spear roll out. I also think the team has done a hell of a job. They posted a really cool video, all the imagery's out, and Jeff tells me you can already buy everything. Dude, one thing I like a lot, season ticket members, the store is open at Northwest Stadium in Landover.
Probably going to be a line around the corner.
But the first hour is only season ticket holders. So they get an opportunity first, which I really think is the right way to value the people you care about, so to speak. And going one step further, all that stuff's going to sell out before, I don't know, 6 o'clock.
What do you think, Jay? Kind of looks like something that passed, right?
100. Like, how do you feel as a dude that wore that uniform that now sees these uniforms?
I remember when they came out with the first uniform. They went with the new, and then they came out with the white ones. And you were like, man, that looks like Louisville. Louisville, Cincinnati, one of the 3 you said.
Yeah.
And I was like trying to feel it because I always say you got to have some level of black into it. But then when I look at these and I look at the ones now that they're doing, I go, oh, okay then. Because sometimes, like, if you look at certain cars and certain things where they have that, when you look at the style of something or the model, you know distinctly what it's going to show you. You look for one thing, and then I look at these uniforms now and I go, okay. They went back to the classic look and said, this is what we are. Burgundy and gold. And we have a lot of pride in this, and we're going to try to build this up again. I'm cool with that. I like them. When I saw, and then now, like when we wore them, we had some of the, as we went on and began to try to make the jerseys, the sleeves tighter.
Yeah.
They come out with everything fitting you like it's your skin.
Right.
I like that. But when you see Gary Clark running and the sleeves are flapping, but still, what was flapping? The burgundy and gold stripe.
Right.
So I like them. I like them. And I'm telling you, like I said, when I looked at the black ones before, I go, oh, I look like Steelers. Now I look at those, I'm like, you know what? That's fire.
It's right.
I like that.
Dude, they're classic uniforms that they've modernized.
Yeah.
You look at that and you know exactly what team it is. There's no question if it's an alternate uniform for the Arizona State Sun Devils. That is the iconic burgundy and gold that John Riggins wore, that Dexter Manley wore, that Joe Jacoby wore, that Ricky Irvins wore, that Terry Orr wore. You know what I mean? There's just no surprise to it. And I think it is really well done how they rolled everything out. And I mean, Brian, you and I can tell the truth here. We've talked to some people about how this has looked. We're going to be joined by Mark Klaus here in just a few minutes, who's the Commanders team president, kind of the driving force behind all of this. I said to them, so obviously the jerseys, kind of the rollout in the video, and a lot of the, I don't know if that's computer imaging or what, is a silhouette of a player wearing number 26, right?
Yeah, most of it is 26 because
it's
that's the year.
26,
yeah,
right?
Yeah.
Totally. But when I saw the burgundy helmet, white pants, 26, I literally pulled up a picture of Adrian Peterson when he was playing for the Redskins, and it looked damn near identical, and it looked and felt right on a level that maybe was nostalgic. You know what I mean? Maybe it was almost romantic. And I think we got to live in a world where we understand the name's not coming back, folks. Please stop with that. The logo's not coming back, but this is as good as it gets. And we should be happy with as good as it gets. And then you add in the spear. I think they've done a really good job of going back to the past, honoring the past, connecting to the past, and trying to spin things forward. And they're doing it in this manner where they're talking about Commanders as leader of warriors, and it's kind of this Game of Thrones 300 Roman spear kind of vibe. But I think there's a wink and a nod to the past of the spear, of Sonny wearing a spear on his helmet.
Yep.
And they've differentiated it enough from Native American imagery that, because you and I had a conversation with one of the salespeople yesterday, maybe not the majority of people were offended by the old name, but there were people offended. I saw
protests myself in Minnesota. Like I saw thousands of people, right?
So what I
like that. Now there were plenty of people that supported it. I saw Native Americans in Seattle that came up and told me how much they loved the logo. But the attempt at just completely dismissing that some were offended is an attempt to rewrite history that's not accurate.
I've seen and had discussions with people. I had the privilege of doing this event with the NFLPA called Native Vision. And I had the opportunity to talk to people that live directly on a lot of these reservations and all when they would come in and do a lot of different things. And just like when I watched the stuff go down in Miami with Isaac Gim and the Cubans and all that, and he made the comment, a lot of older people will tell you what they feel about certain things, and a lot of younger people don't give a damn. Just like if any one of us, whatever our nationalities are, look at our society now and tell me that the younger people think the same as the older people. No, they don't. They don't know what history is because they think everything started yesterday. And I think when you come down to it, and a lot of times, as I told you all many times before, I was offered to go on a thing, and I said, but can I choose the reservation? And then I was no longer offered because they were wanting to send me to the spot that they had already paid off.
Right. And let's be real, none of that matters anymore.
Doesn't. But I'm just saying, like, people want to always tell me what nobody cared about it. That's a lie.
Here's where we're at. The Commanders have released new uniforms. They look dope. I love the return to the glossy burgundy helmet. Mark Klaus, Commanders team president, will be joining us next in studio. Going to have a long conversation with Mark about how they got here, the troubles, the trials, and how excited the team is about the new look and eventually going back to RFK Stadium. A lot of momentum, folks. Nobody go anywhere. It's BMitch Finlay.
This update brought to you by Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. The Washington Commanders have made their Super Bowl era uniforms their primary uniforms and introduced a new alternate spear logo. They also brought back the glossy burgundy helmets for 2026. Nationals defeated the Pirates 5-4. C.J. Abrams 3-for-4 with an HR double and 2 RBI. Capitals season ends 2-1 win over Columbus. Alex Ovechkin with an assist on the go-ahead goal in what might be his last NHL game. NBA play-in, Charlotte defeated Miami 127-126 in OT. Portland dropped Phoenix 114-110. Former Wizard Denny Avdia 41. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call, just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Byron Kerr on The Fan.
They caught you.
And it got captured on TV. My friends all screenshotted it. And I saw it for 2 years. Stupid picture.
BMitch Finlay 1067 The Fan on a very exciting day in the DMV as the Commanders have rolled out new uniforms. Joining us to discuss, we really appreciate the time, Commanders team president Mark Klaus. Mark, how are you, man?
I'm great. Fantastic to be here. Good to
Hold
see
on,
you.
hold on.
Pull that mic just right in front of you.
All right in front of me.
There we go.
There
we
go.
got it now.
All good?
Yeah.
All right. Great. Good to see everybody.
Well, dude,
Same to you, man.
thank you for making the time. This has obviously been a priority, I would say, for the new ownership group. And I'm curious what this journey was like because the NFL has rules. You got a lot of protocol.
Sure.
None of this is easy,
Sure.
right?
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think anyone that's been following the journey since Josh purchased the team would see a very purposeful path of bringing the heritage of the team back into our brand, into our experiences. You think about retiring Art Monk and Darryl Green's jerseys. You think about everything, even to the design of the new stadium with the nod to RFK. I think for the ownership group in general, ensuring that we really celebrate that Redskins heritage is an important part of our journey. And I think that this uniform transition is really the next step in that path, right? It brings obviously some iconic elements back from the Super Bowl era. BMitch,
Yes.
you had you wore a lot of this. And what I've told people too is it's not just about going back. When you see these elements together, it just feels right.
Yeah.
The color of burgundy, the gloss on the helmet, the yellow face mask, the stripe pattern. This is block numbers, all right? How powerful that is. This looks like a football uniform. Although it does look like our past, it's also something we're proud about for the future. And that's been the game.
I just think when I saw it the other day, it was familiar.
Right.
You know, and I think that's the word that keeps hitting me where when I saw other stuff, you have to force yourself to see past what you were saying to try to get the feel of it. But this, familiar. The colors, we know it.
Right.
When you talk about burgundy, I remember when what was the coach from
Jim
Zorn
Maroon
said
and black.
maroon and black. I'm like, no, it's burgundy and gold,
That's
dude.
right. That's
and
right.
you see the burgundy and gold. Even with the black, the burgundy and gold stands out.
Right. Well, and one of the most important moves in this is the return to what I would call true burgundy and gold.
Sure.
And, as a brand guy, one of the things that I think about all the time is the consistency of how you deliver your brand. So, you're going to see that burgundy and gold as the foundation of what we do, right? You saw it a little bit on our website, our social media, certainly even integrating it into the black uniform, which I think is right. So your color palette is essentially the same, and your alternative black just brings this kind of additional level of energy
And I'm sure we'll talk about the spear in a minute,
Sure.
but
That was the next
brings that
question.
to life. Yeah, I know. I know it's coming.
So you said something fascinating in the break. In your background at Campbell's and in major worldwide global food brands is you would never sell Oreos without the Oreo blue.
That's correct. Yeah.
When you arrived and remarkably there was no uniformity to the uniforms, like what was the first conversation you had, or even your first thoughts of like, man, we got to return this to what it's supposed to look like?
Or get everything looking the same.
Yeah, look, it is very true that I feel like in brand identity and building brand equity, consistency is really important. But I've got to tell you, we also pay a lot of attention to what our fans are saying, what our legends feel and think, and without exception, this was one of the biggest things that I heard, which is we want to see the burgundy return to the burgundy of days gone by. We want to feel like those elements that we loved when we were winning Super Bowls is part of what a part of what this next generation of Commanders is all about. And so, as much as it is consistent with what I've learned over the years, it was something that was very loud and clear from our fans, and we really do pay attention. We really do.
Absolutely. So I want to talk the return of the Super Bowl eras now. To me, once you brought the whites back last year, and they were so well received, and frankly just looked that much better, this is what I was expecting, was to just go back to the classics. And for me, I said this earlier, it's a return to basics, but the basics are beautiful.
Right.
Was there any discussion about not doing that, about tweaking more, about trying something else?
Yeah, look, I think, one of the things that can be an easy trap to fall into sometimes, and, especially as a marketer, you want to impact things, but the discipline to recognize when something is just right, I think is really important. And the goal here wasn't to try to put our thumbprint on something or make it different, or we want to go with what is the best representation of the Commander brand, and we also want to make sure that we are doing a good job of celebrating the heritage and integrating it into the Commander brand that we're building as well. And so, although there's always temptation to try to get a little bit, creative on certain things, sometimes it's just best to hit it straight down the middle of the fairway.
Absolutely.
And deliver that.
Like, what was the process and thought process of bringing the spear back into it?
Yeah. So, obviously no secret, right, that the spear has found its way back into certain elements that we've been doing. But where it started from was really in the same idea of how do we look back at the heritage of the team and think about things from our past that could also be relevant in today. And the spear became a really obvious opportunity because, one, it's instantly recognizable from the past of the Redskins. People know that icon. They recognize it. But it also can live in the Commanders environment we've been building, which is kind of this combination of the movie 300 and Game of Thrones and a little bit of Roman Greco in there. And the spear lives in that world as well. And so it became what we felt was a great device to kind of connect these two generations together, make it relevant to what we're doing today, but also a clear nod to the past. So as we started to utilize it last year in different things, we also listened closely to how the fans were reacting to it. And I think for many, it was a great trigger to our heritage, but also I think people like the fierceness of it. And I got to tell you, when you see it on the helmet, right, both of those points forward on the front of the helmet, it's pretty fierce. And we like that and like the integration of it.
It may not be a big thing to most people, but to me, soon as you see it, it's distinctive. The gold face mask.
Yeah.
That is something that stood there in the past, and you could see it. And you could tell the difference when
on the traditional helmet.
Yeah, on the traditional, when they had the burgundy face mask, and that right there stands out. And to bring that back, what was that?
So it's a lot about attention to detail. We literally top to bottom Our team, Patrick Arthur, who's our CMO, does an amazing job and has an incredible group of people that really went under the hood and looked at everything. So you're going to see that attention to detail, our stripe pattern, the gold face mask, the block numbers, the block letters, but we had pretty good inspiration in what worked and was very compelling back in that Super Bowl era.
Right.
And so we really went item by item, and hopefully fans will appreciate that attention to detail and that consistency and not messing with something that's pretty amazing.
Yeah. We are joined now by Commanders team president Mark Klaus, kind enough to come in studio. If you are watching on Monumental Sports Network or on the YouTube feed, you can see Mark brought in the helmets, the new classic burgundy helmet, gold face mask, the stripes down the middle,
baby,
and the new black Hailraiser helmet, which has that spear logo involved. Mark, I got to ask, was there any conversation about putting the spear on both helmets?
Yeah, so one of the things that we feel and believe is very important is that we are on a journey, right? And we're going to be thoughtful and purposeful and how we think about bringing these things to fans and listening to them. We just felt like it was a great platform on this reimagination of our alternative black uniform. Love Hailraiser, think it brings the energy that DQ is bringing to the football side. Actually, a lot of what we do kind of shoulder to shoulder with football, make sure that it matches and feels like it fits what they're doing. And we just thought it was a great kind of that burst of energy for the alternate uniform. We're going to continue to think about how do we, bring more elements of our heritage forward, and we'll keep working on that. But for right now, we're excited about it being on the alternate and giving us that kind of special push when we need it.
I like the word Hellraiser. I was given that. People called me that a few times in my life.
Why am I not surprised, BMitch? Why do I imagine that one landed well with you, I think?
Well, and I don't know this at all, right? But I know dealing with the NFL, this huge, multinational, multi-billion-dollar entity, what are the procedures to change things? And what is that timeline?
How long it takes?
It can't be overnight.
It takes time. Partners we've got, Nike, Riddell, the league's experience, but it is a process. And so what's important, I think, about this is that we spent time together as a group with Josh and the ownership and the team and tried to understand where the destination is so that anything that we're doing along the way feels like it's building toward kind of that final position. And so it takes time, right, to lay that out and build it. And so you got to always be thinking about what's coming down the pipe, and we continue to do that. But for right now, we feel like this is a really important milestone, on that journey.
Like, I have a lot of spots on my wall. How quick will we be able to get a number 30 Mitchell in black?
I'm sure we can work that out. We know
I got
people.
a good spot for it already.
We know some people. We can work that out.
Mark, I think you'll laugh at this. So Mark was kind enough, and the whole team from the Commanders that has arrived, they brought in the burgundy helmet, the black helmet, a Terry McLaurin burgundy jersey,
a black jersey as well,
and a Jaden Daniels black number 5 jersey. Our intrepid producer Jeff, that you see right there running the board,
it used to be 270, 280.
He has already put in our group text thread, I called dibs on black JD5 jersey if we could take one and it can't fit y'all. So just to let you know.
Those jerseys are going to be in a frame like this in the studio.
Yeah, nothing for nothing, but I'm watching him. It's already in his bag. So that thing's gone, man. That thing's gone. We're going to have to bring in some other ones for you.
We got to get it framed up like this. And
yeah. I don't know what your time is like. Are you able to let us go to break and stick through to the end of the hour?
Let me look at my team.
Yeah,
we can come back.
I think that's the plan, right? We can go till 11? Okay,
all right,
great.
let's come back.
Thank
Let's
you,
do it.
Allie.
Let's do it.
So here's what we're going to do. Mark Klaus, kind enough to join us here in studio, Commanders team president. We're looking at the new uniforms. I do want to ask you, because I know as much as you take the fans' temperature and the legends' temperature, what the players thought.
Yeah.
So can we do that when we return?
Sure, absolutely.
All right. Mark
Absolutely.
Klaus joining us in studio. Nobody go anywhere. It is BMitch Finlay. BMitch Finlay, 106.7 The Fan. Appreciate everybody hanging out with us on Monumental Sports Network, watching with us on the YouTube stream. If you're listening, Spotify, Apple Pods, wherever you're getting the content, we appreciate you. And more than that, right now, we appreciate Commanders team president Mark Klaus joining us in studio on what is, truly an important day, like a day of real magnitude for the organization. We've talked about a number of things, obviously. You guys have gone back to the Super Bowl era uniforms, the classic burgundy, the classic white. One little subtle thing for me, just getting the stripes back on the pants.
Yep.
I applaud the attention to detail and the uniformity to the looks. Was that always in the cards?
Yeah. For me, and I think the team felt very much the same way, that, this is about attention to detail. There is nothing that we put out into the world of our fans that we shouldn't be paying that kind of attention to. Everything matters. And it matters because this is such a beloved franchise. And so when you're starting to think about uniform, that's probably at the top of the hierarchy of things that you just got to make sure that you get right. And so, we spent a lot of time. And as I said before, look, to me in a brand, consistency really matters, right? Every time I see Washington Commanders, I want to see that burgundy that I recognize and know. I want to see between an alternate uniform and my everyday uniform, stripe patterns that look consistent, right? You can play a little bit with the mix of colors we've got, but at the end of the day, whether it's our gold pants, whether it is our helmet, we want to see that consistency.
It takes sometimes a different, I got to put this out to see if I like it. Was it difficult to focus back onto that, or did you have to change at times?
We certainly iterate, right? I mean, I think any good design process, you're going to see different versions of things before you land on what's right. And this is where, and look, I just got to say to our fans out there, you guys are incredible on social media on your design skills, right? I've never
all the Photoshops.
I'm like, it is unreal. I mean,
they got to use AI real well.
I could not be more impressed with what's out there, and just to let you know, I'm watching and looking. But a lot of good inspiration that came through. But the reality is I think you do iterate. You give yourself time to be able to think about it and. In different contexts, and you get feedback from people, including our players and coaches, and as you work through time, that's how you get there. And remember, we had the white Super Bowl alternate last year, and the reaction to that and how fans picked up on some of those nuances was really important as we started to think about the entire uniform closet.
It's interesting for me, Mark. I'm curious a lot of you guys have rolled out a lot on social media, and it's really cool to see. But the three players featured prominently are Terry McLaurin, Jaden Daniels, and Frankie Louvu. Terry in the classic whites, Jaden in the burgundy, and then Frankie in the Hail Razor blacks.
Right. He's a Hellraiser.
He is. you imagine him in the All Blacks?
We thought that was right. So
yes.
The All Blacks jumping over the line of scrimmage in Philly with the spear just flying down.
That's pretty fierce. Pretty fierce.
What has the feedback been from the players?
Yeah, so I don't know if it's. Well, I'm not gonna steal any surprises. Patrick gets mad at me when I tip my hand on stuff. But,
you're welcome to just spill.
I know. Yeah, you guys will love that. Look, I can tell you that it's been great, and I think in different conversations I've said this before, but it was amazing to me when we rolled out the Super Bowl alternates last year, the reaction of our players. I think they both understood the gravity of representing a legacy of championship football that we have here in Washington, and they also just loved the fact that the simplicity of it is what makes it so uniquely football. And so when we started to work on broadening it across the closet, there was a lot of passion and an excitement. And as people have seen this, they really enjoy it. And as we've kind of let them understand what the alternate uniforms and the Hail Razor with the spear, I mean, it's whether they're new players that are new to the franchise or veterans across the board, people love it. They just feel like it embraces this attacking, violent approach that the DQ brings to the football team and the football field into the uniform, and that's what we're trying to do.
Well, I can just tell you, man, I tip my hat to y'all because there were a lot of people trying all types of things. People were using AI-generated stuff to try to look through people's eyes and their glasses. And they were trying, and they could not get to what you had coming.
I did, if I can briefly, while we've got you, just any sort of stadium update.
Sure,
we're probably less than a mile from it. I don't know if you realize how close we are. Over there.
No, I was there. I was there with Josh last Thursday, and we were just walking the grounds. A lot of conversation about parking and tailgating. And
sure.
So we were down there kind of walking the distances. Like, okay, if there's parking here, how quick
far,
do I get in? All right, could we do tailgating in this area? And, hold tight for that. I know that's a big question for fans. And we will have a plan and approach, and we'll work on that and get it to you. But we're right on schedule. Incredible partnership with the district. Mayor Bowser and her team have been just phenomenal to work with. So what you'll see going on down there right now is working on utilities and infrastructure.
Yeah.
Right, that's already underway. And about a year from right now, we'll officially break ground, which is right on track with our schedule to get to 2030.
I don't know if you thought about this yet, Mark, but there's this little waterway comes through there. I've always thought about shops on the water.
Yeah.
Pulling up to the game on a boat.
Yeah, okay.
There's like a dam or something. We got to move this dam.
You can move it.
Low bridges, too, is the other dilemma that's there. But
so people with the 100-footers, you can't bring yours in. But that 370 I had, a 37-footer, we can roll that in there.
You can slide in?
Yeah.
Well, look, I think the one thing I can tell you with a great deal of certainty is, and it really struck me walking around last week there, is this is going to be incredible. It's going to be this, one-of-one stadium that fits DC, that has this, kind of incredible nod to the RFK Stadium that Josh knew and loved, and so many fans knew and loved. And it's going to be in this incredibly beautiful setting where you're going to have a lot of different things you can experience. I've said before, part of my goal on this is I want you taking the family to go have a picnic there, even on a day that there's not a football game.
Right.
That is something so cool that when you come to DC, hey, that tour bus is going to stop at the stadium, and maybe you buy a little merch. I don't know, but at the end of the day, that it's part of us.
The great cities of the world have a stadium that is a national point of pride. You think about Paris, you think about Wembley, and I've always said this should be like an American cause, not just like a local thing.
We feel the weight of that, right? This is important, right? We've got to get this right. This is the Nation Stadium in what has become, I think, the premier sports capital of the country, and it gives us a chance to really attract every major event that's moving across the country. They're going to want to come to DC. And we're going to be ready, and we're going to have a building that's going to be fantastic, and football first, but ready to take on all of those other opportunities as well.
I'm no prognosticator, but I'm just curious if everything's on track and we're all on schedule. Mid-February 2032, we might want to be just maybe get your Airbnbs in order.
Yeah.
Well, look, first things first, let's knock it out of the park with the draft next year.
Yes.
I got a team out in Pittsburgh next week, making sure we're learning and watching. And, I think it's possible 1 million people at the draft in D.C.
Wow.
On the National Mall. I think that is very deliverable. And it's a great opportunity for us to demonstrate to the world just how ready we are for big events.
There we go.
Mark, thank you for the time.
Appreciate you guys.
Really enjoyed this. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Commanders
Thanks, guys.
team president Mark Klaus. When we come back, we're going to open these phone lines. What do you think of the new uniforms? It's BMitch Finlay.
This update brought to you by Surfside Iced Tea and Lemonade with vodka. Good news, Washington Commanders have made their Super Bowl-era uniforms their primary uniforms for 2026 and introducing a new alternate spear logo similar to what you see on Florida State. They also brought back the glossy burgundy helmets. Nationals beat the Pirates 5-4. Nats have won 4 of their last 5. C.J. Abrams, the hitting hero, 3 for 4 with an HR double and 2 RBI. Tonight, Jake Irvin against Mason Montgomery at 6:40 p.m. That's live here on The Fan. Capitals beat the Columbus Blue Jackets 2-1. Alex Ovechkin an assist on the go-ahead goal in what may be his last NHL game. Ovie led the Caps with 32 goals and 64 points this season. Nothing pairs better with Surfside Iced Tea and vodka or Surfside Lemonade and vodka like a day on the golf course. Made with real vodka, real tea, and zero bubbles. That's right, no carbonation. It's not a seltzer, it's Surfside. Cheers to hitting the fairway and cheers to Surfside. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Byron Kerr on The Fan.
BMitch Finlay 1067, The Fan. The new uniforms are out. Phone lines are open. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. It's funny. I'm starting to get texts from friends, a lot of tweets, a lot of reaction. We have a salesperson here that we had. It's funny that we talked to about this yesterday.
Yep.
And this person was like, man, I want the old logo.
Changed their mind today.
I just got a text from this person that said, okay, those are fire. I love that we finally have adults in the building.
There you go.
They are moving this thing forward. Our guy, Mikey Marr from the Junks, has been, you've been working, I guess.
Been grinding clips from today's show.
So
Mikey came in with a plan. Mike came in with a black Washington.
I had a feeling these uniforms are going to be fire, especially with the black edition, the black alternates. This is easily the hottest helmet in the NFL right now. No question.
So you're how old?
25.
And you've been a Skins fan, Commanders fan your whole life?
Whole life.
Where did the previous batch of jerseys leave you?
Feeling so disappointed. I mean, it was nothing like our original colors. The burgundy was a little off. You know, the white, everything about it I hated. These new uniform drops today, fire, A+, 10 out of 10.
Even beyond the black, which is its own entity, right? It's a true alternate now. What about going back to the classic burgundy and the white jerseys?
I mean, that's what it's about. They're just paying homage to, the guys that built the foundation, 3 Super Bowls. They're just paying homage to those guys as they should. We're back. Skins are all the way back, baby.
I love it. Mikey, thank you, buddy. But so Mikey came in because he just wanted to take a picture of the black helmet.
Yeah.
We're going to have to figure out where to put this stuff because it's going to get legs. We better talk to the cluster buster or something to make sure this gets secured. Phone lines are open. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. Let's start with Ant in Frederick. Ant, how you feeling about the new unis?
Ant, what's up, man?
All right, Ant's going
Sorry,
back.
my bad. It was on mute. My bad.
All good. What's up, dude?
Yep. Yeah, love the new unis, and it goes back to our roots. So my highlight as a Redskins or Commanders fan was back Gibbs 2.0. So it's going to be cool to see how they do the combos with the jerseys and the pants. Like, it would be cool to see those white on whites again. Even the 2012 when they did the white tops, gold bottoms. So I'm just excited all around. But obviously, let's get the wins first, and then we can enjoy the uniforms with that. But that's it, y'all. I appreciate the time.
Thanks, buddy. Appreciate you. I am almost curious. Yeah, take care, dude. Like, I think the feedback is like overwhelmingly positive.
Yeah,
now,
yeah.
We'll see, right? We're going to keep the phone lines open for an hour, and people always have
You
different
know how I
opinions.
am, Jay.
Right. Let's go to Rusty in Delaware. Rusty, what's up, man? What do you think?
Rusty already ordered 2 jerseys.
Fellas, yes, exactly. I love the look. And I'm not going to lie, I was a little concerned last night when I saw the sweatshirt image that had the W with the arrow going through it, and that was confirmed to be an alternate logo. But after seeing it on the helmet, after seeing that black and burgundy and gold put together, the stripes on the pants, I mean, I feel like I got my football team back, guys. I'm almost getting emotional sitting here talking about it when I think about this stuff. I've already bought my son 2 jerseys. the jersey that I like. They haven't released those just yet, but I'm so excited. And, thank you guys for having Mark Klaus on this morning, because how much of a breath of fresh air is it to have a team representative talk to you guys and our fan base like we're not stupid. I mean, the last group that talked to everybody, they talked down and they just seemed like they were holier than thou. I mean, Mark was great on the radio this morning. I'm so excited. We're out of town for work this week, so I'm communicating with Jackson through the phone. Man, it's a great day to be a Commanders fan. Hail to the Commanders.
Great call, Rusty.
There you go, Rusty.
Buddy.
Appreciate you, brother.
I know that there are people at Northwest Stadium right now trying to buy this stuff. If anybody's at Northwest, give us a call. I'm curious how that's going. I haven't. Phone lines are packed. We're going to take phones for at least the next hour, so everybody chill out. I would like to tell Jeff or Stallion, I'd like to send up the bat signal for Doc. I'd like to see if we can get Doc Walker on maybe at 12:30 or something and just get his reaction. But I want to let Jeff chime in. Jeff Walker, our most passionate. We're all pretty passionate.
Yeah.
What do the uniforms mean to you, dude?
I love them, JP. I kind of moved on from getting the name back. I didn't think it was coming back, but the old logo, I did want the old logo. I'm not going to sit here and lie, but I love them. I love them. It gives, even though these are familiar to you all, we saw them, but they wasn't winning when we saw them in those colors. It's just something new, and it get like even this black jersey, it gives the younger fans, younger than me, it's like they will always remember this black jersey now because it came out as the team got good, and they're seeing the team turn around.
Totally. For me, getting the classic burgundy back, knowing how not burgundy the last joint was, you know what I mean? Like, listening to Mark Klaus, and sincerely appreciate Mark Klaus taking the time to join us. He did not have to drive from Ashburn to downtown D.C., and he did. But I think you got to say ownership, right? Like, the organization accepted. Think about for how long they tried to act like, no, all the colors are the same.
Yeah, they look the same.
You guys are just crazy. We're not crazy. They're not the same colors. Now they are.
Yeah.
Uniforms should have uniformity. And now they have it. The block letters. There's a lot to really like. You know what the most important thing is going to happen this month for the football team?
The draft.
Is who they draft next week.
Yeah.
Totally. But these are the things that ownership can control, that the business office can control, that you can do the right way.
And as he sat there and said to the fans, they do look at stuff and listen to things and try to incorporate it. Now, he never said we're going to do everything you want.
Right.
And I think that's what I keep trying to say, where you as a representative and an owner and all, you listen and then you say what makes sense. And let's be real, not everything we say as fans makes sense. And sometimes we got to just forget about some of the stuff and go with the things that we say, okay, this would be something that I think will make a difference. As it does, it made a difference with people that didn't even think of this vision, but once they see it, they say, okay, I understand now.
Agreed. Let's. I want to let people chime in, man. Will is in Stafford. Will, what do you think of the new unis?
Hey, guys, they're great, man. I think a 99.9% home run. I would just make the W with the spear. I'd make it the full logo across the whole thing. I think for the first time, I actually like the W. But finally got rid of the Laffy Taffy yellow color with the pants and everything, and it's great. I ordered a hat. I would have ordered a jersey, but I want to wait until after the draft to see who we get. And thanks, guys.
I love it, man. Thanks for the call, Will. So I did ask Mark if there was a conversation about putting the spear on the burgundy helmet, because you're rebranding, you're going through it. I thought his answer was really interesting. He said multiple times, we are on a journey.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Which I think is pretty telling. When you're on a journey, that means things are going to continue
Things
to
can
happen.
change. They could evolve.
Right. And specifically when I asked him about putting the spear on the W, he said, we're going to continue to think about how we bring more elements of our heritage.
Mm-hmm.
I am of the belief, and this is just my thinking as somebody that's been around a little bit, as we get closer to 2030, as we get closer to the first game at RFK, and what that excitement level will bring, I will not be surprised if there are further tweaks to the uniform.
Possibility.
And I think it's important to stress tweaks because what they've done now is get back to the classics. And I loved one thing Mark Klaus said when he was sitting with us about going back to the classic burgundy and gold.
Mm-hmm.
The discipline to recognize when something is just right is very important.
Totally.
Like when you got an iconic look, don't mess with it.
Don't mess it up.
That's why you have alternates. You're allowed to do whatever you want with alternates.
Mm-hmm.
You know what? Especially just being in Scotland, the amount of alternate jerseys these classic soccer teams have, there's like 10 of them.
Mm-hmm.
In a league in the NFL, when they're constantly looking at new avenues for revenue, you're telling me in 10 years there might not be another alternate
The
uniform?
University of Oregon set the tone for everybody.
Sure.
Hell, they had, $25,000 jerseys combinations they had over there?
So I think today is a day to celebrate a great change being made by the organization to get back to what looks good. And I don't think in any way does it close the door. That the only door that is closed is the old name. That door is closed.
Yeah.
But I don't think the old logo will ever be on a helmet again. But if you're telling me in 2031, the Commanders are playing the Cowboys on Monday Night Football and the burgundy helmet now has a spear on it, I don't think that door is closed at all. We're on a journey, folks. Let's go to Danny in D.C. Danny, what's up, dude?
Hey, BMitch. Hey, JP. Welcome back, JP. I hope
Thanks, bud.
You had a great trip. It's the 50-50, man. It's Josh we got to trust. It's all starting to fall into place. A new stadium back in our old grounds, and now the new look. It's awesome.
Appreciate it, man.
All right, Danny.
Thanks for the
Take
call.
care, brother.
B, how often do we open the phones and everybody's just feeling positive? Like, when does that
Not
happen? Let's go to Mary Ellen, is in Ashburn. Mary Ellen, what's up?
Hey guys, how you doing?
Good.
I basically, I guess I'm excited. The first time I've been excited about the unis since the debacle of changing the name happened. Because obviously the unis are just back to what we were in the Super Bowl years. So that's an A+ for me. The helmet, like you guys have said, I wish that you've been talking about. I can't stand the Taco W, but it's just embarrassing. But at least they should have done the spear on both helmets. But at least it's getting back to the real colors. I can't believe Nike botched it that bad.
I don't think it was Nike.
It wasn't Nike. Nike just developed what was given
Nike
to them.
did what they were told.
See, those colors weren't even close. What's the gray? Even if it was slight, like the gray stripe on the white jerseys. What was that? Just little things like that just didn't make it. It wasn't.
It's funny.
They're not.
Thank you for the call, Mary Ellen.
I guess I'm pretty.
You're good. Yeah, you're good. So I think a person like Mary Ellen, who clearly is not thrilled that they had to change names and all these things happened, even a lady, and I don't want to speak for her, but I think she said this, even Mary Ellen's happy with what they did today.
Yeah.
I posted a tweet, and this is hardly like a scientific way to find results, right? But I posted a poll just on my Twitter, at JP Finlay MBCS, if you want to vote. And I tried to paint with a broad brush here. I said, Commanders fans, how you feeling about the new uniforms? I gave 4 options, Brian. Tell me if this seems pretty fair. Love it, like it, not a fan. 55% said love it, and another 35% said like it.
Okay, well.
That's 90% of fans.
You're done.
Right.
We normally go majority wins, right?
Right.
Majority has won.
Let's go to Kurt in Ashburn. Kurt, what up, man?
Hello, gentlemen. The uniform I like the best is the one I saw when I was sitting at the 45-yard line in Pasadena at the Super Bowl in 1983. That combination, that was the best to me. I was born and raised in Detroit. People don't know there's a lot of Indian population. And my best friend was Chippewa, or as they call themselves, Ojibwe. So I didn't really like the name Redskin. I didn't want to offend him. But I'll tell you this, I don't like the black uniforms. I just don't. And what I wanted when they originally had this controversy said, don't change the logo, just change the name to Powhatan or Algonquin, which are indigenous populations in this area, or filling that Potomac, which was an Algonquin village.
Kurt, I appreciate
Kurt, I'll be honest with you,
we're
bro.
We're not relitigating the
You're the
name.
only person I've heard that don't like the black uniforms, and you arguing about something that's not there. They have new uniforms. They're going to go with that. The name is not changing.
Yeah. Thank you for the call, Kurt.
No,
I appreciate
don't want the name to change. No, I don't want it to change. It's fine.
Okay. Take care, bud. I want to be clear. I want the phones open all day. All day. I randomly, I don't know how it ended up to be. It was 2020, right? The whole world changed in 2020. COVID, George Floyd, everything changed.
Hell yeah.
Back then on this station, I was doing fill-in shifts. And I think it was either a holiday or it might have been a Saturday. I don't remember what day of the week it was. But I did the show when the news came out that they were leaving the name Redskins. They weren't even, if you go back in time, the first piece of news was, we're going to do a review of our name and see what needs to change. As soon as you announce you're doing a review, means you're getting rid of the name, period. And let's not try to dress anything up. Snyder only did it because he was going to lose a lot of money. The Bank of America forced him to do it, right? This was
I think that three-letter entity NFL made him change it too.
Well, dude, it's all money, right? It was. You're going to lose your sponsorships. It's FedEx, it's Bank of America, it's Nike, whatever. This was a unique time of our world. But I did that show and had people calling and screaming, and we talked about the name for hours. We're not doing that today. Like, if you want to call and try to relitigate the name change, this is not going to be your program. We're not doing that because it's over. It's just over. We're 6 years into it. The owner that has done nothing but the absolute best for the franchise, the owner that grew up here, loved this team, has said we're going to get back to RFK. They're getting back to RFK. Has said we're going to win. For a season, they won. They got to the NFC Championship. Has said we're going to look back fondly on our history, proudly, has reintroduced the old, beautiful jerseys. Like, that same dude who has delivered on all of his promises has told you repeatedly the name's not coming back. Repeatedly. He said it to me a half dozen times. I'm not here to relitigate the name. Like, Stallion, I love you. If I want the phones to be open all day. If somebody calls in and the call is about the name, we're not taking it.
Will do.
Like, I can't do this anymore. I loved the Washington Redskins with my entire damn heart. The team nickname Redskins is better than Commanders, but none of that matters anymore. Sorry. Now, let's see if my man Frank in Virginia. Frank, what's up?
Yeah, hi, JP and Brian.
What's up, man?
Listen, I'm calling. I like the uniforms.
Great,
but I hate that W on the side of that helmet because that's Snyder's idea. I like for them. I have a great idea. Could you pass it on to the president that you had there for the team?
Sure. Why
not put a commander on the side of the helmet? And if you need someone to play that commander, I can't remember his name, but he was the safety we had that was killed in Florida.
Sean Taylor.
Yeah.
All right, man. Appreciate it, Frank. There's an idea. Mark Klaus, if you're listening, there's a suggestion. I think, honestly, even the W, which I'm not a fan of, looks so much better because the helmet is glossy again and has the stripes again. That's a good-looking helmet. Like, the helmet has a W, looks good. Nobody go anywhere. BMitch Finlay, I'm taking your calls even if it drives me absolutely nuts.
This update brought to you by Surfside Iced Tea and Lemonade with vodka. Good news, Washington Commanders have made their Super Bowl-era uniforms their primary uniforms for 2026 and introducing a new alternate spear logo similar to what you see on Florida State. They also brought back the glossy burgundy helmets. Nationals beat the Pirates 5-4. Nats have won 4 of their last 5. C.J. Abrams, the hitting hero, 3 for 4 with an HR double and 2 RBI. Tonight, Jake Irvin against Mason Montgomery at 6:40 p.m. That's live here on The Fan. Capitals beat the Columbus Blue Jackets 2-1. Alex Ovechkin an assist on the go-ahead goal in what may be his last NHL game. Ovie led the Caps with 32 goals and 64 points this season. Nothing pairs better with Surfside Iced Tea and vodka or Surfside Lemonade and vodka like a day on the golf course. Made with real vodka, real tea, and zero bubbles. That's right, no carbonation. It's not a seltzer, it's Surfside. Cheers to hitting the fairway and cheers to Surfside. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Byron Kerr on The Fan.
BMitch Finlay 106.7, The Fan. On a big day for the DMV. Let's be real. 2-2-22 was pretty much a disaster. They got scooped on their own story. The uniforms were what they were. And just a return to basics. I salute the organization.
Sometimes simple wins, bro. Basic wins.
Dude, you know me, B. Somewhere in this brain that just talks for a living these days, I'm a writer. So I was taking notes throughout Klaus. Mm-hmm. We had Commanders team president Mark Klaus sit in with us for a half hour, which I sincerely appreciate him making that level of time and commitment. But I was taking notes as he was talking. I hope he doesn't think I was like messing around on the internet. I was taking notes as he spoke.
Probably messing around on it, and I'm joking.
And a couple lines that stuck with me. I just thought this sounded, it sounded so smart and simple. Like my favorite book about writing is The Elements of Style, right? And my favorite rule in that book is omit needless words. We live in a world where people try to conjure up these fancy sayings and corporate slogans, and blah, 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 blah. And like people, hell, we talk about this in football all the time. There's a legitimate cottage industry of experts and analytic people trying to tell you how complicated football is and how little you understand it.
Yeah.
When the basic reality of football is whichever team has the better O-line or D-line is going to win that game.
Yeah.
But
everybody do the same things, basically. No matter if you got 500 words in one play or one word. Right. They're doing the same damn thing.
Klaus said, the discipline to recognize when something is just right is very important. And that's what they did here. The discipline to go back to the dope original uniform.
See, when he was talking to us in the break before we started up, and he was talking about the Oreo blue and I forgot the other thing where they have the purple and all that. You have to realize when you see some of the most famous products in the world, you see the color before you see the actual name. And you know exactly what it is just by seeing the color. And when things get so great where you can see it like that, it tells you a lot. When people would see these jerseys and see the stuff in the past, they automatically knew what was coming. Just because. You didn't have to tell them anything, they knew. Now it goes back to that. And like one of my friends said, like, it was like, yeah, man, they look like the old jerseys. I said, that's exactly what they are. They're simple. They are going to be consistent. And for me, the next step is the same pride you get when you see these jerseys, the people putting them on have that pride inside of you. That's all I care about.
Let's hit these phones. Jeff is in Upper Marlboro. What's up, Jeff?
What's going on, JP? I had the pleasure of meeting you and BMitch, and I'm coming back from the LA game with the Rams last year, man. You guys are the coolest in the world. Dude, I ordered a jacket, a hoodie, and 2 hats today. I love it.
I love it. All right, man. So Jeff just dropped in the chat here a hat that's available presumably on the website or something. Jeff, where can you find that hat?
That's on the team store website.
I like that.
That is clean.
I like that.
So
Jeff, buy me one, man.
You and I kind of alluded to at various times getting opportunities to see some of this stuff over the last few days.
Mm-hmm.
And for one thing I told them, my only suggestion was, make sure you got enough of this stuff because I think it's going to sell out fast.
Well, that was a good suggestion.
I think that the hat is pretty darn
One
cool.
thing, the people that make this stuff will be able to tell you, hey, order it. We'll get it to you.
Yeah.
May take a little, maybe you can't get yours today, but you'll get it tomorrow or the next day because I'm sure when it dropped, they started getting the calls and they knew they had that pause button holding and they hit that button and say, hey, keep printing, keep producing, and they got it.
It's a big day for Fanatics.
Yeah.
Let's go to Nate in Frederick. What's up, Nate?
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Not much, dude.
Man, the jersey, you guys nail it around the head. They're simple and they're us. And I actually had a question for you guys. When Mark brought in the black jersey on the website, it looks like the black has a different shade. Is it the same black tone as the ones last year, or is it a little different?
Does Jeff have it
Where's
already?
that jersey?
Bring it in here.
Bring that damn jersey in here, man.
To try to pull that up.
But I think when you look at how
Jeff, turn around. I think
how
he's
that
trying to put it on that camera.
burgundy
That
number
right there.
stands out more, then I think the burgundy number makes everything looks a little different to me. But I think the jersey is still like more of the regular old black.
So the one comp for you, Nate, I pulled up a picture of Jaden wearing the black jersey last year. The sleeves have, it's like I don't know what, I'm not a retail guy, right?
Let me see.
You know how like my wife has these yoga pants that have like down by the calf, it's almost like open, like it's more of like an open material.
Yeah, I know what you're saying.
Like the black uni shoulders had that kind of open. You see what I'm talking about with the open corner of it?
I got you.
Sheer, Heather McDonough says. Sheer. And they had more variations. I think the collar had the sheer. These are just like, seeing them in person. Did Jeff take that back with him again?
Yeah.
Okay. Seeing these in person, it's like a very glossy, all black, consistent color.
Mm-hmm.
So they do look different. Not just that there's more, the burgundy and gold's more pronounced, but they do look different than the black material previously. Thanks for the call, Nate. I'm curious, B. You know what? I'll keep the phones going. I'll try to stay on task. Our guy Jupe is on the line. What up, Jupe from the DMWV?
What's going on, fellas? How y'all feeling?
Doing good, Jupe. What's that, bud?
Ain't much. Hey, JP, say it with your chest, my guy. This fan base crazy as hell. We got something great that happened today, but yet, with all the negativity in the world, they want to keep the negativity going. We need to stay positive. They gave us something that we've been asking for. It's as close to the pass as we're going to get, especially those black uniforms. Oh, my God.
Fire!
And BMitch, when you get that, right, fire, sir. And I know they call them the Hellraisers, but I already nicknamed them. I was calling them the Dark Knights because I want our team off on the field beating up on other teams like Batman, punch them in the throat, and then I try to ask them questions afterwards. BMitch, hey, but look, BMitch, when you get that black BMitch 30 jersey, make sure you ask for two so you can let a brother hold one if you know what I'm talking about.
I got you.
Thank you, Jupe.
Fellas, that's all I got for y'all.
All right, bro.
Thank you, buddy. We'll just keep going, dude.
Yeah, let's do that.
Donald's on the Eastern Shore. What's up, Don?
Hey, what's happening? How y'all doing?
We're good,
We're good, buddy. How are you?
I'm wonderful. I just want to say this to the ones that are negative about the whole situation. We have an ownership group that gets it. Not only do they get it, but they have a pulse on the DMV. They know that we've got an owner that understands what we're looking for, what we need. Yes, we're not going back to the old name, but you know what? We got an ownership group that gets it. And just be happy that we got an ownership group that wants to please the fans as much as they possibly can. These jerseys are fire. I'm in a debate now with the wife. Should I pay a bill
or should I get the jersey? She said, you better pay that bill. Don't worry about that jersey. Get that jersey later on.
Hey, man, don't get yourself in no trouble.
Please, I might have to come. You might have to come help a brother out. But you guys take care. But I love the jerseys.
All right, bro.
Pay your bills, dude. Pay your bills. The jerseys are dope. Save up over time. Jeff, pull up if you can. I guess I can. What is it? Commanders Team Store? Like, where do you go to see what's available for purchase?
Store.commanders.com.
Store.commanders.com. All right. So I have a friend that is if you're at Northwest Stadium, I'd love for you to call in. I don't know if you can listen while you're at Northwest, but people have headphones and we got an Odyssey app. I'm sure somebody there is listening. On the website, store.commanders.com. Look at this, Brian. I got a promo code. I'll tell everybody. Free shipping on orders over $29 using the promo code HUDDLE.
Well, anything you order, you're going to better get it free shipping.
So, Jeff, you'll be better at this than me.
You know something, Jay, where I noticed too?
What's that?
Just like the old uniforms, no name is on that jersey. Just the NFL thing in the front. That is, and people who like to say this and that, back in the day, wouldn't Redskin wasn't on that jersey.
Right.
The NFL shield was right in the middle. Because you know why? The burgundy and gold said everything.
Absolutely.
And I think it's back to that. So, Mark, I didn't notice that at first, and I'm noticing it now. Dude, you all paid attention to every damn detail.
It's funny you say that. I'm going to tweet him this. So PFT commenter, friend of the program, big time Commanders fan, said when he saw them this morning, he tweeted out, unless I'm missing something, not sure how many teams have 3 uniforms that don't say their team name on a single time.
Mm-hmm.
Not a complaint. I think you saying the burgundy and gold says everything is pretty cool.
It says it all. I mean, I think that because my big bro is going to join us at 12 o'clock, right?
Doc Walker's going to join us at noon.
Doc was calling them burgundy and gold, burgundy and gold, burgundy and gold. And I think today, thinking about how he's been saying this since in the 90s, now it makes a lot of damn sense. You know, because people said it outside of him, but by him saying it so much on the radio, so much in conversation, it makes you understand that something that combination of colors says what this is. You know what I'm saying? You don't have to worry about anything else. You don't have to put a name on it. You know just by having the proper combination.
Absolutely.
You know, not that damn maroon, black, and yellow.
The maroon and black. Here's what we're going to do. If you're on hold, stay there. We're going to take calls all day. Doc Walker's going to join us at noon. We are going to shift to the draft at 1 o'clock. Chris Trapasso will join us at 1 o'clock. You're listening to BMitch Finlay. Big day in the DMV. New uniforms return to greatness for the Commanders, at least in what they're wearing. It's BMitch Finlay.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. Spring is here, and I'm finally back outside riding. With Autism Acceptance Month kicking off, it's the perfect time to talk about Bike to the Beach. I'd love for you to join my team on June 19th as we ride to support autism and disability inclusion. Jeff has been talking to me about riding all the time. It's time to put up or shut up, Jeff. We got a 25-mile ride. We got a 50-mile ride, 75 and 100. I want to see what you can do. Probably 12. That's all you can do. It's an incredible experience. We finished with a beachside celebration in Dewey Beach, just steps from the ocean and right in front of the heart of the action. Let's ride, make a difference, and start summer strong together. Join my team or start your own today at biketothebeach.org.
BMitch and Finlay, 106.7 The Fan. Big day in the DMV as the Commanders have unveiled new uniforms. A return to the Super Bowl era for both not the original, but the classic burgundy, the classic white that they wore a few times last year, introducing the Hailraiser black uniform, which does feature the spear on the helmet. I think they knocked these all out of the park.
Yep.
Doc Walker's going to join us in about 15 minutes to get his thoughts on the uniforms, but we want to let everybody on the phones weigh in, man. If you're there, we're taking your call. I'm going to start with Miss P in D.C. What's up, Miss P?
Hello, good morning.
How are
you? Good morning.
I'm blessed. How are y'all doing this morning?
We're
I
good.
see you made it back safe and sound.
Yes, ma'am.
But look, I like the uniforms.
Great.
I like them. And you know what? Me and BMitch is right there. I love Oregon. They're my number one uniforms. I love them. Every time they come out there, they got on something different. And brush them haters off. I don't know where we getting all these haters from. I don't know where they're coming from, but brush them haters off. They hadn't even seen the uniforms yet, and they were already, they not this, they not that, they not. I'm tired of them. Get off our radio station, for one thing.
I'm with you.
Appreciate you, Miss P. Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Hey, y'all have a blessed one.
All right, you too. Miss P, very positive.
Yeah.
Let's talk to Anthony in Silver Spring. What's up,
What up,
man?
Good. Thank you so much for taking my call. Listen, hear me out on something, okay? Just for a quick moment, if you both would be so kind.
Sure.
This is just my personal opinion. The Super Bowl uniforms are classics. They should be sacred and placed in a glass case that BM and other legends had the honor to play in. Everyone knows uniforms really don't make the team. The players do. If anything, the franchise and Nike, to my personal opinion, should have modernized the uniforms while keeping the same color scheme and blend. The Super Bowl unis are part of the 80s and 90s championships, so why couldn't the team simply modernize them and even the logo? But that scenario's for another day. I mean, Nike specializes in that. You know, we're in 2026. The team could have done so much better with this, I think. The black unis, I mean, those are for the younger generation, especially with the matte helmet. Also, the logo, the circular logo that they had on their website with the small little W, I think stars around it with the spears, that will look sharp on the helmet itself also as well. But even if the name is never coming back, can you imagine the iconic logo on where the W is located on the new stadium renditions would be placed, even though that wouldn't happen, but just imagine. And Brian, if I may ask you, sir, who is in charge of the uniform combos each game day? Do you know who actually does that? Is it up to the players? Is it up to like the front office? I'm just curious.
I did not know. I didn't care. I just whatever they had there, I was ready to go and play.
You're ready to go with
I
it.
never
hear
thought
you
about
guys.
the
Hey,
uniform.
I really appreciate you guys taking my call today, and enjoy the day ahead.
All right, man.
Thanks, dude. Appreciate it.
Thank you, guys.
Here's
Yep.
what I'll say for Anthony. Like, he had a differing viewpoint, and that's cool. You're allowed to. Like, he expressed it, and it wasn't, related to, like, a name or anything. What do you say to that, B, that those uniforms should be sacred? The ones you wore when this team was dominant?
Man, keep wearing the uniform. They look good. I keep saying modernized. I don't think they look old.
No. I think these are modernized.
They are modernized because they made them more fitted and all that. That's the modernization of it. Sometimes we think we got to always adjust. Sometimes you don't have to change a damn thing to be iconic. And I think that's where they are.
Agreed.
They did modernize the other ones that they changed to, and nobody liked them, right?
Our guy
So
Mark.
it doesn't always work.
Right. Our guy Mark at Landover Hills. Mark, what's up, bud?
Good to have you back, JP. Top of the day to you, B.
What's up, brother?
Hey, man. I got to say this, guys. You guys knocked it out of the park today. I'm going to be the first to give you the accolades for that. Great with my man Mark from the organization, and also a shout out to the Washington Commanders organization, because they allowing him to come and to associate with the John Q. public like me and all of us are. Hey, man, surely shows a lot of class, man. And I think the uniforms are classy, just like B's saying. And if I could make a suggestion, it sure would be nice for you guys to get some of the guys in the area, B, you know them all, because everybody loves you, brother. And see what they think about it, buddy. It'd be great. And I got to say, as far as the black goes, burgundy and gold till I'm cold, but there's nothing wrong integrating some black in the uniforms because they've always had some in there at a lot of times. And the other thing, too, if you, as old a fart as I'm getting to be, you remember that over the years, the design on the helmets has changed, but they always had that face guard like Brian was talking about. You got a lot of calls. I got to get off here, man. And, hey, have a wonderful day, guys, because it sure is a pretty one. Take care, bye, guys.
Right. Thanks, Mark.
Thanks
Appreciate you, bud. I haven't let Stallion weigh in yet. I'm curious, Ryan, as a young guy that's a big fan, what do you think?
I like it. Like, the gold on the face mask, I didn't even realize I missed it until I just saw it in person now. Like, the fact that, like, this looks like the old thing, and for people who may want that or may want to at least resemble that, like, you have got that now. And it's like, I feel as if they finally have had that bridge to the past, like with Brian and the uniforms that he wore growing up when he was playing in the NFL. Like, it looks so much better. And I think, like, now after hearing Mark Klaus talk and seeing Josh Harris in the past, like, they understand it and they get it. So I think that this is now just everything kind of coming into fruition with these new uniforms. Like, it looks awesome. And by the way, the black uniforms, like, we're not talking about that enough. Those are sick. Like, those helmets are awesome. So I really like that.
So I think we're about to talk to Doc, which I'm really excited about. At 12:30, I'd like to shift the calls, and we can all weigh in too. What's your favorite part about everything that happened today? Like, do you love the gold face mask? Do you love the burgundy helmet going back to the glossy look? Do you love the spear being introduced? Do you love the rebranded blacks? Like, there's a lot to like. There's a lot that happened today. For me, it's a simple thing that might go, unnoticed because there's so much that happened. Getting the stripes back on the pants is just the right move. Like, there's so much that and honestly, your eye is immediately drawn to the spear on the black helmet because that is reintroducing something that we were familiar with. And for those that don't love the W, it gives it a new look. But there's so much more there. There's so much meat on that bone. Nobody go anywhere. Doc Walker joins the program next.
This update brought to you by Foley Mechanical, proudly installing Amana. Big day for the Commanders. Their Super Bowl era uniforms are going to be the primary uniforms for 2026, and they also introduced a new alternate spear logo on the helmets. They also brought back the glossy burgundy helmets as well for the Commanders. Nationals defeat the Pirates 5-4. C.J. Abrams a double, 2 RBI, and a big solo shot. Jake Irvin against Mason Montgomery tonight in Game 3, 640 right here on the Fan. Capitals season ends with a 2-1 win over Columbus. Still up in the air is where Alex Ovechkin will be next year, if he's playing NHL, KHL, or retiring. The NBA play-in, Charlotte defeated Miami 127-126 in OT, and Portland beat Phoenix 114-110. Denny Avdia with 41. When your HVAC strikes out, call Foley Mechanical, your go-to heating, cooling, and radiator repair in D.C., Maryland, Virginia. Locally owned, never franchised, Foley Mechanical, proudly installing Amana systems. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Byron Kerr on the Fan.
BMitch Finlay, 106.7 The Fan. High noon in the District of Columbia. Points north, south, east, and west. Been a busy morning. Commanders unveiled new uniforms this morning. Commanders team president Mark Klaus, kind enough to make time for us, join us in studio. We got an up-close look at the new helmets, new jerseys. A real return to what it looked like when this thing was a freight train. And lucky enough to get to share the studio with you, B, and get your reactions. And now we're lucky enough to get another true burgundy and gold legend, both for his play on the field and for all he's done on the broadcast with the team over the years. The one and only Rick Doc Walker joining us now. Hello,
Rick.
Doc. How are you?
JP, I'm good, man. I'm so happy for Brian. I know how emotional he gets when we start talking about uniforms, names, and changes. And so I laugh when I got the call and I go, JP, BMitch, and they want to know if you want to come on the show. I said, for what? And I knew that BMitch was behind this and asking me about uniform change. And you know, I'd do anything for you two. So I'm going to take these shots and deal with it. I am thrilled of anything that reminds me of the glory days. I'll never understand how it could have ever gotten as bad as it did, but who cares? They're correcting their wrongs, and eventually we'll be back 100% in full, and the rest will be history.
I kind of know how your feelings are, Doc. I know you are.
Yeah.
You're just like me when it comes down to uniforms. I like the fact that it gotten back to it looks like the burgundy and gold, as you always would say. Because when I saw the colors, I was instantly like, "Oh, okay, cool." They went back to the right color. Yeah, because when I saw them before, we as JP stated, he said, it looked like Louisville. We look like Louisville.
Yeah, it looked like a practical joke, or like somebody was high when they decided to come up with the design.
So, Doc, I'm curious for you, seeing the burgundy last year. Look, we got to see the white last year, right? The Super Bowl era that they brought back, and I thought that was a great step. Now, I also know that you care about the play on the field, and nothing is more important than that. But seeing, like you said, correcting the previous wrongs, which I think is a great way to phrase it, and then knowing that eventually, and it's a few years out, but like, you know, the progress is legitimate towards getting back to the stadium.
I agree.
What does that mean for you?
It's a step in the right direction. I applaud the administration for somebody effed up, because a lot of the same people are still there. So you can't come out of this and say you had nothing to do with it. Somebody made a decision to go with that cranberry wine and all that garbage they threw out there. If those people are still employed, God bless them.
I don't think those decision makers right there are employed anymore, Doc. They're gone.
But now, well, I hope you're right. I don't know. All I'm saying is that there's so much honor that's involved in what that uniform representing the people that support it. This area, the DMV, is so unique, and to meet them halfway is not only business smart, it's just the right thing to do. And this group is progressive, and they're doing that. We got to back them with support, but we got to merge the two. As long as we're splintered, it's never going to be the full impact that new stadium deserves. So we got some time. We got to get our stuff together, and it starts on the field. Because again, they can come out. BMitch, they come out there. They're skinnies. If they block and tackle better, they'll get my vote.
There you go.
Doc, you know Bob Biaggi. He's a friend of all of ours.
Yep.
And he sent me a text message. He said, never ever heard almost 100% of the fan base be so unanimous and pumped up. And I do think, listen, there's always going to be critics. You know, there's always going to be folks with a negative opinion. But by and large, the reaction to this seems like the most positive thing that's happened since they beat Detroit in the divisional round.
Yeah.
I'm curious if you've noticed that too.
Yeah, no, I agree. It's a relief, man. This ownership group is smart enough to understand. Can you believe how many adults take this that seriously? I mean, we're collegiate. Our atmosphere, I've always felt that we have a collegiate environment when it comes to the burgundy and gold. And if you are in marketing and you want to make money, how in the world could you stumble over your feet and blow this deal? So they're smart. They're going to put it back together, and we just have to follow it. And again, on the field, the hard job is up to the coaching staff and scouts. Get us good people, and if you get them, you got to put them in the game. And if you put them in the game, they actually have to do their jobs. And if they can pull that off, I think we'll all be happy.
There you go. I'm with that.
Totally. And what I've said repeatedly is Josh Harris is never going to make a tackle. You know, Mitch Rails is not going to catch any passes. Magic Johnson is not going to throw any sky hooks through the uprights. But, like, the best thing they could do is put the organization in a place to succeed. And I think they deserve a lot of credit for doing that.
Yeah, they are. But on 3rd and 8, somebody's got to make a tackle. Somebody's got to get to the quarterback. Somebody got to set an edge. And they ain't got a damn thing to do with nothing other than training, preparation within those doors. The people that are there have got to do a better job and get better results.
I'm curious, Doc, I want to ask the folks on the phones this. Do you have, and you may not, do you have a favorite thing that they did? Because I think our eyes get drawn to the black uniforms and the spear being introduced, but there's a lot of little details that happen.
How hard is it to duplicate something that worked?
Right.
Are we supposed to do a backflip because somebody used common sense and said, just repeat what they did already? That's what they want. They're not asking for nothing new. They're asking for what they had. What am I missing?
Not wrong. And I think...
Yeah, well, no, you must sound like it. They didn't ask for anything new. Nobody asked for glitter. Nobody asked for designers. They asked for a uniform. That's like Penn State getting offended if you don't like their uniform. They love it.
Yeah.
It means a lot to them. They adore wearing it. Anytime you change that and break that up, you have zero skills in marketing because you just wipe out a generation of people and give them the finger because you think you got cute ideas. So I'm pleased at the fact that they said, you know what, let's correct this. And they did it. Innovation, the black, whatever. It's going to happen. Nothing stays the same. If not, we still be rolling our windows up. So I'm not against it. I'm just saying, let's stop focusing on anything other than blocking, tackling, and winning. Let's get to that.
I am with you, sir. Now, I know you well enough that you're not that into uniforms, but did this one resonate a little bit differently?
No, I'm into our uniform. BS, yes, I am in the uniforms. I'm into our uniform. And I think they did a hell of a job of trying to bring it back.
See, I think it shows one thing. We had one guy come in and say he was a fan, and he went away from everything that was traditional.
Exactly.
Another guy comes in and say he's a fan, and he brings everything back that's traditional. Who you think the damn fan is? That's the main thing.
Yeah.
I think many people could look at
Blind man can see that.
One guy was and one guy was not. And the guy that was is still here.
Right. No, I mean, that's clear. That's clear. Got to support it. Can't wait. I mean, as they add to it, the spirit through the eventually you're going to add on something. Do you think Notre Dame's uniform is boring?
And they've been having that for years, forever.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Ain't nobody complains about it. Because what they're trying to do is beat you on the scoreboard.
Yeah.
Be leery about people worrying about how to trick things into reality. We don't need that. This fan base has gone through enough. Now, we were the Liberace of the NFL. All them damn helmets and uniforms we were the Liberace of the NFL. So it's calming to finally hit it right and then win with it, and then somebody come in and decide to change that. But that's why we applaud corrections.
I love the Liberace of the NFL line. Talking with the legend Rick Doc Walker here on the Rude Guest Hotline. Doc, I'm curious. I don't know how busy you've been this morning. I know you've got an event here in a few minutes, so if you got to run, just say the word. But have you talked to or texted with any former teammates, just kind of like their reaction to the uni?
No, I checked out no, because I think getting it back, everybody's comforted in that. They just want it back. They're not asking for anything new. No one I know. They just want to wear what they wore. And they have a great sense of pride in that because that's what it was. That's what you were trying to represent in the fan base. It pains me to hear the pain of the fans. Again, as I mentioned, and BMitch knows it because he's had it happen to him more than I did. When you get in there at 3 and 4 in the morning from West Coast, or now they're going all over the world. BMitch, have you ever come to an empty parking lot? Have you ever entered an empty entryway into the park?
And
fan-wise, their fans are always there.
Yeah.
They're always there. That ain't happening league-wide.
Big time.
These people are they're unique, man. Decades. I'm telling you.
Yeah.
Forever.
Yeah. I think it's...
They don't fail you. No matter how bad you play, they don't fail you. So that's who I care for. That's who I hope gets satisfaction in it, that is represented. Whether or not they settle the score on what's ethical and what's right, because people it's about money. We get it. I'm not that crazy. If they can make $1 off it, they're going to try to monopolize. But again, Penn State's uniform, Notre Dame, college tells us a hell of a lot we should pay attention to. And they continually make it off donations and residuals from alums because they are happy to support their brand.
Yep.
Hello?
100%.
Why would you want to piss people off and then you open up a new part? It doesn't make any sense.
So, Doc, it's funny you've referenced some of the iconic college uniforms. You think of Penn State, you think Notre Dame, USC, Bama, Michigan, that helmet. I mean, Ohio State, certainly those folks scream if you never mention them. I was in Scotland last week, and I did a tour of the Glasgow Celtic Stadium, which is the soccer team my family has always rooted for, and one of the biggest in Europe. And they actually, and granted, there are some religious overtones to this, but they actually, this is a soccer stadium in Glasgow, Scotland, and they had a Notre Dame Fighting Irish helmet in their trophy case. Yeah, like they had their European Cup, like all these tremendous trophies, and they have a Notre Dame helmet in there. And I recognize the logo is different, right? But I can't look at that helmet now that is glossy burgundy again with a gold face mask and the stripes down the middle and not like it more. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, I get it. But you recognize it. You remember it.
Yeah.
It's not new to you. It's not new to you. And that's with us being the Liberace. We had the spear. We had the R. We've had 3 or 4. We've been confused a long time. But once we got it right and got it settled in, why do you think they refer to it as the championship uniform?
Right.
Wasn't the first championship they won. It was the first. It's hard to establish that. It takes forever, and I think why do traditional schools have such an advance and do they raise more capital? Because they have more people that care about them. We got people right now that are pissed. They won't have any. You know how much money right now is looking the other way at us? And I say us, I mean the organization. Mm-hmm. And they're going to get it right.
Yeah,
they're leaving a lot of money on the table.
I think Mark was it was an educational thing in the break where he was talking about Dodger blue is the blue of the Dodgers. You can't just go find that blue. And it matches it. And like we always talk about getting stuff trademarked and patented. Have you ever heard that you can trademark the actual color?
You can.
And they do. And that's why I'm saying when I remember hearing you say burgundy and gold so much. And now when you see the actual colors, you see the damn difference in what they had.
Oh, it was horrible. That cranberry and wine. That way, and somebody had the nerve to think they had accomplished something.
Well, and how about the audacity to repeatedly tell us, no, you're wrong, it's all the same, your guys are just wrong?
Yeah, well, they do that a lot. Doesn't mean they're right.
Right.
I love the fan base and never backed down. They never backed down. And yet they still supported it, still gave it some love. Here's the scary part. This group they haven't even felt the full thrust of burgundy and gold power. They haven't yet. They got close to it, that Detroit after that, but that still wasn't full force. And that's what I hope they get a chance to. B knows, because he felt it multiple times. It's unbelievable. It's deafening. People rocking a building, shaking grounds and stuff. Where else do you hear that from? Very seldom. Very seldom. So I want to see it again. I'm selfish. I want to see it again, but I know these people all across the DMV, especially people that are aging gracefully, they deserve it. They deserve one more shot at it. That's important. And so we got to get everybody on the same page, and then we got to go out and actually block and tackle and score, do all those fundamental things to win again and get ourselves back where we belong to be, and that's on the biggest stage on the planet. And that's why I'm in the game.
I think they bring the winning back. That solves all the problems. For people with sense, there will be some idiots that still gonna have an issue with something.
Doc, Mark Klaus, Commanders team president, was kind enough to join us for a while earlier this morning.
Good man.
Yeah, and a quote I wrote down that really stuck with me from his appearance with us was, "The discipline to recognize when something is just right is very important." And I figured you might like that because, like you mentioned, Penn State. Like, sometimes there is absolute beauty in simplicity.
Exactly. You got to dress it up. We call them Bamas. You know, wearing too much stuff. You can be filthy rich and be a Bama.
Yep. 100%.
It's not about money. It's not about money. We all know some people like that. We call them country, but. How about the fact that there's honor, and we represent something that's given us tremendous thrills throughout generations? Just listen to Sheehan. As much as we kid him and ride him, he bleeds it. He lives it. Mm-hmm. And when he quit, when he was out, that hurt me because he wasn't kidding. You know, there are a lot of people that have just given up. They just say, you're going to put these crazy-ass colors and all these up jewelry. I don't know what the hell they were trying to do. And people just fell out. Wait till they come back. They think they got a lot when they went, had a great season and went to the NCAA championship. They haven't seen nothing yet.
Yep.
Nothing. And when they go back downtown, BMitch.
Oh, boy.
Come on.
Oh, boy.
You see, this is what the whole country is about to witness. They have no idea what's about to happen. If they pull this thing back together and reunite this powerful force, it's going to be like a tsunami. When that new park opens up, it's going to be, they've never seen anything like it before. And they don't get it yet, but hopefully they will.
Doc, which one of your boats are you going to take to the new RFK?
I'm going to let Brian decide that because he's on it more than I am. I had to actually turn all my goods over to him because I can't afford the maintenance fees.
Thank you for the time, Doc.
Fool,
appreciate you joining us.
You too, man. Just keep doing what you do. You guys are personally entertaining me, so keep it up.
All right, brother.
Thank you, Doc.
All right, thank you. God bless y'all, man. Peace.
The great Rick Doc Walker. You can follow him at Rick Doc Walker joining us. Appreciate him making time for us. Back to the phones. Then NFL draft at 1 o'clock. Chris Trapazzo, CBS Sports, will join us at 1. Here's the question, and it's specific. What is your favorite part of the new uniforms that were rolled out today? You got a new burgundy, the classic.
If you want comfort and convenience wherever life takes you, then you need to turn to Rude. With Wi-Fi compatibility, you have full control of your heating and cooling system right from your phone. Forgot to turn down the heat before vacation? You can adjust it in seconds. Plus, you'll get alert that something's not right. These guys are the best, and they've installed new systems in my house, and I felt the difference instantly.
B, it's 87 degrees on April 15th in Washington. What the hell is the temperature going to be in July? If you live in the DMV, you need a system that can stand up to the elements. You get precise temperature and humidity control with Rude's variable speed compression. You get comfort and performance perfectly balanced, and you can save a bunch of cash. You could qualify for federal tax credits up to $2,000 on heat pumps through 2032. Visit rude.com/federal incentives to learn more. It's tax day. Check out the tax savings.
Yes, indeed. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. And remember, if it ain't Rude,
it ain't right.
This update brought to you by the DC Defenders. Washington Commanders have made their Super Bowl era uniforms their primary uniforms, introducing a new alternate spear logo. They also are bringing back the glossy burgundy helmets. Wide receiver Denzel Boston added a few more teams to his pre-draft visits, including the Commanders and Texans this week. Nationals beat the Pirates 5-4. C.J. Abrams was 3 for 4 with an HR double and 2 RBIs. Capitals beat the Columbus Blue Jackets final game of the season 2-1. Alex Ovechkin an assist on the go-ahead goal in what may be his last NHL game. NBA tonight, Orlando is at Philadelphia and Golden State against the LA Clippers in the play-in tournament. DC Spring Professional Football is back. Defenders versus St. Louis Battlehawks, Saturday, April 18th, 12:30 at Audi Field. Free clear bag for the first 5,000 fans. Tickets, UFLDefenders.com. From the Crop Midcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Byron Kerr on the Fan.
BMitch Finlay 106.7 The Fan. Taking your calls right now. Got to remind everybody, BMitch Finlay is officially brought to you by Rude. Don't melt this summer. Upgrade to high-efficiency HVAC and get 60 months, same as cash, on qualified equipment until April 30th. Keep your cool and your cash. Find a Rude Pro partner at rude.com. Phone lines are lit.
If it ain't rude,
it ain't right. I want to ask you this question first, though.
Yeah.
There's a new burgundy uniform. They're now going full-time with the white uniforms. There's a new black Hellraiser uniform. New refurbished helmets. What's your favorite thing? What's your favorite part?
Favorite part of what?
All of the changes. What's the GOAT? Goats edition.
I think getting the stripes back on the helmet, make the more traditional look. And then bringing the whole burgundy and gold look into the black ones now make me like the black ones. You know, I had a problem with the black jerseys at first. I think that is, just it looks like it's supposed to.
It does. I think that's well said.
Yeah.
Let's hit these phone lines. Rodney in South Carolina. What's up, Rodney?
Hey, good afternoon, fellas. How are y'all doing now?
Good, man.
Hey, guys. Hey, I just want to say today is a very happy day. I know 222 was good and bad. It was terrible with the name change and those ugly uniforms, but it was a happy day for me because that was actually the day I got my emancipation papers and my divorce was finalized. Now I got that all out the way.
So it worked out for you that day, I see.
It worked out perfect for me on that day. Now, I love the new uniforms right now. I love the fact that the block is back, which is good. I love the traditional colors as well as the Hellraiser colors. And I'm with you, BMitch, on that. I didn't really care for the black uniform, but I like it now. Mm-hmm. And I love the spear. That's an additional plus.
All right, brother.
Appreciate the call, dude.
Appreciate your call.
See you, Rodney.
Thanks, guys. See you.
Rodney called his divorce
Emancipation Day.
Let's go to
boy,
Mike G in Roanoke. Mike, what's up, buddy?
Hey, brothers. Thank you for taking my call, first of all.
Thanks, man.
I'm 73 years old. I go way back. And I have to say my favorite part is the spear. It reminds me of Sonny Jurgensen with that beer belly slinging touchdowns with that spear on his helmet.
Love that, man. Good
All
call,
right, man.
Well, dude, so for me, thank you for the call, Mike G. Appreciate you, buddy.
Didn't Mike sound a little bit like Coach Gibbs?
A little bit. I think, obviously, Sonny wearing the spear, but I remember when they brought the spear back. Was that like Jason Campbell wearing that? Was that era? Maybe it was the 75th anniversary.
Green, early on in the days there. 2003.
Who was the quarterback?
No, you said Darryl Green was still on the team.
Yeah, Darryl Green was on the team. Maybe like Patrick Ramsey.
Okay. Yeah. I those were super dope. Was that the 75th anniversary of the team? I can't. I think it's Mark Brunell. I think I'm seeing no. That might be Danny Warfel. I'm seeing. Who wore number 6? Sage Rosenfeld?
6? Oh, I don't remember my number 6.
See if we can find a picture of that. I'll keep the phone lines going. Brian is in Chicago. What's up, Brian?
Hey guys, thanks for taking my call. Appreciate you.
Cool, man.
There's a lot to love with these new uniforms, man. It's so good to see like actual burgundy on the burgundy uniforms. I love that they're keeping the gold pants as an option. I got to say though, I think my favorite thing is I think just looking at the new logo with the spear, I think maybe my eye gets a little confused in the middle of it. But that front-facing view with the points facing directly ahead is so much better than that wimpy little W that used to be on those black uniforms.
Yeah, it just made no sense.
It made no sense. So it looks tough. It looks good. Super excited that they don't look like the alternate uniform for the Steelers anymore. So they actually look like our team. And I got to say, it's also nice to not see the Commanders logo anywhere on it. We can all kind of just okay, that's the name. That's going to be the name, but we don't have to, highlight it as much. So
yeah,
thanks for taking my call, guys.
What B said is the old the Skins uniforms, like the old uniforms that these are trying to emulate, didn't say anything. I think in later years, maybe it said Redskins across like the chest plate, like right below the NFL shield.
Years?
I think like kind of the London Fletcher years. Like at some point, it said Redskins in the font right there, but I think. As you and Doc Walker have said, the burgundy and gold.
The ones I have in my house didn't say nothing like that.
Yeah, I'll look that up. But I remember in like the mid 2000s, they did introduce that at some point. Like here, this is the picture I was thinking of. You see that picture of Fletch?
Yeah.
You see how it says Redskins across the front right there. But for a long time, that didn't exist. Let's go to Juan. Is in Fairfax. Juan, what's up, dude?
What's up, guys? How you doing, BMitch? How you doing, Finlay?
We're good, buddy. We're good.
And man, them black jerseys are fire, man. I'm trying to tell you. I'm trying to think of what should I wear with them. Now I'm trying to think of an outfit and everything. The shoes I could go with it, the bands I could go with it. I'm thinking of everything. And another thing, this is just a build-up, man. I'm trying to tell you, when we win a Super Bowl, it's going to shut down D.C., Maryland, and Virginia. Nobody's going to be able to get in or out. But I'm going to tell you, this is just a build-up, and this is going to overflow when everything just gets done and said and done. But these jerseys are straight fire. I like it, and I like the black ones as well, as like I said.
All right,
but
brother.
Thank you guys for taking my call, and I love it, man. This gets me hyped. Oh, you don't understand. Let's go!
All right.
Thank you, Juan. Listen. Juan's got energy.
Yes, he does.
Is he the dude that called in that was about to cry if they don't take Jeremiah Love?
Yes, we need that energy every time someone gets on the phone.
Jeff, what's your favorite part?
Yo, mine got to be the black jerseys. As someone who is like a person that could rarely keep a shirt clean when they go to like a stadium function or anything, that black is amazing. And the number is burgundy. So like if I spill something there, it comes right off. That's the best.
You don't care that the jerseys look good. I
love the jerseys.
I'm clumsy. I need something to help me out.
I love the jerseys.
It reminds me. I had Ainsley. I had to get her dressed this morning just to go to school, and she spilled orange juice on her shirt, and that just reminded me of Jeff. My 7-year-old spilled a little orange juice and was upset.
Oh, Jeff,
I don't know why.
He's 7.
I got a hole in my mouth. I don't know why. It just stuff just falls.
Everybody got a hole in their mouth.
Let's go to Ian in Maine.
You got an extra hole in your mouth.
Ian, what's your favorite part, bro?
Hey y'all, thanks a lot for taking my call. I gotta say, I think it's just the overall attention to detail that they put into this thing, and I gotta say seeing the trio of stripes on the correct burgundy gloss helmet is just makes my heart feel good. They went back and they had the stripes on the matte kind of cranberry last year, and it just seeing this the proper color is just really makes my heart feel good. And I got to say, there's a lot of, I think that the uniform and logo can be like different things sometimes. And I got to think that by the time we're in the new RFK and Jaden's thrown for 5,000 yards in that new stadium, there's going to be something a little different than the block W hanging from the rafters.
Well, and the Block W could be part of it, but I go back to, if you missed any of our interview with Mark Klaus from this morning, you should get on YouTube or on Spotify or on the Odyssey app and make sure you listen to it. Klaus said repeatedly, Commanders team president Mark Klaus said, we are on a journey. We're going to continue to think about how we bring more elements of our heritage.
Mm-hmm.
So I think this is a step on the journey. I very much think when this team is playing at RFK, there could be another step taken, especially to the helmet. Thanks for the call, Ian. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
How about DC in Southeast? Hello, DC.
What's going on, fellas? How y'all doing?
Good, brother.
Dude.
What's
How are
happening
you?
with you?
I've been calling for the last 2 weeks trying to get this point across. Now, Jeff, you from D.C., right?
Oh, I'm from Maryland. I'm a PG County baby. But I got ties to the city.
Okay. My whole thing, I love everything they did. Why not put D.C. on the helmet? Because whenever we traveled, we never said we was from Washington. We said we from D.C., and it meant something.
They play in
I
Maryland.
just thought that D.C. Huh?
I hear you, but I think it's representative of the entire region. The old black jerseys, one thing I did like is they had a DC flag on the shoulder. My guess is by the time the new RFK opens and they're back playing in the district, there will be some clear nod to the district. Thank you for the call, dude.
Yeah.
I'm going to sneak one more in here. Our guy Blake is in Wilmington. Blake, what's up,
What
man?
up, Blake?
JP, BMitch, what's going on, fellas? Overall, I love the uniforms, man. They look exactly like they should have on 2/22. Overall, my favorite part would have to be the spear on the black helmet. I think that's a subtle ad that they should incorporate into the to the burgundy and white helmet. I think they will, like you said, JP. But another subtle thing is they just the numbers. The biggest thing for me on the old uniforms is the numbers were like arcade game numbers. These ones look like they should, and overall I'm real happy about it. Hopefully they introduce like a hat or something with just the spear, and then I'd love to get like the feathers on there or something. But thank you guys for taking my call.
Appreciate it, man.
right,
Thank
man.
you, dude. I think this, for me, like if I could do an overall, I love the attention to detail on the classics, on just getting it right, on getting the helmet right, getting the stripes back on the pants, getting the consistent block letters and numbers, getting everything right. But my eyes are immediately most drawn to the spear. And both excitement of how that looks now in giving a new look to this Block W that frankly I think is kind of boring, but also where that could go in the future, how that nods back to the heritage. And they've done a truly masterful job of kind of creating and building out this new complex of the Commander, right? Because when the Commanders were unveiled, there was zero plan of like storytelling.
Yeah.
And these folks are trying to build an identity around something they inherited. And it takes
time,
and it takes a lot of work to try to figure that out.
True.
If you're on hold, stay there. 1 o'clock, we're going to the NFL draft. Chris Trapazzo at CBS Sports will join us. BMitch Finlay, 1067 The Fan. Appreciate everybody hanging with us, getting some kind words about the show today. Appreciate that.
Yeah.
We're going to hit these phones. Here's the question. What's your favorite part? A friend of mine just texted me, the burgundy and white are amazing. The W with the spear is very good. There's a lot to like. Attention to detail. Introducing the spear, I think, is a what's the famous, who's the first astronaut to walk on the moon? Neil Armstrong?
Mm-hmm.
Famous Neil Armstrong quote, one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind.
Mm-hmm.
All they did was add a little bit to their alternate logo. Feels like it might be a lot more than that. Let's go to Boris in Dallas. What's up, Boris?
Hey, what up, JP? What's
Chilling,
up,
man.
Mitch?
What's up, brother?
Hey, not much, my brother. Hey, T-Pick told me to tell you, say what's up to y'all guys whenever you come down to Dallas, Texas, to play on Austin Avenue. Come on.
All right.
Appreciate it.
What I liked about the uniforms is the color that came back was the original burgundy. I love the way that they got the helmet, brought back the glossy and the stripes. But on the black uniform, the arrow with that matte black, that brought tears in my eyes when I saw that.
Mm.
And I turned around and bought $1,500 worth of uniforms for our Burgundy Gold Club for Austin Avenue.
Today?
Yes, sir.
All right, brother.
Can I ask you a quick question, Boris?
Yes, sir.
Is your name like Boris, like the traditional spelling, like Boris?
Yes, it is.
I appreciate that.
And guess,
Do you want to know how dumb the Stallion is?
How Stallion spelled it?
He spelled it Boras, like Scott Boris.
No, I spelled it Boris.
Right.
That's in Russian.
Yeah, that's
and my last name's McGugan. My last name's McGugan, stands for Irish.
Well,
All right, hold on. And you're a brother?
I'm a brother. Yes, indeed.
You're a brother with a Russian-Irish name.
Yes,
See, I was interested too. I'm like, hold it.
Boris McDougan. Boris, when I come to Dallas, we going out for some drinks.
Come on, dog.
We drinking vodka and Guinness.
Thank you, Boris. Appreciate you.
No problem. Thank you, guys.
It's gonna be a headache the next day, boy.
Stallion, you want to defend yourself?
I mean, after that, no shot.
Did you not know that Boris is a first name?
No, I mean, I've heard of it, but like, I have answered so many phone calls today. My brain is jello. And it wasn't much beforehand.
Hey, hold on.
I'm going to defend you. Boris
I think your brain is jello when you wake up in the morning.
Jeff, you've never heard the name Boris?
Bro, it's not a common name in my age group and younger. I mean, this is the first Boris I have heard.
You never heard of Boris?
I thought the bad guys were like Boris and Natasha.
I don't remember
But
that
even JP, Rocky and Bullwinkle, I was
I never watched that. I never watched that.
I watched it.
Yeah, like that.
So I'll be trying to crack on nobody's age, dude.
I'm just saying, Boris is a name spelled with an I. Boris Becker, I think, was like the first unseeded dude to win Wimbledon.
I knew that, JP. I'm just giving Ryan. I'm helping Ryan.
Stallion saying his brain is jello because he's been answering the phones for a while. That's pretty rich.
I'm going to tell you who brain is jello. Remember Chuck be calling us? Chuck said, man, you can't give me a birthday shout out? I said, when's your birthday? He said it was Saturday. I'm like, the day Wednesday, fool.
So just so we're clear, Chuck, that is not a birthday.
Happy late birthday, dummy.
George is in Fort Washington. George, what's up, dude?
Hey, what's going on, man?
What's up, George? How you doing, brother?
Hey, I'm blessed, man. Hey, look, I'm a first-time caller.
Appreciate it.
But I had to call in. Man, I'm over the moon with these uniforms.
Appreciate it.
Love them. They on point. But I have to go back to my dad, who's 91 years old.
Mm-hmm.
And his two favorite helmets were the feather down the middle and the spear. And I am so glad you brought it back. So now when he watches whatever time he has left, he gets to see one of his favorite helmets back on the field.
Good stuff, brother. Appreciate that.
Hey, man. Thanks, y'all. Y'all have
Thanks, dude. Have a good day.
All right, man.
Okay, bye.
Let's try to.
You know, defending Stallion about the spelling of the name?
Yeah, of course.
Greg, who can't spell okay. He spelled okay wrong.
Roger is in Gainesville. Roger, what's your favorite part?
My favorite part is the way it makes me feel young again. I feel like a freshman in high school last time they won a Super Bowl.
This uniform brings it all back for me. I love it. I love all of it. And then my favorite, and I have a lot of favorite parts, but one of my favorite parts, I don't have to look at that ugly white uniform, whatever that thing was, Cardinal, Falcon, Hybrid. That wasn't us. I've never liked it. And I'm sitting here and I won't buy one, but I just dropped $400 or $500 on 2 new jerseys, some hats. I'm ready to go. I mean, I can't wait to be in my season tickets and see these new uniforms and watch them every Sunday, every home game. This is exciting. I can't wait. And I'm an emotional dude. I've called in before. You told me that. I love this, BMitch.
All right, baby.
I can't wait. I can't wait.
Appreciate you, Roger.
I'm going to do an extra long bike ride today.
All right, get it in.
I'm going to try to get everybody in.
Get Jeff to go with you. He'll ride 2 miles.
Rambo is in Maryland. Rambo, what's good? What's your favorite part?
Hey guys, thanks for taking my call. I love your show. I love the jerseys. I mean, I love the way the colors pop. The black jersey is off the chain. I just can't get by the logo. I'm sorry, but I love everything else about them. I don't know. How do you guys feel about that spear through a W?
I like it. Thank you for the call, Rambo. I'm going to try to get through this. I like adding the spear a lot. I think it makes everything a lot better. John is in Alexandria. Johnny, what's your favorite part?
Hey, what's going on, guys?
What's up, man?
JP, real quick, we crossed paths a number of times in the past. I'm a journalist. I've been in the journalism field for like 15 years. So when you, I just wanted to say, when you shout out Strunk and White's Elements of Style, I got a little steamed up over here.
Appreciate it, bro.
So, yeah. First of all, number 6 was Shane Matthews back in 2002. That was the Steve Spurrier debacle of the three quarterback use with Danny Werfel and them. I mean, favorite part, man, it's got to be just keeping it simple. Everyone's touched on it, but returning to the block. All these calls and all the nostalgia that's coming with it, with people's parents and reminding them of their childhood and everything. I mean, it means a lot, man. Like, my dad's no longer around, but I know he'd be like fist pumping right now and trying to get me to buy jerseys. So it's a great look, and I'm thrilled with the way the ownership's done it.
All right, man.
Love that for you, man. Happy for you. Thanks for the call, John.
We've had a lot of callers call in, and they talk about that with their parents and things of that nature.
Football's family, man.
Listen, bro, that right there, I didn't expect to hear that type of stuff.
That's
when
the
you
last,
start hearing that, it shows you how deep this stuff cuts.
It's the last jersey your parents, I believe, saw you play in.
Yeah.
You know?
Oh, yeah.
Last one here. Our friend Deb from the chat. What's up, Deb?
Deb, what's up?
Hey, how you doing?
We're good. How are you?
Good. My favorite part is the spear through the W. Those black uniforms are fire. And I'm going to wait till after the draft to get a new jersey because I want to see who they draft. But I went online to the store to get a new hat, and they don't have any of the ladies' hats yet. So I saw the men's hats, and I had no idea what size to order. So I had to send an email throughout my company. Does anybody have a tape measure?
Deb, can I ask a question? Isn't a hat just a hat? Yes. They're adjustable.
No,
I think hats are co-ed.
It was a fitted. It said
it's a fitted.
Small, medium, large. I mean, I've always bought a lady's hat.
Me and JP wear the extra large.
Yeah. You know what that means, though.
My head's not that big. So
you probably need the
someone
medium.
Did have,
we got it, Deb. I'm really sorry. We got to run. I hope you find the right hat, okay?
I did.
And, good. And I'm sorry Biaggi ate your nachos. Thank you for the call, Deb. When we come back, Chris Trapazzo joins the program.
Good news for Washington Commanders. They're going back to the Super Bowl era uniforms as their primary uniforms for 2026, introducing a new alternate spear logo on the helmet. They also brought back the glossy burgundy helmets. NFL media reporting that wide receiver Denzel Boston met with the Commanders and Texans this week. The draft begins April 24th. Nationals beat the Pirates 5-4. C.J. Abrams 3 for 4 HR double and 2 RBI. Tonight, Jake Irvin against Mason Montgomery, 640 on the Fan. Nats have won 4 of their last 5. Capitals beat Columbus 2-1. Alex Ovechkin an assist on the go-ahead goal in what might have been his last NHL game. He finishes with 32 goals and 64 points this season. Tonight, Orlando at Philadelphia and Golden State at LA Clippers in the NBA play-in tournament. Charlotte beat Miami last night, 127-126 in OT, and Portland over Phoenix, 114-110. Denny Avdia, 41. From the Crop Metcalf 5-star Sports Desk, Byron Kerr on the Fan.
I wouldn't say that to be.
It's driving me. Just go chill.
BMitch Finlay, 1067 The Fan. Fired up right now to jump on the Rude guest hotline. Rude is the official show sponsor of the BMitch Finlay program. Don't melt this summer, folks. Hell, don't melt today. It's almost 90. Upgrade to high-efficiency HVAC and get 60 months, same as cash, on qualified equipment until April 30th. Keep your cool and your cash. Find a Rude Pro partner at rude.com.
Hey, Rude.
It ain't right. Joining us is our friend Chris Trapazzo, NFL draft analyst, draft grade book. Chris, what's up, dude? How you been?
Thanks for having me on. I've been really good. I've been hunkered down, watching as much film as possible, as we're only about a week away from the NFL draft, which seems crazy. It's flown by.
So, Chris, tell us who the Jets are picking. I'm messing with you.
I don't know. I think David Bailey.
All right.
I think the draft starts at 3.
So,
all right, gotcha. Sounds good.
I want to try to squeeze one thing in before we go full draft. I know you're an NFL guy. Obviously, your focus is draft, but your focus is on the whole league. Did you notice the new Commanders uniforms? What'd you think?
Really like them. I like the arrow going through the W. It wasn't a drastic change that, a lot of times I think the teams try a little bit too hard to whether they change the shade of their team's primary colors. This wasn't that. And I think what they've had the last couple of years, since they've gone from Redskins, the Washington football team, to Commanders, has actually been one of the sharper looks in the league. So I like the change, but that it wasn't too drastic.
Well said. All right, let's get down to business. Washington has hosted a number of prospects. They did their Top Golf thing. There's been a lot of folks coming in and out of here. You said you think the Jets are going with David Bailey, so that would make things go Mendoza, then Bailey. That puts Arizona on the clock at 3 with a zillion directions they could go. How do you see things kind of going from 3 on?
One of the Ohio State front 7 players, whether it's Arvel Reese or Sonny Styles, I'm not quite sure, and I don't think anyone knows at this point. I think Sonny Styles is more NFL ready, but he's more of an off-ball linebacker than an edge rusher. Reese played off-ball, but had good production as an edge rusher, but a lot of it was just on times where he got free runs to the quarterback or on stunts. He wasn't winning with handwork and bend and speed to power conversion, all that like we saw from Micah Parsons. So you're right in how you introed that question. The Cardinals could go in essentially every direction, and this is not really a draft class that's loaded with those blue chippers at the top.
So speaking of the blue chippers, you run your website Draft Grade Book, and I believe I'm looking at this correctly. In your big board, not your mock draft, but your big board of the best players in this draft, you don't have Jeremiah Love top 10. I don't even think you got him top 20. Did I hit the wrong button?
No, it's funny that you say that, but I'm glad that you said that because just that I have positional value baked into all my evaluations, so okay. I always have running backs somewhat lower. Now, what's interesting is that this year's draft, it's Jeremiah Love who is in, to me, the conversation of the Bijans and the Jahmyr Gibbs, those running backs that I would be okay with being first-round picks. Typically, I am the biggest person that does not like that, and I think I always advocate for, wait for your Bucky Irvings, wait for your Chase Browns, wait for your Tyrone Tracy's, and even the Commanders last year with Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt in the 7th round prove that you can get quality players later in the draft. But Jeremiah Love is so good, and the rest of the class is so bad. I think this could be a year where I could be convinced that he should be a top 10 or a top 15 pick. It's just he's overall graded lower because I don't have a big position addition boost for the running back spot.
If he were to go in the top 10, where do you think he goes?
I would be surprised if the Tennessee Titans don't pick him. I don't know if that's the best case scenario, honestly, and I'm not just saying it because I'm on this show. Washington at 7 would probably be the best fit in terms of they've invested in the offensive line, they have their quarterback, they have a decent amount of weapons, and he could hit the ground running and be that 1,300 yards on the ground, 400 through the air, right away running back where you would get the return on investment on that rookie deal instantly. I think Tennessee, though, being in year 2 of Cam Ward, they spent a lot in free agency. I think they need just more top-end talent on that roster still. So if he gets past the Tennessee Titans at 4, I think we would all be relatively surprised. And then I think he would be in play for Washington at 7.
Very interesting. So your rankings are quite different, dude. So you've got David Bailey as the best prospect, which I think he's going to be an absolute stud. Then you go.
He's so good.
Now, I understand you got positional value baked in here. Then you go Freeling, the tackle from Georgia, Sonny Styles, number 3. Where do you think Styles goes? Because I can't imagine, linebacker is not a true position of tremendous value, but you've got him 3rd on your board.
Yeah, he's the one that I think is the wild card for the entire top 10 because he could surprise people to a certain degree, and I've talked to people that I know in the scouting world around the league saying it's probably going to be Bailey, but it's not a sure thing. He could go 2 to the Jets, and then after that, it's really a matter of, again, positional value and how teams view Sonny Styles. I think what's so kind of ironic is that there's 2 Ohio State players in the front 7 with Styles and Arvell Reese, both ridiculously athletic, tick all the boxes physically, and they're both these hybrid linebacker edge rushers. Like I said earlier, Reese is more of an edge rusher, but if a team's like, hey, we want to actually use Sonny Styles as kind of a Micah Parsons type player, blitzer, quarterback spy, he could be a top 3 or a top 5 pick. He also could be picked 7, 8, 9, or 10. It wouldn't be that surprising because just the disparity that you get from a first-round pick or a first-round pick's rookie deal to the top of the linebacker class is not very big. If you're drafting an edge rusher, and there were some rumblings that like Will Anderson might want 40, 45 million per year, and you get that guy on a rookie deal, you're getting a huge financial surplus. So I think that's also baked into why we don't always see very many off-ball linebackers go in the first round.
Has Styles shown the ability to be able to be a guy to rush off the edge like a Michael Parsons?
I think to a certain degree, not to the level that Parsons did even at Penn State. And then obviously he was kind of thrown into that role like right away with the Cowboys. But there were times where they did use him as that overhang rush linebacker, and he made some plays, and he showed the explosiveness and the bend. A lot of his pressures, though, were just in the A-gap where he can just fly down the middle of the defense and get to the quarterback or disrupt against the run. I mean, the last 2 seasons, 19 quarterback pressures and then 15 quarterback pressures, but he wasn't rushing the passer very much at all, never even reached 100 pass rush snaps in either of those 2 seasons alone. So, yeah, he absolutely has it because he has the size and the athleticism that if you wanted to cross-train him, you absolutely could.
So we're talking with our friend Chris Trapazzo here from Draft Gradebook. It's a really cool website. Just messing around with the website right now, the actual functionality of it, you deserve to be applauded. It's cool.
Oh, thank you. Thanks.
You can follow Chris at Chris Trapazzo, Trapasso. I just tweeted this out. Brian and I are not saying Washington's going to draft a wide receiver at 7, but I do think BMitch and I are in some concert that we think receiver is the position that makes the most sense, especially when you consider what it costs in free agency, kind of the current layout of the Commanders' receiver room if you're looking a year or 2 or 3 down the line. But your receiver rankings are dramatically different than what has kind of come to be consensus. You have Mekhi Lemon as your top-rated receiver prospect. You have Carnell Tate, who is widely viewed as the top receiving prospect, as your 5th wideout, behind guys like Ted Hurst, Omar Cooper. Let's start with Lemon. What makes you like Lemon the most?
So he reminds me, and this is not just helmet scouting, he reminds me so much of Amon-Ra St. Brown, that he's mostly a winner in the slot. And what I like the most is he can separate at all 3 levels. He's not going to necessarily be a burner, but when you watch him the last 2 seasons at USC, repeatedly against man coverage, getting open with suddenness, with change of speeds, with head fakes, shoulder fakes, very, very good in that regard. And like St. Brown, he's someone that plays way bigger than his 5'11", 192-pound frame, like going up, making those difficult grabs in traffic, down the field. If he's running a seam route or, a skinny post, he's going to go up and make that catch, and he's awesome after the catch as well. So Lemon, to me, if he was an inch bigger, if he was right at 6 foot or a little bit taller, right around 200 pounds, it would be, to me, a no-brainer that he would be the first pick at wide receiver. It does feel like Carnell Tate is probably going to be that guy. I have him tied for 4th with Ted Hurst in my rankings, but Lemon, to me, is the separator in this class, the best pure separator, and that's something that I value more than anything else.
What is it that makes you put Tate at 4 and not up there?
So if you look, my rankings in the top 4 from top 6 to 8 actually are very, very close. Like I mentioned, I have Lemon, not a big gap, then Concepcion, who has the same grade as Omar Cooper Jr., and then Hurst and Tate, the same grade right below that. I think with Tate, his contested catch ability was like Justin Jefferson-esque in his final season. It was like almost 90% of the time he was coming down with the catch in traffic. And I think, are grown accustomed to, and you guys certainly know with Terry McLaurin, those Ohio State wide receivers are all running in the 4.3s, 4.4s, super duper fast. When Tate ran 4.53, I think that was a little bit of a red flag, only because, now certainly there's a lot of good receivers that ran in the 4.5s, but only because he is mostly a vertical threat. And I still think he can get vertical. There's good burst off the line where he can stack those corners. But if you're selling yourself as this premier vertical threat and you're running 4.53, that's the only super nitpick with Carnell Tate's game, because the Ohio State receivers run good routes. They know how to beat press at the line. And I think Tate is really good in all of those elements. And it just feels like if you're going to be a deep ball guy, you need to be running somewhere in the 4.4s in today's NFL.
And then tell us about Concepcion, because you have him as your number 2 receiver on the board, Texas A&M guy, highly productive. Why are people – he's talked about as a late first, second guy, and it seems like you see him differently.
So a lot of what I just said about Lemon, I think, applies to KC Concepcion in that ultimate separator. You see him leaning into corners left and then breaking off to his right on a dig or on a post. There's so much subtlety to his route running ability. We didn't get to see him test. I think he's kind of working back up to full strength at this point, pre-draft. But underneath, intermediate level, and I think better than Lemon, down the field vertically. He has that track speed, was a punt returner, had 2 punt return touchdowns last season, so he's really good in space even when he catches the football, and did have some drops, and I think that's maybe why he's viewed as more, back half of the first round into round 2. But then to counter those, similar to Lemon, Concepcion is not big, but I saw a lot of times where he was stacking a corner on the outside, the free safety was flying from the deep middle, hitting him, and he was holding on to the football. His contested catch rate was over 60% last season, which is really good. So Concepcion and Lemon, that kind of explains why I have those as my top 2 wide receivers, because I think separation is king in today's NFL, and those 2 can do it, I think, the best at all levels of the field among all these wide receivers.
And then what about Cooper, the Indiana kid?
So Cooper, I have compared to, think Golden Tate to DJ Moore. Somewhere in that area, I think if he lands in a good situation, because obviously receiver is very dependent on the quarterback and the offensive infrastructure. 6 foot, 205. Not going to be amazing in a lot of what I just referenced with Lemon and Concepcion. He's not going to be this guy that's turning corners around like Devontae Adams or like Terry McLaurin, but very rugged after the catch, has more power in his lower half and that contact balance that we talk a lot about with running backs, but in a wide receiver. Obviously has great hands. We saw that ridiculous touchdown catch he made against Penn State late in that game, and just is not someone that's going to drop a lot of footballs. I think he can be that very reliable third down receiver, play in the slot, play on the boundary. He played a ton in the slot last year, but the season before at Indiana, mostly on the outside. So he's not someone that I ever think is going to be an all-pro, but I think he's just going to be a 10-year solid pro, kind of, again, in that Golden Tate to DJ Moore type range.
Can you project those guys that you say are separators in college at the next level? Because some of these DBs in the next level are not going to take that lean this way or that way. They're going to know what's going on. And then now they have to have contested catches. If they're not a great contested catch guy, and now you were always separating in college, does that affect them at the next level?
100%. I mean, I think that's very, very important. That some people get worried where they say, oh man, why is that receiver having so many contested catches? Can he not get open? And sure, you have to look at that, but you also have to understand how good every wide receiver prospect is when there is traffic, because there are way smaller windows to make those grabs in the NFL. And I think the separation, you obviously can't project it one-to-one and say, hey, he was an elite separator in college, he's going to be an elite separator in the NFL. But if they pair that with a big-time workout and you see the 3-cone and you see really good 10-yard split, then you have a pretty good idea that that player, at least with a competent offensive coordinator, will be able to get open. And the one player we didn't talk about that could be somewhat of a wild card, especially if the Commanders trade back, would be Jordan Tyson, because he's someone that if he was better after the catch and doing more like what Omar Cooper does, bouncing off tacklers, making guys miss, he would have probably been my wide receiver 1 or 2, because at a bigger size than Casey Concepcion or Lemon, the fluidity and the smoothness as a route runner is absolutely there. He has probably the best hands, along with Denzel Boston, among this wide receiver class in contested catch situations, catching it away from his body, not having a lot of concentration drops. And what I also like about Tyson, played at 18 years old and was the wide receiver 1 at Arizona State and showed that he could do it at a young age. With so many 23, 24, 25-year-olds in this draft because of COVID and because of the transfer portal, those younger wide receivers are kind of ahead of the curve, especially ones like Tyson that produced early in college.
Chris, this is a lot to take in. Great information. I'd love to circle back with you after the draft to go through the prospects and what you think of the guys they got.
Absolutely. Thanks, guys.
Appreciate it,
All
brother.
right, our friend Chris Trapazzo from Draft Gradebook. Really, really cool website, draftgradebook.com. I recommend you checking that out. When we return, it's been all uniforms and a little bit of draft. There's plenty for us to discuss. I want to talk some draft. All the guys that came in for visits with the Commanders, they were back at Topgolf. Plus, I at least want
Anybody complain about the Topgolf this year?
I think everybody's all right with Topgolf.
God.
Nobody go anywhere. It's BMitch and Finlay. You've heard me and B talk about our friends over at the Oarsman Automotive Group of Virginia. Well, they've been taking great care of me and Brian, but they've also been taking great care of the DMV because they've been selling cars in this area for over 100 years. When you're going that long, you're doing something right. They've got 7 convenient locations all over Northern Virginia with all the best-selling brands and models you're looking for. In addition to their unmatched selection, they've also got great deals and financing rates. That is key right now, getting good financing. Plus, beyond all the cars they have, they also have quality certified used vehicles to choose from. Best of all, the Oarsman Lifetime Edge.
Yeah, that Oarsman Lifetime Edge coming with up to $1,500 in extras, including complimentary car washes with every scheduled maintenance. And I had a friend of mine that just purchased a car from them, and they found out exactly what I was talking about. Loaner cars with every major maintenance and a lifetime engine guarantee. And that's great news at Oarsman. If you have a car to sell, take it to Oarsman, and they'll pay you up to 125% of the Kelley Blue Book value, regardless of its make, model, or year. It's simple at Oarsman. They like to keep their customers happy, just like they did for me and JP. to beyond satisfied Oarsman customers. Let's ride together. All right, BMitch Finlay, 106.7 The Fan. And we just finished talking to Chris Trapazzo. And I guess I'm a little different than a lot of people. I understand what he kept emphasizing in today's NFL. And I know today's NFL utilizes a lot of numbers and a lot of analytics. But in today's NFL, just like in yesterday's NFL, you got to be able to ball at the next level. And I remember Jerry Rice running a 4.6 at the Combine, and everybody wondered, 49ers drafted him in 23rd, I think it might have been. Was he going to be able to perform at this level? It may have been a little bit after that. And Jerry Rice, who ran a 4.6, ran past 4.2s and 4.3s and 4.4s all day. And I really, when I heard him automatically say Cornell Tate ran the 4.52, well, he said 4.53, he ran a 4.52. As a guy who ran the 40 and the guy was around a lot of people, 4.48, 4.52 is only a takeoff. It doesn't mean that you're consistently faster than that person. It's how you were coming out the blocks. And in the NFL, when a guy is backpedaling and you're running, like, this is what my thing used to say. People used to always say, well, man, you're not faster than this person. You're not fast. I say, I don't have to be faster than them. I have to be faster than the 11 guys that are coming down to tackle me. I don't give a damn how fast the other punt returner, kick returner was. Just like in this situation, if he's running a 40 against a guy who's 4.48, who's 4.42, who may have some stiffer hips when he goes to turn, that 4.52 at 6'2" may glide right past him. Like I was telling him where Chris kept emphasizing in today's NFL. It's no different than yesterday's NFL.
Sure.
Like, you still, if I'm 4.52 and you're 4.48, and I give you a great move, you may not come out of your turn quick enough and I can still beat you. Because the dude that is on top of all the receiving lists, he ran 4.6 something.
Well,
and I watch him run past dudes that I knew clocked at 4.28s and 4.32s.
This morning, Mel Kiper from ESPN put out his latest mock, and he had Cornell Tate going to the Commanders.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember months back, probably around the Combine, I think Tate ran at the Combine, right? And I remember Torrey Smith, who you and I both know well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And Torrey said, people that are worried about a 4.52 are crazy at his size. So yeah. I don't have... My questions with Cornell Tate aren't the vertical stuff. I just wonder, everybody keeps telling us he could be an elite number 2 receiver. I just wonder if at number 7 you want an elite number 1 receiver. And that just might not be what this draft is, right? But I did want to run through, they hosted a lot of people. Mm-hmm. And I saw this from Rap Sheet, maybe others have it. They did the Top Golf thing. It's funny, I don't think we're mad at Top Golf anymore.
That was an interesting thing right there.
That was an interesting time.
Oh, Lord.
At Top Golf, I believe last night, more than 20 guys there, including Arvell Reese, Sonny Styles, Cornell Tate, Caleb Downs, David Bailey, Jeremiah Love.
You mean to tell me you had 2 pass rushers at the same event?
Mansour Delane and Ruben Bain.
That's ridiculous. 3 pass rushers? Come on, man. Nah, I'm just joking.
I know you are. I think
God,
they're obviously casting a wide net, as they should.
Yeah.
They've now had a lot of guys come in, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you don't just have guys you're going to take at number 7, but you got a 3rd round pick. Yeah. Like, you got to have a lot of different people come in.
What I like about that situation that they're doing, and I've seen stuff like this before where if it's 20 of the top people, I want them all together. And if I watch them, I'll see who's the leader, who's the person that shies away from competition, who's very shy, who's outgoing, you will figure out what you need to figure out. The little things that nobody has to say a word to teach you, you can learn in those situations. The guy that, if he gets around them people, he cowers, that's the guy you might not want to be picking. You know what I mean? Because you're going to get to the NFL, and guess what? It's 1,800 of them. And I know we sometimes say this one sucked, that one sucked. They all are damn good at what they do.
I would also add, maybe this is an aside, but the fact that Ruben Bain was at Topgolf last night, I think the folks that think, obviously his legal driving trouble, that's on him. He's got to deal with that and the repercussions and whatever. To be involved in an accident where somebody dies has got to weigh on you, and obviously our thoughts are with the family of the young lady that died.
The family has addressed it.
Right. But the only thing with Ruben Bain that, frankly, I think would matter to NFL folks, and we don't know this, but it has been reported that he may not have fully disclosed all these events in his interviews, or he may have downright not told the truth. That is something evaluators are going to care about. That's something
they'll care about that.
That's the only thing that, to me, really moves the needle. But
like, I need to know if he completely lied or he didn't. Because if you didn't ask me directly, I'm not going to open it up for you. If you ask me a question, see, I've learned how to do the situation of what a lawyer would tell you. Answer the question they ask you. Don't answer more than that. And that works in all aspects of life. Because the more you start opening up, the more stuff you get to come at you.
The stuff I find really interesting, we're all going to focus on 7 correctly, I would say. I think they're also building in the possibility of moving down.
Mm-hmm.
I think if you look at all the guys that have done either visits or were at Topgolf, like it's a pretty significant list. Dalen Everett is a corner from Georgia.
Mm-hmm.
That I find interesting. Jeremiah Love was at Topgolf last night.
Mm-hmm.
I think the Jeremiah Love thing continues to be fascinating. We had Louis Riddick on yesterday, right?
Mm-hmm.
And Riddick said, if he's there, you take him. It sure seems like Tennessee might actually be taking Jeremiah Love. And I just wonder, they just hired Robert Saleh.
Yeah.
Defensive dude. That defense has holes everywhere. You really think the Titans are going to take Love number 4?
The most important position in sports, we all say, is the quarterback, right?
Yeah.
How you take pressure off your quarterback to allow him to be what you want him to be. And you know what that does for the defensive coach? Takes a lot of pressure off of him if they can score a lot of points and hold on to the football. So I just think, yes, he's a defensive-minded coach, but the great defensive-minded coaches want their offense to be strong, running the football, and having time of possession, which makes it easier for you when you're on the field because that team that you're playing against now become one-dimensional.
Yeah.
So I don't think him being a defensive coach will say no to Jeremiah Love.
I want to credit Hogs Haven because they do a great job of tracking and like listing out all the different prospects that have come to town. I think we got to stress that how many people, what is 7 times 32? Let's do the basic.
224.
Okay. And then all the comp picks, say there's about 250 guys going to get drafted.
Mm-hmm.
Then there's probably another 100-ish that are going to get signed.
Undrafted free agents?
Yeah. Like the size of the prospect pool that will enter the NFL from next Thursday to next Monday is so significant that you can't try to draw too many conclusions from any of this.
True.
But there are a lot of really interesting pieces, I would say. And I think the only truth, so I'm not sure everybody knows this because there's been so much focus on the uniforms, but tomorrow afternoon, Adam Peters speaks with the media. The NFL mandates that a team official, generally the general manager, does a pre-draft press conference with local media.
Okay.
Early, I think it was yesterday, Joe Shane spoke with the Giants media. Like, this is happening all over the country, right?
Mm-hmm.
And for most teams, they probably don't have the distraction or the welcome distraction of a new uniform release. So for most teams, like, these pre-draft pressers are going to be the biggest deal.
Yeah.
Now, I believe we'll be in a Nats game when that's going on. Otherwise, I'm sure we would take that live here on the Fan. Maybe Rooster will take it live. Who knows what Rooster's going to do? But you know how I operate, Brian. I'm going to be at this press conference, and I generally like to think through the stuff I'm most interested in. Whenever a lot of like young journalists email me to try to talk about how they should build their career, and I tell them I have no idea. My career was almost accidental, but you should always have a thought of what you want to know, which doesn't mean a list of questions. When you have a list of questions, you tend to ignore the conversation and the information that's provided because you're so focused on asking your question.
Your next question,
Right,
and you
like-
forget that they just answered your question.
Or what if they just said something else that's really interesting that you want to follow up on, right? But for me, I keep going back to one point, and this is a top 10 pick. How important is a top 10 pick to your organization going forward? I'm not asking what player you're going to take. I'm not asking what position you're going to take. How important is this pick?
Very. And I think the answer would be if we pick him at number 7, we better hit. Especially if we rolled in here and we got rid of 2 of them that were drafted in the first round by other franchise, groups. We might want to make sure we hit on these.
Got it.
They rolled in and they told Emmanuel, bye. Told Jahan, bye. You better hit on yours. Your first round picks have to hit. Yeah, and they've hit on the last 2. Jaden and also Connolly. Both of them hit. So you got to hit on this one, especially if he's number 7.
7 is big.
The quarterback is huge because he's big. You drafted a left tackle who you got tons of, so you can move him over to right. You expect him to be your left tackle in the future.
Right.
But number 7, I don't care if it's receiver, running back, cornerback, pass rush, whatever, he has to hit.
It's a must.
Yeah.
It's a must. When we come back, got to talk about the Caps game last night, and we got to settle up some bets, see who's wearing the hot dog hat. Grant and Danny coming your way at 2 o'clock. BMitch Finlay, 106.7 The Fan. Appreciate everybody hanging with us on the YouTube stream, on Monumental Sports Network, everybody listening on the podcast, wherever you get the content, Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, whatever. We appreciate you getting the content. Been a heck of a show. Obviously, a big thank you to Mark Klaus, Commanders team president.
Yes.
And the Commanders PR team that made that possible for Mark to sit with us for a while this morning. If you missed any of our extensive conversation, I mean, Klaus was here for a half hour. I feel like we learned a lot, and kind of I'm a big why guy. I don't know if anybody's noticed. Now, granted, we're probably only 2 shows into this, but we had our meeting with CK whenever that was 2 weeks ago, and he explained why the clock is important to me, or why the clock is important. And for me, I'm really good at doing stuff once I know why. I've been nailing the clock, B.
You need to just learn how to when people tell you to do something, learn to do it. We don't need to tell you why.
I like to know why.
No.
That's part of why I enjoyed our conversation.
Because I say it so. That's why.
Klaus today was learning a lot of the why behind it.
And we got to thank Allie and Maggie as well.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Thank you to Allie and Maggie.
Oh, he got his ass whipped all the time. He
Who,
was
me?
always, when you were young.
You want to know why?
Yeah, you know why? Why? Because this why. I braided one switch. I braided 3 switches together one time. Nah, I didn't get no more after that one.
Psycho.
All right. We do have to talk. Caps played last night. It was the last game of the season because they're not going to make the playoffs. Possibly Alex Ovechkin's last game. And I made a point of watching it. I made a point of watching with Joe B and Locker on. I guess the game was also on ESPN. At one point in like the third period, some dude tweeted me. He's like, man, I wish we could watch this on Monumental. And I was like, dude, you can. What are you doing, you fool?
You know what, Jay? I ended up watching that too last night.
Did you hear? Joe B must have made fun of Ryan Billy like 3 times in the last period, which I thoroughly enjoyed. Billy is
I love Billy getting dogged.
Yeah, the game producer for Caps games on Monumental, and somebody we've both known a long time, and a good dude. But it's funny to hear Joe B make fun of him in the broadcast.
Ryan Billy.
I don't know. I listened to Ovie talk after the game. I don't know that we're going to hear anything from Alex until the 4th of July. You know what I mean?
Until he's ready.
Going into the game last night, I thought we don't know what's going to happen. I don't know. I feel a little bit more like it's possible we watched Ovie for the last time.
I asked this question. Why would anybody be looking last night for anything? If he didn't do it at home, he's damn sure not going to do it on the road. He already said, I'm going to go home and talk to my family. So if anything comes out, it's going to be late. It wasn't going to be last night.
I just think it's possible that was Ovie's last game. I thought, going into last night, I didn't think so, and now I think there's a legit 1 in 4 chance. Which, if it is, he chooses his own way to go out, and that's fine.
Mm-hmm.
But I hope it's not. I'll say that.
Yeah.
There was also this Hornets Heat game where LaMelo Ball tackles Bam Adebayo. Tackles is the wrong word. Pulls him down. Pretty dirty hit.
Mm-hmm.
Spoelstra goes crazy afterwards, and nothing happens to LaMelo.
Did he
in the NBA? The constant reviews.
did they call a foul on him?
No.
So
They didn't even call a foul on him?
On the broadcast, they said because they kept the possession, that it wasn't no change of possession. That's why they couldn't review it, which was the craziest thing I've ever heard. Can I give an to beep you?
But the
Bleep you, LaMelo Ball, and FanDuel.
Because let's just be real about it, though. The
And then
referee
Bam got hurt
I
and
don't
wasn't
care if
able
it
to
was I don't care if it was a change of possession or not. If it was a damn foul, why didn't you just call the foul? See, what I don't like about the NBA, we always talk about referees and the NBA referees and their whole little deal. It's a little weird to me. Somebody shoots the ball, they wait to see if it goes in, and sometimes if it go in, then they won't call a foul on the guy. But if it doesn't go in, then they call a foul after somebody else had gotten the rebound. They do too much of that to me where it makes me think something is going on.
But LaMelo, that's a dirty ass play.
Yeah,
that
it was
a dirty ass.
But my whole thing is, if I tackle you, dirty play or not, and they don't call it, is it my fault? If I tackled you, then they got to call it.
Yeah.
Why didn't they call it?
I don't know.
That's the question.
Jeff was mad about his parlay.
I was mad, bro, because everything I had hit and they did not void Bam. And he was on track. He was on track for it.
I'm sorry about that. To Jeff's broken parlay, let's make some bets.
Heard it here first. gather around.
All right, Brian, it seems like we have a hot dog hat debate as to who was the biggest loser last night. White Brian, give us the facts, please.
Yep, JP, you were the only winner last night. BMitch picked the Mariners. They lost by 3 runs. Jeff picked the Dodgers -1.5. They won, but only by 1 run. I picked the Hornets -5.5. They won, but only by 1. And Ryan picked the Pirates -1.5. They lost to the Nats by a run.
It's you because it's 4.5.
But the run differential there, I believe, comes down to what, like 3.5 runs?
On who?
With both of us.
No, his was 4.5.
I feel like runs in baseball are worse than
yeah.
points in basketball.
They can't be trying to change it up. It's 4.5. Yours was 3.5. Mine was 3.5. 4.5 won. Dog hat.
I mean,
Hot dog.
I don't know what y'all.
The team I bet on won. The team you guys bet on lost.
You bet them to win by 4.5.
But they won.
Still, it don't make a difference if they won or not.
So did they bet teams to win and they lost?
My team won. I took the Caps.
My team won too. J-Dogs forever.
J-Dogs forever.
Yeah, the 2 teams they bet on lost.
Listen, I'm going to left hand up here. I don't always understand Brian's logic, but I like it today. Put the damn hat on.
Put his hat. Put the hat on. What if a team is favored by 14 and they win, but they win by 1? They didn't win by.
I think that would be an obvious one. Stallion pretty much thought it was him. So you just shocked Ryan.
You stunned me. And also, Brian he hasn't worn the hot dog hat yet.
Ever?
I don't think he has yet.
Is this your hot dog hat, Cherry?
Yeah.
White Brian?
I need those sausage head to be on the thing too.
The streak is
now,
on.
Brian, hold on.
Good look at
Make sure you do what you do to everybody else. Take that damn picture.
Yeah, you got to make a gift. You got to make a gift, dude. Walk closer to Stallion so they get a good view on Monumental. There you go. You look terrific, sir. All right, we're running out of time. Make some picks, boys.
Oh, man. Now everybody has one.
Give me the Sixers.
Good.
Sixers tonight. More
Magic.
play-in games. All right, so those two are going heads up. Sixers Magic. Also, Warriors Clippers is the nightcap in the play-in.
Give me the Warriors.
BMitch is on the Warriors.
What's it called?
Plus 5.5.
Warriors plus 5.5?
Yeah.
Yeah, give me the Warriors.
Over 9.5 Pirates, Nats. I'm doing it again.
You've been so bad at all of these
awful.
picks.
It's going to hit eventually.
Wait. You betting on the Pirates and the Mets again?
Over 9.5.
Hey, Brian, go ahead and give him that hat.
Not yet. Not yet.
Early.
I thought we banned you about betting on them again.
I'm taking the Phillies to win it at home. Thank you to Doc Walker for joining us. Thank you to Chris Trapazzo for joining us. Thank you to everybody that called in. Heck of a day. Big thank you to Mark Klaus for joining us in studio, in person. Grant and Danny coming your way next. You made it this far. I owe you a beer.
This update brought to you by Prince George's Community College. Commanders have made their Super Bowl era uniforms their primary uniforms for 2026 and introduced a new alternate spear logo. Now, the interlocking W with the spear through the middle avoided trademark infringement with Florida State. They also have brought back glossy burgundy helmets. The team has met with wide receiver Denzel Boston this week as they prepare for the draft April 24th. Nationals over the Pirates 5-4 and have won 4 of the last 5. C.J. Abrams a double and a homer. Tonight's Jake Irvin against Mason Montgomery, 640 live here on The Fan. Sophomore guard Bishop Boswell, formerly of Tennessee, has committed to Maryland. 170 million people in the U.S. watched NBA games across several platforms, the most in 24 years and up 86% from last season. Your next career is closer than you think. PGCC's continuing education offers fast, affordable certificates in today's most in-demand fields. Get started at pgcc.edu. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Byron Kerr on The Fan.
Good Wednesday afternoon, and welcome into Grant and Danny live on The Fan. It's April 15th, 2026. It's tax day. Normally that's a bad day.
Yeah, it's not great.
Normally that's a negative. Everybody's in a bad mood. Money might be leaving the account, but guess what, people? We got good news in D.C. today. We are back. We are back. We are getting Doug back. We back up. The Redskins uniforms have returned. We'll get into that in just a moment. By the way, Mark Klaus, the team's president of business ops, joins us on the phone in about 25 minutes. We'll talk to him just before 2:30. And then Booger McFarland of ESPN, who covers the National Football League with thoughts on the draft and what lies ahead this offseason, going to join us at 3. We've got a huge show planned. But Danny, what's up?
Not much, my friend. Listen, no need to tap dance around the issue. This is the story of the day. This is the story for a lot of fans. The unveiling, 4/15/26, greater than symbol 2222. And it ain't close. With all due respect, no, let me rephrase. With no respect given at all to those that brought us 2222, pound sand, go away. This is much better. This is how you do it.
Where was the Today Show?
Yeah.
Why wasn't Craig Melvin chuckling on a folding chair? We didn't have Doug Williams and John Allen sitting there saying we're the Commanders.
John Allen in a folding chair.
What happened? Yeah, so let's go through it here. The announcement made at 10 a.m., not a particularly well-kept secret, but I give the organization a lot of credit because some of the surprises, the tricks up their sleeve, so to speak, they did a pretty good job. I mean, they were able to keep any images of any of the uniforms, and basically the finality of the announcement ended up being a surprise. So kudos to them on that. But here's the news today. They are going to be wearing the Super Bowl era white uniforms that they wore 3 times last year, twice on Sunday Night Football and once on Christmas Day, as the primary white full-time uniforms at home at Northwest Stadium. That much we expected. They threw it back to the Gibbs era for their primary road uniforms as well. We knew this was coming. You got the burgundy back. So the Redskins uniforms, white at home, burgundy on the road, doesn't say Commanders anywhere on it. They are back. And Danny, the uniforms correlate. The colors on the white and the burgundy, the trim, the lettering, the numbering, they're the same colors. And they're the actual colors that the Redskins wore. The thing that you loved, the thing that you grew up with, the thing that we all adored at one point in time is back. They righted a wrong. The colors are accurate. They look like the Redskins. They just don't have the logo or the name. But as much as they're allowed to, they gave you your thing back.
Yeah, this is as close as you can get. So, again, I've been flooded with text messages. I think I have 40-some yet to respond to, friends, acquaintances, people that I've worked with, that I know not that well over the years. What do you think? What do you think? What do you think? Because people are into this. People are excited about it, rightfully so. It's cool. And the best analogy or the best way I can come up with it is, it's like winning a playoff game, but your key players are hurt. So it's like, this is great. It's a win. It is an awesome win. It's great. It's so cool. It's wonderful. But there's a W still in the helmet. You see what I'm saying? It is a win. I am happy. I am overjoyed. everything about this is good. I'll kind of worry about next week. So it's like go back a couple of years. Had they beaten Detroit, which they did, but then you find out, this is a weird analogy, it's not going to make sense, but now McLaurin can't play, Laramie Tunsil can't play, and Jaden Daniels is banged up, and their two best defenders, whoever they happen to be, aren't available as well. You still get the joy. The joy happened, but it's still not quite everything that you want. I do think some more changes coming. We'll get to that.
This is why I was imploring people to get over the fact that the W was not going to be leaving the helmet.
By the way, you nailed this. You were 100% right about everything.
The spear added to the W on the black helmet in front of me on the 106.7 The Fan YouTube stream you can see right now is a really good look and should actually be the primary logo as far as I'm concerned. This on the burgundy helmet, which they wear with their burgundy and white uniforms road and home, would actually be better than just the taco holder clip art W that was designed for 2222. But I think this is actually a dramatically upgraded logo with the spear through it, and I think that's coming. My prediction was we'd get this new spear look on the black as a trial run. Here's what I don't know, and maybe we can ask Mark Klaus this coming up in 25 minutes. Did they not put the spear W on the burgundy helmet because they're not allowed to yet? Because they just changed their uniforms and became the Commanders, and there's some kind of red tape, and you're actually only able to make certain changes every X
like it has
amount
to
of
be
years?
incremental, yeah.
Or is it their own decision? Is this something that they have decided? I don't think we're done, by the way.
Yep.
I think there will be other tweaks next year. I have heard that this is part of a larger process that, they use the word journey. Mark Klaus today with BMitch and Finlay was in studio and used the word journey. I want to talk to him about that. But my understanding is that this is the big initial meeting that they have scheduled for old Redskins fans and Commanders fans to come together with uniforms that work for everybody. But there's going to be more coming down the pike. And so what I want to know is, last year as an example, we said before they went to they introduced those white alts.
Yep.
We said they're going back to the 91 era Gibbs Super Bowl time frame jerseys. That's what they're going to wear primarily. And we were kind of wrong because we were early.
Yep.
Early, not wrong, though, I guess, because now that's the case. They just couldn't do it. I don't think, based on the league and the timeline and the paperwork and everything that had to be done, they couldn't do it for last year. Is that why this logo that I'm pointing to on the black helmet with the spear is not on all the helmets? That's what I want to know.
Yeah, to me, it's I don't say it's the question, but it's my biggest one. My theory all along, and you were, again, I want to give you credit, tip of the cap. You nailed exactly what today was going to look like in terms of the uniforms, pretty much down to a T. So you should do a little victory lap today. But the thing that I think I'm still right about, that I kind of have theorized, that I feel like after hearing Klaus this morning, we'll ask him about it, but also, seeing what we're seeing here in terms of that logo, there's still one more lever to be pulled before that stadium opens, and it's this W. It's this logo that's on the side of the helmet right now, and it's that W that's in the way of the spear on the black helmets. That's the one more thing that they're going to say, here's something to look forward to. It's their next 4/15/26. I don't know when. Maybe it's the 28th or in the year 2028. Because right now, think about what they've done. RFK 2.0, it's happening. We have to wait a while. We introduced, slow rolled out the 91 uniforms. We gave you some alts. Now they're for real. Another thing to gin folks up and get people excited. Short of a name change, which I don't think is happening because they went 12-5 in the first year. That's the last domino or the last thing they can do in terms of a rollout or roll up or a build, so to speak, to 2030 to the new stadium opening. I think this W has a couple years left. Maybe that's me wish casting. Maybe it's me hoping. I'm sure that's a word. Hoping, but I think that's happening.
Point of clarification.
Go on.
When you say the W's days are numbered, are you saying the W by itself as a standalone? Because we agree this logo, spear through the W, is the next logo. Or are you saying the W's gone all together and it's just a spear?
I don't know the answer to that.
Okay.
But I feel like this W, this taco holder that's alone on this burgundy helmet that just, it's right there. I wish it wasn't. It's there. I think it's got a couple years.
I agree with that. I actually believe that next year the spear with the W.
You think that's the one? Okay.
I believe this will be on their helmet full time next year.
Let me ask you this: do you think that's the last change then, or do you think that?
I think it depends maybe on how it's received and like this quote unquote journey that they're going on. I think there's some fluidity to this, honestly. Yeah. I don't know that it's the last change. I think we'll kind of wait and see, but I think a year from now, whether it's a day like today where they just kind of roll it out on social media at 10 a.m., or it's a little more like last year where there's a little less hoopla with just the white uniforms being announced, remember? I think something like that takes place, and this logo and decal ends up on all the helmets. And I will say, by the way, that the W is way more tolerable for me with the spear. I don't have the same urgency to dismiss it altogether with the spear. Because I actually think there's people in that building that will tell you this, and I completely agree. This might be the perfect synopsis of old and current. When you have the spear that represents Redskins yesterday, the W that represents Commanders, because Danny Rouillet hates the W.
Yes.
But there's a lot of young people that don't necessarily. There are a lot of Johnny-come-latelys that have become Commanders fans, or just people that have fallen in love with this team and are big Jaden Marks or whatever, that don't have the same visceral, vitriolic reaction to the W that you do. Now, that's a much smaller group than I think people that are pro-W. Just look at the fact that it doesn't say Commanders anywhere on any of the uniforms.
This is my favorite point I was going to get to.
That tells you that they are well aware that people don't like this name.
It's my favorite part of the new uniforms, and I'm not even joking. You don't see that stupid word anywhere.
It's not on the uniforms.
Yes.
Smartly. Let's not rub it in anyone's face.
Thank you.
Let's make it look like Redskins. We can't say Redskins, and nothing can look like the old logo. But here's what we won't do. We won't have anything say Commanders. But they still need a logo in the meantime. So if they really wanted to go all in on getting rid of everything Commanders visually, to your point, the block W would eventually have to go. And maybe you do end up with just a spear on the helmet. I don't think that would work, though. I think there needs to be something else with the spear. Could that be the crest with the two spears, maybe, if they wanted to go that route eventually? Possibly. But the reason a spear worked visually on the helmet as a logo in the past, you had the feathers and some other things. It took up a little more real estate. Just a pencil-shaped spear with the triangular tip, I don't think plays as well as a look on a helmet. So you almost need something like the W to be with it. But I think what you see right here, watching on YouTube, this awesome black alternate logo will be on all the helmets next year is my prediction. But to get into the rest of what they did, so we talked about going back to the past, throwing it back. Easiest thing they've ever done, by the way.
Yep.
I do give them credit. I think they should get credit. Mark Klaus, ownership, take a bow. Job well done, A+ grade. I would also like to just mention this was not a hard task. Give people the thing they loved that was stolen from them. That's all you had to do.
Yeah.
And they did it. So that's a win. They also did a really good job with the helmets, in my opinion. Because they didn't have to do anything, but they did. The colors are correct again. They amended those Commanders helmets to look like Redskins helmets. Both the burgundy and the white jerseys are going to be paired with this new gloss burgundy helmet. Features the signature 3-striped pattern and a gold face mask, bringing a legendary look back to the forefront. You got your stripes back. You got your face mask back. That's a Redskins helmet that has a W on it. I know you hate that part.
Yep.
But before, it was a Commander's helmet.
Right.
That's a Redskins helmet with a different logo.
This is the correct. Again, the gold face mask, the trim on the parts of the jersey, the burgundy collar, the gold face mask. As you said, the stripes going up. It's all the things.
You know what's great? We're not being lied to today.
Yeah. Thank you.
What do you mean that's not the right burgundy? Sure it is. No, I have eyes. I'm not colorblind. I know that's not the right burgundy. Yes, it is. That's burgundy. It's the gradient. It's the shaping of the stitching of the pleats and the pants.
It's your
Mr.
angle.
Burgundy, you have a massive... No, it's just the pleats and the pants. You're lying to me.
Yeah, don't lie.
That was not the right color. And by the way, the white jersey color burgundy was different than the burgundy color burgundy. Nothing worked. The different fonts on numbers, the whole scheme didn't work. But they kept gaslighting us. I mean, the old
That's what it was.
regime, they just were like, it's your problem that you feel terrible. I'm like, what? Oh, okay, I guess. It's my fault. Nobody's gaslighting us. Nobody's lying to us today. They're just like, here's the thing you wanted.
Yeah, so I think it's twofold for what you just said. Number one, I co-sign. But number two, yes to this regime doing the easy thing, but apparently it wasn't that easy because the whole other couple regimes before couldn't figure this out.
It's a great point.
There's a lot of people meeting and a lot of slick consultants with really fancy sounding titles or brand engagement and all sorts of fancy made up words that they came from, and now they're running like various semi-pro soccer teams in different places, patting themselves on the back. They couldn't come up with this. And I don't know what the mandate was. I don't know what the design was. I don't know who was, who said what to whom. I do know that it happened. The correct thing happened. And again, I have gripes. those, I'll voice them, but you can hopefully hear this is largely so positive. 2 of the 3 uniform sets, and you can mix and match in between. You can have white with burgundy pants. You can have some gold pants. You can do the burgundy. A lot of things you can do. Most of the combos are wonderful and are for me. Very rarely now, it's for me. As a member of the older part of the fan base and demographic, I understand that no song that comes out is for me, no movie that comes out is for me. Nobody cares about me, no should they. I had my time in the sun. It's for you Gen Alphas, you 17-year-olds who TikTok your tweets and everything else. You guys are doing your thing. Most of this stuff is for them. The things that suck as part of this are for them, and I understand that. I can deal with it. It's a bargain that I'm willing to make. We talk about this with baseball all the time. I would prefer all the traditions that I grew up. In order for me to get baseball, in order for me to have it be a popular sport and have my kids interested in it, they had to make tweaks. These are the tweaks. There are tweaks. There are things that I don't care for as much. By and large, I would buy this meal. I'd buy it again. It is good. This is a very good day.
You wouldn't ever wear a Commander's jersey.
Never once.
You would absolutely wear the burgundy Jaden Daniels jersey. You would absolutely wear the white Jaden Daniels jersey. Because it's just a Redskins jersey.
Yeah.
That's the difference.
That's the difference.
Nothing else needs to be said, essentially. Now, a couple of other very nuanced, minor things, jersey nerd type things. I think the number font, going back to Redskins, is a very important thing as well. You know, I used to complain about this to you at all, that the number font on the whites with that gradient fake burgundy used to annoy me to no end. It was just a different sport. It looked like arena football or something. They went back to what they call, I wouldn't have known what to call it, but a block numbering that is the Redskins' old font. Bringing that back is great. They write a characteristic of uniforms throughout most of the team's history. This style made an initial comeback on the Super Bowl era alts. That was the whites last year. Now the burgundy and black versions will follow suit. The same style of numbering, lettering consistent on all 3 uniforms. It annoyed me that wasn't the case before.
Yeah. How did that escape you?
To me, it was like they assigned 3 different teams of people. They go, you come up with our white uniforms, you come up with our burgundy uniforms, and some 14-year-old somewhere that likes the Steelers, you come up with our black uniforms.
Who went to Arizona State? You did? Now, can we communicate between the teams? No.
You're not
in
allowed
silos.
To talk.
Yeah.
Just the group project is due Wednesday at noon. Everyone come back with your uniform designs. That's what it seemed like.
It was like a business class experiment.
There was no cohesiveness whatsoever, and there is now. Steamed up for that. And that brings us to the thing that I've known all day you're going to hate and complain about.
Yep.
And it sounds like you just led into.
Yeah.
You are probably as far out as you can be on the black uniforms.
Correct.
I love the black uniforms. I don't know if there's a line in the sand between your age and my age or how this works exactly.
Yeah. All my email group, my text group, everybody that's my age that I grew up with is like, what is that?
So if I bought a jersey for myself, I have not worn a Redskins Commanders jersey since I was on the beat in 2010. My fandom changed forever. Still root for the team, still want the team to do well. It's just different. If I was to buy a jersey today, I would buy a white Jaden Daniels or a burgundy whoever they draft, something like that. I actually think the cleanest, best look is the white that Toby's wearing today. The white throwback era that they debuted in the 3 games last year, that's their home jersey, so clean, so perfect. Probably would buy that. When I buy my son a jersey, probably in the next week or 2, I will be buying him a black Jaden Daniels jersey. I think it is an awesome look. They're calling it Hailraiser. This is an alt uniform. We're talking about a couple times a year max. The all-black ensemble. They pair it with actual Commanders colors. Danny, you've got to acknowledge this is so much better than the Steelers black and yellow.
Yeah, it's better than the Arizona State alternate.
The helmet with the correct stripes and not just that yellow thing with the weird number in the front. Again, designed by someone who didn't know anything or care anything about the history of this team. The burgundy and gold matches the other jerseys. They're so much better than the black uniforms they wore over the last couple of years. It's night and day. It's not even a comparison. I think they're fire. I really, really like them. And I look forward to seeing them wear them. I've got the helmet in front of me right here. But I think what I like most about them, honestly, is this is where they're doing the trial balloon run on the spear. If this was just a block W, the uniforms would still be really cool, but I would have felt let down. Where is my spear? What was all the spear stuff all year? This is the beginning of something, this decal right here. Only the beginning. Give me 365 days. I think you get that on all your helmets.
The thing that I like most about, and again, the uniforms are incorrect. They have no affiliation with my team, and I despise them, and I wish they would all go away, but I understand they won't. The thing that I like, what you said, I just to some degree, fine by me, I suppose.
Which part?
The logo again. I want no W anywhere. I don't think the helmet looks particularly good. Yeah, it's improved. It's better. It's one's more than zero. But the stripe on the helmet.
The black and yellow Steelers looking ones from the last 2 years.
0 wrong.
What do you rate these?
1.
Okay, but they're better.
It's better. No disputing. It's better. The piping, whatever you call it, the stripe on the pants, no longer pajamas. It's an end to the uniform look, and I say uniform in the not the way we think of uniforms, but it's like the uniform look of a pajama pant, where it's the black on black, and there's no piping, there's no trim, there's no design to it. It looks ridiculous, and everybody saying otherwise is a fool, quite frankly. Now you actually have what looks like a football uniform with accents, with different things, with some of the burgundy, with some of the gold, with some of the different things on it. It now actually looks like a football uniform. Again, it's got no connection to my football uniform that I care about deeply, but I am willing to accept this loss. This is better than it was. It's no longer atrocious. It's just regular bad.
And to be clear, I don't want to put words in your mouth. Your disdain for the black uniforms would be no different than when the Orioles have like a City Connect that's green and people are like, what is that?
It's the color of the chairs. Really? Good call.
It's the 2026 thing where they're just going off the grid to do some color scheme or some wacky.
Precisely.
Like the Red Sox have yellow and blue alt City Connect.
Which is stupid. They shouldn't do that.
And their fans are like, why are we doing that?
Right.
That's kind of your gripe, less the Commanders element of it.
100%. There is... Everybody's telling me about all the tradition and all the things, and we're hearkening back. It's to 91, except for this whole category. That's not for me. I acknowledge it's not for me. I'm too excited about the good stuff to let that drag me down today.
Right.
This stinks, but it doesn't bother me.
I don't have a good example. I'm going to try to make the analogy of you're from an era where everyone should be driving a pickup truck, and in 2026 they're going, but you also just need this little car to get you where you're going. And you don't believe with the philosophy that you should even own that little car. In other words, everyone's got a black jersey now. You have to have the cool alternate that kids want to buy, essentially. And that's what this is. You're just mad that the industry of it exists, that the philosophy
I
of it
suppose,
exists.
yeah, the grand picture. I'm in 2020. I'm here too. I'm in this timeline. I get it. This is the reality. Everybody's got this alt thing or whatever. But like when the Ravens do it, for example, they've got those all purple deals, and they're still that's one of their colors. Black has nothing to do with Washington. That's part 2 of my objection. But everything else you said is right.
Mark Klaus was at the controls of this rollout today and the decision making along the way. He is the president of business ops for the Commanders. He'll join us next on The Fan.
What's up, guys? Grant and Eddie here for our pals at Window Nation. Do your windows not easily open? Do they leak? Are they broken? Do they need repainting again? The pros at Window Nation can help you get new energy-efficient windows at a fantastic price. The more you buy, the more you save. That sale's going on right now.
866-90-NATION. Call them up. 866-90-NATION. You're going to tell them that Danny and I sent you. Twice in 2 homes over the years. Twice in 2 homes for Danny over many, many years. We've worked with Window Nation. We trust them. We love them. And they've got this amazing offer, but it is ending soon. If you need windows, you want to keep your house cooler this summer, you want to save energy money on your bills, you've got to call Window Nation. 866-90-NATION. Tell them G&D sent you.
This update is brought to you by Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. Hockey last night, the Capitals wrapped up their regular season with a 2-1 win over the Blue Jackets. Could that be the final time that we see Alex Ovechkin in a Capitals sweater? Stay tuned to the Fan as we keep you up to date on that all throughout the Capitals offseason. In baseball, the Nationals beat the Pirates in Game 2 of the 4-game set last night, 5-4. They now split Game 1 and Game 2. Game 3 of the series tonight, 6:40, right here on the Fan. Jake Irvin takes the hill for the Nationals. He is 1-1 with a 7.07 ERA. He'll take on Mason Montgomery, who is 1-0 with a 6.14 ERA. In the NBA, play-in tournament continues on tonight. The Magic will take on the Sixers in the 7-8 game. That'll tip off at 7:30. Warriors and Clippers to follow at 10 o'clock in the 9-10 game. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call, just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Commanders President Mark Klaus, who's been running around today, scheduled to join us in just a couple of moments. He'll be calling us on the Rude Guest Hotline. Grant and Danny brought to you exclusively by the law firm Condori and Murad. They'll take care of all of your important paperwork and familial needs. Their attorneys are there to protect you and your family. Schedule a free consultation with their team today at kmlawyers.com, and be sure to mention us to get a discount. kmlawyers.com is how you set up that appointment. That's kmlawyers.com. But today, a massive day for DC sports fans, a day we've been waiting for a long time, frankly.
Yeah, there's no way around that. I mean, this is a pretty big deal, especially for those of us that grew up with this team.
Well, emotional, I think, for a lot of people. Even. There's a nostalgia to the uniforms looking like the Redskins again. And I have heard people calling into this station. I have seen people reacting who have maybe even been more hit by this than they anticipated. I've said this a lot on the show, Danny. I was more affected by the name change and by the uniform changes than I anticipated being. It's not something you can control. It's a feeling, and my fandom, for whatever reason, was more affected than I anticipated. So going back to the old thing is a welcome addition for me. I'd grade today out as an A+. This was a 10 out of 10 slam dunk. We yesterday did the topic, like what's the best case scenario? And I said, unrealistically, it's not going to happen.
Right.
But the home run would be the W goes away. I just didn't think it was reality. But I think there's a timeline element of this with the league's involvement and having changed logos already very recently, where I don't know that it's up to them necessarily, if that makes sense. And that's something we can get some clarification on with Mark Klaus in the next couple of minutes. But the president of the business operation for the Washington Commanders joins us right now on the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. Mark, you're on with Grant and Danny. Thank you for the time. How are you?
Hey, guys. How are we doing today?
Pretty good. Pretty good.
We're fired up. This is the best day in a while, as far as I'm concerned, not involving wins on the football field. But
if you have any of those, it'd be great, too, by the way.
If you got some of those up your
look,
sleeve.
I get it. I get it for sure.
But you tell us, what's the response been like around town?
I think there were certain things that, people expected in this, and certainly the incredible positive response that the Super Bowl era throwbacks had last year. Certainly a lot of good speculation, but, I think hopefully what fans appreciate is the time and attention to detail to try to make sure that we really got all of the pieces right. And, I think sometimes as marketers, you have this desire to put your thumbprint on stuff, but when things are just right the way they are, sometimes that is the best answer. And when we look back at that Super Bowl era, those uniforms were just amazing.
Here on that. Mark, what element of this was the source of the toughest debate internally that you guys were trying to make sure you nailed, and maybe there were 6 of one, half dozen of the other, somebody with a strong opinion one way or the other? What was the toughest debate to try to, as you said, hit this out of the park?
Well, certainly we had a lot of discussion about the utilization of the spear and the alternate uniform. If I take a step back for a second and I say, look, what were we really trying to accomplish? Very consistent to the journey that we've been on since Josh purchased the team, which is really to celebrate the heritage of the team and integrate it into the Commander brand that we're building. And you've seen that in a lot of different ways so far, whether it's retiring Art's jersey or Daryl's jersey, or even in the design of the stadium, having that kind of clear nod to the old RFK. It's been a very purposeful path. And so when we thought about evolving the uniform, we obviously took a lot of inspiration from where fans' passion was. And that started with bringing back burgundy and gold, right? Our burgundy and gold. Mm-hmm. And, one of the things I've learned through the years on brands is, you want it consistent. Like, I think we had too many variations. And so our burgundy and gold is what you see all the way through, even into the black alternate uniform. But we also were looking for icons from our heritage, and we spent a lot of time on this, on what we thought made the most sense to kind of tie the two eras together. So both our beloved Redskins era and also thinking about how we were building the Commanders. And the spear became just this really interesting icon that you saw us utilize in a variety of things last year and in our marketing. And then bringing it to the uniform was really the next logical step. And in particular, the Hail Razor uniform that we're calling it, we felt was just a great place to bring it and really tie it all together. And that probably got a lot of dialogue, but I think for most of the organization, it was a pretty easy answer as something that the fans love and something that kind of pulls the worlds together.
Yeah, it looks great. I love the logo with the spear and the W on the Hellraiser uniform. And for people like Danny that, they just don't like the block W or it reminds them of Dan or whatever, it makes it a lot more tolerable. I think it's a much better looking logo even for those folks. If you wouldn't mind clarifying for me, if you guys wanted to have this logo on the burgundy helmets right now, could you, or is that something where you... Go ahead.
That was not the plan. The plan was always to utilize it on the alternate uniform. And look, I've said this in a couple different environments. We're always looking for ways to continue to celebrate that heritage, and I do think you'll continue to see us doing that. But for right now, we felt like it was a very kind of interesting way to create excitement around the alternate uniform, create a little bit of something that was unique in that space, and that was why starting it with the alternate uniform made the most sense. I mean, you will see it on merch and other things around that we'll make available to folks. I know we're getting a lot of love for some of the new hats that we have out, and they are pretty clean. I love the way those turned out. But for right now, we're focused on it in the alternate.
Mark, what are you mentioned interacting with fans and seeing some of the feedback. What are the things that you've found that folks are most excited about? And the other part of it is, what are folks not loving as much with this rollout? I imagine generally overwhelmingly positive, though.
Yeah, I mean, so far very positive. Mm-hmm. And as I said, I think one thing that we felt fairly certain of is this desire to get back to the burgundy and gold. And I think people loved that and relate to that. And when you see it in the context of our uniform, it just does, it's right. It's like it fits, it feels right. You add the block numbers and the block lettering to it. You add the stripe consistency on the stripes, the gloss helmet, the gold face mask. Those pieces coming together, yes, they are a nod to our heritage, but they also look amazing. And I think, the fans seeing the attention to detail has certainly been really well received, and something that I think in some of those areas we certainly understood that. Look, I know we're not always going to make everybody happy, and what I can say for fans is we really do listen. We care. We're, Josh and I talk a lot about it. what's on the minds of fans, what are they excited about, what's not working. And we really do want to try to build this in a way that brings everybody along because, quite frankly, I don't want anyone to miss this journey we're on. I think it's going to be incredible, both on the football field with what DQ and Adam are building, as well as the new stadium and all the things that we've got going for this franchise. I want everybody on board for that. And so, trying to take the time to hear people and do what we can. We can't do everything, but for what we can, we certainly want to try to deliver for them.
Mark Klaus, president on the business side for the Commanders, very, very kind to give us a few minutes on a busy Wednesday here on Grant and Danny. You mentioned the detail that you guys put into this, and I just want to tell you, it's noticed.
It's noticed. Yeah.
My wife, who's an art major, like we're looking at it. Even the things that I couldn't have worded, but like in the past I hated, it felt to me like 3 different groups of people came up with the 3 uniforms and then met and turned in their work in a sense. But there is this cohesion now with the font numbers and the colors and the stripes, helmets and pants. It's very, very well done. It is not lost on me that none of these 3 uniforms say Commanders on them. I think there's like 9 or 10 teams in the league where there's not a name of the team on the uniform. Is that strategic?
Well, I think we want people to know who we are based on the color palette and the design, and that's why that consistency is so important. And certainly that was the case with our Super Bowl era uniforms. I will tell you, look, a long-time, brand guy, but, when I would market or create any content for Oreo cookies, that blue was the same every single time. And it's important. And so, understanding that consistency runs through all of the things we do is really important. And I think, it is how you build equity, and it's why fans are so attached to those elements of the uniform. So, we want to get that back and get back to a very, very consistent palette that people know this is the Commanders, right? They know it. They see the uniform, they see the color. That's the Commanders. We're ready to go. And I think that's why you have a lot of teams that are focusing a lot of energy in that space.
Danny, I was told by someone when I was learning about Mark when he came in, and he's done such a good job, that when you were at Nabisco, you get the credit for like the different flavors of Oreos too. That was your idea.
Thank you for that, sir. We appreciate your service.
So we'd be remiss if we didn't say I was 179 pounds when you made that decision.
Yeah, no, I know.
Things have changed a bit.
I've contributed calories to everybody. Look, it was a great team effort. We had a lot of fun with it, and I've been lucky. I feel very lucky to have been able to work on a variety of treasured brands. But let me tell you something, guys. If I thought people liked cookies and soup, they love football. They love their team and their brand. We're in a whole different ballgame here, and that's what I'm loving about it. And I love that energy and engagement, and I know it means so much to people. And we're certainly trying to take it seriously. And I'm glad you're appreciating the focus and the detail, because the team really wants to get these things right.
Yeah, and I think you guys crushed it, especially the whites and the burgundy. So here's my question: I am not an art major. I'm similar to Grant. I go, oh, that's the thing. Here's what I want to know: what's new? Right, the throwback stuff I notice, I recognize. It looks like the '91 jerseys from when I was a kid. They won the Super Bowl. Is there anything kind of new, kind of an homage to the future that a rube like me might not notice?
Not really in those classic whites and burgundy. And again, this is where I go, of doing this a long time on the marketing side, you're always tempted to change something because it's your watch. And sometimes, right, it's just correct the way it is, and being disciplined to ensure that consistency remains. And there's a reason that it's great. With all of those elements together, we really didn't feel we needed to change anything. And, I think where you see a little bit more creativity is when we get to the alternates. And, as you have been following along in the NFL down the road a bit, there'll be rivalry uniforms, which will be another opportunity to perhaps bring a little bit more creativity to the table. But at the end of the day, tried and true, game in, game out, we think it was just a perfect formula.
Don't be timid or afraid to throw that spear on a couple more helmets anytime. We appreciate you.
Look, Grant, you're gonna see that spear. We will continue to find ways to integrate it. We love it. Cooking up this ecosystem that we've built for the Commanders. That's probably best described as some intersection of the movie 300 and Game of Thrones. The spear is alive and well in that environment. So expect to continue to see that in a variety of different ways.
And players slamming the spear in the end zone.
All about
everybody chanting. Very, very cool. Mark, thank you. We know you're busy.
Very cool.
Appreciate a few minutes.
Congrats on the day, man.
No, hey, anytime, guys. Really appreciate what you do. Thanks to both of you.
Thank you,
Mark.
There's Mark Klaus, president of the Commanders business side. What a day for them. Very, very favorable reviews to this point. We'll open up the phones for you guys next. 800-636-1067. Best thing about these new uniforms, something that you wish they would have done maybe. We'll get into that on Grant and Danny. Back live in our DC studios on Half Street in the Navy Yard. We're Grant and Danny. Little different feel than 2222. They didn't just sit there in folding chairs on national television and say we're the Commanders.
Cut to Dan Snyder and a couple of mannequins talking about how excited they are.
Throwing it back, baby. The improvement is tangible. They look like the Redskins again. At home and on the road, full time. The Burgundies when they're playing away from Northwest Stadium. The Clean Whites when they are in Landover, Maryland. Let's go to the phones and welcome in Ian in Maine. Maybe it's Ian in Maine. Ian, what's up? How are you?
I'm doing good. Yeah, it is Ian. Long-time listener and first time caller.
Well, we appreciate it, buddy. Thank you,
dude.
Yeah. I got to say, I'm just thrilled that this obvious answer of returning to the classic burgundy and gold, and that this is just going to be the primary look moving forward. I love what you guys are thinking about, that perhaps, like Mark Klaus said, that this is actually, this is a journey, and that the introduction of the spear with the W on the alternate, perhaps that gets pulled in more and is used on the primary moving forward. What I'm kind of thinking too, and I'm wondering what you guys think about this, is that at some point that process becomes not them fixing the Snyder W, but they have like their own W that it's part of, that it becomes their thing, and it's not them trying to sort of fix Snyder's mistake, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, what if there's a different type of W or something DC that is a letter, is not the Redskins logo, that is Commanders, but it's not the block W taco holder that you've grown to hate?
Great question. Yeah, I mean, as long as it's... My objection is that it's Snyder and his gaggle of buffoons. And I hear the name, that's what that is. I see the W, that's what that is. If it's not that, I suppose I could get more on board with it. But I want that to go away altogether.
A better improved W.
Yeah.
Like a W with a spear through it, maybe?
Yeah, that's not enough. I still see the same W.
But it's a better W.
It's a better W.
Let's go to Kevin in Lanham on the Fan. What's up, Kevin? How are you?
What's going on, fellas? Love you guys as always, man. Long-time listener, season ticket holder, long-time Redskins fan. I'm going to give you my feedback. I love the uniform change. I love the spirit through the W. I want it on all the W's. As I told you guys before, we spoke about this a couple of years ago. I said all these numbskulls and clowns that pat themselves on the back about the name, the change of the uniforms and everything, everybody's going to be gone, and we're going to be left with the garbage bag full of this stupid name and this stupid stuff.
Yep.
As I told y'all before, just like Voldemort, the name we do not speak of, we've checked every box. We've got the new uniform, the new stadium. The last piece of Daniel Snyder's left is that stupid name, Commanders. I know they didn't put on the uniform now, but I'm telling you, that's the last of the whole crux, so we can get rid of he who did not speak of.
I don't know that you're ever going to, in any time in the near future, get rid of Commanders. But at least you don't have to see it anywhere.
That's seriously my favorite part of all these jerseys.
Yeah.
The throwback won, but yes, it's not poisoned by that stupid name. I love it.
Grant and Danny on the Fan. What do you make of the new uniform, the new look for the Commanders? It's a new old look, isn't it? They're going back to their roots as the Redskins. Plus, Booger McFarland of ESPN joins us to talk draft in the NFL as we continue on the Fan.
This update is brought to you by Coach Wooten's Basketball Camp. Early registration discounts available. Learn more at CoachWooten.com. Hockey last night, the Capitals beat the Blue Jackets 2-1 to finish up their season with a win. Will that be the final time we see Alex Ovechkin in a Capitals uniform? In baseball, the Nationals beat the Pirates last night 5-4. Game 3 of the 4-game set tonight, 6:40 first pitch right here on the Fan. Jake Irvin takes the hill for the Nationals. He is 1-1 with a 7.07 ERA. He'll take on Mason Montgomery, who enters 1-0 with a 6.14 ERA. NBA play-in tournament continues on tonight. The Magic will take on the Sixers in the 7-8 game. That'll tip off at 7:30. Following that, Warriors and Clippers, 9-10 game. That'll tip off at 10 o'clock. Coach Wooten's Basketball Camp, the world's #1 teaching basketball camp since 1961. Your child will learn the game, get an experience of a lifetime. Let your kid be a kid. Put down the screen and go shoot some hoops. Early registration discounts available. Learn more at CoachWooten.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Live on this Wednesday from D.C. in our Navy Yard studios, Grant and Danny on the Fan. You can watch the show on the 106.7 The Fan YouTube channel. You can listen to us all over the DMV on our flagship 106.7. Of course, we are live in Richmond right now on AM 910 and FM 105.1. And wherever you are, coast to coast, we're getting people today on hold calling in from all over the country. The Odyssey app is free and available wherever you are.
Wherever you are, that's where we try to be. We're also exclusively sponsored by the law firm of Condor and Morad, estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a free consultation with their team today by visiting kmlawyers.com. Be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com.
Commanders, one of 3 teams this offseason to have already rolled out new uniforms. Apparently the Ravens, a couple other teams have some type of alts that they're going to be releasing this offseason as well. Feels like a constant in the NFL. These wheels are always churning. It's an opportunity for a lot of teams to sell some merch.
Little cash injection, yeah.
Get people excited, and it's just a way to kick people in the butt. The NFL's done a good job not going full Major League Baseball or NBA with it, though. Whereas every single year, you've got another one of these City Connects in Major League Baseball, and they're getting wackier and more off the rails. Or I think the NBA is wild with it too. Where it's like, I thought, didn't we just have this last year? No, last year was the pink cherry blossoms, but this year's going to be the purple cherry blossoms, and your team colors are actually red and white, but are they still navy blue? What exactly are we doing? And that's kind of, Danny, I think where you jump the shark a little bit.
Yep.
The NFL is, to their credit, a little bit more strict with teams on how often, how quickly, and how routine you can make changes, and the Commanders have had to deal with that. They wanted this last year. They wanted the Gibbs-era uniforms for last season, and they were basically able to wear the alt-clean whites 3 times. Now you're far enough removed from the change where you can introduce whites at home, burgundies on the road, and clean up your black look as well.
It's actually smart by the NFL. I know nobody likes to hear that, and it's easy to bash the shield, but in this case, it's actually really, really salient advice, because if you start doing that every time you need a cash injection, yeah, you might get some, but you start diminishing that brand, and it's hard to put a dollar value on that and quantify exactly how that can help you or hurt you over a certain time. But they have enough data that where changing everything every 2 years isn't great for brand loyalty, brand equity in the marketplace. It's got to be a special occasion, or it's got to be kind of cool. Otherwise, these business professionals, the Mark Klaus of the world, and he's great, by the way, but the guys that come from Campbell's, who are here for a year and a half, or here for 2 years, or here for 3 years, whatever, are, they're going to go to the next place and make that change. There's a lot of professions where there's not a lot of stability, and this is one of them, right, where you're trying to engender business, especially if the team hasn't been particularly good for a long time. So you can't change too often, otherwise it's going to hurt you in the long run. It'll help you in the short term, where you get to look at one graph and go, look, we made a little more this quarter. Well, that's because you changed the uniforms. But over the long haul, is that the right thing to do? Probably not.
He's Danny. I'm Grant. You're listening to The Fan. We will be getting your feedback on the Rude Guest Hotline at 800-636-1067 throughout the show, so line up your thoughts now. I want to go to our guest line, though, and welcome onto the program our buddy from ESPN, Booger McFarland, and get his thoughts on some of the news and notes from around the NFL. Booger, it's a big day in D.C. the Commanders are going back to their old Redskins look with their burgundy and white uniforms from the Super Bowl era. Fans are fired up here, man.
Well, they should be. I'm not sure why they won't go back and just change everything. I mean, the uniforms basically look like the Redskins uniform. They appear to be the exact replica minus the Redskins logo. So it seems to me that they changed the name when not a lot of people wanted the name changed. So I guess we're going to look like the Redskins. We're going to feel like the Redskins. We're going to mistakenly call them the Redskins, but they'll just be known as the Commanders.
I think that's pretty much the summary. I think you actually encapsulated it perfectly.
Where we're at. As long as you don't actually refer to them as the Redskins routinely or put the logo on the side of the helmet, we can all just do a big dance like it's still the Redskins when we see their uniforms.
Yeah, it walks and talks like a duck, but it's a goose. Booger, I want to just ask one more uniform question before we do draft stuff with you. How much did you care about kind of like looking good or the threads or those sorts of things, or was it just who am I hitting on Sunday? You know what I mean? Like, were you a guy that cared about it?
Well, I think everybody wants to look good when you go out and play, but like that's not our main concern. I think the people that own the team, anytime you pay $1 billion or more for a team, you get to kind of pick what the uniform looks like. So, you would hope that it is a good look. You would hope that it's fashionable. But at the end of the day, as long as it's check cash, we're going to wear it,
That's a fact.
Yes.
Before we end uniform talk with Booger McFarland, I want to talk draft and the NFL abroad with you. When you think about the league right now, I know you're LSU guy and the teams that you played for in the NFL, but is there a certain kit that you think stands above the rest or color scheme? Is there anything that you would say is tough to beat in terms of uniforms at this point?
I don't know. I mean, I'm partial to the old school uniforms, the old Redskins, the old Broncos, the old Chargers, like the old Patriots. Like it seems to me that the old uniforms were the best because every time the old uniforms are worn in a quote unquote throwback atmosphere, everybody loves them. So if we love them so much, then why the hell did we change them? That's what I keep asking myself because, man, like a lot of those old uniforms, like you throw the Buccaneers in there, like there's 5 teams right there. The Buccaneers, the Patriots, the Redskins, the Broncos. Like you mean to tell me that those fan bases would not rather wear their throwbacks every week than wear the new uniforms? I think it would be unanimous if those teams would go back to their old uniforms. And you can throw the Falcons in there. Like every time, it seems to me, every time a team comes out with a new uniform, all they're doing is going further back and getting closer to the old one.
Booger McFarland, most of his career in Tampa and then finished with the Colts, joining us on G&D. All right, let's go around the league. I want to hit on the draft with you first and Fernando Mendoza. So, two-parter on him. You cover the college game very closely. What kind of NFL prospect do you think he is? He's obviously going to go 1-1. And then the Raiders went out and signed Kirk Cousins and guaranteed him $20 million. Clint Kubiak, who's tight with Cousins from their days in Minnesota, is the head coach there. How long until Mendoza starts, do you think?
I'll answer the latter first. I think Kirk Cousins is going to be your day one starter. I think there's a great sentiment that they want to get off to a good start. I think he's going to start the first 4, 5, 6 games maybe, and then they're going to look up and see where Fernando is. When you pay a quarterback $20 million, when you guarantee him $20 million, that's nowhere near starter money, but that is above backup money also. So I think it's going to be somewhere in between. Kirk Cousins has come out and said the best man should play. And there's no way you're going to convince me that Fernando is going to be better than Kirk in the first half of the season. And Kirk, let's not forget now, the reason he wanted out of Atlanta was so he could play. So Kirk's not coming out there just to hold a clipboard. So I think he plays at least the first half of the season. You couple that with the fact that Tom Brady has said most quarterbacks are ruined because they play too early. I don't think Fernando Mendoza hits the field before week 8, if not later than that during the season, because this is not a play just to go out and win next year. This is, let's put him out there when he's ready. And let's not forget, Patrick Mahomes played one game his rookie year, then he took over. So maybe we see another situation like that where Fernando plays, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 games, and then he takes over next year. As far as Fernando, he's 6'4", 6'5", 230. He throws it on time. He's accurate. But I think the number one quality you can't coach or you can't teach is, man, like the dude comes up big in big moments. He's tough as hell. I think those things matter when you look at a quarterback. And so I think based on what the college game has given us this year, he's the best pro prospect at the position. Does that mean he's going to be successful? I don't know. We'll see. But he has a lot of the attributes that you would look for in an incoming rookie, and we'll see where it goes from there.
Speaking of incoming rookies, I want to talk a couple draft prospects with you, specifically Ruben Bain. There's varying degrees of, sort of, I guess, like the scouts have, is he an inside guy? Is he an outside guy? He was so good at Miami, et cetera. Now we've sort of discovered, I guess teams knew, but now we kind of hear about the unfortunate incident that he was directly involved in. What's your view of him at this point? What kind of pro is he going to be?
I think the incident is separate. You feel bad for someone that lost a loved one. The NFL knew about that a year ago. That's nothing new. Do with that what you want. They've already known about it, and he's still going to be a top 15 pick. I think everybody's concerned about the short arms. I think there's a reason to be concerned, and then you turn the tape on, and then you say, okay, he's a football player. Can he go inside? Sure, on some third downs, but he can't major as a defensive tackle. I think he's going to be a power defensive end. If you remember Will Allen, who played for the New Orleans Saints, if you remember Graham that played in Philadelphia, these are smaller ends, 6'2" ends. Will Smith, I'm sorry, not Will Allen in New Orleans. Like these are 6'2", 260 to 270 defensive ends, power players. And so I think he's going to be fine, man. Like, just turn the tape on. He makes plays. He's productive. And at the end of the day, this is not the Olympics, man. Like, this is not going by what you measure by. This is about making plays, and he's clearly made enough plays to be a top 15 pick.
One of the top analysts covering football, Booger McFarland, hopping on with us on G&D. We're about a week out now from the NFL draft, 8 days away in Pittsburgh. Washington has the 7th pick. One of the storylines that's dominated here, Boog, is this idea of draft value. And that's kind of all you hear when I float Jeremiah Love or someone else tells you they really want Sonny Styles, or the idea that Caleb Downs, who's one of the best players in the country, could go top 5 or 7. Where are you at on draft value being a governing principle, even in a year like this where maybe 3 of the best 5 or 6 players in the class are at non-premium, non-high-paid positions?
You know what? I remember a time when we tried to get draft value when we drafted Mike Mamula because he was a defensive end. That worked out pretty good, huh?
Yeah.
I mean, listen, the name of the game is to get good football players. It doesn't matter what position they are. Sure, you'd love the position to be at quarterback, edge rusher, left tackle, corner, wide receiver. But, man, just get good football players. Like, I don't – years ago, don't draft a running back in the first round. Man, look at the productivity that the Cowboys got out of Zeke Elliott. Look at what Jahmyr Gibbs is. Look at what Bijan Robinson is. Like, these are all pro players that you drafted early. Like, that's the name of the game. Like, and when we can say, well, those players haven't correlated to winning, well, they probably don't have a quarterback either. Okay, so it still doesn't mean that Bijan Robinson is not the best running back in football. It still doesn't mean that Jahmyr Gibbs is not a home run. Like, I like players that can change the game. I don't care what position you put them at. Like, very few players in this league can score from anywhere on the field. Okay? Jeremiah Love can do that. I don't care if he plays running back. He can go 99. I need him out there. You look at off-the-ball linebacker Sonny Styles. Very few guys are 6'4", 240 and can run 4.4 playing linebacker. He's not a hybrid. He's a pure linebacker. I don't care if middle linebacker is not a premium position. Put him on the field. Like, we get so enamored with these things that, and please don't take this the wrong way. We get enamored by words and catchphrases that people who didn't play the game latch onto so they can sound smart. The name of the game is productivity in football. Catching, tackling, throwing, those are the things that really matter. I don't care what position they are. If you can play football and you can do it at a high level, man, just take good football players. I think that's the whole key to the NFL draft. Don't get cute. Don't try to be analytical and come up with all these different terms. Man, if a guy's making plays in college, he's making plays at a high level, that usually translates pretty good to the National Football League.
Who's your favorite defender in this class, Booker?
I got several, man. Like, if you're talking my favorite guy up front, it's probably David Bailey, Reuben Bain, Mesidor. I like the defensive tackle out of Navy. Linebacker, I like Jacob Rodriguez. Like, these guys that I'm naming, all they do is make plays, man. Like, I like guys that make plays, because if you made plays at a high level at the Power 4, then it gives me an opportunity to look at you, that you can make plays in the National Football League. I need guys that are productive. Mansour Delane, the corner at LSU, I saw him cover the best receivers in the SEC. Everybody's talking about Jeremiah McCoy. I hadn't seen him play football in like 15 months. I don't know. He does the Olympics well as far as testing, but I need to see him play football. And then another thing that I'll add, football is not a game about if you're going to get injured. It's a game of when you're going to get injured. Everybody's going to get hurt. You name me a player, and I can tell you the injury that they've had. So this is not a game where you're going to have people that don't get hurt. Everybody gets hurt. It is a 100% injury rate in our game. So when I look at a guy like Jordan Tyson, the wide receiver at Arizona State, he's the best receiver in the draft. He's had a couple of injuries. Well, guess what? Everybody's going to get hurt. So you know what? I just hope that he only has a couple more in the National Football League and doesn't have 10 or 12, because it is a league, and you guys can write this down as you discuss the season throughout the year. It is a 100% injury rate league. Always has been, always will be.
Booger McFarland on G&D, former 15th overall pick, a guy that plays your position, that was drafted about where you were. Dexter Lawrence was the 17th pick by the Giants in 2019, is currently on the trade block. I saw a report today that they're at an impasse and maybe he ends up getting dealt around draft time. How did we get here with Dexter Lawrence? 2 years ago, he had 9 sacks. He was kind of the closest thing in the league to Aaron Donald at one point as the best of the rest at the position. I know it was a rough year last year, but do you really think this is going to end with the Giants moving on from him?
Yeah, it's clear the Giants don't want to pay him $28 to $30 million. And it's kind of it's a tough situation. Here's why. Usually when you pay a defensive tackle that much money, they're getting double-digit sacks, and they're getting them consistently. Well, his best year, I think you said he had 9 a couple years ago. Last year, he didn't have a 1 or 2. So even if you average it out, that's like 6 sacks in 2 years. And you're going to pay me $30 million. Now, I do, for the Dexter Lawrence supporters out there, in which I'm one of them, I would just say that he has the most pressures from the nose tackle position of anybody. Like, he's the most dominant nose tackle in football. How much of a value are you going to put on the nose tackle position, though? Because it's not a premium position. And it sounds like the Giants have decided, hey, we're cool with the 20 to 22. We're not going to pay you 30 to 35, though, big fella. And you know what? As a guy who played the position, I'd be cool with 20, 25, 26. But evidently, Sexy Dexy wants a little bit more than that. I don't think the Giants are willing to give a nose tackle that is not affecting the ball almost $30 million a year. So it's a change in philosophy. I think that eventually they're going to trade him, and there are a lot of teams that lined up. And, beauty's always been in the eye of the beholder, and I think somebody's going to get him and be really happy.
Booger, forgive me for not remembering, but in your 7-sack season back in 2000, or when you got your 22-plus career sacks, did you have a dance like Dexter Lawrence did, Sexy Dexy dance?
Yeah, man, everybody's got a couple moves that they make, man. Like, that's just, sacks are hard to come by. Like you better have something to celebrate the small wins in our game. So they're hard to come by unless you, get 100 of them, like Myles Garrett and T.J. Watt. Like, those guys are used to it. But us regular folks always have something to celebrate with.
Love that. But great to catch up with you, buddy. Really, sincerely appreciate it. Enjoy the weekend and the draft next week.
Always. Have a good one, Pa.
Be good. There's Booger McFarland of ESPN on Grant and Danny. All right, next, we'll hit the phones. People have been waiting. They want to talk about the new uniforms, and we'll tell you what we liked most about the unveilings today of the white full-time at home, burgundy now full-time on the road, the alt blacks as well, and what we would have done differently or changed. Grant and Danny on the Fan.
Last night in the NBA play-in games, the Hornets beat the Heat 127-126, and the Trailblazers beat the Suns 114-110. Two more play-in games tonight. Magic and Sixers will tip off at 7:30. That's the 7-8 game. The 9-10 game will feature the Warriors and the Clippers. That'll tip off tonight at 10 o'clock. Hockey. Capitals beat the Blue Jackets 2-1 last night to wrap up their regular season. Will that be the final time we see Alex Ovechkin in a Capitals uniform? Baseball, Game 2, the 4-game set in Pittsburgh last night. The Nationals getting the better of the Pirates, 5-4. Game 3 of the series tonight, 6:40 right here on the Fan. Jake Irvin takes the hill for the Nationals. He enters tonight 1-1 with a 7.07 ERA. He'll take on Mason Montgomery, who is 1-0 with a 6.14 ERA for the Pirates. 6:40 right here on the Fan. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Dylan Cruz hit a home run today in Rochester in a day game at AAA, his second of the season, opposite field off Treya Savage, who's a rehabbing quality big league arm. Hopefully a sign that he is starting to heat up and maybe we'll get back to the big leagues. Welcome back to Grant and Danny on the Fan. We'll take you up to 6:10, and that's baseball tonight. Pirates, Nationals from Pittsburgh, Game 3 of a 4-game series after C.J. Abrams carried the Nats to a win last evening. The plan worked, by the way. They opened for Miles Michaelis.
Yep.
Then he didn't pitch that well. But
you hit him as much as you could, right?
They got 3 innings out of him, and then they went back to the bullpen that finished with 4 2/3 innings, protecting a 1-run lead, and they got across the finish line, 5-4 winners last evening. I don't know how long this Miles Michaelis thing's going to last, I'll be honest with you. But that's for another day, because the Commanders unveiled the uniforms we've been guessing and predicting about for months, and people got what they wanted. So let's hit the phones. 800-636-1067. Everybody's been waiting patiently. We just talked to Booger McFarland. By the way, he liked what they did. He just thinks they should go even further. He's in the camp of, why stop here?
Yeah.
Well, they should be. I'm not sure why they won't go back and just change everything. I mean, the uniforms basically look like the Redskins uniform. They appear to be the exact replica minus the Redskins logo. So it seems to me that they changed the name when not a lot of people wanted the name changed. So I guess we're going to look like the Redskins. We're going to feel like the Redskins. We're going to mistakenly call them the Redskins, but they'll just be known as the Commanders.
Which is pretty much where we're at.
That's pretty much it.
And by the way, he said that tongue-in-cheek, but that is reality. Whether you like it or not, and there are a lot of people that don't, by the way, they're not ever going to be called the Redskins again. And whether you like it or not, and there's a lot of people that don't, and that's fine. I'm not yelling at you or telling you you're wrong. I'm just giving you the facts here. That logo's not coming back either. But they can pretend as best they can. They can cosplay a little bit here, whatever you'd call it, that they're still the Redskins. So for the things that they're allowed to do, Danny, they're going to do them. They have Redskins uniforms that don't say Redskins and don't have a Redskins logo as of today.
Yeah, so it's like if there's a dot on the map, they can't go into the dot, but they're going to go right up to the dot and then like kind of make a circle around the dot and kind of like draw an arrow to the dot, but they're not in the dot, but they're really close to the dot. That's what this is.
When I turned on games when they had become the Commanders, my biggest annoyance was probably not the name changing. It's that the team did not look like the team that I cared about. It felt like an expansion team because that's not the thing that I loved. You have repackaged my Coca-Cola can. It's not red with the cursive letters anymore. It's just a weird colored can that doesn't say Coca-Cola on it. So I don't care if I sip it and it tastes the same or not. It's different. You know, we had Mark Klaus on, the president of the team. If you missed the interview, you can podcast it when we're done tonight. We'll re-rack it at 6 o'clock for you later in the program. But he was very high up at Nabisco at one point, was in charge of Oreos. He was at Campbell's. He basically made the point, you're not going to sell Oreos in different colored packaging. I heard him mention that to BMitch and Finlay today. It's still going to be that blue package so that when I walk down the aisle looking for Oreos, I want the thin, delicious, perfect ratio of cookie to cream. I'm looking for a blue package. You're not going to put it in a weird color. That's what they did, and they righted that wrong today. Juan's in Fairfax. What's up, Juan? How are you?
Hey guys, how y'all doing?
Good, buddy.
First of all, first and foremost, let me go ahead and pay homage to Josh Harris and the Harris Group. I just want to say thank you. Thank you. Thank you. You don't know how hard it was and how hard it was been with Dan Snyder, you know what I'm saying, being the owner of the Washington Redskins. Now, the whole regime has changed. Everything has changed. And I like the jersey. I like the uniforms. I like everything about it. Only thing I just want them to change is the put a feather on the spear. Put a feather on the spear, and just, it may not be the Redskins, but you know what I'm saying, it could be the lookalike, whatever how you want to say it, whatever how you
Right.
want to do it. But
I think a feather. Thank you for the call, Juan. Really appreciate it, buddy. Means a lot that you dialed us up. The feather's going to feel a little bit too close to Native American imagery, I think. And that isn't even to say that an expansion team couldn't get away with something like that. But this team, after the name change, that might be a little too close to home. In other words, if you can't do the Redskins logo, like
Right.
the Native American imagery, which has the feather, a spear, they're playing this game like it's a Roman spear.
Yeah, the Etruscans, pre-1,000 years BC, spears, right? And they're going very hard with this.
Commanders go back 400 years to the King Leonidas times.
Yeah, you hear him say it like it's Game of Thrones, it's ancient Greece, it's the
300s.
hoplites. Yeah.
So they're not, the spear to them is not Native American spear. Feather means Native American.
Mhm.
And that now crosses back over into the territory of everybody yelling at you and telling you're a terrible person. Let's go to Brad in Mississippi. Hello, Brad. How are you?
Hey, thanks for taking my call. Yeah, I'm just sitting here on my car on campus trying to find my true feelings for these jerseys. I love the glossy helmet. I love the burgundy jerseys. But, man, that W needs some work, maybe a white outline. And I thought of a good analogy. It's like you get back together with your high school sweetheart 40 years later. You know, she's still got a great body, but now she has a giant mole on her face that is so distracting. That's what that W is. It's like, ooh, it's almost perfect, but it's like, ooh, I don't want to look at it.
I know exactly what you mean, by the way. It's the mole of the helmet. I know. It takes me right out of it. It's like you said cosplay earlier. That's what it is. It's like, oh my God, that looks just like the character. Oh, no, it's not. It's Dave. You know what I mean? Like, I know that I can't unsee it. It's all my eyes draw to, but everything else about it is perfect.
So
in
I
my
don't
view.
have the level of frustration or disdain that you do for the W, but I am empathetic toward it.
Right.
Like, legitimately. I don't think anyone should be shouting today at people for any kind of a disappointment or their feelings or this is the part I don't like. This should not be a scream at that person day. Everyone's got their own affinity to this thing, their own nostalgia, their relationship with grandpa and dad and mom and Auntie Helen or whoever that you sat down and watched these games with. And I'm respectful to that. You look at the W, you see Dan Snyder's face staring back at you. I don't necessarily. I don't love the W. I can be okay with the W and a spear. Like what's in front of me on the YouTube chat here for people seeing this, on the alt blacks, they call these the Raise Hail or
the Hail Razors.
The Hail Razors. I actually think as a full-time logo 5 years from now, I could get down with this. If it would eventually just become part of the furniture like the Wizards have, like this W with this spear. I think there's better things that I would like more. But if you said this is what it's going to be for the rest of time, I don't think I would hate it. The block W by itself that looks like the holder of the tacos.
Yep.
I don't know that there's ever a world where I like that logo. I'm not buying anything with that logo on it. I might buy something with this logo on it. I might. And I sure as heck am going to buy my kid some jerseys with no logo on it. That don't say
That's
Commanders
the best.
at all. Just the white and burgundy throwbacks. Kevin in Arlington, what's going on, buddy? This is a great day for people like you and me and Danny.
It is. My first reaction, just so you know, I was up late last night and I saw the tweet with the ugly sweatshirt and the two-dimensional, as Evie described it this morning on the Junks, W with the spear to it. The taco with the spear. That looked terrible. Okay. Now you look at that black alt and the whole suite of them. I can get behind it. I think I would have done it differently, but this is not 222 all over again. This is so much better.
Yes.
And I'm someone who has the fantasy, and I think Danny and I are more closely aligned on this. If we can't get the name back, can we just get rid of anything that has the stench of Snyder? And that clunky W has that. And I just don't understand. I wish you all would have asked the gentleman, the Nabisco branding guy, why is this such a sacrosanct thing? Because that's how you're sort of treating it. Maybe there is a longer term plan, and like you were saying earlier, Grant, maybe we just have our own W. But fans are I think more than we probably realize, a lot of fans, longtime fans especially, they're triggered by that W. And anything that speaks to Dan, just as Danny's the thing. Last thing, I would have loved today if that black alt didn't have the W. It just had that spear.
Mm-hmm.
That would have been an homage to honoring the past, and nobody could have, said boo about it. And just last thing about the spear and the feather, somebody needs to talk to the Hunt family and the Arrowhead with KC in it. I mean, this double standard.
There's definitely a double
100%.
standard. We've done that for years.
Yeah.
Today's not the day to re-legislate that. The tomahawk chop is insane to me that they sit there and they do that. But there's obviously a big difference between the names Chiefs and Redskins. We've talked about that too. We don't need to get back into that today. I don't want to be disrespectful. Appreciate the phone call, but there's too many other things to cover with the new uniforms. He said a lot there. The one thing I would just go back to is I thought Klaus made it pretty clear with us that this is the beginning of the spear return. He used the word journey. What I heard was we're just getting going with the spear. We don't know where we're going to end. I don't think there is a destination 3 moves down the road in 2030. I don't know that they've laid it all out. I am betting that this spear W is on all helmets next year or within the next 2 years. And I do think we're headed toward that at a pretty good clip. At the speed that the Artemis 2 came back into the solar system. I think that's what's going to happen. But when he talks about journey and the beginning, and we'll see where this goes, and this is the start of the spear, I think there's more to come. And I believe it's going to be as soon as next year.
I'm convinced of that. I don't know when it's happening, but I think, again, I keep trying to frame it a certain way. Before the new stadium, there's now going to be 4 years where there's no new business branding rollout stuff, unless there is something else. And this is now something that you could fix, tweak, improve. Because the hard part here is, let's imagine this was a 50-50 split. Bear with me. That everyone had the exact same level of passion in this fan base. One half loves the W, the other half hates the W. Not the easiest thing to change. Correct. The reality of it is, I don't know what percentage. I don't want to ascribe my feelings or Kevin's feelings to tens of thousands of people. I have no idea. I think there's some that are like, fine, whatever. It's only been a couple years. I don't have that kind of attachment to it. And then there's people, maybe a smaller minority, that just hate it so much.
Right.
This is not something that you've got all this brand equity that you just can't change it.
Well, he asked the perfect question, honestly. And we had 7 minutes with Klaus. Not that he gave us a short time, but we were up against the break. And God forbid we're late to a break every now and then. But what happened was, if we had the ability to ask him what he said, which is like, why do you guys care so much about the W? That is the perfect question.
Yeah.
I asked, was it the league or you guys that decided you weren't going to take the W off the helmet? And he basically said they had decided they weren't going to take the W off the helmet. Kevin's question's perfect, which is correctly.
Yeah, why are we treating this as sacrosanct?
Why
is
do we
this
care
holy?
about the
Yeah,
W
why is this
at all?
perfect?
Why do you guys care about it? I think that's a really, really good question.
I do too.
800-636-1067 is the number on Grant and Danny. It's Uniform Unveiling Day. What do you guys make of the decision that was made by ownership? We're going back to the roots. How about the alt blacks, by the way? There is nobody out there that doesn't think these are better than those black and yellow Hail Mary Daniels to Noah Brown one, right? I mean, these are so much cleaner looking. G&D on the Fan. It is time for our double play on Grant and Danny, driven by your local Washington area Honda dealers. Now's the time for a great deal on a new Honda. Visit your local Washington area Honda dealer today.
Do this real quick, Chiefs. We got a lot of folks want to win on the new unis. Tobes and I work out today. Not a big deal, but we did. I thought it was really hard and really sore. And I said that to Toby, and he goes, no, I don't know. We've had a bunch of harder ones. I don't feel too bad. He basically said, you are a bitch. And that's kind of what he implied, and that's what he meant. So I'm miserable and I'm dying. I don't feel very good. And he told me, with the words so much. It wasn't the words, it was the idea behind what he was saying, and doesn't feel very good. That's what I have for you.
Are you sore?
Yeah, I don't feel good.
When you say you don't feel good, what is that? Like you're nauseous?
No, I'm sore. I'm achy. I want to go to bed. And that's the summary, actually. Sore, achy, want to go to bed.
How much pickleball did you play today?
0, no pickle.
It's hot again, so this is now pickleball season.
Yeah, yesterday I got a great pickleball game. Met up with Evan and the crew. Adrian was there, a bunch of guys. It was great to play with the crew.
What time do you plan on playing pickleball now? Do we need to change our normal show call from the 11 o'clock hour now that it's pickleball season?
That's a great question. So I met up with the crew yesterday at 11. So played from 11 to 12:30, then came here, showered, came upstairs.
Yeah, okay, That makes
sense. But
sense.
it's not every day. That's the hard part. What if it rains? Now there's no pickle.
Okay.
So I think we just do our best.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of me and you on the show meetings here, Darius, is what I'm gathering. A lot of pickleball in Danny's future, sounds like.
Good session yesterday.
Let's go to, me and Darius were planning out the show. 11:30. Usman in New York. You're on the Fan. What's up, Usman?
What's up, guys?
Hey, dude.
I'm very happy. So I want to preface this. I am definitely one of the people who wants the Redskins to come back, the logo to come back, everything. But I think you have to separate kind of the whiny crybabies from that group from the adults in the room who can acknowledge this is a great uniform set. They've completely stripped it of anything Commanders. If you look at it from the front, it just looks like the Redskins, and even the black one looks like those mid-2000s mock-ups you'd see of like Chris Cooley or Clinton Portis and like what a black uniform would look like or whatever. Like, it looks great. So 10 out of 10 in terms of what they had and then what they changed it to. Now, just looking at the set in general, I would give it like a B because I'm still not on board with the spear going through the W. I know you kind of poked Mark Klaus about it, and he indicated that it's a journey and it's like going to potentially develop. I really hope that eventually they move to the spear being the standalone, or at least, I think a lot of folks don't have a problem with the W per se as a concept, but the block W and the taco holder shape, I think they can definitely revamp it a little bit. The last thing I wanted to say, there's some people on Twitter saying that Florida State might have like some type of copyright claim against a spear on a helmet, and there's an old article floating around. Legally speaking, I think they're referring to when high schools just copy and paste the school's logo and just change the colors, like that's a copyright infringement, but the skins using the spear, like the 300 Game of Thrones spear that they're talking about, like there should be no issue with that. So
you don't get to claim
You.
spears.
Right.
It's like you can't do a radio segment about French fries and then say no one ever gets to talk about French fries anymore. It's kind of a theme. It's food. It's an idea. It's a whole avenue, right? You're not ripping off of the Seminoles because you have a different type of spear. That's not how this works. Do you agree with him that the problem is not just a W, it's the W because it's Dan related?
Explain that one more time. Like, in other words,
you hate that W.
I hate this W. Yes, I hate it on two fronts. The biggest by far and away is Dan and his island of misfit buffoons gave it to me and peaced out. It's the turd in the punch bowl.
Yeah.
I see that. That's the biggest piece of the pie. There's a tiny piece of that pie that goes, that's a stupid piece of clip art that my 8-year-old made at school today. And he kept, look, I made a W on the computer. It looks pathetic and stupid. That's my secondary gripe. The biggest gripe by far is it's Dan thumbing his nose at me from Paris.
Is there any W, any kind of a letter, though? Because it's only a letter. That's one of the problems you're dealing
just
with.
A letter, yeah.
Kind of hard to spruce up a letter. Is there a W where you could be like, I really like this? Also, W stands for Washington, but DC is more of a moniker than Washington. And also, what is Washington? Is it the Washington media market? Like, you live in Virginia, you're born and raised in Virginia, so you're not a Washington, D.C. proper guy. There are Maryland fans, there are Virginia fans. So just having W for Washington on the helmet, I don't know, it's kind of random for some people anyway. I don't know that there's a path if it's only a W for you to get it to a point where it's super popular, but it's a higher ceiling with a different W probably for sure. What about my point about the spear? He's like, let's go spear standalone. Pretend like the W's not on these black helmets.
I'm trying to envision it.
And now you just have the long, basically like pencil-shaped spear with the diamond tip or whatever. I think it's hard to have a great helmet that's just a spear. You need something else, whether that's the feather, which I don't think's coming back or should be a part of it necessarily or would be allowed to be. But don't you agree that just it's too small and thin? Like, what logos are there that are... You need more surface area. You need something that takes up the bulk of a side of a helmet.
So the spear in some of the throwback ones did that, because now that you have the stripes, you have less surface area to cover, right? When it was just the bald helmet from back in the day, when I say bald, I don't know how else to describe it. There's nothing else on it. It's the same uniform color. And then one spear, it looks a little thin. But when you add in the correct stripes, there's now a little bit less area. If you don't make it horizontal, if it's got an angle, all of a sudden you're covering more of the helmet, and you'd have to thicken up the spear, especially the head of the spear. It would become a little bit bigger.
Maybe you could do that. Maybe if you just made the spear a lot thicker. But my point is that the feather in all of these old
takes up a lot of space.
70th anniversaries hangs down and is kind of the main event of the spear, so to speak.
To your point, looking at this is I just pulled up a picture randomly here. This is a Stephen Davis throwback from I think 2000, I don't know, 2 when
By
they
the
did
way,
it.
those jerseys are so
Which
good.
are pretty great. So the top of the helmet doesn't have the stripes. So now all of a sudden, imagine there's stripes running down. It looks, now it's a little more full, right? Without being too busy. Of course, you can't have the feather anymore, but if that spear was there and it was done properly, I think that would be good enough.
Yeah, maybe you could, honestly. And we're starting with it's not the block W that a lot of people, you represent them, can't stand. You know, I'm not operating from the block W has to go.
Right.
If you're in that camp, though, then a standalone spear is probably perfect. Let's go to Felix in Leesburg on the Fan. How do you feel today, Felix?
Feel pretty good, and glad I finally got on with all this logo talk, because I have what I feel like the perfect idea, and I almost want to just take whatever I have in my head and put it right into Mark's ear. But everybody's talking about changing the W. Just make a sharp-looking, sleek W out of 3 spearhead logos, just 3 spearhead prongs, if you will. You can make a very cool-looking W out of either 3 spearheads or even just 2.
Yep.
You know, kind of like a bat wing, and then you could even form a little W in between those 2 that fan out like a bat wing, or you can make a W out of 3 spearheads. Certainly a lot better than the current W.
Far more appealing.
About that last thing.
Yeah, honestly, I appreciate it. It's going to take that kind of thing. Again, I don't. Nothing. And Mark alluded to this, and I actually give him credit for this. And they know nothing's going to please everybody. There's always going to be somebody that doesn't like it. There's, you know, if you survey 10 fans, 7 will say good, 2 will say worst thing ever. I hate you. 1 will say I'm not sure, which is always
why
great.
I think they haven't changed the block W either. If you don't have something yet that you know works, which they're workshopping, and I think that's why you're the trial run here on this spear. But if you don't have anything, you're just going from a block W to something else that might not be well received. You see what I'm saying?
Yes, I do.
There's nothing worse. I think a bad logo is better than 2 bad logos or something else you're spending a lot of money on to only then correct. So maybe they just don't know what the grand finale is yet. They don't know what the landing spot is. Maybe it's the crest. Maybe it's this thing. Let's see how this goes. If everyone loves this, maybe it's that.
Because I think they believe they bought them, and rightly so, by the way, they just bought themselves some time. You don't have to do any new rollouts for a while because you got us this thing, this white and the burgundy of truth, of fact, of correctness, of joy. No lies told. You brought me that back. You got some time here. You got months and months and months from a business perspective. Now you're sitting there with your fingers crossed, hoping that they win, and it makes everybody's life easier. But from the stuff that you can control, you just controlled the hell out of this. So there's no rush, right? Like, had they done it all in one fell swoop, I'd be doing spin kicks and be over the moon and doing cartwheels and handstands and tripods everywhere. But I understand that that's unrealistic. It's pie in the sky. But you do have a few years now. Again, before the stadium opens, where you can go, we got a logo, 4/15/28. You just wait. That's something.
Danny, you're not going to believe this, what I'm about to tell you.
What?
My charger for my computer's not working.
This is your charger?
My brand new $100.
Your Amarian Hampton's broken?
Month-old charger.
What is going on?
I got it during the NCAA tournament. It's not even a month old. I don't know what's going on here. My computer's not charging. It's unbelievable.
It might be the computational device, by the way. That thing has had it.
It could be time.
Yeah. Your Quentin Johnson's probably fine.
Grant and Danny on the Fan. We're going to give away tickets as soon as we return to the Southern Hospitality Tour for someone to go see the Black Crows ahead of the Beltway Blitz, which is minutes away on the Fan.
This update is brought to you by PVI Office Furniture. Fast, excellent, affordable business grows with PVI. The Commanders unveiled some new uniforms that look much more like the traditional look of the former era of the Redskins. They also unveiled a new black uniform featuring a spear with the W on a black helmet. NBA play-in tournament. Yesterday, the Hornets beat the Heat 127-126. They'll advance to take on the loser of tonight's Eastern Conference 7-8 matchup with the Magic and the Sixers. The Trailblazers beat the Suns 114-110. They'll be the 7 seed in the West. The Magic and Sixers will play tonight at 7:30. Then the Warriors and Clippers in a 9-10 game will be at 10 o'clock. Baseball, Nationals beat the Pirates 5-4 last night. They'll take on the Pirates for Game 3. The 4-game set tonight, 6:40 right here on the Fan. Jake Irvin takes on Mason Montgomery. And the Capitals wrapped up their season last night with a 2-1 win over the Blue Jackets. Will that be the final time we see Ovie on the ice for the Capitals? PVI Office Furniture brings expert design, fast delivery, and professional installation. That's a winning play for your office. Step up your workspace at PVI.com because business grows with PVI. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Caller 10 at 800-636-1067. Congrats, you're winning 2 tickets to the Southern Hospitality Tour, Black Crowes, Whiskey Myers, Tuesday, June 16th, Merriweather Post Pavilion. Tickets are on sale now. For tickets and more event info, go to thefandc.com/events. We've got a little something brewing behind the scenes. Darius, Toby, Strober, Danny and I have begun preparing plans for a show pickleball extravaganza at the Rouillet household.
This is the best idea we've ever had.
In the near future, okay? I don't know. We got to do it in the morning.
Yeah, so, well, here's the thing is there's 5 of us, right? So I don't have to play.
No. I think you should play.
All right, here's the idea. Oh, now, we can brainstorm it, but
we could have a rotation or like a sub or whatever.
Yeah, we could have 2 of you guys pick whoever you want, your 2 best, you can keep rotating, versus me.
2-on-1, babe?
Yeah.
It's not bad. We could do that as well. I just think we could just go through a rotation
Just
or
play?
something.
Have a pickleball play day at the Hoorays?
Exactly.
I'm in.
We'll use the sport court.
In.
We'll do a show pickleball.
In.
Everybody wins. And I asked Danny, I said, do you have any extra rackets? I used the wrong word, so he's Rick about that.
It's paddle.
But you said you had like 40 of them.
I have 40. Yeah,
which is not a reasonable number.
I have a number of samples from my good pals at Yola. I have the Agassi, which is a really nice 16 millimeter thick, great starter paddle if you don't know your game yet. I've got
You're going to go through all the models?
Well, I'm saying I have a number of those.
No, which I appreciate. I'm not trying to joan. But I'm saying, why do you have 40? Not which ones do you have?
No, they were kind enough to give me a whole bunch of samples.
Who's
to let
they?
Yola.
You just keep saying that.
It's a
What is
pickleball
that?
brand. So
Okay.
it's a famous table
So
tennis
are you
brand.
a pickleball influencer or something?
I don't know. Yes. So the point is, I have some, and they were like, hey, if you play with people, let them try some of these. That's the entire idea.
And you
to see if
literally
you
have
like 'em.
40.
I have less now because I've given a couple out.
So you could give some to us.
100%. I have multiple paddles for you guys to choose from. I have so many paddles. We're paddles is not the issue. I got a bucket of balls. We are good. You want some pickleball? You come to the Hoorays.
What could be the issue then? Willingness?
Yeah, the desire to do it.
Availability?
Yeah, 4 of you guys feeling like doing it that time, whenever you decide.
It's probably going to be impossible to get us all to your house on the same day anyway.
Mhm.
2 people are crossing the river from Maryland,
Uh-huh.
which think about how hard that is.
How could anyone do that?
And then Toby and I are coming from Virginia.
Mhm.
So we'll probably just be able to go 2-on-2, but we could have like a reoccurring league with records and
Yes.
stuff.
Oh, yes.
Like certain day of the week pickleball.
Oh, my God. Are you putting me on? This is a big prank to pull the rug and you're never going to do it?
I'm just trying to get you in a good mood. 'cause
I'm done.
I know you really struggled with those black uniforms today.
I'm so happy.
Yeah.
This is the greatest news in the history of the show.
All right, it is time for our Beltway Blitz, the teams in town we care the most about. Let's get to it. Our buddy Katie Florio, excellent job all year long on the Capitals Radio Network. Unfortunately, her work for the season is done. Final game last night, Caps eliminated 2 evenings ago by the Flyers. Katie, I wanted you to be working hard all spring and summer, I got to say.
I wanted to be working hard all spring and summer also. It's definitely a weird feeling. I think whether you're a player, staff member, coach, trainer, doesn't matter. and whether you know it's coming or not, it's always a weird feeling when it goes from your life goes from 100 to 0 real quick. We still have some content and things like that to come out. We'll hear from a lot of the TV and podcasting coverage of everything we get from exit interviews this year and the coming few days. But yeah, definitely not the end. I don't think, any of us wanted it to end.
Katie, I think it's really kind of you to wait until now to break the news about Alex Ovechkin playing next year or not. So go ahead and reveal it.
Yeah, do you have a drum roll for us, Darius? Katie's got the word.
I'm waiting. I've already said I know what's going to happen. I'm going to be on a beach somewhere with no service when I get the text that we have to do, John Walton and I have to do an emergency podcast because the decision has been made one way or another. But no, I know we're all just waiting for it. And I would say that we're going to find out sooner in summer rather than later, just because it's going to have to be before the draft. He's going to have to let them, know his answer and how they're going to go about management and things like that before you get into the draft and free agency and all of that. But I don't know. I really don't know. I think we all looked into everything this past few weeks, especially this week with the games against Pittsburgh and him waving them off. But Carberry made a good point when he waved off Pittsburgh at the end. At that time, there was still a chance that the Caps were going to see the Penguins in the first round. I think at that point, the Capitals had swept the weekend. They were feeling good about themselves. And even last night, I wasn't there in person in Columbus. I was doing the game from studio back here. But, he went off like normal. And he's just made it very clear that his decision's coming this summer. And we can, look into every little last motion and movement and things like that. But by this point, I think we all just kind of enjoy our summers and sit and hurry up and wait until he decides it's time to announce.
Katie, I didn't even think he went off like normal last night. I thought he went off faster. To me, he is showing no signs of a guy that is retiring. There is no enjoying the moment, soaking it up, looking around. The one thing that really happened in that regard was the opening face-off with Crosby he had nothing to do with, and we found out Stromer didn't even really have anything to do with.
Mm-hmm.
It was a ref's idea. Last night, he didn't even wait long enough for the Jackets to do a handshake that he could wave them off. He basically was scared of whatever was going to happen, so he was in the locker room 3 seconds after the game ended. To me, this guy wants to come back, and we'll see how the Caps feel. I don't know internally. Do they want him back at a high number? Would they like to go their separate ways? I have no idea, but to me, all signs point to Ovie wanting to be back. I've decided that over the last 72 hours.
Yeah, no, I think those are all very fair points. And again, I don't know anything about the money numbers and contracts and things like that, but I think it just goes to show, he's a leading goal scorer at 40 years old with 32 goals. I think maybe it'd be different if, he had 8 goals this year, 10 goals this year even. But, and no doubt, and he knows it, he's obviously not as fast and quick as you're going to be early in your career. Father time is real for everyone, but at the same time, he's still playing a really high level of hockey, and there's no doubt that he still has it in him. He has said multiple times he simply loves the game and he loves being around the boys. I think, too, with this young core that we're seeing with Ryan Leonard and Cole Hudson and even Ilya Protas, I think that just being around them every day in the locker room and things like that, too, I think that makes him feel more youthful, being around this new young core. There's no doubt that, he can't continue to produce for this team and play at a high level.
Katie, thank you as always. Have a great week.
Thank you. You too.
We will see you. Talk about the association, please, Darius. About Keith Smith of Spot Track joins us. I got to tell you, right now, the commissioner of the NBA is under a little bit of fire, but he won one last night. Those playing games were excellent, Keith.
Yeah, they absolutely were. It's one of those things where you hope you get that kind of NCAA tournament feel where it's single elimination-ish, right? It's not exactly that, but it's as close as we get in the NBA, and it was a lot of fun.
Yeah, let's talk 127, 126. the Heat loss to the Charlotte Hornets, and whether or not you think LaMelo Ball could end up being suspended. I thought that was about as dirty a play as I've seen in a long time, where you use your hands to trip a guy and take out his legs.
Yeah, absolutely. And I don't buy any of the nonsense he was mumbling about after the game about, I might have had a concussion. I didn't really know where I was. And then quickly backtracked when the reporters did a good job of saying, well, were you evaluated for a concussion? And then it turned into, well, I don't really know what a concussion is. A bunch of foolishness out of him. He made a dirty play. He, fortunate for him and his team, he didn't get caught with it, but, cameras catch all. And now the league has a decision to make. Are they going to suspend him for a play after the fact that nothing happened with live in the game? We're going to see, assuming that'll come down here in the next day or so before they play on Friday, because they'll want to give the rest of the Hornets at least a little bit of heads up to tweak and change their game plan and whatever they have to do.
Yeah, of course, I missed it live. I saw the play, and oh no, Bam went down. I mean, Grayson Allen thinks that play was dirty. I thought that was ridiculous. But in terms of the Hornets, for young teams that are on the ascent, and we're here in Washington, D.C., are they kind of a nice, I don't know what the right word is, not a model to follow, but they got a bunch of nice, fun young pieces on this club, and I don't think they're going anywhere this year, but are they ascending, or is this close to their ceiling?
Oh, no, I think they're definitely ascending. I think between the Hornets and the Pistons and then the Spurs, now Spurs obviously not, no one else is going to get a Wemby, so we'll kind of keep them to the side. But definitely the Hornets and the Pistons, those are teams that Washington can kind of look to where it was, all right, we built up the young core, we got a lot of young guys, then we went out and got some veteran guys to put in there with them, and that's how you can push it forward. It just posted this afternoon. My off-season preview for the Wizards is out on SpotTrack.com, and I broke down what it means to have Davis and Young and what comes next for them and how the Wizards, it's really important they get their next contracts right in order to give this team a lifespan to grow. But, yeah, certainly the Hornets they've still got room to grow because they've got a lot of guys who are very far from being finished products.
Anthony Davis wants to know what the plan is before he really commits to the Wizards longer term. Isn't he the plan? Isn't that the whole point here?
Yeah, I mean, probably. I would start that conversation with, well, we hope you and Trae Young are a big part of it, along with Alex Sarr and Keyshawn George and Bob Carrington and whoever we picked in this year's draft. That's where I would start the conversation. But I get it from Anthony Davis's standpoint. There was all that buzz at the trade deadline that if he's traded, he's going to immediately demand a max extension and all that. And I think Anthony Davis realized, all right, well, the spending landscape has changed a little bit around the league. I don't know that I can pull off just demanding a max, but it's probably good for him to sit down with the Wizards and say, all right, where do you want to go? Anthony Davis is going to be 33 years old. In next season, or he's 33 now. He'll be 33 at the start of the season. And I think for Anthony Davis and the Wizards, it's going to be good to say, all right, hey, you probably don't have 10 years of runway here. How do we maximize our time together and make this work?
Keith, I want to sneak a quick one in. Denny Ovie was sensational last night for Portland as they win their playing game. A lot of Wizards fans are grumbling.
At the time, but they got Bob Carrington, they got Malcolm Brogdon. Now Malcolm Brogdon turned into Marcus Smart, turned into other stuff, and you can kind of play that chain the trades together and break them all down that way. But I think at the time for where Denny Avdia was, where the Wizards was, it was a trade that made a lot of sense. They were hitting a hard reset, and I don't know that Denny Avdia becomes the player he's become if he's still in Washington in a place where I don't know that he would have been given the room to kind of grow, and also for a team that had some goals of, hey, we're trying to be good, so we can't have this be a slow progression. We need you to get there and get there quickly. So it makes sense for me why they made the trade at the time, even now in retrospect, kind of like, boy, I wish we kind of still had that guy.
Keith Smith, after a couple of outstanding games in hoops last night on our Beltway Blitz. Thank you.
I appreciate it. Thanks for having me.
Thanks, Keith.
Story of the day, though, let's get back to it. The Commanders' new uniforms. And the new uniforms are the old uniforms. White 91 throwback Gibbs era unis at Northwest Stadium and their burgundy counterparts on the road, and then brand new, beautiful, upgraded black on black look. So, JP, you guys got off the air in the minutes before the announcement was made. Unfortunately, you're going to have to wait 24 hours to discuss it, but pumped up you could hop on to give us some thoughts. So give us the preview. What did you think?
I thought they hit a home run. I mean, quite honestly, for everybody that wants the old school look, it looks like the old Redskins uniforms at times. And then we know that the Commanders it's the name. Okay, just accept it. They're not going back to the old name, but I thought they pretty much got as close as you can get. And look, that jersey release yesterday, the fake one that was on the sweatshirt, people hated that thing, but the spear looks a little bit better on the helmet. Some people are still going to hate the W, but one thing I know is, you do a Paulson poll from time to time. We do Junkies polls. It's very rare where you get 80% of the people loving it or liking it, and that's what I've seen on both our Instagram page, on our Facebook page, on our Twitter page. People seem to dig it.
Yeah, I think you're 100% right. It is a home run, as universally beloved as something's going to be. You mentioned the W. I am one of the W haters. I just see Snyder and his cronies thumbing their nose at me. Do you agree with me, JP, that it seems like there's room for that to be the next thing to go? You've got 4 years until the stadium. They're in no rush to do anything now, and maybe that's kind of the last thing they could dangle or the last lever they could pull in terms of kind of an overhaul.
It's possible, but I've seen more and more of the W around. Like, if you think about how long it's been around, right? I remember doing pregame shows and postgame shows, being out and about like you guys are, and seeing almost no gear. And slowly but surely, I've seen more and more of that W. So I know that there's a big contingent of fans that hate it, the people that call it the taco holder and all that sort of thing. But you're seeing more and more of it maybe from the younger generation. So I kind of think it's here to stay. It might be minimized.
I want to go back to the black alts because Danny and I, this is the one thing we've disagreed on. We're both obviously in love with the Redskins uniforms that were brought back. White and burgundy as the predominant look. Danny's just out on any kind of black on black alts. He doesn't think it's this organization. I kind of think you need one at this point in this era, and I think they hit it out of the park. What do you make of what they call their hail raisers?
Thought it looked cool. I'm just going to keep it simple. Like, I think that's what uniforms is all about, right? So it's your initial reaction, your blink. My blink was it looked pretty good. And we're not going to see it every week, but every once in a while they'll whip it out, and I thought it looks really good.
My biggest issue is there's no connection. Like when they're we're going back to the past. We're going to the thing that you all love. And here's something that has zero connection to it. So it's more the general principle of it. This is improved over the previous version that looked like an Arizona State jersey or a Pittsburgh Steelers jersey or whatever. It's better because it's got some of the burgundy and the gold to it. That's kind of where my objection lies, though, JP. Your thoughts?
I think that makes sense. There's the messaging that we're connecting to the past, and you're probably right that that's not a connection to the past, but maybe you're reading too much into it. Again, I kind of think like if it's on the shelves, right, you're going to a store, would you want to buy it? I think that's what they're going for, and I think it's kind of a cool-looking jersey.
All right, last one for me, JP. I'm on record. I think that the Spear W from the
with a little bit longer than you think to kind of have it settle in. Like changing it next year seems a little fast for me. Maybe something's going to happen by the time the new stadium's there. Here's what I do know. They got to win games, right? If they win games, everybody's going to be happy with everything. We ran into Mark Klaus, who you had on the show, and look, you can do everything you want with the jerseys, hit home runs, and nobody's going to care if you're losing all your games.
JP, you're the best, buddy. I always appreciate the time.
Appreciate it.
JP Flame, Sports Junkie, 6 a.m. right here on The Fan. Grant and Danny with you. I want to get into where the Commanders' new uniforms rank among the best looks in DC sports. I've got a list I put together of how I would rank our best uniforms at this point. We'll juxtapose it with Danny's. We'll get some thoughts on that next on The Fan. I don't have it. Hold on. What's up, DC? You guys got plans Saturday? I've got a Little League baseball game for my son that I'm going to in the morning. And then I got afternoon plans. Maybe you do as well. The DC Defenders. They are home at Audi Field. Guys, it is time to defend the district once more. Saturday, April 18th at 12:30. This weekend, 12:30 kick. Defenders are back at Audi Field trying to get off to a 2-0 home start this year. 3-1 overall in the season. And they're taking on the St. Louis Battlehawks, one of their top rivals in the UFL. It's a can't-miss showdown. There's going to be big hits and huge plays, an electric crowd, all of the things you're used to at Defenders games. I love taking my kids. My son is fired up to go. He's got his gear laid out, ready for Saturday already. You're going to enjoy going as well. Bring the family, bring the neighbors, get them in on the UFL action. The defending champions, the DC Defenders. Get loud, defend DC at Rowdy Audi. UFLDefenders.com to get your tickets. That's UFLDefenders.com.
This update is brought to you by PVI Office Furniture. Fast, excellent, affordable. Business grows with PVI. In Basketball play-in tournament last night. The Hornets beat the Heat 127-126 in overtime. They'll play the loser of the Magic Sixers game today. The Trailblazers beat the Suns 114-110. Portland will now be the 7 seed in the West. Magic take on the Sixers tonight in the 7-8 game at 7:30, and the Warriors will take on the Clippers in the 9-10 game at 10 o'clock. Hockey last night. Capitals beat the Blue Jackets 2-1 to wrap up their season. Will that be the final time we see Alex Ovechkin in a Capitals uniform? Baseball, the Nationals taking on the Pirates for Game 3 of the 4-game set tonight. 6:40 right here on the Fan. Jake Irvin takes on Mason Montgomery. PVI Office Furniture brings expert design, fast delivery, and professional installation. That's a winning play for your office. Step up your workspace at PVIPVI.com because business grows with PVI. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Taking you all the way up to 610, we're Grant and Danny on the Fan. If you missed Booger McFarland, make sure you podcast that conversation wherever you get your audio. And Mark Klaus, the president of business ops for the Commanders, was on with us talking about the new uniforms and our go grab the audio of that conversation. It'll be available for you. So, Danny, best look in DC sports right now belongs to who?
We have a new champion.
We do.
We've got it. The number 1 seed, the home whites.
The home whites?
For the Washington football gentlemen. Because it was good enough for Joe Gibbs, it's good enough for me. We should wear white at home. You got it, coach. Let's do that. Let's do what Joe Gibbs says to do. And everyone else can shut up. Do that.
White uniform, burgundy pants, the best look?
Yes, it is.
I think people are going to sleep on the white on gold combination. Or really, what is the mustard yellow pants? They're not actually the gold.
The Bruce Allens?
Yes, but the white on yellow pants I think is going to look really good too. I actually think adding the stripes on the side of those pants, having those as an option though, you know this as a guy who likes clothes and has a closet with a lot of nice things in it.
Mm-hmm.
You add just like a versatile pair of pants. Now all of a sudden,
it opens up all the possibilities.
the math
Totally right.
changes. It's like, how many different uniforms can you wear?
Mm-hmm.
If it's just burgundy pants with white and burgundy and white pants or whatever, the math is different. Then now you add gold and the permutations are like times 3. So now there's like 21 different variations you've introduced just with those gold pants. And they should rock all of them over the course of the season. Here's what I came up with. I actually think the Nationals navy blue jerseys that they wore last night.
That was my 1 seed.
I think that's about as good as it gets. I am a huge fan of the Nationals electric blue alternates, which are their City Connects now. I think they're better than the gray ones that everybody loved. I've always loved these electric blues that they wear on the weekends.
I mean, a little cold water for that take.
I thought about that actually as my 1 seed in DC Sport. But I'm going with the navy blues that the Nats wore all the way to the World Series. And the other uniform I will throw into the conversation, the jersey that I think has to get a little run here, is the Caps Screaming Eagle. Either the black or the red. You could go whichever way you'd like. I love the black Screaming Eagle like Ovie has always loved it. They now do the red version of it. That's great too. But that would be my short list, would be navy blue Nats, electric blue Nats, Commanders clean home whites, and then the Capitals Screaming Eagle. But I think the Commanders are now on the board. They had fallen completely out of the conversation.
Yeah, they were not receiving any votes. And now it's jumped all the way up to my 1 seed.
I think the whites that I always call them the Carson Wentz whites, but those whites that everyone knows, the gradient burgundy fake color, whatever that was, the terrible, you're not really Washington, you look like the Arizona Cardinals or something, whatever those were, that was the worst uniform in the history of DC sports. It was so ugly and so terrible. Maybe right there with like teal Wizards stuff. Just the teal on teal look.
Yep.
Bad. The burgundies for the Commanders were closer to the correct color, but still wrong. They looked like they were USC. It was like Juju Smith-Schuster's, Matt Leinert's USC Trojans with Reggie Bush. I like those better than the whites, but they were bad too. Now, both of their traditional uniforms are in the top 5 combo, and this is where you and I will part ways. As far as alternates, if that's its own category, those blacks give the electric blue Nats alts a run for their money as the best in the city.
So my list currently would go football team whites 1, Nats blues, not the
navy blue.
Yeah, not the correct blues, the blues of joy. Those ones are number 2. Number 3 is the burgundy for the football team again. 4 would probably be the Caps reds. Just the regular old-fashioned reds. I think that Screaming
If
Eagle.
you're going red, go Screaming Eagle red.
No, that could just die.
You just want the letters that say Capitals?
Yeah,
That's
terrible. I want a big bonfire for all the Screaming Eagle. That's Yager time to me. That's time of sadness. That era should be done away with. A lot of Joey Juneau, black Screaming Eagle jersey, a lot of epic failure and wrongness. So I want that gone. There are no Wizards jerseys on the list, though. They had one that crept in a little while ago with the blue that looked like bullets. The blue looked like those old mid-'80s Michael Adams, Mark Allery, Jeff Rulin, Jeff Malone kind of blue with some stripes on it. They replaced that with the dumb, darker blue that says district on it. Those are stupid. Golds are stupid. The cherry blossom ones for them are stupid.
The blue. Consider for this conversation. They basically took the old Bullets ones and they just turned the clock.
So the incredibly handsome Corey Kispert is wearing it in this picture, if I can untether it.
I hope it's not the one I'm thinking of.
It's this one right here that looks like a Bullets jersey.
Yes, but why don't you just go with the better version of that, which is the white.
Which one's that you're talking
red,
about?
white, and blue on the left there. That clean, that is the Bullets
No,
jersey.
that's not. That's a modern
than
weird
that.
thing. No, this is Bullets. This is 80s headbands, armbands, knee pads, angry men playing in the post. That's what that jersey says to me. That says I'm going to back you down and go for 17-9 in a 25-point
But
loss.
it's a different color. The blue's not right. I mean, if people are mad that it's not the right burgundy, then you can't tell me that's the right blue.
No, that's closer to the blue than it was. They've changed the
Yeah.
blue over the years. Talking about the Wizards because they were the Bullets. Of course, that name should never have changed. But that was my 4C. But it doesn't even exist, so they don't really do that. That was a one-time throwback. So instead of Bullets, it says Washington
That's
on
the
it.
team, by the way, that could really benefit from a rebrand.
Oh yeah,
I saw this viral clip going around on TikTok, Instagram, whatever the app was. And this guy did a big presentation on the Rock the Red era for the Capitals. Have you guys seen this?
No.
And so I'll have to send it to the group chat. It was pretty cool. I'll try to tweet it out if I can find it here in the next few minutes. But basically this guy tells the backstory on Rock the Red. And he's like, it was a calculation. Nobody was going to Caps games. Nobody was that in. They had just drafted Ovechkin. They were trying to turn the tide at the arena. And I don't know the guy's name, but he shouts out like the executive with Ted that came up with the idea of we need a color that everyone's going to be wearing in the arena. And it's like a thing that you're buying into. And they came up with the idea. This brand was going to be called Rock the Red uniforms. And they completely rebranded the entire organization. There was no comp. There was nothing similar to that in Capitals lore. Anyway, currently, I think the Wizards would benefit immensely from something like that. Like we're at a time where the Wizards are about to start winning again, hopefully. And they're coming out of this rebuild. And they have this opportunity, this chance to have a different era. They're not going to rename themselves, I don't think, although that would be great too.
They should.
But they should completely come out with new uniforms, have some kind of color scheme in the arena, do like what the Caps did with the Rock the Red era. They would benefit from that huge.
100%. Because the guys talk about if you're too far down the line in terms of brand equity, you can't change it. Right? It doesn't help you to change. What brand equity do the Wizards have? For goodness sakes. You've done nothing but lose forever. You've been a joke. You've been a punchline. You have been among the dregs of the league, the only team that doesn't have a 50-win season. Everyone else has taken a turn except for you. Not only have you not had any playoff success, you've had no success of any kind. You have been the comic relief organization in the NBA. They could absolutely do with a brand overhaul, with a name overhaul. A million things could happen that would be positive for them. I'm 100% with you.
All right, let's hit the phones. 800-636-1067. The Commanders have a new look. They're throwing it back to the Redskins era with their whites and their burgundies. They've got this new Hailraiser black on black to improve the black uniforms as well. Danny, best thing that they did today was what?
Not have
stripes on the pants. Yes.
Yeah, that's my 1A.
The
Perfect.
font on the numbers. The font, you could have done everything right and then not had the exact same font.
Mhm.
They have the same font.
The Wayne Fontenot's perfect.
The Jaden Daniels 5 looks like the Brett Conway 5, right? The 14 that whoever's going to be wearing running around is going to look like Brad Johnson in the old uniform. In fact, Strobes was holding up the burgundy that was out here in the bullpen that Klaus had brought by today when he joined BMitch and Finlay in person. And I was like, what's this from? He's like, oh, this is the thing today. And I'm like, walking up, I just thought it was an old Doug Williams jersey that was chilling there. And I flip it around and it's a McLaurin. It just, all it is the exact same jersey that it used to be. If you're into that kind of thing, if you like the old Redskins jerseys, you're going to like the new Commanders jerseys. Jimmy's in the district. What's up, Jimmy? How are you? Jimmy, this is the part where you talk.
It's pulling off Lufthansa ice.
You will get nothing. We were due for one of those.
Yeah, it's been a minute.
Show was going well, momentum, good segment.
Throwing the ball around.
People were listening.
We're talking.
Masses were being entertained.
Shows were being done.
And then you engage the people. That was the mistake. That was the mistake we made. Jay in Brooklyn, listening on the Odyssey app. You're from New York. You know about good sports talk radio. What do you got?
Hey, guys. I'll just say that I'm elated with the uniforms. They look great. If I was in a coma for the last 6 years and I woke up and saw the team on the field with those uniforms, I'd know it was the same team that I rooted for. And, yeah, I think the Spear is an experiment to see if maybe cancel culture doesn't push back against it too much, and then maybe they'll get rid of the awful Block W. That would be wonderful. Could I just comment on the Washington Wizards 1 second? I don't know if you saw what Ovie did last night, but I'd like to say that the Washington Wizards, for the last 41 years, is the worst franchise in American sports, period. To let go of Avdia was a disgrace. And the Beal deal was horrendous. The Arenas deal years before, the number of mistakes by the front office is mind-boggling. So maybe earmark it and comment on that somewhere in the future. Thanks so much, guys.
Appreciate you, buddy.
Appreciate you.
Yeah, I disagree with you on the Avdia trade.
I know it's gonna if on a binary you go, he played great for the 10 seed. They're running everything through him. He played awesome. Where does that jive with what they're trying to do in terms of asset gathering? And would you have won a handful more games this year? How does that help you?
So it's twofold for me. A, he is the beneficiary of being the guy on a bad or a mediocre team, let's call it, which is what I think they are. It goes back to Terrell Pryor when Washington signed him and everyone was all excited. Yep. And the point I kept making is, as people were screaming that he had 1,000 yards, someone's got to get yards. He had 1 million targets, had a low catch percentage for like 70 catches and 1,000 yards. I wasn't that excited about it. I think Denny Avdia, on a championship level team, you push him down the depth chart a little bit, is probably the perfect sixth man, maybe a good fourth option, something like that. But on this team, where he gets to let his hair down and go be great, he's playing his butt off. 24 points, 7 rebounds, 7 assists. He's awesome.
Yeah.
And by the way, he's only 25 years old.
Had a great year. But you've heard Michael Winger talk about it. The timing didn't match up with where their build was going.
That's my second point.
Yeah.
He is 25. Their players are all 20 and 21. And if you're old on that team, you're 22. He gets paid sooner. He is ahead of the curve. They wanted to, A, basically have everyone be comparable ages, which I think is smart, and B, be terrible. Having Denny Avdia play really good basketball for them this year,
and then it was like with the backup unit, he could sort of be the point forward. They didn't know what they were doing. They drafted this player correctly, by the way. That was a good pick at 9.
9th pick.
And then you got a bunch of mismatch, and no one's really sure. Different regimes have different ideas. So if your point is you shouldn't let good players go, okay, I guess I sort of understand that. But there's a lot more nuance to it than, these idiots, this new regime, let this good player go. I think they had an idea that he could be pretty good, but it doesn't jive with where they were and what they wanted.
I don't disagree on how badly they've been run for a long
time, dude.
Ernie Grunfeld, not a particularly good executive. I think Shepard was better, as evidenced by the draft pick of Avdia at 9. But obviously, it wasn't until right now with this group that they've done things correctly. And I think these guys have batted pretty close to 1,000. If you want to say this was a swing and a miss, that's your prerogative. As I sit here today, I would do that Avdia trade again because of, A, You're terrible on purpose. That's how they became the worst team in the NBA this year, and it's why they're gunning for the number 1 pick and hopefully the Bonsa, who they might not have been able to get if they kept Avdia. And secondly, he would be paid way sooner, and it's like the Nats with C.J. Abrams and Mackenzie Gore. He does not match up with your rebuild. You're not going to be good enough again before it's time to start shelling out huge money to him that changes what you're able to do on the market when you're good again. But yes, they lost a really good player. There's no doubt about that. Grant and Danny with you on the Fan. In 10 minutes at 5 o'clock, I want to sneak in a quick combo on the draft. We're 8 days away from the Commanders having the 7th pick. We've been discussing the new uniforms, though, throughout the day. Many of you just getting in the car, leaving the office, want to hop in. Stewart's in Fredericksburg on the Fan. Stewart, the Commanders' jerseys
fellas?
look like Redskins jerseys again, huh?
They look great. Don't we love a little burgundy and gold action? And the burgundy actually looks like burgundy, and the gold actually looks like gold. And, I guess the white on the jersey actually looks like the white on the jersey.
By the way, I guess we weren't all crazy. I guess we weren't all wrong. I mean, for years we're told, it is burgundy, it is gold. You guys aren't right. And today, Mark Klaus.
Because, good Lord, those jerseys were terrible. But one thing, fellas, I do want to talk about. How can we not have any more advancements in W font technology? Have we not been able to move past the curly W, the Walgreens, shouts out to the Nationals, or the block W that looks like the waste management W? Are those guys going to come around and pick up the trash on Monday morning? I mean, it is the worst. Take the W off the helmet. Just put the numbers. Leave it blank. Put the spear on it. Can we please do anything but that horrific W? It looks terrible. It looks like the creative team in Madden. It's just, we couldn't get we couldn't get the rights to the actual team in DC. So here's a block W and colors that look like it. Appreciate it. And look, I know everybody loves the black jerseys. The Hail Mary will make sure that they live on in perpetuity. But who are we chasing? Are we chasing the Steelers? Do we want to look like the Atlanta Falcons? I mean, please, can we just play in the burgundy and gold and in the white, and maybe we bring back those classic kind of maroonish burgundy jerseys with the spear on it? That's all I want. Or maybe even better yet, when Sean Taylor wore the yellow pants with the yellow and red R on the helmet,
that was a good look.
That was a great look. Let's go back to that look.
That's a good alternate look if you just want to stick with the alts of your own team colors. But I'll say to you what I said to Danny earlier today, which is, it doesn't sound like it's for you. You got to have a black alternate now. It's just got to be part of the ensemble. Like, what is a stylistic, Danny, fashion trend now that you hate when people dress up?
Ooh, great one.
Because, like, is it like showing ankle, like where the suit is the purposeful high water? I've seen you kind of do that.
No, I don't mind that with certain looks with a nice loafer. I cannot do, if you're above 141 pounds as a dude, I can't get away with it. I can't understand why people are doing the double-breasted jacket now.
Okay, well, so that's not a great comp, I don't think, because double-breasted was a big thing back in the day that's come back. But my point is just,
I know what you mean.
This is no different than, you now have to have this in the ensemble. And Danny's going, I'll never wear that. That's a terrible look. And I'm just saying, anyone who's fashion forward now, anyone who's got a wardrobe, anybody who's got a closet and looks good and likes to get dressed up on the weekend, where you have to have this version. It's getting married in a all white or a pink tux, or I don't know. And you're going, I'm never going to do that. The caller a minute ago saying, I hate the black jerseys. You need a black alternate. It's just what the kids do. It's just the cool thing that everyone has in the closet that you can break out every now and then and wear out to look sleek at a party. Doesn't mean they got to wear it all the time. Hopefully it's a once a year kind of special thing. I think people are going to have to deal with that. Here's my question for you based on his call, though. Because he sounds like you, hates the W. This is unanswerable.
Yep.
What percentage of this fan base can't stand the W?
So hard. So hard to say.
I go back and forth. Is it like 15% that's very loud?
Right.
Is it like 80% of people would touch a button and get rid of the W? I have no idea.
I don't either. And I try very hard, because you and I give our opinions every day. I try very hard just to make sure I'm going, this is my opinion. And I'll see some people that agree with me. That doesn't mean that's the majority or whatever. That's not it. I try not to ascribe my opinion to everybody. To the fan base thinks this. I think that's stupid and it's folly and it's very self-centered. I do know that we exist.
About even the group of people that are mad the name changed.
Right.
Because I think that's a huge part of the
That's
fan base
big,
by itself. That is a massive group of people. I'm saying of the people that have decided that they are accepting reality, that know that they're never going to have the Native American with the feather on the helmet again, that know that this team will never be called Redskins again. Not the never Commanders. What do they call? Like, it's like never Trumpers or never this or
The
that.
never
or,
evers, yeah.
Not the never Commanders people, right? I'm talking about just everyone else who's accepted what is. Of that collection of people, how many are anti-Block W? I don't even know where to start.
Look, if you had to guess right now, someone's like, guess or the world ends.
I'm going to annoy you, but I got to ask a question.
Go.
To clarify. We're saying of people that have accepted the name change, like even you hate the name.
Yeah, there you go. Because you have to qualify.
I don't even know
You're
how
right.
to do it. You know what I'm saying? I would say of the team's current fans that are not putting their fingers in their ears going, la, 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 they're always the Redskins, la, 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 la.
Mm-hmm.
Of the fans now, I would say 40% hate the W. But again, I'm pulling
based
that number
on what?
out
Yeah,
of the
again,
roof.
I'm not ripping you. Let's do it this way. Try to simplify it. Forget about the second category or any qualifiers. Forget about any qualifiers in or out on the Block W. Okay, so that's going to include people that like the team but like me hate the name. That's going to include people that haven't gotten over the name thing, and we'll say it's only Redskins. I'm not one of those, by the way, but there's a bunch of subcategories of that. Forget about any qualifiers or modifiers. Simple binary, in or out on the Block W. I think that number is higher than 40.
You think it's the majority?
I think it's like 50-50. Where the other 50% that either don't care or they're like, whatever, just win games, those people that you can't talk to, or they've either grown accustomed to it or even like it.
The Block W is so inoffensive and so irrelevant in a sense. It's like not interesting enough to be upsetting to me. That's
the acceptance category. I don't see the big deal. But for the rest of us, the way the field is for the camera, you're at the 50 or give or take, right? You're looking down at the side. What's on the side? All I see is 11 guys lined up in a row. Not true, 10 or maybe 9, and one guy's a little bit deeper. One guy's lined up, maybe in the shotgun, maybe underneath. I see the side of that helmet. I see that W, 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 W. Every play, that's all I can see. So it's in your face.
I get that you hate it, and I know what you see, and I know that it's an obsession, and I'm not, again, my whole goal today is not to tell anybody how to feel. Like, that is your reality. I'm empathetic to you hating that W. I'm just saying, for me, it's a letter, and it's not even good enough to hate, if that makes sense. Like, what's the old meme that, like, the guy that you told your girl said not to worry about or whatever? Like, if my wife is hanging out with, like, this super good-looking, handsome, successful guy who's dressed to the nines, and, like, they're going out for a work meeting, I'm, like, going to ask some questions, like, when are you going to be back? Where are you guys going? What's going on?
Why are you getting a hotel room?
The W is just such a number that I'm like, yeah, go have fun. I'm not bothered by her hanging out with the W. It's so irrelevant.
Huh.
It is unthreatening. It's just there. I can't work up any emotion or lather for that clip art letter for the taco holder.
But you said all the reasons. You said all the reasons why it's lather worthy, right? Because it's so that's the sound.
800-636-1067 if you want to hop in on Grant and Denny. We'll be getting into the NFL draft next hour as well. Taking you up to 6:10, and that's baseball tonight.
This update is driven by Oarsman Chantilly Toyota, as they like to say. Let's ride together. In hockey last night, the Capitals beat the Blue Jackets 2-1 to wrap up their regular season as they were eliminated from playoff contention with the Flyers win the other night. So, will that be the end for Alex Ovechkin? We'll keep you up to date on any news we hear throughout the Capitals offseason right here on The Fan. In baseball, the Nationals beat the Pirates in Game 2 of the series in Pittsburgh last night 5-4. Game 3 of the four-game set tonight, 6:40 right here on The Fan, 6:10 pregame with Charlie and Dave. Jake Irvin gets the ball for the Nationals. He is 1-1 on the season with a 7.07 ERA. Mason Montgomery goes to the hill for Pittsburgh. He is 1-0 with a 6.14 ERA. 6:40 Nats and Pirates right here on The Fan. Oarsman Chantilly Toyota keeps their customers happy by offering great deals on the area's best selection of new Toyotas, each backed by the Oarsman Lifetime Edge, featuring up to $1,500 in extras. As they like to say at Oarsman Chantilly Toyota, let's ride together. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Live from the Navy Yard in D.C. in our Half Street studios, Grant and Danny on The Fan. You can listen wherever you are via the Odyssey app to this program every single day. Pause, rewind, listen by chapter, whatever you want to do. Got a lot of power listening to the program via the app. Of course, over the air, 106.7 in and around D.C., our flagship. And then in Richmond, AM 910, FM 105.1. You can also watch us in high definition. Very handsome gentleman with a bunch of white hairs in our beards.
Yeah, little too many White Walkers south of the wall there.
106.7 The Fan YouTube channel is how you can do that. The whites just keep on coming, by the way.
They're not slowing down either. I saw one today. You can't
I was
see
talking about me. I'm not joning on you.
Oh, well yeah, mine. I mean, I've already lost.
It's a developing
situation.
situation.
Yeah, it's happening. It's right around the time it happened to me. And you notice a few, then there's more. A side white over here was sticking out today. When I first, get up to brush my teeth and live my life, and I go, like it's jarring. Here, this happens subtly down on the chinny chin chin. It's when they start popping up elsewhere where you go, defeated. It's over, Johnny. Over.
My brother, who has no children, was like, how do you have so many white hairs in your beard? I don't have any.
First of all, why don't you shut up?
I have 4 children.
Yeah.
I think that's probably a factor.
Yeah, I got bags under my eyes and a lot of whites in the old facial hair. We're exclusively sponsored by the law firm of Condori and Murad. Estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a free consultation with their team today by visiting kmlawyers.com. Be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com.
Yesterday, we talked about what was going to happen when the Commanders unveiled these new unis and whatever surprises they had up their sleeve. And we said that they had set it up to the extent that with this countdown and everyone being really excited about it, that there was a chance they didn't quite deliver the goods, that there wouldn't be anything surprising enough, that if we knew everything that happened, it would be underwhelming. I think they delivered, actually. Even though, if you read the tea leaves, I think you could connect the dots. Like, the transcript of whites full-time at home, new burgundies full-time on the road, new black uniforms is actually exactly what I was predicting. But I had no idea the blacks would look exactly how they did. I even thought the blacks would have the spear and the W on it, which we ended up getting, right? So, I mean, there was not anything stunning about this. They didn't keep any secret necessarily from the internet sleuths that wasn't mostly found out already. But I was still whelmed. Like, I got exactly what I wanted today. I did not feel like it was a disappointment or like it was built up too much. I actually thought this was a massive win for the organization, and it was executed beautifully in its simplicity. Mark Klaus made the rounds to TV stations, was at the radio station, called into us for a second time on the station, which was very, very kind. And he was kind of the front man.
Yep.
But there was no national TV show. They didn't have a big party at the stadium. I just think they did it in a really
just correct,
seamless way.
Yes, it wasn't goofy. It wasn't lampoonable. Now, I know I happen to like the result better, so maybe that colors it. And the source is better. It's not Dan Snyder. Anything Dan Snyder did, I was going to be like, God, I hate that. And mostly rightfully so. It bared out that way. But it was a lot less clunky and slick and consultanty and whatever was supposed to happen. Again, they thought internally, this is how we'll do it. We're not going to go on, at the time, NBC Sports Washington. We're not going to go on 106.7 The Fan. We're not going to go anywhere locally. We'll go to the Today Show. Branding! Global brand. You're not a global brand. No one cares about you in Tunisia.
They
you know
were
what I'm saying?
so fixated on the being a global brand.
They were so self-congratulatory. It reeked of just people that didn't get us and were giving us something going, here, you'll like this, take some more gruel on your plate. And it was miserable and awful, and that's why I still to this day hate any and every association with it, including this dumb Block W. But here's how this felt to me. You said whelmed. I think it's that there's a negative connotation to that, and I know what you mean, and it shouldn't be. You're tied in the ninth. You don't need a grand slam. They hit the solo homer, or they got the base hit here. Like, this was set up well. They just went, yeah, let's just keep it simple. The grand slam moonshot, oh my God, would have been getting rid of the Block W and having the spear or some kind of new thing. And this is the 10 out of 10. You only had to do a 6 out of 10, and they got all 6 to me. So everyone's thrilled today. Even if there's nitpicks, they save themselves some room for more as well while still banking a major win. That's a tough tightrope to walk.
It is hard to do the easy thing correctly, as the last regime proved.
He had such a tough time.
They could never execute the easy plan. It's so simple.
Honor Sean Taylor by taking a picture in front of this porta potty.
They could never do it. The layups were missed. They could not make their layups. I think this was mostly a layup, but it was an and one. I think they're going to the line, they're getting an extra free throw.
Yep.
Like, I actually would say this was a home run. You're using the comp of tying the game with the base hit. I think this was a home run for them today because I think the black uniforms are so much better. I think the introduction of the spear with the W and my impressions, my predictions, my feelings based on Klaus's answer to BMitch and Finlay, and then more accurately probably his answer to our direct question on this, because we had the benefit of hearing it the first time and getting to redirect in a different way. I do think this is only the beginning of the spear from a uniform and a gear standpoint.
Mm-hmm.
So I think this is ultimately going to be a new logo. But I think they crushed it. When I say I'm whelmed, I was worried that we were getting excited for something we already knew all about, that there wasn't going to be anything else. And Harris delivered. When I say I'm whelmed, they did exactly what they should have done. There was enough here that even if you'd already seen the invitation that there was a surprise party for you in a week, and you showed up knowing there was a surprise party, you weren't sure which buddies were going to be there, and someone flew in from California. You weren't sure exactly the details, and it's like, oh, they got me the cake that I love from this place I haven't been to in 4 years? That's a nice touch. So there were a couple of little surprises that worked. My succinct summary, 4-1-5-2-6, so much better than 2-2-22.
Let's not make folks wait. Let's not drag it out, Jason. What is the new team name?
Doug, what is it? We are the Commanders. We are the Commanders.
The Commanders. The Washington Commanders.
That's right.
Oh, that was so bad. God, just my skin is crawling remembering that day. You sleep on the night before, when we'd already been saying it was Commanders for like a month. It was the worst kept secret in town. There was that 1% possibility.
That maybe it was a clever ruse.
I'm going to call it hope.
Yeah.
That it's like, well, maybe it's not. And I remember I kept reaching out to people over there, and I was like, listen, every day we're calling them the Commanders on the radio. If we're wrong, you don't have to tell me what it is, but just let me know, because we're going really hard with this. Like, we were doing the countdown to Commanders or whatever.
Yeah.
We were leaning into the fact that we all kind of knew the name. And then the night before the unveiling, on the national TV show that none of us watch or care about as Commanders fans, the NBC4 chopper flies over the stadium and zooms in through the glass, and you see Commanders. And their own secret, their own announcement gets scooped by, oh, by the way, like their preeminent partner. This is something only I would care about, but I would have loved to have been a fly on the wall of that conversation. Because there are, at that time, I don't know if it's millions or I'm sure it's millions actually, but like hundreds of thousands of dollars exchanged between NBC4 and the football team. And any scoops, they're just sliding over their way. They're getting the one-on-one interview with the coach and the quarterback now it's Channel 9 that does this.
Yeah, it was like the 7:30 on Sunday football show or whatever,
I could be botching it, but I'm 95% sure it was NBC4's chopper that scoops them. Their own partner. And they're just airing it live, and it's like they're the Commanders, and now it's over. And I remember talking to someone that night, like, is this a thing? Like, was that supposed to happen? And they were smoke coming out of their ears, crestfallen, livid, apoplectic. It was over. But they're still going to sit in the folding chairs the next morning.
Well, respectfully, you sleep on the fact that their own in-house production revealed it.
That's right.
Months before.
But they didn't say Commanders. They just revealed the helmet, right?
Well, they didn't reveal the helmet, but it was written down on a piece of paper that Ron Rivera go, I like this one, I really do. This group could be eliminated. Like he's sitting there reading it and everyone saw it.
Did they see Commanders?
Yeah.
On that?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Is that how we all figure? Like, why?
That was our first big inclination, was the name of the team because it was written down on one of the papers and Ron said he liked it.
I don't remember that. You're probably right.
I really do.
I do remember the reflection in the window of Ron, like, looking at the helmet. The thing that they did literally 2 weeks ago with this new gear, where they were just smart enough to make sure that we couldn't see it. The last group did that, too, when Jason Wright, a passerby, it was here for 3 hours. Nice guy.
Very nice dude.
Ron Rivera, a passerby.
Nice guy.
Also a nice guy, who was here for 2 hours.
It really was.
Those two are sitting there, and Jason Wright's like, what do you think, coach? And for some reason, Ron Rivera's in charge of helping
Never
pick.
forget that was a thing.
Like, imagine that.
No.
Dan Quinn's picking the logo and the team name. What a dumb thing that would be. But that's what was happening.
Yes.
And Ron's like, I really like this. And in the reflection, you see the stupid W. You see the Commander stuff. It's right there.
It's right there.
It was
right there.
The whole thing was so bad. But we were gaslighted so hard, if I could use that 2026 term, where we're upset and they're like, you guys, you're just negative. It's like, but it all got screwed up. It was terrible. Where's my fireworks? Where's my anything other than a folding chair and John Allen and Doug Williams?
I found the production piece that we were using for Countdown to Commanders. Mind if I play real quick?
Oh, let's go.
It's the Countdown to Commanders. Or something else. Grant and Danny are counting you down to the February 2nd name change.
Commanders.
Commanders.
I haven't done that bit in forever.
I just got a text sent to me by, who is this? Let's see. Okay, this is my buddy Ryan. So the difference in these jerseys, my God, man.
Yeah.
And you lied to us.
It was the lying.
I caught you cheating and you said it was my fault.
Wasn't me.
Well, you weren't in good shape. I didn't like looking at you anymore. You cheated, man. What? Look at this.
Yeah.
This is the juxtaposition of the colors on the current and the supposed same colored uniform they just had.
Which one of these is not like the other? It's the lying.
It was the lying.
The lying was number one. The terribleness was number two.
Remember that?
If there were multiple things. It was a Nike blame. It was
Nike
like, well, actually,
can't make the same paint color. They mixed the paints wrong at Home Depot. They blamed Home Depot.
At one point, Lowe's got involved.
Lowe's, for some reason, it was the mixer.
Yeah.
It was.
Well, we had Benjamin Moore come in, and he couldn't get it right.
They blamed Sherwin-Williams at some point. They're like, you guys don't understand. They stopped making this color at the paint store. They blamed the pleats and the pants. I mean, everybody got some. They didn't just say, we screwed it up. Just say it. The people that screwed up the crest couldn't possibly have screwed up the colors.
You stole my thunder from the producers that brought you the crest with the incorrect years.
And with the years, by the way, while we're on this, when they screwed up.
And they argued!
This is actually so funny to think about all this crap now. It's actually like, where's my 60 minutes episode or my documentary 30 for 30? The crest, I remember this conversation with someone. I call over and I'm like, hey, little thing. You probably heard a bunch about this. I'm not sure we're going to kill it, but I just want your perspective on this to be, because contrary to popular belief, try to be fair. I think you would acknowledge this. You
do a good job.
As far as the show goes, I'm reaching out. I got connections over there, and I'm trying to
You're fairer than me.
Get their perspective, right? And they're like, that's the calendar year when they won the Super Bowl. And I'm like, yeah. They're like, so yeah, that's what we did. We put the years that they won the Super Bowl. And I was like, but there's never been, in the history of sports, any indication when you win a championship of the date where the Super Bowl happened. It's the 91 season. So the fact that you won it in January of 92 really isn't that important. They're like, well, they won it in 92.
Yes, they did.
But it was the 91 Redskins. You get the difference.
Right? That's such a big difference.
But they dug into the ground initially on that. They're like, no, they won it those years. As if we were the dumb ones.
Right.
Because we wanted the 91 team.
Actually, they won it those years. Then there's like 3 people on Twitter. They're like, if you're technically being correct,
Not how sports works.
Yeah, from the people that brought you the Sean Taylor installation, from the same producers that gave you the 100 greatest Redskins with factual errors and pictures of guys in different uniforms, comes 2-2-22. Fart noise.
London Fletcher's name spelled wrong on something. What was that? Was it when they revealed that he was going to go into the ring or something?
I think that's right.
His name
and
was
it was
spelled wrong.
Freda Felcher from Cranston.
Yep, exactly.
Yeah. Remember when London Fletcher was London Fletcher Baker for like a year? You guys always sleep on that. I always bring that up and no one remembers it.
I don't remember that.
Yeah, it was like one of his early years with the Redskins. He, like, on Madden was Fletcher Baker, and I think for a short time was going to do like a hyphenated last name, but it didn't end up sticking.
Huh.
Or he went against it. I don't know what happened.
Do you remember also when they had some bad PR and they were like, you know what this weekend also is honoring Sean Taylor? It's always been that way. And then we found out from multiple people that it wasn't always planned, and they just threw it together haphazardly, and Jackson Mahomes danced on the Sean Taylor part of the field.
I love this, by the way. Apparently, Metro cars are decked out, maybe not all of them, but some of them, in burgundy and gold right now with the block W. Now, you won't like that part, but they're basically like wearing Redskins uniforms, these Metro cars.
Step on board.
Burgundy and gold, and it's the right color.
It's the correct one?
I can't tell you how prideful it is. I guess I don't need to. Everyone can relate.
Everyone gets it.
You all understand. I don't need to Commander fan-splain this to anybody. But for those of you listening in your cars that aren't fans of this team,
yep,
that are among the people that come up to us at appearances and say you like this team, but you listen to the show, ... For those people, just being able to turn on the TV for the Sunday nighter against Seattle, even though I watched their defense not get off the field, and that game could have been 100-3 if the Seahawks wanted it.
If they felt it, yeah.
And you had to go through the Jaden Daniels elbow injury when he was in the game at 31-7 that night. Yep. Oh, by the way.
Same night.
Being able to turn on the TV and just see those clean whites was romantic. You know, it was beautiful.
Yes, it was.
And now you get to see the burgundies on the road.
You do.
Redskins are back, man. I mean, the jersey. The uniform.
Right.
They were an expansion team that I didn't know anything about, and now they're the team that I cared about growing up. Again.
Pretty much. The stripes. Look at the gold face mask. Look at it. Or not, you're not looking at it. Look at it.
It's a good face
Look at that gold face mask.
The striping. We calling it piping or striping?
I go for both, and I hope that nobody calls me on it. I hear both. Like, I feel like I can say piping, but I can't tell you if that's the right thing or not. The stripes. You know what we're talking about. On the pants. But it's on the sleeve of the jersey, too. That's the deal. When I think of that jersey, I think of the late 80s, and it's kind of flapping in the wind. It's like Art Monk's getting a first down, or Gary Clark's going deep, or something like that. And it's loose. They tightened up over time, but you could still see the stripes.
Do you think that Jason Wright and his crew, wherever they are today, like one of them's doing a DC United thing?
Will Misselbrooks is like, this is so stupid.
I wonder if he's like, this isn't the right colors. They botched the colors.
I can't believe people like this. Ew. Dumb.
Danny, I want you to get the word out there. We back up.
We back up.
Grant and Danny on the Fan.
This update is brought to you by the DC Defenders. The other football team in town, the Washington Commanders, unveiled some new uniforms today. A throwback to the old Redskins look, also unveiled a new black uniform featuring a spear on the helmet through the W. In hockey, the Capitals finished up their season with a 2-1 win over the Blue Jackets. Will that be the final time we see Alex Ovechkin? We'll keep you up to date on all the news that we find out throughout the Capitals offseason right here on The Fan. Baseball, the Nationals beat the Pirates last night 5-4. Game 3 of the 4-game set tonight in Pittsburgh. 6:40 right here on The Fan. Jake Irvin takes the hill for the Nationals. Mason Montgomery pitches for the Pirates. DC Spring Professional Football is back. Defenders versus the St. Louis Battlehawks, Saturday, April 18th, 12:30 at Audi Field. Free clear bag for the first 5,000 fans. Tickets at UFLDefenders.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Grant and Danny on The Fan. The Commanders have new full-time uniforms. They'll wear the 91-era whites at home, burgundies on the road. Tweak the gold pants to match both the white and burgundies by adding 2 stripes on the pants. Number font is back. They look like the jerseys that are hanging in your closet from yesteryear. And I'd imagine, Danny, on the black uniforms, which I like and you don't, there's no black uniform that you would be okay with.
No, not specifically, but there's only a handful of teams that have that as their alternate, though. There's only, I think, just by my quick and dirty count as of the beginning of last year, I think there were 5 or 6 teams that had all black unis as part of their repertoire as an alternate. I mean, Pittsburgh's, that's one of their colors, the black and gold. I'm just thinking of in terms of alternate. The Eagles, Ravens, Jets had one, a couple others. This is as of last year, so maybe there's been new that have been unveiled. But Carolina, part of their base jersey, I think they've got a black with some of that blue trim. So maybe that's not a true jersey.
Yeah.
So maybe that's an alternate. But the point is, it's not everybody. It's not ubiquitous.
Point of clarification, I think it's true. There are a lot of teams that have unveiled these jerseys that are for purchase. Remember, the Commanders have had for purchase black jerseys for years. They never wore them before.
Mm-hmm.
They wore those black and yellow Commanders ones, the Hail Mary jerseys. But there are a lot of teams that do that, but they never wear them. That's not what this is. This is, they're saying, we're going to wear these, which is very, very different. Like the Jets have black jerseys. A lot of teams. The Eagles have come out and worn black jerseys. The Cardinals have done it. You mentioned the Panthers. Obviously, the Saints have black on black traditionally, like the Ravens do or others. But, I'm looking at upwards of 13 to 15 teams wear black uniforms, but that accounts for the teams that have it as primary colors. Let's go to Sam in Gainesville on The Fan. What'd you make of the day for the Commanders? Sam?
Okay. Thank you, Sam.
I didn't agree with that, actually.
You know what? I actually thought he made a great point.
You thought he was right about that?
Yeah, just his silence basically spoke all the volumes about the joy of the day. What else do you need to say? That was his point.
I'm surprised Darius didn't dump that. That was, honestly, that was inflammatory what he just said.
There was something.
Strober, will you cut what he just said and put it in a video? That will get numbies.
Numbies.
You want numbies, Strobes? You looking for some numbies? Cut that.
Dude, Lou was in town just yesterday. You could shoot that right up there.
Send
Lou,
it up
look
to
at this.
New York. Say, this is how we do in Odyssey.
Mm-hmm.
This is the kind of clip that we like to clip off here at the Grant and Danny radio program and send out there. Why? Numbies. Jay in D.C.
Hey, what's up, you guys?
Hey, buddy.
Grant, I did want to say, man, like I was really worried about the Take a Man podcast. And you are killing it, man. I've been listening to it since the beginning, and I love you guys. I haven't been able to call to say that. Doing a great job. Keep it rolling. But
I appreciate you.
I just want to say I love the uniforms. Darius said something a while ago. He said his main problem was that we didn't have home and away jerseys, and we finally have that. It looks cohesive. It was real easy. Love the jerseys. I do want to say that, Danny, you know you're my man, but I've talked to all of my older relatives. All of us love the black jerseys. It's not like an old person thing.
Really?
You always kind of go back to that. Hey, I text my friend group. But does it really mean anything? If you ask Toby, hey, if Toby was like, hey, I talked to all my friends and they liked it. It doesn't really mean anything. You know what I'm saying?
Right. I'm not accusing my St. Albans buddies of being a scientific sample, other than that, it's just a group of sounding board. But Jay, that actually surprises me that your older demo kind of in your sphere is into it. Because to me, the objection is like, it's not what I remember. It's got nothing to do with my team. So that's just interesting to me.
Yeah, but my family always bought the black jerseys. We just like them. My granddad's 85 years old. Will always wear the black jerseys. It's just honestly, it's a style thing. I don't think I've ever. Yeah, it's just a style thing.
I agree with you, Jay, because here's what I'll say to that. Good phone call. Thanks, buddy. The black screaming eagle for the Capitals, I freaking loved. I thought that was awesome. And I stopped buying red Capitals sweaters. I have 3 or 4 black Screaming Eagle cap sweaters from the last couple of years. Now, since they went away, I've gone back to buying Andrew Crystal and Ethan Frank and a bunch of just fourth-line type guys. I go back to the red now to rock the red again. But I think it is style. Like, I'm wearing a black T-shirt. I wear a lot of black clothes. You don't really wear a lot of black, necessarily. Maybe it is that simple in terms of like a proclivity thing.
Yeah, I mean, I've got plenty of T-shirts. Makes me look a little less pudgy when I get on stage at times. But yeah, to me, the thing I keep coming back to is I could do an alternate uniform, even though it's not my favorite genre of the world. I understand.
You want uniforms to be the colors of the team.
Yeah, I think you can do it like the way, like for example, last year the Patriots had one that's at the top of this particular article. This is a bit of a throwback, but it's a Patriots jersey. Those are Patriots jerseys. Now,
those, by the way, which they've worn for years, the red, with like that red, white, and blue Patriot guy on the helmet. Those throwbacks are elite.
Right. It's the Steve Grogan is my quarterback, Andre Tippett's my linebacker, Patriots
Am I allowed
jerseys.
to compliment Patriots uniforms? I know I'm not allowed to talk about players on the Patriots.
Well, no, I mean, you know what you just did.
Yeah.
Right.
I'd like to acknowledge that the Commanders have good uniforms too. I just don't know what the rules are.
I think you do, and you violated them.
Okay, I'll sit out the conversation for fear that I'll hurt someone's feelings.
Thank you for doing that.
So you go ahead and talk about
But
it.
you know what I mean? Like, if there was some affiliation or some reason for it other than trendy or cool, like, I can't do that. If there was an alt uniform, I'm not smart enough to figure out what it should be, that actually reflected any of their colors or any of the history or anything that has anything to do with anything other than Arizona State or Pittsburgh, I'd be way more into it.
I'll tell you what it is right now. The alt uniform, if you wanted it to not be black and you wanted it to just be like their colors, would be the 70th anniversary Steve Spurrier.
There you go.
Stephen Davis, arrow without the feather.
Boom.
Burgundy with the actual like gold pants.
Mm-hmm.
That is as good a look as there is. Look up Champ Bailey in that uniform and you tell me with a straight face that that's not liquid hot magma. It is the best, man. So yeah, you could do that. The other one was when the Jason Campbell, Mike Sellers Redskins did the gold helmets with the cursive R in the like white and burgundy circle on the helmet, and they wore gold pants with white jerseys. Remember this?
I do.
And like I think they were white numbers, but with burgundy trim around the block numbers. That was a great throwback. That was authentic to their colors. The homecoming game jerseys, you like that Kirk Cousins, like deep dark burgundy on gold pants with like the fake leather helmets that are a little brown almost.
Yeah, so this Champ Bailey look from there, that's, again, it's a slightly different burgundy. It's the older version. It looks like from the black and white TV. And then the Notre Dame style gold pants.
That is the best jersey they've ever worn. I love that jersey.
So that has some affiliation. That would make sense to me as an alternate jersey. The black jerseys on its face, they can actually look as cool as you want. It's got nothing to do with me. You'd always talked about with the name and the new name and watching these jerseys you don't recognize. Feels like an expansion team. That's what that is.
Yes,
right?
But here's why I like it, and it's fine now. Because you got your white and your burgundy.
Yeah.
You got what you asked for.
Mm-hmm.
You got the Joe Gibbs era jerseys. Now go sit over there, and everyone else gets their black.
Yeah, that's how I'm viewing it. It's the cost I have to pay.
Right.
I'm with it.
Telling you to go sit over there, but I'm saying for the people that are like, that's not for me. You're right. That's why the 2 of the 3 things they came out with today are for you.
Yeah.
And for everyone else that's just going to the store and buying the Commanders stuff and steamed up for, drafting Jeremiah Love and already looking for, the black jersey for whatever player they're going to draft.
Did I what?
Did you go to Spanky Shenanigans?
No, I drove by there, but no, I didn't stop in. But I know you guys love those things. But I don't have a problem with the uniforms, man. Like, it is what it is. Like, let's stop talking about the past ex-girlfriend from a couple of years ago, because the new girlfriend's going to get jealous, and let's move on. I mean, the only thing I'd change is the arrow with all the helmets going to the W's instead of just the black. But that's it. I mean, let the pros do the pros, and that's it. I mean,
you know what I wonder?
Appreciate you, dude.
Maybe we should get him on at some point this week, even if it's just for the Blitz. I wonder if Sheehan is going to come around a little bit on the throwback 91 eras, or if he's still going to like put a flag in the ground that they got to go back to the Redskins logo. Because he's been going hard in the paint on that. He's like, I will not relent. I am
he's the torchbearer.
Lack of a better phrase. I'm the tip of the spear. Like, we are going to get back. I would love to talk to our guy Kevin about that this week at some point and see if he's giving in a little bit, or if he's still just going to. Nothing works until it's that Redskins logo, which is not coming back.
I don't believe it is.
And I'm not telling him to stop fighting. I'm just saying it's almost like trying to tell a parent, like with a lost child, that like 3 years have gone by, like, we're going to take away the helicopters now. That's a terrible comp in a movie. But it's like in 10 years, Kevin's still going to be hanging the signs for his lost dog, like on the street, dude. And it's like, my guy, it ain't happening. Like, they're not bringing that logo
You're
back.
not telling me that Whiskers moved to a special dog farm upstate. There's no way he did that. He's in Maryland.
We got it, call Kev. G&D on the Fan. We caught up with Mark Klaus, President, Business Ops Commanders, earlier today, right at the beginning of the show. If you missed that, we will play some of it for you right at the top of the hour at 6. We'll get you ready for Nats baseball as well. They got the Pirates tonight at 6:40, coming up in 55 minutes from PNC Park. Beautiful ballpark in Pennsylvania where the Pirates started this series, were right at the top of the NL Central. They've now split a couple with the Nats. Washington looking to make it 2 in a row. C.J. Abrams has homered in both games in the series. They're coming off of yet another strong offensive game last night. This lineup continues to work at bats, draw walks, get on base. They're a pain in the butt to deal with.
And Paul Tabone has now this, I don't want to say it's his catchphrase, but he says this a lot when he joins the Junks. He joined him this morning. He goes, I want teams to feel it when they play us. It reminds me of that first, when Gibbs came back. They weren't great, those teams, but the week after, you were banged up, a little bit sore. You didn't play well the following week because you felt it playing this group. Different sport, obviously, but you go through it, you're going to lose a bunch of games. This group is. They don't have the arms, I think, pitching-wise, and the offense will cool off, but they battle to such a high degree. Last year, it was lip service. This year, it's really happening. You look at the way they compete in at-bats, it's been awesome.
We're getting some feedback from you guys on the new uniforms today. Helmet stripes feel like a gigantic win. People are excited about the gold face masks as well. The spear makes the block W more stomachable on the black alternates, and that spear with the W is very popular. And maybe, just maybe, you'll hear Mark Klaus's thoughts on this from when he joined us. That could be something that's on more uniforms and more apparel in the years ahead. But let's hit the phones. We'll start with Nico and Frederick on the Fan. What's up, Nico?
Hey, gentlemen, love your show. Thank you for taking my call.
Appreciate you.
I just want to say I love the uniforms that are getting brought back. I also love the black ones, but every time that, I worry about that when it's 100 degrees, if that's dehydrating our guys out there.
I think you wear them strategically, honestly.
Not even doing a bit. Yeah, I think so. Like
You're not wearing them in Phoenix, right, for a day game. I think a night game in Landover in November, December is probably the right time.
But not even doing shtick. I think that's a real thing. Like you would not, as you said, you wouldn't do a 1 o'clock kickoff in the desert on that one. If it's indoor control, doesn't matter.
I'm trying to think of when specifically I remember them wearing them in the past. I know there was
like prime time
night game against the Bears. They did. There was a game in Dallas, which is mostly domed anyway. The date of the Hail Mary for the Commanders would have been, it was a 4 o'clock game, so that game was primarily played into the evening. But that was late fall, right around Halloween, October 27th, 2024. So I don't think you're wearing these in Miami in week 1 for a 1 o'clock kick when it's 106 at field level. Let's go to Matthew in Silver Spring. What's up, Matt?
Hey, good afternoon, guys. So I'm old enough to remember winning Super Bowl, so I'm part of that demographic that's not supposed to like the black uniform. I love it. I kind of always wanted one even before the whole rebrand debacle. That said, I kind of wondered why they were doing this. And to me, it comes down to the blackout games and the fact that they invested that money in that lighting system to go to do the blackout things. It would wouldn't have made sense with non-black jerseys. The other little tie that I don't know, this may be a reach. A couple of years ago, they came out with those Sean Taylor Foundation jerseys, which were pretty much the same thing as these black jerseys, and they said his daughter played a role in designing it. So there's that little tie. And again, I know it's a little bit of reach, but there are those two things to me that make a little bit of sense.
Especially the lights part of it. Thanks, buddy. Sorry for cutting you off there, but we're up against it a little bit. Remember what they spent a lot of money at the stadium on these new LED lights that fly. Players run out of the tunnel. It's completely dark. There was this cool montage they put together where Frankie Louvu basically said, lights out, and then all the lights turn out. And every stadium now does this. But the black-on-black uniforms for a blackout, if you're going to do it that way, for a night game like they had against the Falcons when they clinched a postseason spot a couple of years ago in 24, I actually think it works as a theme. And maybe that's part of it. Like I was talking about the Rock the Red era for the Capitals and the branding and the amount of thought that went into the whole theme of everyone's going to wear red. We're going to have the catchphrase for the team, Rock the Red. We're going to have these themed nights where, we do red outs or whatever. Maybe they do have something up their sleeve where you use the lights and you got Darryl Green in the end zone slamming the spear like he did for a primetime game last year. Jerry in Southern Maryland, you're on Grant and Danny. What's up, buddy?
What's going on, y'all? Generally, I'm Team Grant here. I like the new unis.
I think you sleep on 2012 throwbacks. I think the block W on the old black helmet was terrible, but I got a big problem with the way the spear looks on the new alternate logo.
Go on.
What do you got?
It's like anatomically wrong. If it's piercing through it, it just doesn't quite look right. If it's supposed to be weaving in between the tackle holders, it just doesn't look right. It looks like it's like three pieces of a spear.
So I keep hearing this. What
through.
is, because I'm not even trying to correct you. I just don't get it.
It's hard to quantify, but I know exactly what he's talking about.
People are upset as if it's like going through the W, but it's not possible. I don't understand what that means.
If it's piercing through the W, it would be going through like the middle of each section of the W. If it's weaving through it, I'm not looking at it, but if you follow me, like the top, if you go from like the top left down, you have like the one section of the W, and then you have the section that goes up.
Right, I got it right in front of me. Yeah.
That line there shouldn't be there. It should go up as if it's going over that part, right? I'm not an artist, so I don't know how to describe.
I get what you're saying, but like
well.
the Penguins logo is a penguin playing hockey on ice skates.
Right.
The Dolphins logo is a dolphin smiling.
So I'm holding a pen in between my three fingers, where one finger is in front, and the other two fingers are behind.
Yeah.
The point is, the spear should go either through all three, or it's now imagining this logo in 3 dimensions, where I now have some depth on the W, and I'm going, is this a W, or is it now a 3-dimensional taco holding object where I can rest a pen?
Thanks,
because
Jerry.
it looks like I'm resting something instead of piercing something.
Or it doesn't matter at all, though.
Well,
which is kind of my default setting.
It doesn't matter as much to me, but
the
I see.
Penguins logo is a penguin skating playing ice hockey with a stick in its hands. I don't think that's realistic either. The Dolphins logo is a smiling animal. Like, when did that become the threshold that this has to? You can't actually pierce the W that way. Yeah, and the Celtic leprechaun doesn't actually do the things he's supposed to be doing.
If you see it, you can't unsee it. For some, again, it's not on my list of concerns,
right.
But I totally understand the point that if it's going through the W, it should always go through the W. It's only going through portions, and now it looks like it's being held in like this 3-dimensional W, and that doesn't make any sense.
I think the people that are saying that are probably right. I haven't wrapped my head around.
But your point is you don't care, and that's fine too.
I can't imagine looking at this and being bothered by that in any way. I'm not trying to belittle anyone, but what about my argument, which is, it's like watching a movie and now deciding, well, that's not realistic. As if every movie ever you couldn't do that with. Every logo pretty much. That's the threshold, is that this has to pierce the letter correctly? It's just a way to have a cool thing intertwined with a letter.
I think the argument would be it's less cool because it doesn't make any sense. You know what I mean? Like, of course it doesn't make sense. I'm not saying a penguin playing hockey makes sense.
I wish I'd seen that earlier so we could have brought that up with Mark Klaus.
Uh-huh.
Klaus was on the show earlier today. We asked him about the reaction to the new gear. You will hear from the president of football ops for the Commanders next, right here on Grant and Danny.